Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 001. I really traveled through time and became a pot king. Danzo held the mirror and stared at the strange face. Danzo at this moment is no longer the same Danzo as before. Because just an hour ago, a soul from outer space broke into Shimura Danzo's body. After a simple and rough reinstallation system, the foreign soul successfully occupied this body. To be honest, Danzo is very dissatisfied at this moment. Because before traveling through time, he was only 20 years old, in the best youth. As a result, after traveling through time, he became a 60-year-old man. A bandaged one-eyed man. That's right, the time he traveled through time was the 51st year of Konoha. At this moment, Konoha F4 is exactly 60 years old. From 20 to 60 years old, Danzo said that he could not accept such a big generation gap. System, get out of here. Danzo threw away the mirror and said coldly. Ding, may the glory of the Virgin Mary shine on the world. The Holy Mother system is always at Ning's service. Danzo's mouth twitched, and he took 3 deep breaths before saying, for this time of crossing, the experience is extremely bad, I am very dissatisfied. I want a refund. Ding, restarting the crossing program requires 1 million moving points. Host's current moving point balance, 0. Failed to start the crossing program. Danzo was unwilling and said bitterly, then you have to give some compensation, such as a novice gift package or something. Ding, Ning's novice gift package has arrived. Do you want to check it? Check it, open it directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a rejuvenation pill. Rejuvenation pill, after taking it, you can be 40 years younger, without any side effects. Only for host use. Oh my god! Can it be like this? Danzo was a little confused. An hour later. When he was young, Guo Ying was still good looking. Looking at the young and handsome face in the mirror, Danzo finally nodded with satisfaction. Danzo was indeed very handsome when he was young, and this is not Danzo bragging. You know, Tsunade and Shizuan once went to look through the photos of Danzo when he was young. As a result, when they saw Danzo in his youth, they were surprised by Danzo's handsomeness and even blushed. It can be seen that Danzo was very good looking when he was young. Let's get back to the topic. The body is the capital of revolution, and youth is the capital of waste. The restored young Danzo is full of confidence in the life in the next Hokage world. But then again, compared with the peaceful and prosperous world in his previous life, the danger level of the Hokage world is quite high. According to the development of the original plot, Danzo's ending is not very good, and it can be said that he will not die well. Danzo's previous misdeeds Madara, most of the blame in the ninja world is on his head, he must have many enemies. What if the enemies come to seek revenge? What makes Danzo speechless is that he now has a saint system. Shouldn't he become a saint and win people over with virtue? Thinking of this, Danzo himself couldn't help laughing. Let Shimura Danzo, the dark of the ninja world, put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Why does this sound so magical? It's too damn outrageous. Just when Danzo was thinking about it, a voice sounded behind him. Danzo, the 3rd generation has something to call you. A root ninja wearing an animal mask knelt on one knee and said. Danzo turned around and said lightly, I know. When the root ninja saw Danzo's face, his eyes were obviously dulled. Yes, even though the root ninjas are called emotionless tools, when they saw Danzo's young face, their hearts, which were originally as calm as dead water, were still shocked. Danzo-sama has become younger. How is this possible? Am I under an illusion? On the way to the Hokage building, Danzo called up the system interface. Host, Danzo. Age, 20. Nin, 4, indicates the Grand Master's ability in ninjutsu and the ability to use it proficiently. Tai, 8, indicates the Grand Master's ability in Taijutsu and the ability to use it proficiently. Gen. 3, indicates the Grand Master's ability in Genjutsu and the ability to use it proficiently. Sen. 8, indicates the amount of knowledge and the level of IQ. Strength. 7, starting with wrist and foot strength, indicating the physical strength of the whole body. Speed. 7, indicates the sensitivity of movement and reaction. Energy. 8, indicates the energy as the basis of chakra. Seal. 4, indicates the Grand Master and proficiency of seals and hand seals. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, earth, water, yin. Motivation value: 0. Looking at this terrible attribute, Danzo is a little speechless. Danzo is at least a cage-level strongman, how come his attributes are so bad after he traveled through time? According to the setting of the Hokage Gen Z book, this total of 49 attributes is really garbage. Except for Taijutsu, which is still acceptable, ninjutsu and genjutsu are simply terrible. You know, for a cage-level warrior, the 8 attributes are usually around 70 points. In other words, the current Danzo has inherited the physical fitness of his predecessor, but cannot rely on inheriting the memory of his predecessor to gain the ability of ninjutsu and genjutsu. The current Danzo is a cage-level warrior on the surface, but in fact he may not even be able to defeat Chunin. Thinking of this, Danzo calmly uttered one word: damn. Chapter 002. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The hoarse and majestic voice of the third generation sounded. Danzo pushed the door open and walked in with a swagger. He glanced at the 3 old guys and said, "Everyone is here." Danzo. Yuta and Koharu stared at Danzo's energetic face, and a flash of surprise flashed in his vicissitudes of life. What secret experiment are you doing to make yourself so young? Everyone loves beauty, let alone a woman. Seeing Danzo, who has returned to her youthful appearance, Yuta and Koharu felt a little jealous and some other little thoughts in her heart. Can I also ask Danzo to help me turn myself back to my youthful appearance? As everyone knows, when she was young, she was a famous beauty in the ninja world. Thinking back to the past, how many young talents fell at her feet? I am not obliged to explain this to you, am I? Danzo glanced at the daydreaming Yuta and Koharu, then looked at the third generation and said, "What do you want me to do? Tell me now. I'm busy." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in his 60s, has a head full of white hair and a vicissitudes of life face with a trace of fatigue. You guys, you always do things that are unexpected. If you want me to talk about these salty things, then I can only say goodbye. Although he said goodbye, Danzo found a seat and sat down carelessly. Okay, I'll tell you straight. The third generation laughed and said, "You should know about the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation and the Hyuga family. How to deal with the aftermath, tell us." As soon as the third generation finished speaking, Danzo frowned and said, "Cloud Shinobi Village and the Hyuga family? What's the matter? Explain it clearly." The third generation, Mitokado Homura and Yuta and Koharu all looked at Danzo strangely. With the Roots Intelligence Department that is like a web, how could Danzo not know what happened at the Hyuga family's residence last night? But in fact, Danzo was really confused at the moment. Because he had just traveled here not long ago, although he inherited the original owner's memory, his mind was a mess, and he hadn't had time to sort it out. Therefore, it was normal for Danzo not to know what the third generation said. However, as a traveler, when Danzo heard that Cloud Shinobi Village and the Hyuga family appeared at the same time, his heart was inevitably moved. In the 51st year of Konoha, Hinata was 3 years old. Could it be the incident when Hinata was almost kidnapped? Last night, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation sneaked into the Hyuga family and kidnapped the little princess of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, they were discovered and Hyuga Hizashi killed the Cloud Shinobi leader on the spot. The third generation slowly opened his mouth and explained, "Of course, this is the Hyuga family's statement. The Cloud Shinobi Village delegation does not recognize it. Not only do they not recognize it, the delegation also sued the Hyuga clan for killing their leader without reason. They threatened that if Konoha could not give them a satisfactory explanation, the two countries would only meet on the battlefield. After listening to the simple narration of the third generation, Danzo secretly said as expected. If the original plot had developed, Danzo would have known the final outcome of the incident. To be honest, Hyuga Hizashi died very pathetically. The Hyuga clan was originally a victim and had a great deal of reason, but because of the weakness and compromise of the Konoha high-level officials, they actually suffered secondary damage. This is a bit like something that happened in a Sun country. A woman was RD by a woman, went to the police station to report it, and was RD by a woman again in the police station. This is really realistic and magical. War, Konoha now can no longer withstand a war. Mitokedo Homura said. What is the attitude of the daimyo's government towards this matter? Yudatan Koharu said. The third generation pondered for a moment and said, the daimyo doesn't want to make a big deal, and hopes to make a big deal small. After the three of them finished speaking, they all looked at Danzo. Why are you looking at me? Danzo touched his nose and said. Danzo, do you think this matter is peace or war? The third generation said. The third generation certainly knew that Danzo has always been a war advocate, but they were a little surprised why he was so calm today. If it were in the past, Danzo would have slammed the table and stood up. Does my opinion matter? Danzo pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered, you all want peace, and I want war alone. That's 3-1. Does it make sense? Ahem. The third generation coughed awkwardly and said, of course your opinion is very important. For so many years, no matter how big or small, we have voted to decide. Danzo smiled and said nothing. It is said that people become more timid as they get older. This sentence is really appropriate for these three old guys. The tone of this matter is set. Tomorrow, we will convene representatives of all tribes to hold a meeting to listen to everyone's opinions. The third generation made a concluding speech. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Danzo stood up and suddenly stopped when he walked to the door. By the way, I will not attend tomorrow's meeting. With that, Danzo left without looking back. This guy is still the same. Watching Danzo leave, the third generation shook his head helplessly. It's okay if you don't come. Danzo, after all, is a root buried deep in the dark, and you, Hiruzen, are a leaf bathed in the Sunday. Mitokedo Homura said meaningfully. I am very interested in Danzo's secret experiment. Yudatan Koharu recalled Danzo's young face in his mind and said slowly. Chapter 003. On the way back to the route, Danzo thought a lot. With his current strength, if he leaves the protection of the route, he will be killed by his enemies in a minute. Therefore, the route must be firmly in his hands. In addition, he must find a way to improve his own strength. In the future, the ninja world will be full of cage levels and 6 paths. If his own strength is not good, it will be over sooner or later. So he should work hard to practice ninjutsu in the future? No. It is impossible to practice ninjutsu. Danzo directly denied this thankless task. Don't forget, Danzo is a man with a system. However, Danzo's system is a bit non-mainstream. System, come out and talk. Danzo said silently in his heart. Ding, may the glory of the Virgin Mary shine on the world. The Virgin Mary system serves you. A voice that still sounds strange now sounded in Danzo's mind. It is ironic that the original owner was a well-known pot king in the ninja world. He almost shouldered the blame of the entire ninja world and did a lot of dirty things that made him sore on his head and pus on his feet. Now, he is bound to a saint system. If nothing unexpected happens, a Danzo who has turned over a new leaf is slowly walking towards you. Danzo suppressed the discomfort caused by the huge contrast in his heart and said, how can I get the moving value? Get recognition and gain moving. The system's answer is simple and clear. Danzo nodded thoughtfully. When he returned to the route, night had already fallen. Danzo washed and went to bed. However, he couldn't fall asleep on the tatami. His thoughts were flying around in his head, making him a little upset. Since he couldn't fall asleep, Danzo simply didn't fall asleep, but just closed his eyes and sorted out the various information that kept bursting out of his mind. I don't know how long it took until footsteps sounded outside the room. A shadow flashed, and a Barame Ryoma appeared in front of the door, blocking the owner of the footsteps. "It's me." Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat hoarse voice sounded. "Third generation master." A Barame Ryoma said respectfully. The movement outside the door certainly attracted Danzo's attention. "Old man, are you annoying?" Danzo said a little annoyed. "Being young is good." The third generation pushed the door open and saw Danzo lying on the tatami with angry eyes, and smiled. "It seems that I have disturbed your sweet dream again. I said I won't attend tomorrow's meeting." Danzo said unhappily. "Ryoma, you go down first." The third generation ordered a Barame Ryoma, and then looked at Danzo. "Tomorrow's meeting is not important, what is important is what you are going to do." Since the tone of seeking peace has been set, tomorrow's meeting is just to discuss specific details, which is nothing more than a dispute between the various tribes for their own interests. Compared with this, the third generation is more concerned about what Danzo will do in secret. The two have supported and competed with each other for a lifetime, and the third generation knows Danzo's temper very well. "I don't want to do anything, I just want to have a good sleep, and then you come to ask me what I want to do in the middle of the night. Shouldn't I be the one asking what you want to do?" Danzo said. "Sleep." The third generation nodded, a little melancholy. "I can't sleep." "You can't sleep and won't let me sleep?" Danzo said angrily. "Didn't you often do things that kept me awake before?" The third generation said. "You also said that was in the past." Danzo said. "Old man, I know what you are thinking. I also know that Cloud Shinobi Village is too bullying, but Konoha can't stand a war now." The third generation sighed and said, "We are all old, and these things should have been handed over to young people like Minato. What a pity." "Don't be a pity, people are dead." Danzo shook his head. "Yes, it was our mistake at the beginning, and Minato was killed." The third generation said. Danzo didn't respond to this, based on the memories he sorted out about the Nine Tails Rebellion. The original owner and Sarutobi Hiruzen do have an unshirkable responsibility for the death of Namikaze Minato. Let's not talk about the past. The third generation looked at Danzo and said seriously, "What do you think about the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation and the Hyuga family this time? Didn't you say you knew what I was thinking?" Danzo mocked. "Maybe." The third generation said. Danzo pondered for a moment and said, "Konoha village was built in wars. From the first generation, to our teacher, to you Sarutobi Hiruzen who was appointed as the third Hokage in a critical moment, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, which one didn't kill all the way through the mountains of blood and blood. But now, you choose to surrender and compromise under a little pressure. This is a shame for Konoha. Danzo, you must understand that at this time, choosing peace requires more courage than choosing war." The third generation said. "FK your courage." Danzo shouted angrily, "If you have the courage, why are you here now? You don't have the courage to bear this shame, so you want me to bear it. I tell you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I won't take the blame." Obviously, this conversation ended in a very unpleasant way. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely gloomy when he left, but Danzo turned a blind eye to it. "I, Shimura Danzō, will also be a good person bathed in the sun in the future, and of course I can't take the blame randomly." "Ryoma." "Yes. Contact the daimyo of various countries, I have something to tell you." "Yes." Chapter 004. The next day, Hokage Building. The Konoha village representatives conference was held as scheduled. Third generation, Udaten Koharu, Mitokato Homura and other Konoha high-level officials sat on the main seats. Danzo guy is really not coming. Udaten Koharu glanced at the empty seat next to him and frowned. Let him go. Third generation said lightly. It's time, let's start. Mitokato Homura adjusted his glasses and said. The third generation nodded, glanced at the representatives of the various tribes below, and said, I believe everyone is very clear about the fact that the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation broke into the Hyuga family at night. Now Cloud Shinobi Village wants to take advantage of this issue and even start a war. What do you think about this? Tell us. After a short silence, Narashikaku was the first to express his opinion. Although our Konoha defeated Cloud Shinobi Village in the Third Shinobi World War just a few years ago, we also paid a heavy price and have not been able to fully recover. This time Cloud Shinobi Village is obviously well prepared and wants to use this incident to provoke a war and avenge the previous shame. Peace is hard won, Konoha Village still needs time to recuperate, and we must not let Konoha fall into the quagmire of war again. Therefore, I think it is better to negotiate peace. The Inoshika-Ch tribes have always advanced and retreated together, and the Akamichi and Yamanaka tribes of course immediately seconded the proposal. Then the Inyazuka clan and the Sarutobi clan followed closely. With the Hokage clan taking the lead, more than half of the clans in the village, big and small, supported peace. In fact, the Hokage clan had already reached an agreement among themselves, and those small and medium-sized clans that depended on the Hokage clan only needed to take sides, and their opinions were not very important. As for the two major bloodline families, Uchiha and Hyuga, they did not make any statement, because they knew that opposing opinions could not change anything. We are not afraid of war, but peace is so precious. I am glad that everyone can put the overall situation first. Everything is under control. The third generation nodded with satisfaction and said, the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation said that as long as the murderer is handed over, the matter can end peacefully. This request is obviously very unreasonable. What do you think? This is impossible. Hyuga Hizashi refused angrily. Cloud Shinobi broke into my Hyuga main family's residence at night and kidnapped my daughter. I shot him to death and did nothing wrong. Cloud Shinobi Village took advantage of the situation just to get the Byakugan of my Hyuga family. The Byakugan is the foundation of the Hyuga clan and it is impossible to hand it over to outsiders. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Obviously, Cloud Shinobi Village wants to get the Byakugan, and war is just a means of blackmail. Uchiha Fugaku said. Regarding the matter of outsiders plotting against the bloodline limit of the bloodline family, Uchiha's position must be highly consistent with that of the Hyuga family. War is not a joke. Udaten Koharu glanced at Fugaku, then looked at Hyuga Hizashi. As the head of the clan, you should know how cruel war is. If sacrificing the small self can achieve the greater self, it is worth it. I can die, but the Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Hyuga Hizashi said firmly. Of course the Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Udaten Koharu changed the subject. Hizashi, I remember you have a twin brother, right? What do you mean? Hyuga Hizashi frowned. It's just a substitute. Udaten Koharu said, Cloud Shinobi Village wants a murderer, so just satisfy them. This. Hyuga Hizashi thought of his brother's face and hesitated. Hizashi, this is already the smallest price that can be paid to settle this matter, the overall situation is more important. Mitokato Homura spoke at the right time. Facing the gazes, Hyuga Hizashi sighed inwardly and finally nodded. Bang! At this moment, an Anbu wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared in the meeting room. What's the matter? Third generation stood up and asked with a frown. If there were no special circumstances, Anbu would not appear so abruptly to interrupt the meeting. The group. Lord Danzo sent people to kill all the Cloud Shinobi Village envoys who stayed in the village. Anbu reported. What? Udaten Koharu slammed the table and stood up. The rest of the people were also shocked by the news. Danzo didn't come to the meeting, it turned out that he was acting privately. They are all here. A somewhat gentle voice sounded at the window, interrupting everyone's surprise. When everyone looked back, a sedan chair stopped at the window at some point. Danzo lifted the curtain and walked out of the sedan chair, entering the meeting room through the window. Just in time, they are all here. Danzo smiled and said to everyone, "Let me explain briefly, I accidentally killed all those Cloud Shinobi Village guys, and it seems that there is no need to continue the meeting, because there is no need to talk. Let's just go to war." "What the hell are you doing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. He thought he knew Danzo very well, but he still underestimated Danzo's ability to make trouble. And he directly flipped the table. Is this Danzo?" Uchiha Fugako looked at Danzo in surprise. The representatives of other tribes were also a little surprised. They were all surprised at Danzo's young face now, and this guy seemed to be smiling. Danzo could actually still smile? Opening his mouth, Danzo showed 2 rows of white teeth and looked at the people in front of him, saying, "Doesn't Cloud Shinobi Village want to avenge the previous shame? Then let's meet on the battlefield. Everyone must understand one thing, peace will survive if it is sought through struggle, and peace will die if it is sought through compromise." Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were like a sharp knife. "I need an explanation." His words were calm, but the murderous intent in them was felt by everyone present. There is nothing to explain. Konoha was originally the victim. It is absolutely impossible to send the boy from the Hyuga family out. Danzo said seriously. But Konoha can't stand the war now. When the teacher died, we couldn't stand the war either. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Danzo's tone was unyielding, looking around at everyone present, with anger in his tone. "When the second-generation leader died in the war, our situation was much worse than it is now. But at that time, we didn't want to avoid it at all." His words made everyone stunned. "You are old." Danzo's voice suddenly raised, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. "You are all old, whether it is Hiruzen or Koharu, or anyone else, you are all old. But I am not." Chapter 005. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor anyone else stopped Danzo from continuing to speak, nor did they interrupt. They looked at Danzo and did not refute. They were indeed old, but they were also more experienced. When they were young, they could not see as far as they do now, but now it is different, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or other representatives of various tribes. Behind them is a mountain called family responsibility. They can't continue to maintain that tough and passionate attitude like Danzo, they have too many things to consider. "This time I ask to lead the team to fight. If I lose, I will end my life on the battlefield." Danzo looked at everyone indifferently and made his own declaration. He stood straight, and his handsome and young face was indifferent. But standing by the window, the sunlight shone on Danzo, giving people an extremely friendly illusion. Is this still Danzo? The leader of the route, Danzo, who is full of calculations in the dark? Everyone looked at him in disbelief, even the root ninjas present were also a little stunned. "Do you think this is so easy? You lead the team, who do you want to take?" Koharu reacted and shouted without giving Danzo any face. "Konoha doesn't have many troops to accompany you to die. Other villages around are eyeing it covetously. It is a mistake to go to war with Cloud Shinobi Village at this time." Danzo didn't look at Uda and Koharu, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "It's not the same as before. The friction between their villages is not small. After the second generation died, what was our situation at that time? The village's combat power was seriously insufficient, but so what? If anyone dared to humiliate Konoha at that time, which time did we not fight for it with our flesh and blood?" Danzo's words were inexplicably infectious. The few people present were already old, and they all had at least one life and death experience. Every word of Danzo seemed to take them back to the past, back to the era of passion. Hiruzen, you are old, but I am not. Danzo looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a blazing fire ignited in his black pupils. Konoha's White Fang, Konoha Sunin, Yellow Flash, or other heroes, which one is not cultivated by us with great effort? Each of them, which one can't become a strong man who can stand alone? Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Genma, Asuma, which one of them is not talented? As long as they are given enough opportunities and pressure, they can make their own names like White Fang and Orochimaru, and add sunshine to the big tree of Konoha. And don't you think the same as I do? If I do what you want, you will support me, right? In the high-spirited speech, Danzo completely replaced the passion that a militant should have, and infected everyone present with passion and blood. Perfect. Danzo silently gave himself a full score for this wave of performance in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little complicated, and he didn't answer. He just looked at Danzo with a confused look on his face. Aren't the deaths of those people related to you? How can you have the face to say such a thing? But to be honest, Danzo spoke to his heart. If these words were what Danzo said to him last night, he would definitely not have held this meeting with a compromising and evasive attitude today. Although he agreed in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood that this matter should not be led by Danzo. Danzo's methods were too extreme, whether it was before or this time when he sent people to attack the Lightning Country delegation, he completely ignored the overall situation. Danzo wanted to come out from behind the scenes, but Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give him this opportunity. Danzo, this matter is not as simple as you think. Shikaku's eyes flashed with wisdom. Although he didn't know why Danzo had changed so much, now was not the time to act on impulse. The village doesn't have enough soldiers, food, or weapons to support a war. And the daimyo is also opposed to this matter. Without the financial support of the daimyo, we have no chance at all. I will deal with the daimyo. Danzo glanced at Shikaku and Kaide, and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The question now is whether you are willing to support me, or whether you are willing to swallow this anger. Danzo looked at Sarutobi. Others also looked at him. Although the decision must be made through a meeting vote, as a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision can often represent at least half of the voices in the village. And Sarutobi is now unable to speak out. Danzo set a trap for him, provoking the inner fighting spirit of these people while throwing the problem to him. If he considers the overall situation and endures this time, he will undoubtedly leave a cowardly impression in the hearts of these people, and it will be difficult to manage in the future. But if you agree with Danzo's decision. Chapter 006. How do you plan to convince the daimyo? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. If I convince the daimyo, will you support me? Danzo did not answer his question, but asked instead. The atmosphere fell silent. No one else interrupted, and they looked at each other quietly. Old thing. Old fox. Danzo looked directly at Sarutobi, and Sarutobi also stared at him closely. Both of them cursed in their hearts, but they did not show any expression on the surface. Danzo was getting harder and harder to understand. Sarutobi muttered in his heart, sighed, and finally spoke, if you can convince the daimyo, I will not oppose your opinion, but I will not interfere with other people's choices. I can make decisions on weapons and food, but you need to convince the people who go into battle yourself. FK. Danzo cursed in his heart. He knew very well how low the original owner's popularity was in the village. With his popularity, if he wanted to pull a group of subordinates to accompany him into battle, except for the root ninja, probably no one else would follow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fox, knew that the matter was already a foregone conclusion, but he still played this trick. How cautious he was of himself. It was a pity that the original owner had been blaming him for his whole life. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little dull. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, and sat in the main seat calmly looking at Danzo. War is not a joke. Since Danzo has made up his mind and intends to take the lead, he will not refuse. Thinking about it carefully, Danzo's decision is not bad for him. On the one hand, it can weaken Danzo's hidden power in the village, and on the other hand, it can regain the face of Cloud Shinobi Village. And as long as he is still sitting in the position of Hokage, no matter what Danzo does, the one who will praise him in the end will only be Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, he will gain both fame and fortune, and he will definitely not lose out. No one responded for a long time, and Danzo looked ugly. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen just made his proposal, no one on the scene responded to Danzo. Ahem. Finally, Hyuga Hizashi broke the silence, stood up and said, "If Lord Danzo can convince the daimyo, the Hyuga family is willing to follow Lord Danzo into battle. In public, Hyuga Hizashi should do his part for Konoha. Privately, Danzo's actions this time protected his brother's life and the reputation of the Hyuga clan, and he should also do something for Danzo's expedition. At least, Danzo should not be allowed to go to the front line alone with the route to die." Facing Hyuga Hizashi, who suddenly stood up, everyone else had their own thoughts in their hearts. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. Since Uchiha Madara rebelled against the village, although the Hyuga family has been the second largest family in the village, most of their behaviors and decisions tend to be neutral. And after Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, he has been following Sarutobi's footsteps. I didn't expect that he would choose to support Danzo this time. Did the coercion just now make Hizashi angry? The third generation thought to themselves. Don't worry, Hizashi. I will convince the daimyo even for Konoha. Danzo finally forced a smile on his face. Although he was more confident that the war would not start this time, he was not sure of the outcome if he really took the route into battle. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, he heard Uchiha Fugaku standing up and saying, "If the daimyo agrees, I will also lead the Uchiha people to join this counterattack." After this, the third generation, who had just frowned, looked a little ugly. The other families looked at each other. The first and second families began to support Danzo, so they had nothing to hesitate and spoke up. A small part of the original Hokage faction, led by Hyuga, spoke out to support Danzo, and even Uchiha, who had always been rejected by the village and had a bad relationship with Danzo, supported him. The third generation felt cold in their hearts. What did Danzo do in secret? In fact, this scene surprised Danzo himself. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku in a daze. The original owner inherited the purpose of the second generation and was extremely repulsive to Uchiha. From memory, every time this guy met Uchiha, he was tense and never calm. But this time, Uchiha Fugaku actually supported him, and Danzo was a little confused. But he was not the original Danzo, and he did not necessarily agree with the second generation's purpose. Since Uchiha intended to repair the relationship with him, Danzo would naturally not refuse, and smiled at Fugaku in a friendly manner with a gentle smile on his face. His smile made Uchiha Fugaku tremble all over, and he regretted his decision just now. Putting aside the positions between Danzo and Uchiha, Fugaku actually still supported Danzo and agreed with some of Danzo's decisions in his heart. For example, this Cloud Shinobi Village incident. When he heard that Danzo would not attend the meeting, he thought that this old guy had given up his insistence, but he did not expect that this guy would be so cruel and kill people directly, successfully disrupting the peace talks of the Hokage system. Fugaku, or the Uchiha clan, is also a member of the pro-war faction. A meeting started with everyone in a friendly manner. With Danzo's interference, it successfully turned into a mobilization meeting. This is definitely a victory for the war faction. With all the news blocked, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village had no idea that Danzo would lead Konoha this time and make the decision to fight. In their hearts, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely choose to seek peace instead of starting a war. Cloud Shinobi Village already believed that the Byakugan was in their pocket. Danzo smiled and said goodbye to the representatives of the major families. Only the third generation, Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura were left in the conference room. You have changed a lot. Udaten Koharu was the first to speak, looking at Danzo with a look of inquiry. At first, she also opposed Danzo's decision, but then inexplicably, she was persuaded by Danzo and did not speak out to stop him. Cloud Shinobi Village is also under great pressure. Although Uegaku's Onoki is older than the monkey, he is much stronger in his heart. Danzo looked at the third generation who looked unhappy in the main seat, and couldn't help but sneer again. Humph! Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and didn't refute. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura also didn't speak. In fact, they all understood this matter in their hearts, but Konoha couldn't afford to gamble. Since the First Shinobi World War, Konoha village has always been the target of public criticism. In which war has Konoha faced a ninja village fairly? Every time, several large ninja villages were mixed with a large number of small ninja villages, rushing over in a mess. Every time Konoha participated in the war, it was against the majority. Although it won, the losses were also heavy. They didn't think that if the war really started this time, only Cloud Shinobi Village would be the enemy of Konoha. Chapter 007. If you have nothing to say, I'll leave first. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Danzo didn't want to stay with these old guys any longer. Although his body was of a high rank in the ninja world, the soul in his body was only 20 years old, in the prime of life. Danzo. Just as he was about to leave, Sarutobi called him. Staring at the handsome, young, and somewhat unpredictable old friend Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What kind of existence is Konoha to you?" "Home." Danzo answered without hesitation. On the way back, Danzo didn't let the root ninja carry the sedan chair, but strolled slowly on the street alone, occasionally buying some snacks and occasionally saying hello to familiar people. Just like an ordinary civilian, living a peaceful and harmonious life. Youth. Just work hard to do frog jumps. Yes. Teacher Guy. From a distance, a familiar roar was heard, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Two figures, one big and one small, wearing green tights, jumped over from the street entrance. The two people's weird dress and behavior made the civilians on the street laugh, but there was no mockery in their laughter, but it was full of friendliness. "Guy, is this your new apprentice? Come to my house for barbecue after training. You will have the strength to train after eating. I'll give you a 20% discount." Greeting kindly, Guy and Xiao Li did frog jumps while responding to the familiar people. "Guy teacher. It's Danzo." Xiao Li suddenly pointed at Danzo who was sitting on the street eating and said. In a hurry, the two green figures kept frog jumps even when they came to Danzo. "Danzo." Xiao Li jumped towards Danzo with admiration and respect on his face, and shouted. Danzo smiled and looked at the two people. Although he thought their behavior was a little funny, he didn't mean to look down on them. He knew the future. The two men in front of him were both strong men worthy of respect. Whether in terms of heart or strength, they were recognized by Danzo. "How about it, Guy is very suitable to be your master," Danzo said with a smile. He was very gentle to Xiao Li, the first person who recognized and admired him. He met Xiao Li by chance when he went out in the morning. He still remembered this young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. After a simple conversation, Danzo learned that Xiao Li did not have the talent to become a ninja, but he was unwilling to be a civilian. He happened to meet Might Guy who came out for morning exercise. It was natural that Danzo introduced Xiao Li to the famous teacher he should meet in a few years, Might Guy. Xiao Li and Guy are indeed a pair made in heaven. Master and apprentice, the two hit it off at first sight, and it was a pity that they met too late. This also made Danzo get recognition and gratitude from Xiao Li, and thus got the first point of touching value. Teacher Guy is very good. Xiao Li looked at teacher Guy who was grinning next to him and nodded seriously. Might Guy, Danzo. Thank you for introducing Xiao Li to me, so that I can continue my youth. Might Guy stretched out a hand and raised his thumb, showing his white teeth. Danzo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Kide, it's good if it's suitable, it's good if it's suitable. After thinking for a while, he said again, but it just so happens that I just have something to ask you. Looking at Might Guy, Danzo had an idea in his mind. Might Guy, please speak. Might Guy Kide, but his heart was tight. Although he looked silly on the surface, he was not stupid in his heart. Danzo's reputation in the village was not very good before. His good friend Kakashi used to work under Danzo. Kakashi had warned Guy not to contact Danzo. But this time, because of Xiao Li, Might Guy still hopes to repay Danzo for this favor. It's noon now, let's find a place to have a meal together. Danzo suggested. In the hot barbecue restaurant, Danzo booked a private room and sat opposite Might Guy. Xiao Li helped the two people grill the meat. You should know about the recent events between the village and Cloud Shinobi Village, right? After sitting down, Danzo asked first. Although Might Guy did not have the talent to become a ninja like his father Might Dai. But because of the 8 inner gates and hard work, he is now a special Jainin. He should have received some information about the events of Cloud Shinobi Village. Might Guy nodded, and his face became serious. It seems that it is not easy to repay his favor this time, but he does not regret having a disciple like Xiao Li. The third generation intends to sacrifice Hyuga Hizashi's younger brother and use Hyuga Hizashi's life to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi Village. Danzo said as he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the grilled meat and eat it. All the tribes in the village agreed to this matter, and they planned to hold their breath. Xiao Li's hands trembled as he grilled the meat. Although he did not know what the Cloud Shinobi Village incident was, he still felt a little incredible that he sacrificed people from his own village to negotiate. Although Xiao Li's action was subtle, Danzo and Might Guy noticed it. Danzo didn't say anything, quietly waiting for Might Guy's reaction. Although it's a bit regrettable, I still respect the village's decision. Might Guy expressed his opinion. He was not a child of a big family. As a commoner, he was already very satisfied with his current status and strength. Your answer is not youthful and passionate. Danzo said a little disappointed. He thought he could hear some passionate words from Might Guy. Unexpectedly, this guy was the same as the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Might Guy opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything, his face flushed. These things were not something he could decide, but Danzo's words were like a needle piercing his heart, making him extremely concerned. I have sent people to kill those people in Cloud Shinobi Village. It is impossible to negotiate peace. Danzo took a sip of tea, a little regretful that there is no happy water in this world. What? Might Guy stared at Danzo with wide eyes. Xiao Li was also a little surprised. Chapter 008. Konoha has always stood up straight since the establishment of the first generation. I cannot let this kind of thing of begging for mercy start from my generation. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen makes a decision as Hokage, I will oppose it. Danzo said. Although the words were calm, they made Li and Might Guy feel inexplicably excited. Since peace talks are impossible, and this matter was originally provoked by Cloud Shinobi Village, I will fight to the end. Therefore, I will take on everything and lead the team to the front line to fight Cloud Shinobi. The third generation agreed to my decision, but he only had one request, that I need to recruit the people who will go with me. Danzo silently stated his purpose, and I like you, Might Guy. I think you are a person who is not willing to be ordinary and is willing to dedicate everything to the village. I want you to be a sharp knife for my expedition this time. I think you can let them see how much our passionate men of Konoha can pay for this family. He stared straight at Might Guy opposite him, his eyes full of appreciation and eagerness. Although Might Guy may be wary of his contact at first, Danzo is familiar with Might Guy's character, and it is not difficult for him to break this vigilance. Xiao Li was trembling and his eyes were blazing, and Might Guy had experienced a lot after all. Although his heart was already aroused, he still endured it. His fists under the table were clenched tightly. He was a member of the Hokage faction, and he had heard a little about the dispute between the third generation and Danzo. But this did not affect the 17-year-old boy's blood boiling. You know, Guy, your father actually surprised me. Seeing that Might Guy was still insisting, Danzo's face was full of gentle smiles, and he picked up another piece of meat and said slowly, Might Guy, this guy is really an admirable person. As soon as this sentence came out, Might Guy's face, which had been hesitant, suddenly raised his face and stared at Danzo. Burning life, opening the 8 inner gates formation, fighting against the 7 people of Mist Shinobi with 1 person and winning the record of 4 deaths and 3 escapes, he used his life to protect your life and his own dignity. To be honest, before he showed this record, I didn't think much of him, and even other people in the village sneered at this so-called effort. Danzo's words reached the ears of the two, and Might Guy's eyes had unconsciously turned red. He remembered that his father had given up his life to explain the road of youth to him. Konoha-jin and Might Guy, he used his life to make me remember his name, and also made many people in the village remember your name. Efforts are not without rewards. In the bustling barbecue restaurant, Danzo skillfully outlined a beautiful dream. Xiao Li, who was helping the 2 people grill meat seriously, was stunned. These words sounded familiar to him, just like what Danzo said when he met him in the morning. Danzo also noticed the changes in Xiao Li, looked at him and said to Might Guy, this is why I introduced him to you when I saw Xiao Li. He looks a lot like your father, more like you as a son. Might Guy blushed a little, he felt that he had embarrassed his father. Your father became famous in one battle, but he only left a mark in the hearts of the people in the village. Don't you want to make a name for yourself, so that your descendants can proudly say in front of outsiders, I am the disciple of Konoha Might Guy. Just like Konoha's white fang, yellow flash. Danzo's voice was like a magic, making the 2 people present fall unconsciously. Can I? Might Guy asked in a trance. Of course. Your father has proved his strength. Now it's up to you to prove to the world that in this world, not only talented people can be called geniuses, but people who work hard can also be called geniuses. That's a hard-working genius. Touching value +1. A prompt box suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. He was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm and stretched out his hand to click in the air. Main Attribute Panel. Name, Shimura Danzō. Touching Value, 2. Touching value can be used to improve the 8 attributes of the Book of Formation. Originally, Danzo just wanted to convince Might Guy to be his thug, but he didn't expect that this guy actually recognized him because of his few words. While feeling happy, Danzo guessed the reason in his heart. To a large extent, it was because he recognized his father and gave him a clear goal. Although the ninjas in this world are very wary, at the same time, because they often wander between life and death, they care about a certain thing or person very much. If it involves what they care about, they will let go of their guard or reason. What Might Guy cares about is his father Might die. Danzo, I will do my best to live up to your words. Might Guy's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. He felt that Danzo was not as sinister as Kakashi said. Instead, he wished he could meet Danzo earlier. If Danzo knew what he was thinking, he would laugh out loud. Fortunately, the original owner did not send anyone to contact Might Guy because of his enthusiastic appearance. If he had left a bad impression on him, Danzo would not be able to get his approval so easily. Li. Since you have decided to follow Danzo to fight, I don't have much time to teach you. We can't waste time here. Might Guy stood up from his seat and shouted excitedly. Yes. Teacher Guy. Xiao Li also stood up with blood boiling. Mouth persuasion is indeed the most buggy existence among all ninjutsu. Danzo couldn't help but sigh. The two said goodbye quickly and Danzo left the barbecue restaurant. Looking at the backs of the two, Danzo silently swept away the remaining food. Since he has made a vow to lead the team, although he knows that this battle is unlikely to start, he still has to prepare first. At least he still has to practice for a while, at least master the things that the Pot King should know. Standing up to pay the bill, Danzo hurried out of the barbecue restaurant. He was going to rush to the homes of those retired root ninjas to express his condolences. The fastest way to improve strength is undoubtedly through the Holy Mother system on his body. Root ninjas, because they often hide in the dark, rarely communicate with others, and hide everything in their hearts, they generally have deep flaws in their hearts. As their leader, Danzo naturally knows his subordinates very well. He decided to take advantage of the time to get in touch with these root ninjas, ask about their recent situation, and win their hearts to try to get a few more points of touching points. Chapter 009. The Fire Country Daimyo's Mansion. Abarame Ryoma, carrying Danzo's souvenirs, had basically no obstacles in the Fire Country. Several other letters had been delivered to the target through spies from other countries, and the letter to the Fire Country Daimyo was delivered by Abarame Ryoma in person. Anbu's people. As soon as he approached the Daimyo's mansion, a figure wearing a ninja vest suddenly appeared in front of Ryoma. Ryoma saw the man's appearance clearly, and after confirming that it was correct, he said calmly, "Danzo has a letter to deliver to the daimyo." The man in front of him was called Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, from Konoha village, and joined the 12 guardians to protect the daimyo. The 12 guardians are a daimyo guard team composed of the elite among the 12 Genin. Ninjas who can reach the level of Genin are extremely rare in the ninja world, let alone the elite among the Genin. But in this daimyo's mansion, there are 12 people who specialize in protecting the daimyo. Danzo. Asuma frowned. If it was a letter from Danzo, then the man in front of him should be a ninja from the root. He had not heard his father say that there was anything that needed to be confirmed with the daimyo recently. Come in. As they were both from Konoha village, Asuma did not stop Abarame Ryoma, but followed him silently. He was a little confused. What letter did Danzo send to the daimyo without telling his father? Arriving at the main house, the daimyo, who had been notified, sat on a cotton mat and drank tea. Seeing Ryoma coming, a smile appeared on his chubby face. "Danzo, what letter do you have for me?" the daimyo asked. Before Ryoma could answer, another guardian ninja standing next to the daimyo shouted, "Why don't you take off your mask when you see the daimyo?" Asuma, who followed Ryoma into the house, frowned and looked at the man who scolded him. This man was not from Konoha village, but an elite ninja trained by the daimyo. He had an inexplicable hostility towards the ninjas of Konoha. When he first came to the daimyo, this guy often made things difficult for him. The identity of the ninjas of the root is secretive, and they will not take off their masks. "Please forgive me, daimyo," Asuma explained for Ryoma. "How presumptuous!" The man was about to say something, but the daimyo waved his hand and said lazily, "Forget it, I don't want to see the ugly faces of these civilians." The smile on his chubby face became a little stiff, and his eyes stared at Ryoma, waiting for his reaction. Ryoma did not react at all to the humiliation of the two men. He calmly handed over the letter and disappeared as a black shadow. Konoha seemed a little quiet under the night. The entire Konoha village is now only allowed to enter but not leave. Before dawn, the ninjas have hurriedly gathered for drills. In the past few days, civilians have also felt a slightly different situation. "I heard that there will be another war." "That's right. My son has to go to the training ground every day before the sun comes out." "What a world, ah!" Hearing the discussions on the street, Danzo's face was full of sorrow. He failed to win people's hearts again. Since Might Guy was convinced a few days ago and contributed a little touching value, Danzo has been lobbying among the ninjas he knows who have emotional shortcomings. With the premise of seniority and the Cloud Shinobi Village as the purpose, although these ninjas don't want to contact him, they can only listen to him patiently one by one. 1 sentence, 2 sentences. Danzo applied his lifelong learning to ultimate. Knowing the emotional defects of these people in advance, the persuasion process seemed unusually smooth. These ninjas who have experienced war and are far more emotional than civilians are all excited under Danzo's conquest, and the effect is very good. But it is impossible for everyone to be convinced by Danzo's persuasion. There are still many people who don't care about this kind of paper talk. Clicking on the status bar, he just came out of the home of a retired root ninja, who was not very friendly to him. So he did not get his recognition, and naturally did not get any touching points. The 8 points of touching points obtained were used on the ninja attribute, raising it from 4 to 5, and Danzo's total attribute finally reached 50 points. Details are as follows. Ninja, 5. Tertiary, 8. Illusion, 3. Wise, 8. Strength, 7. Speed, 7. Energy, 8. Seal, 4. Total, 50. Here is the rule of adding points and consuming touching points. From 1 to 2, consume 1 touching point. From 2 to 3, consume 2 touching points. From 3 to 4, consume 4 touching points. From 4 to 5, consume 8 touching points. And so on. From 9 to 10, consume 256 touching points. In other words, if Danzo wants to max out ninja, he still needs 486 touching points. And to max out all 8 attributes, thousands of touching points are needed. This is definitely a very difficult task for Danzo. He needs time to strengthen his own strength. Although there are almost no people in the village who dare to fight him, there are many people who want to fight him. He tried to seal with his hands, but it was a little awkward and stiff. Danzo sighed helplessly. He had no experience in this kind of seal casting in his previous life. Although he had the memory of the original owner as a teacher, he was still lacking in the actual performance. At least in terms of seal casting speed, Danzo might not even be as good as a genin now. Genin. Thinking of this title, Danzo suddenly remembered that the genin of Konoha village was not ordinary. It should be worse than genin. Danzo silently corrected his evaluation of his seal casting speed in his heart. However, this matter is not urgent for the time being. There is no news about the letter sent to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and the news about the killing of the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation has not been passed on. As long as he accumulates enough moving points and maxes out the physical skills first, even if he does not use ninjutsu, those guys can't do anything to him. Nowadays, he knows that there are still many root ninjas who can provide him with moving points and have emotional defects. These root ninjas used to be loyal to him on the surface, but it was more because of the curse seal. But now it is different. Having lived 2 lives, Danzo's brainwashing ability is not much worse than that guy Orochimaru. Under the guidance of strength, status, fame, and fortune, these people who contributed to the moving value, whether on the surface or in their hearts, have completely recognized and admired Danzo. As long as they don't really do things that are too bad for their character, these people will not betray Danzo. What smells so good? At noon, Danzo, who was strolling around, smelled the aroma of ramen. Looking up, what came into view was a familiar noodle shop. Chapter 010. When the curtain was lifted, there were already a few customers sitting in the small noodle shop. Huan, is that you? It was a bit like the open kitchen in the previous life. The curtain was lifted and the bell rang. Shouta, who was cooking the ingredients, turned back with a smile. But when he saw Danzo's face, his expression became a little strange. Danzo smiled and looked at him and said, "It's been a while since I saw Shouta. The young man back then has become a greasy uncle. I hope your cooking skills have improved." They are all old friends, and Danzo was not surprised that Shouta recognized him at the first time. After all, his appearance now is when this body is 20 years old, and the period of his 20s was when Danzo often came to Ichiraku noodle shop. Shouda's most profound memory of Danzo only stayed when Danzo was in his 20s. Although Shouda was a little surprised that Danzo was still so young, Danzo was not the only one who maintained a young appearance, so he didn't care much. Old, you ninjas don't look old at all. Seeing his old friend, Shouda's face was full of nostalgia. With Tsunadeheim as a precedent, it was not difficult for Danzo to maintain his youthful appearance. Staying young. What would you like to eat? Shouda asked, handing the menu to Danzo. The menu was different from the one in his memory, and Danzo couldn't recognize which one tasted the same as in his memory. Kide, just a big bowl of signature ramen. Okay. Shouda smiled, it was a happy thing for old customers to come back. Looking at the customers in groups of 3 or 2, Danzo asked with some doubt, I heard that you have a daughter, hasn't she started to help you yet? Ayam should be about 10 years old now. This is in the Hokage world. If she didn't go to the ninja school, Ayam, as a civilian, should help her parents take over the business after a certain age. Speaking of his daughter, Shouda's face was filled with a happy smile. Kide, she has just started to help me. She has to learn the basics of handling ingredients in the kitchen. As he said, he shouted to the kitchen, Ayam, come out and say hello. Got it. A crisp and capable voice sounded, and a beautiful girl wrapped in a white apron came out of the kitchen. Because of handling ingredients, she inevitably had a little blood on her body. This is Uncle Danzo. Shouda introduced her. Danzo's face froze, Uncle? And Ayam looked at the young face in the noodle shop with some strangeness. Uncle? Even if this person looks a little mature, should he be called uncle? Full of doubts in his heart, Ayam still stumbled and called, Hello, Uncle Danzo. Danzo opened his mouth to explain something, but finally sighed, Uncle is uncle, who makes him senior? Slurp, slurp. The noodles are very elastic and the soup is delicious. Danzo ate one bowl after another. As a ninja, Danzo's body consumed a lot of food and had a big appetite. In the small noodle shop, Handad occasionally exchanged a few words with the customers at the stall. The atmosphere was harmonious. Danzo did not join them and dealt with the ramen in the bowl seriously. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the curtain being lifted. It's Naruto. Handad saw the person coming and looked at Danzo who was eating noodles silently with a stiff face. He raised his smile and greeted Naruto. Silence. The customers who were still laughing at the stall suddenly quieted down. After looking back at the pitiful figure standing at the door, they turned cold and hurriedly paid the bill and left. In the noisy noodle shop, only Danzo was left, and Naruto, who was standing behind him and was a little at a loss. Uncle Handad, have I caused you trouble again? Naruto's childish voice was crying. He never shed tears when he was bullied by others. But the uncle was very kind to him, but he made him lose business, which made Naruto very concerned. But he was really hungry. No, how could it be? What are you going to eat today, little Naruto? A trace of heartache flashed across the face of the hand, and he quickly asked Naruto to sit down. Others don't know Naruto's identity, but how could Shouda, who has been stationed in Konoha village for many years and has a wide network of contacts, not know it? But the more he knows, the more he feels pity for Naruto. Naruto carefully glanced at Danzo who was still at the stall, walked away from him and came to the other side of the noodle shop. I picked up an Ichiraku ramen cash coupon at the door today. Naruto excitedly came to his seat and sat down, holding a note in his little arm. Shouda silently took the note from Naruto's hand and said with a smile, Okay, this cash coupon can buy 3 bowls of ramen. Today is the first bowl. I'll write down the remaining 2 bowls for you. Ayam, Naruto is here. Shouda shouted to the back of the noodle shop, where his daughter had been processing ingredients. "Why are you here just now?" Ayam shouted dissatisfiedly as she walked out of the back kitchen. Did the little guy finally notice the cash coupon she threw at the door? In order to let this guy eat and take care of his self-esteem, Ayam thought for a long time before she came up with the cash voucher method. No more customers came into the noodle shop, and it was quiet. Handbeater also took a break at this time, moved a stool and sat down next to Naruto, listening to him tell his interesting stories. The two listened to Naruto's words very carefully, but it can be heard that all the interesting stories in Naruto's mouth are only about him. Danzo didn't speak, lowered his head to eat noodles, and paid attention to Naruto's words. His face was calm, but there was a little sigh in his heart. This incident was deeply engraved in the memory left by the Pot King. Danzo knew the reason for Naruto's current situation. Although Naruto was chatting with Handbeater, his eyes looked at Danzo from time to time. This uncle didn't seem to have that kind of malice. Naruto thought to himself, and couldn't help but look at Danzo again. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Danzo raised his head and met his azure blue eyes. Clear and pure. Naruto was like a frightened deer when Danzo looked at him like this, and turned his head back to pretend that he was not peeking. Ayam also noticed that the man she called uncle before did not stay away because of Naruto's identity. She couldn't help but look at Danzo curiously. Seeing Danzo staring at Naruto expressionlessly, Shouta smiled awkwardly and came to Danzo, blocking his gaze from Naruto, and said, "Old friend, after eating the noodles, shouldn't you pay the bill?" He was a little worried that Danzo had bad thoughts about Naruto like those people outside. This old friend was already a Jainin when he was young, and his current identity should not be simple. Naruto has a bad reputation in the village, but he is really a good kid. Is he going to drive him away? Danzo looked at Shouta's embarrassed look, frowned, and couldn't help sighing again in his heart. After he came to this world, he did not take the blame for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he could not get rid of the sins that the Pot King had committed before. Strictly speaking, he and Naruto actually had a grudge. But Danzo still decided to contact Naruto. Standing up, regardless of the hand that wanted to stop him, Danzo walked step by step to Naruto, looking at the son of a hero who suffered because of the Pot King. Naruto was obviously a little nervous about Danzo's gaze and approach, and waved his hand, "Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at you." Naruto's nervous and timid performance obviously made Danzo frown, stretched out his hand to touch his golden hair, and said gently, "Don't be nervous. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, right?" And Naruto's body, which was originally a little scared, suddenly froze and he looked at Danzo in a daze. The temperature from the hair and the smile on the face of the man in front of him made him feel an inexplicable warmth, which made him want to get closer to Danzo. "Yes. My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Chapter 011. It was the first time someone took the initiative to talk to him. Naruto answered very carefully, not daring to speak too loudly or too softly. Danzo took his hand off Naruto's head, sat down beside him and continued to ask, "I've heard of you, the monster in the village, no one wants to play with you." It was just a casual remark, but it hurt Naruto deeply. "Danzo!" Hand beat a low roar. Perhaps because he felt that Danzo's attitude towards him was different from that of others, his words were unpleasant to hear, and the harm he brought to Naruto was far greater than that of others. Resisting the pain in his heart, Naruto pulled the corner of his mouth and said with an ugly face, "They are all talking nonsense, I am not a monster." He wanted to restore the impression of the uncle in front of him. Another one. Just one. Another person who can treat him well like Uncle Handbeat and Sister Ayam would be great. Naruto had some extravagant hopes in his heart. The voice was very small and low, but it was clearly transmitted to Danzo's ears. His character is quite strong, but he is a little unconfident. But it is true that if his character is not strong, he would have turned evil long ago to survive in such an environment. Danzo seemed not to feel Naruto's emotions and continued, "If you are not a monster, why don't others like you, and you look guilty? Are you a monster or not? His face was calm, but his words were a little aggressive. Naruto looked at Danzo who was sitting next to him and staring at him, and felt inexplicably sad. Even this good-looking uncle was prejudiced against him. At the same time, Naruto was a little puzzled. Why did he suffer all this injustice? How do I know if I am a monster? What's the difference between me and others? After enduring for a long time, the painful, angry and puzzled emotions finally burst out uncontrollably. Tears dripped, and Naruto couldn't control the volume and yelled. Why? Why does everyone hate me? I didn't do anything. His cheeks flushed red, and he questioned Danzo. An inexplicable malice emerged in his body, making him speculate about Danzo with malice. The beard on his face that grew because of 9 tails became more and more obvious, and his azure pupils were slightly flushed, and an ominous aura emanated from him. Naruto. Ayame was not afraid of Naruto's aura at all. She reached out and held Naruto's hand distressedly, glared at Danzo and said, Sir, although you are a guest, we don't welcome you here now. Hand did not speak, stood awkwardly behind Ayame, clasped his hands together and prayed for Danzo to leave first. Naruto, whose hand was held by Ayame, was startled suddenly, the evil aura quickly shrank, the scarlet in his eyes slowly retreated, and returned to the pure azure blue. Ignoring the two, Danzo looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, do you think you are a monster? No. Naruto sighed. Even if others have always said that he is a monster, stay away from him, or even hate him. But he knew very well that he was definitely not a monster. He was just an ordinary child. Speak louder. Danzo stared at him and said seriously, since you think you are not a monster, then be open and speak to me with your chest held high. Are you a monster or not? No. Naruto's eyes became firm. He was not a monster, absolutely not. Very good. Seeing Naruto's firm look, Danzo finally nodded with satisfaction and stretched out his hand to brush his golden hair. An inexplicable force was transmitted from Danzo's hand to his mind. The originally bright surroundings suddenly darkened. Under the guidance of Danzo Chakra, Naruto's pupils gradually lost consciousness. Where is this? Damp and dim. When Naruto came to his senses, he was no longer in Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was not panicked. When he came to this place, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had been here before. The sound of water flow rang in his ears, just like in the dim space of the sewer, there was a voice in Naruto's mind intermittently, pulling him forward. Confused in his heart, Naruto followed the sound in a trance, followed the water flow, and walked deeper into the sewer. Wake up! Danzo slapped Naruto's shoulder and woke him up from his trance. Naruto woke up from his trance, staring at the unfamiliar environment in front of him with wide eyes, then looked at Danzo next to him and asked, Uncle, where is this place? As he spoke, he unconsciously moved closer to Danzo. He was a little scared. This is in your inner world, or in your body? Danzo replied. Body. Naruto's eyes widened and he touched his body, isn't my body still here? He hasn't been to Jainin school yet, and Danzo doesn't want to explain too much about chakra to him. He picked him up from the water with an expressionless face and walked deeper into the sewer. Being held in his hand, Naruto did not struggle and asked, Uncle, where are we going? Danzo calmly said, to meet the monster in your body. The words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Naruto's body to tremble. He was stunned for a long time before stammering, Uncle, am I really a monster? He began to doubt his existence. This was in his body, but he had no idea that there was such a place in his body. Am I really a monster? Didn't you just swear that you are not a monster? Since you have determined that you are not a monster, you must stick to your own ideas unswervingly, and don't change because of 1 or 2 words from others. Noticing Naruto's low mood, Danzo began to scold. But Naruto wanted to say something, but was startled by the scene in front of him. At the end of the sewer, a huge cage appeared in front of him. There was an incomprehensible piece of paper on the cage, and it was pitch black inside. Naruto couldn't see what was inside. Naruto asked carefully, "Uncle, what's in here?" Danzo had put Naruto down, but the unfamiliar environment made Naruto hide behind Danzo in fear. Chapter 012. There is a tailed beast locked inside. Danzo explained, releasing his chakra and heading into the cage. "Get out!" A roar sounded, accompanied by light red chakra constantly pouring out of the cage. These tailed beast chakras were mixed with strong negative emotions, which made Danzo instinctively feel unhappy. In Naruto's horrified eyes, a pair of scarlet beast eyes filled with violence and ferocity appeared in the dark of the cage. The huge body covered with red hair slowly emerged from the shadows. Just standing in front of this giant beast, Naruto could feel an evil and oppressive breath. Holding Danzo's arm tightly, Naruto's small body kept shrinking back. His eyes were full of fear and terror, and he murmured, "Monster! There is really a monster in my body." The outside world. As soon as Danzo's hand touched Naruto, the two stopped moving instantly. In the confused eyes of Tada and Ayam, a strong and evil aura gushed out from Naruto, enveloping him. Rich and ominous chakra filled the air. Because of Danzo, the Anbu ninja who had been far away changed his face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. "Mr. Tada, please go out of the noodle shop with Ms. Ayam first." An Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in the noodle shop and signaled Tada to leave in a cold tone. Outside the noodle shop, all passers-by have been completely isolated from this area. Anbu wearing white vests and animal masks have surrounded this area. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi, who was still discussing the war, stood up suddenly and looked at the location of Ichiraku noodle shop with a horrified face. "The aura of 9 tails?" Udaten Koharu asked uncertainly. "That's right." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his face full of coldness. Danzo-sama met 9 tails Jinkriki at Ichiraku noodle house. After the two came into contact, the seal of 9 tails Jinkriki loosened. An Anbu ninja quickly appeared in the house and reported. "It's that old guy Danzo again." Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he was getting more and more presumptuous recently. In the past, he would only do things for him in secret, but now things have been brought to the surface. First send people to evacuate the surrounding people and surround Ichiraku noodle house. Don't let anyone know what happened inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order calmly. "Yes." The Anbu ninja quickly turned into a black shadow and disappeared after answering. In the dark sewer, the huge 9 tails looked directly at the two people below who were like ants. The rich-tailed beast chakra escaped from the cage to the outside. "Did you see it?" Danzo asked. "Uncle, is this why people call me a monster?" Naruto stared blankly at 9 tails in the cage, and asked with some fear after a long time. "We call this guy 9 tails, and his real name is Kurama." Danzo nodded and briefly introduced the origin of the big fox in front of Naruto. "So I'm really not a monster?" Naruto asked blankly after listening to Danzo's explanation. "No." Danzo shook his head. "Then why seal this monster into my body? Do you know how I've been living these past few years? Do you know?" Naruto became obviously agitated and questioned. "Kid, be careful with your words." 9 tails was obviously unhappy to be called a monster. His scarlet eyes stared at Naruto, and Naruto seemed to be affected by his emotional fluctuations. The red-tailed beast chakra kept flowing into him. "Calm down," Danzo said calmly to Naruto, and looked at 9 tails who was still grinning at him with some disdain. "Naruto is your container, you are so arrogant." As soon as the voice fell, Danzo used the sealing technique in his memory in a strange way, and directly pressed his palm on the seal on Naruto's belly. The huge cage was separated by a wall that suddenly rose. Nine Tails chakra that permeated Naruto's body quickly retracted into the cage, and Nine Tails' vision was also blocked. Feeling his emotions calm down, Naruto looked at his body in shock. His emotions just now were inexplicably out of control. Hatred and anger were intertwined and surged up. Looking at the shocked Naruto, Danzo reached out his hand to touch his hair, but was slapped away by Naruto. "Uncle! Why did you lock this monster in my body? I have been bullied and rejected by the villagers in the past few years, all because of this monster in my body. Why do you want me to become this person?" Naruto was obviously still holding a grudge against this question. Facing Naruto's questioning, Danzo's mood was also a bit complicated. Although he was originally a Jinchuriki, because of his identity as a hero's son, he could more or less enjoy a life that other Jinchuriki could not enjoy. But because of the Konoha high-level officials, Naruto's identity was concealed, and he was also shaped into a demon fox image under operation. But he definitely won't take the blame. Although it was the crime committed by the King of Pots, Danzo definitely won't admit it. With a move in his heart, Danzo's face has already changed significantly. With a complex look and sorrow on his face, looking at Naruto's angry eyes, Danzo explained with great sorrow, "Naruto, in fact, all this is to protect you." Looking at his puzzled eyes, Danzo continued to explain, "In fact, your identity is not simple. Whether it is your father or your mother, they are actually very great ninjas. The couple has contributed too much to this Konoha." "Father? Mother?" Naruto widened his eyes. In his childhood, the word parents often appeared, but never appeared. Why? He was even more puzzled. Since his parents have made so many contributions to the village, why did he have to become the container of this monster? Danzo explained with a complicated expression, "Your parents are both great ninjas in Konoha, but at the same time, they are thorns in the eyes of other ninja villages. But they have passed away because of protecting Konoha. In order to protect you, we can only conceal your identity. All this is to protect you." His mind was working frantically at this time. While combining the identity of the fourth generation, he corrected Danzo's previous actions. He corrected his selfish idea of wanting to train Naruto into a war machine to everything for the purpose of protecting Naruto. Chapter 013. Naruto seemed to understand, but because he knew about his parents, he had already put this matter first in his heart and asked, "Who are my parents? What does all this have to do with this monster?" Danzo had already noticed the situation outside. It seemed that because of the Nine Tails chakra explosion, the movement here had attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I had originally planned to tell Naruto in detail how he and his parents had worked hard to protect him, but now I can only make it short. "Who are your parents?" "I can't tell you this." "Why?" Naruto was puzzled. "I won't tell you your parents' names until you have the ability to protect yourself and the strength to gain a foothold in this ninja world." Danzo replied. "All this is exchanged for your parents' lives. You have to cherish it and can't expose your existence. At least you can't disclose your identity now. If the spies of the enemy village know your identity, you will only be greeted by endless assassinations." Naruto nodded, unexpectedly calm. Danzo was a little surprised by his reaction. Naruto didn't have a Jonin school yet, but his state and thinking were much better than what he saw in the anime. Compared with other children in the village, his emotions and state were amazing enough. Could it be that he was called the last one in the ninja school, and he became less and less confident, so he became stupider and stupider? Come to think of it, as the son of the fourth generation, Naruto's mastery of some ninjutsu was unexpectedly fast, and the talent he showed was far from being a last one. Thinking in his heart, Danzo explained, "As for what you see, this monster in your body is actually one of the legacies left to you by your parents. I have explained the existence of the tailed beasts before. With the tailed beasts, you will be countless times stronger than ordinary people in terms of chakra and the self-recovery ability of your body. And if you can fully master the power brought to you by Nine Tails, you will have the strength to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Is this monster the legacies left to me by my parents? Naruto looked at the cage separated by the wall, his expression a little dazed. Mastering the power of this monster, I can know the names of my father and mother. Power. I want to have powerful power. He only has this thought in his mind now. Wake up! Danzo suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped him on the head, and the remaining trace of the tailed beast chakra left on his body dissipated. Naruto, who was in a trance, woke up from the state of pursuing power and looked at Danzo in confusion. What did I just do? Although it is not a bad thing to desire power, Naruto, power that cannot be mastered is not yours after all. Only power that can be used freely belongs to you. Danzo kindly warned Naruto not to trust Nine Tails too much and to be vigilant against Nine Tails. When Naruto came out of his consciousness space, the entire Ichiraku noodle shop was surrounded by Anbu ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two stared at Danzo with ugly faces. Handing the unconscious Naruto to an Anbu ninja, Danzo yawned. Danzo, what did you do to Naruto? Looking at the unconscious Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. This old guy is getting more and more presumptuous now. Danzo grinned and said, as the descendant of that guy, Naruto's treatment is a bit shabby. He is a Jinchuriki, and I am just motivating him. You also know that Naruto's identity is too sensitive. Didn't we agree that I would take care of everything about Naruto? You shouldn't contact him. Sarutobi was really angry this time, looking at Danzo with cold eyes. Danzo was silent. Of course, he knew that this was already agreed upon, but if he could bring Naruto, who was a nuclear weapon in the early Hokage period, to the battlefield, it would definitely be a big trump card, so he could only try to contact Naruto. You guy! Seeing that Danzo was not going to explain, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly dodged. Before Danzo saw him make a seal, he had come to his side and punched him in the face. Naruto was the son of the fourth generation. The fourth generation entrusted Naruto to him before they died, but he did not give Naruto a good childhood. He was already very sorry for Minato, and he must not let this old guy cause trouble to Naruto's life again. Snap! Danzo was panicking inside, but still calm on the surface. He stretched out his arm and opened his palm, firmly grasping Sarutobi's fist. With a serious face, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him vigilantly, paying attention to the movements around him. Body flicker technique. This speed is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, but fortunately he blocked it. But as a Hokage, his attack strategy should not be so monotonous. Maybe the one in front of him is a clone? No, they are old friends, and now they are in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not really be cruel to him. His mind turned quickly, and Danzo thought about the sudden attack in front of him. He really didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack directly without mercy. It seems that Naruto really occupies a large part of his heart, perhaps because of guilt? If his physical fitness had not inherited the original owner in all aspects, Danzo would have almost not reacted to this punch just now. He only inherited the memory of the Pot King, but not the combat experience. It's like watching a movie. You only saw a man beat 10 people in the movie, but if you really want to fight yourself, it's hard to do the same as him, even if your body muscles have memorized all the movements. You. Sarutobi retracted his fist and looked at Danzo with some doubt. He actually held back just now. With his speed, the punch just now almost hit Danzo's face. If he hadn't held back and slowed down, this guy would have been knocked out. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the old guy still saw through it. As expected, he is worthy of being a Hokage. His combat experience and observation skills are so subtle. Although his heart fluctuated a lot, his face was unusually calm. Sighing and looking at Sarutobi, Danzo said helplessly, "Let's talk about it when we get back. I'll wait for your explanation." Sarutobi looked at him deeply, replied calmly, and didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the noodle shop and walked towards the Hokage building. Udaten Koharu and Mito Homura beside him were a little confused about what happened, but since Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pursue the matter, they did not stay and followed him out. Watching the backs of the people leaving, Danzo closed his eyes and thought about how to explain his strength. Chapter 014. In the Hokage's office, Danzo and Sarutobi sat face to face. There were only two people in the office, Udaten Koharu and Mito Homura were not there. Although the four had been fighting partners since they were young, Danzo and Sarutobi had a closer relationship, while the other two were relatively distant. Sarutobi stared at Danzo and said, "Explain your strength. This is the price of becoming young again." Danzo said helplessly, "My youth is not like Tsunade, where only the appearance is restored. My body functions are all restored to the time when I was young." You. Sarutobi's pupils contracted. Restoring youth is a temptation that is fatal to every elderly person. His heart was burning at this moment. If he could return to youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen could clearly feel the decline of his physical functions since the Third War, which is why he abdicated and gave way to Namikaze Minato. Now, after a few years, Sarutobi's strength has declined by 40%. Seeing Sarutobi's appearance, Danzo could guess what he was thinking, and couldn't help but say with a smile, "There is a price. Or rather, this is also an accident, but after returning to youth, I thought my strength could be restored to its peak or even stronger, but I didn't expect that my memory, or my combat experience and instincts were not compatible with this young body. This also caused my consciousness to react, but my body couldn't keep up." His words stopped Sarutobi's intention to try. Frowning, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously, "Is there a solution?" "I don't know, but I only know that my current strength is not even 1/10 of what it used to be." Danzo silently made a seal in front of him. The turtle-like hand speed made Sarutobi stunned again, so serious. With such a severe decline in strength, he no longer had the idea of trying to return to youth like Danzo. Sarutobi's eyes were a little complicated, sympathetic, but also a little confused. "Then you still plan to lead the team to kill the enemy?" Danzo stood up from his seat suddenly, looking at Sarutobi with sharp eyes. "Even if I don't have the strength, so what? My original intention remains unchanged, my original intention remains unchanged. Even if I don't have the strength, even if I die, I will not let Konoha succumb to other villages. The teacher taught me a lot of principles, but what he said the most is to be ruthless to others and to yourself, and never be cowardly." Sarutobi felt a little ashamed and a little admired. Danzo, who has never changed, is the same as before. "Have Kirigakure and Orochimaru replied?" Danzo asked, and beside him, a root ninja suddenly appeared. This person is Abarame Ryoma, who sent a letter back from the Fire Country Daimyo. "Kirigakure's senior management has agreed to your proposal, and Orochimaru has not replied for the time being," Abarame Ryoma said respectfully to Kide. Nodding, Danzo did not continue to ask questions. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, this battle must not be fought. His decision this time was just to show his face in front of the masses, gain the impression points, and improve his strength to be able to protect himself as soon as possible. If Konoha village really had to suffer a lot to start a war, he knew that the gains would outweigh the losses. Gather the people of the route to conduct drills. The letter from the daimyo should be on the way. We must be prepared for the war. Danzo said calmly. Yes. Abarame Ryoma nodded and disappeared in front of Danzo. This speed. Sighing in his heart, Danzo felt a little disappointed. If he inherited all the strength of the Pot King with this young body now, he would not have to be so timid now. Perhaps because of the difference in thinking as an alien, although Danzo can use ninjutsu, it is difficult to perform it smoothly in battle. The speed of seal formation is one thing, and the fighting instinct is another. The most basic point for genin to become chunin is the transformation of fighting instinct. Many ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even illusions are used subconsciously during the battle. But Danzo really can't learn this kind of ninja instinct. Just like an ordinary person traveling to the world of immortal cultivation, it is difficult for you to expect the kind of enlightenment to happen. In the era of big data in the previous life, all the great principles have been analyzed into various levels of thinking. Everyone understands the principles, but whether they can do it is another matter. Danzo is in such a state now. But his strength is not as useless as he said when he was narrating to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although his instinct as a ninja disappeared, Danzo's physical fitness is stronger. He believes that as long as he relies on constantly adding points to improve various attributes and slowly cultivates the fighting instinct of a ninja, he can also gain a foothold in this world, and even step onto the peak. Uncle! A slightly excited shout caught Danzo's attention. In the disgusted eyes of others on the street, Naruto ran towards Danzo. The Anbu ninja who was protecting and monitoring Naruto in the dark looked a little ugly. Uncle, why did you disappear after I woke up? Naruto came to Danzo and asked happily. For this uncle who told him the truth and was also a friend of his parents, Naruto had an inexplicable liking for him. This kid brought this upon himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't blame me. Danzo smiled secretly in his heart, and explained to Naruto without any expression on his face, originally, I had to wait until you grew up to tell you these things, but I told you on my own initiative. I have to explain this situation to the third generation. In one sentence, he directly put the matter of concealing Naruto's identity on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's operation was smooth and flowing. After coming to this world, his ability to talk and pass the buck gradually improved. Third generation grandpa. Sure enough, Naruto pouted and remembered this. Naruto seemed to have thought of something and asked, Uncle, I don't know your name yet. Danzo, just call me Uncle Danzo. Danzo thought for a while and said, although the generations were a bit confusing, but in terms of age, it was not wrong for him to be his uncle. Uncle Danzo! Naruto shouted excitedly. You probably didn't have breakfast, boss, give me another bowl of noodles. Looking at Naruto's malnourished face, Danzo shouted to the noodle shop owner. Ichiraku Ramen, which is handmade, doesn't sell breakfast. Danzo just picked a noodle shop at random. Chapter 015. Facing Danzo's order, the noodle shop owner did not show his simple and honest attitude just now. Instead, he looked at Naruto with disgust and said indifferently, Dear guest, we don't serve monsters here. If you want to eat with this monster, please forgive me for not serving you. Danzo is a ninja with a forehead protector. Although the boss didn't give him a good look, his words were still polite. Frowning, Danzo stood up and wanted to scold the boss, but was stopped by Naruto. Uncle Danzo, forget it. Facing this man's attitude, Naruto was very calm. Glancing at Naruto, Danzo stopped talking at his lips. This kid's mind is really mature. I don't know how he was fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. The original Naruto gave the audience a feeling that he was more like his mother Kushina. The Naruto that Danzo came into contact with was not carefree and aimed at Hokage. He was calm and precocious, more like the Minato in his memory. Namikaze Minato, a commoner, relied on his talent and wisdom to gradually squeeze into the Hokage faction and make a name for himself. He eventually became famous and was extremely popular in Konoha village, where most people were commoners. Alas, you have suffered. Since Naruto was so sensible, Danzo followed his wishes. Just get used to it. One day, I will be recognized by everyone with my own efforts, not because of my parents. Naruto smiled at Danzo, and the warmth was like a little sun. After knowing the truth, Naruto grew up overnight and had his own ideas. This little guy is really like his father. Danzo led Naruto out of the noodle shop, looking at the disgusted and indifferent eyes on the street and said, to get everyone's recognition, it's not just about talking, whether it's strength or other abilities, it's indispensable. The path you decided is more difficult than you think. Are you ready? Of course. Naruto's tone was firm, without the confusion when he met Ichiraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in the Hokage building, looked at Naruto's face in the crystal ball, and looked at Danzo next to Naruto in a trance. You really changed. At the moment when Naruto took the initiative to contact Danzo, Enbu had informed Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he used the telescope technique to observe the two. The telescope technique can only peek at the picture, but there is no sound. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen has more or less understood the situation through Enbu, who followed secretly. I didn't expect that Danzo, who wanted to train Naruto into a fighting machine, would now patiently teach him about recognition and trust. This is a good thing, so Sarutobi Hiruzen just sent an additional team of Enbu to follow and ignored the two. Once Danzo planned to teach Naruto some radical ideas, these Enbu would naturally stop him. Danzo's strength is not as good as before, and these Enbu can also monitor Danzo well. At this time, the ninjas of the route have reported to Danzo about the increase in the surrounding Enbu. Noticing that the sense of peeping disappeared, Danzo could more or less guess that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was secretly spying on him again. Uncle Danzo, I still can't control the chakra in my body. Naruto stood in front of Danzo and said a little frustrated, every time I mobilize chakra, I have to spend a lot of effort. Am I stupid? After learning how to refine chakra, it was difficult for him to mobilize the chakra in his body. Hearing this, not only Danzo rolled his eyes, but even the Enbu ninja hiding in the dark could not help rolling his eyes. After a brief exchange of ideas, after confirming that Naruto's three views were indeed very positive, Danzo began to plan to teach Naruto to become a ninja. Even if he could not bring Naruto to the battlefield, it was very important to keep the child of destiny firmly in his hands. And to become a ninja, the most basic thing is to have chakra. After teaching Naruto how to refine chakra, Danzo was dumbfounded, and the Enbu ninja hiding in the dark was also dumbfounded. Naruto successfully refined a large amount of chakra in just the first attempt to refine. The amount of chakra can be explained by the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the identity of Nine Tails Jinkra Ki. But Naruto successfully refined chakra in just the first attempt. If it wasn't because of Danzo's teaching ability X, then it was definitely because of Naruto's talent. Danzo coughed and said calmly, "This is just the first day. Everything should be done step by step. Your talent is good, but it's still a little bit worse than your father and Uncle Danzo. Because of the 9 tails in your body, your chakra volume will be larger than that of ordinary people, but it will also be more difficult to control." Naruto asked in confusion, "If it is difficult to control, what will happen? Every bit of chakra is extremely precious, especially in battle. Better control of your chakra can save chakra when performing ninjutsu. At the same time, chakra control and mastery of ninjutsu can also determine the power of your ninjutsu." Danzo explained while slowly making hand seals. "This is a wind-style level ninjutsu, wind-style vacuum sphere, remember my hand seal method and sequence." In order to cover up his hand speed, Danzo deliberately slowed down the speed and said to Naruto. Chakra condensed in the body, and invisible air waves came out of Danzo's mouth, hitting a big tree next to him. Bang! It was just a sea-level ninjutsu, and with Danzo controlling the amount of chakra, it only made the tree shake. Just now I controlled the amount of chakra, so the power was weakened. Danzo looked at Naruto's puzzled eyes and explained, "Next I will release chakra and use the same hand seal to increase the power of this ninjutsu." He covered it up again in the same way. But as Danzo's chakra was fully released, a huge wind ball visible to the naked eye came out of his mouth and rushed towards the big tree with a swift and fierce momentum. After a short collision and roar, Naruto stared at the tree trunk that had been broken into several pieces in front of him. Under my control, the sea-level ninjutsu vacuum sphere, which was performed in the same way, has a B-level, or even A-level level. Danzo said proudly. Although the Pot King has 5 chakra properties, he has studied the wind property in depth. Chapter 016. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is a ninjutsu master who is a grand master of all 5 elements, then Danzo is a master of wind style who has learned from the 2nd generation and has only mastered 1. Because he inherited Danzo's memory, he is very skilled in controlling the flow of chakra. As expected of Lord Danzo, who is praised by his father. The Anbu ninja who was secretly observing thought to himself. Even if he has awakened the copying ability of Sharingan, without absolute research on the wind attribute, even if he can copy Danzo's ninjutsu, he cannot exert the same power as him. Naruto's eyes glowed, and he pulled Danzo's clothes and shouted, "Uncle Danzo, teach me this. Wait until you can flexibly control the chakra in your body." Danzo pulled the corner of his mouth. With the interference of 9 tails, it is not easy for Naruto to flexibly control chakra. This is also the reason why Naruto did not completely master the most basic 3-body technique until he graduated from the ninja school. "Let's go and eat ramen." Tugging Naruto, Danzo stopped his eagerness to continue climbing the tree. "I forgot to pay for the ramen yesterday, so I have to eat a few more bowls today to apologize to him." "Hey!" Naruto widened his eyes and suppressed the idea of continuing to practice. He has such a good uncle Danzo, and he has to introduce him to Uncle Ichiraku and Sister Ayame. "Shikamaru, it's so boring, think of some interesting games to play." At this time, a naughty and childish voice sounded. The familiar name made Danzo look back, and a group of 3 people, 1 fat, 1 thin, and a girl, were walking towards this side. The little fat boy held snacks in his hand and kept stuffing them into his mouth. The girl with a single blonde ponytail pulled the skinny boy's arm and said, "It's so boring." "No, it's too troublesome." The skinny boy looked helpless, lazy kid. Next generation Inoshika ch. Danzo recognized the identities of the 3 people at the first time. The 3 little brats who were walking towards this side also saw Naruto and Danzo. The 3 little brats stopped and looked at Naruto and Danzo from a distance, with a strange look in their eyes. Most of the children in the village have been repeatedly told by adults not to play with this yellow-haired child because he is a monster. "Uncle Danzo, let's go." Naruto pulled Danzo's clothes and whispered, but his tone was obviously a little disappointed. Danzo didn't say anything and took Naruto away silently. On the way to Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto kept his head down. Although he said something slightly mature about getting recognition from others, he still longed for someone to contact and accompany him in his heart. "Go back." Danzo, who was walking silently, suddenly stopped and blocked in front of Naruto. And Naruto, who had been keeping his head down, accidentally bumped into his thigh. "What?" Naruto looked up at Danzo in confusion. He didn't hear clearly just now. Danzo looked at him seriously and repeated, "Go back. You really want to get in touch with them, right?" Naruto was stunned. His face Jainin couldn't help but smile, but it was full of bitterness. "It's better not to bother them. They won't want to play with me." It's not that he hasn't tried to get in touch with others, but no matter whether it's an adult or a child, every time it ends in a bad mood because of him. Now that he knows his identity, has responsibilities and goals, Naruto doesn't want to bother others anymore. "It's different." Danzo shook his head and said, "Most of the people you came into contact with before were civilians, or people who didn't know the truth. The big guys just follow the crowd, so they don't want to contact you." Looking at Naruto's obviously hopeful eyes, Danzo explained, "Your father and mother are not ordinary. Although your identity was concealed to protect you, since I know your identity, there will certainly be people who know your identity like me." Behind those 3 children just now are the Yamanaka clan, the Akamichi clan, and the Nara clan. They all have a good relationship with your father. Although their elders didn't tell them your identity in order to conceal your identity, they wouldn't stop them from contacting you. Danzo was right. According to the time, Naruto would come into contact with the children of these big families after entering the ninja school, and finally have his own friends. He is just helping Naruto to contact them in advance. Naruto thought for a long time before whispering, so, they are actually willing to play with me. Danzo shook his head. These family members generally don't care about your identity, but if you want to play with them, it depends on your own ability. Skill. Naruto was a little confused. The ability to make others willing to approach you and be friends with you. Danzo didn't expect that one day he would come to teach others how to make friends. Actually, I was a kindergarten teacher, it seems that I was a male kindergarten teacher. Danzo began to doubt his profession in his previous life. Danzo sighed and asked, "Did you hear what the little girl said just now?" Naruto nodded. She said, "They are bored." Yes, they are bored now. In this situation where everyone is unfamiliar with each other, you can cater to their interests. You can tell them an interesting game and play it together. As you play, you will become familiar with each other. Danzo thought about Kide. Friendship between children should be that simple, right? Danzo himself was a little uncertain. Naruto lowered his head and frowned for a long time, then looked at Danzo and asked, "Since they are all children of big families, they should have mastered the extraction of chakra, right?" Danzo nodded. There are traces of chakra flowing in the bodies of the three little guys just now. Let's go back. After getting the answer, Naruto looked at Danzo and said, he had a hunch that today he would meet the first, or even the second or third friend of the same age in his life. Ino sat on the stone man in the park and shook her short legs. "Shikamaru. It's really boring, let's find something fun." Because of the preparations for the war, the flower shop was temporarily closed, and she really couldn't think of anything to do. "Isn't it nice to lie down and sleep? It's rare that Dad is not at home, why should I go out with you to wander around?" Shikamaru said a little dissatisfied while lying on the stone bench. Crack, crack. Chi sat next to Shikamaru without interrupting, constantly stuffing potato chips into his mouth. "Hey!" Ino uttered a sigh and looked outside the park and said, "The yellow-haired boy is back." Shikamaru opened half of his eyes and looked at the entrance of the park. The yellow-haired boy who was rejected by the villagers walked towards this side nervously. And next to him. That uncle looks familiar. Shikamaru thought to himself. He just felt that the uncle standing next to the yellow-haired boy looked familiar. After thinking for a while, Shikamaru said to Ino on the stone man, "Ino, go ask about the situation." At a very young age, Ino, who was loved by three families, looked like a tomboy. With a shake, he jumped off the stone man and walked towards Naruto. "Hey boy, is there anything wrong?" Shikamaru also sat up from lying flat and looked at Naruto, who was a little nervous, quietly. "Can I play with you?" After hesitating for a while, Naruto finally spoke. "No." Ino refused outright. Naruto, who had hoped for something, looked a little dim, but still forced a smile and planned to leave. "But if you can think of something interesting, I can consider it." Looking at Naruto's appearance, Ino said mischievously as if she had succeeded. She was just bored, so she wouldn't care if there was one more or one less person. "How about Shikamaru, Chi?" Ino looked back at Shikamaru and Chi behind her and asked. "I have no objection." Shikamaru glanced at Danzo behind Naruto and lay down on the stone bench again. He mainly paid attention to Danzo behind Naruto, and Naruto was just a relatively pitiful yellow-haired boy to him, so he didn't care. "I have no objection either." Seeing that Shikamaru had no objection, Chi had no objection either. Naruto's smile became a little brighter, which made Ino stunned. Naruto's smile actually gave her a warm, very warm feeling. Let's climb a tree. Chapter 17. Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama invites you. A familiar, emotionless voice sounded again. An Anbu ninja stood next to Danzo very abruptly. Looking at Naruto, who was covered in dust but still smiling, and the little Inoshika CH who were also trying to climb the tree next to him, Danzo smiled with relief. But then he was stunned. What was this sense of déjà vu of the old father? Go to the Hokage building. Danzo ordered the root ninja in the dark. When Danzo left, no one except Shikamaru noticed, including Naruto. And the doubt on Shikamaru's face disappeared at this time. It turned out that he hurriedly came to the Hokage building. Danzo did not knock on the door this time, and pushed it open with a bang. The representatives of various clans and Konoha's high-level officials who should have attended the last meeting were already there. Did the daimyo send a letter? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzan's inquiring eyes and asked with a clear mind. How did you get the daimyo to agree to send troops? The third generation didn't answer, but their attitude was obvious. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is different from these ninjas. He is a pure politician. He will never allow troops to be mobilized without benefits. He agreed to participate in the war several times before because he was forced to do so. The representatives of other tribes also looked at Danzo curiously. They had noticed that Danzo's actions in the past few days were not concealed. This kind of mobilization before the battle, Danzo seemed to have expected that the daimyo would agree to send troops. How did he do it? Danzo didn't hide it from them. Kide, benefits and face. As a politician, the daimyo doesn't care about many things. You can get his consent by catering to his preferences. This kind of thing is simple for him who has experienced 2 lives and has been influenced by various cultures, but it is a bit difficult for these ninjas who pay more attention to military power. In the entire ninja world, perhaps the only one who can compare with him in terms of conspiracy and intrigue is the Black Zetsu, who has been hiding very deeply and has been planning for 1,000 years. The third generation and the others frowned. Danzo's answer obviously did not satisfy them. It was as if he had said nothing. Since the daimyo has agreed to send troops, should we discuss strategic matters next? Danzo did not give them a chance to continue to entangle, and sat down at his seat and said, "You are quite impatient." The third generation said, but did not stop him. "You are the commander-in-chief this time, you make the arrangements." Udadan Koharu changed his previous attitude of refuting Danzo, and this time he actually spoke up to stand on Danzo's side. Danzo was not polite. He stood up from his seat, glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Although Cloud Shinobi Village provoked this incident, I am also very clear about the current situation in the village. We are not allowed to expand the war. The third war has not been long. Except for Tsunagakuer, which was defeated and withdrew from the war at the beginning of the Third War, the situation of other villages is actually similar to ours. Cloud Shinobi Village faced the siege of both us and Uegakuer at the same time in the late stage of the Third War, and their losses were also not small. Although Cloud Shinobi Village has taken the initiative to provoke us, their attitude is actually ambiguous. There is a high probability that it is war blackmail in order to seize the eyes of the Hyuga clan. In other words, they may just scare us, and they have no intention or ability to start a war. Then what are you going to do? Third generation asked. Everyone present was not a fool and knew it very well, but they couldn't afford to gamble. I have only one plan, that is, to be fast and fierce enough, and to fight a blitzkrieg. What do you mean? Everyone in the conference room was confused and didn't quite understand what Danzo meant. Since the other party may be trying to scare us because we are weak now, then we should give them a heavy blow. As the saying goes, 1 punch is better than 100. Let them know that Konoha's people are not scared. Danzo said with a smile. Attack with lightning speed to suppress those people in Cloud Shinobi Village, so that other villages will be suspicious of Konoha's current strength. At the same time, we will end the fight with Cloud Shinobi Village as soon as possible and end the war before the war expands. The current situation must not be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more difficult it is to guess the attitude of other ninja villages. We have to end the war before other ninja villages make up their minds to join the war. Are you sure? The third generation frowned and looked at Danzo. Sure enough, Danzo was not suitable for the position of Hokage. His ideas were still so radical and adventurous. Yes. Danzo glanced at him. I have already contacted Kirigakure. They will ally with us in this war and push their troops into the territory of the Land of Lightning, but they will not help us too much. They will only help us with deterrence, and will not send troops to participate in the war. Danzo explained. Kirigakure. Shikaku frowned and asked, how did Lord Danzo get in touch with the people of Kirigakure? Those lunatics are not easy to mess with. Yes, the fourth Mizukage is the Three Tails Jinkriki. The people of Kirigakure dared to fight among themselves during the war. Those lunatics are not easy to mess with. Mitokado Homura also added, Danzo, you have to think carefully if you want to cooperate with them. Mitokado Homura is in charge of Konoha's diplomacy. The people on the Kirigakure side are completely crazy people when they come into contact with them. Their minds are erratic and unpredictable, and they change their faces like turning the pages of a book. There are no eternal enemies in this world. The land of water is not richer than our land of fire, especially in terms of supplies. The daimyo will help us coordinate the land of water's supplies, and we will get the help of Kirigakure. Danzo looked at the people present and explained. Compared to that old guy Onoki, although the fourth Mizukage has many capable people around him, his age and his status as Jinkriki make him look awkward in front of Kirigakure. He has just taken office and needs political achievements to consolidate his position, and I just helped him with this. Everyone nodded. Although they didn't understand how Danzo did it, they felt more confident with the help of Kirigakure. This time I plan to focus most of my forces on the Land of Lightning. For the other three countries, we should be wary of Iwagakure. Tsunagakure has a truce agreement with us, Kirigakure has an alliance with us, and Iwagakure killed the third Raikage during the Third War. Although we know that they are unlikely to join the Land of Lightning, and may even take advantage of the situation. But to be safe, we should allocate some forces to be wary of Iwagakure. The originally precarious situation turned out to be very good after Danzo's analysis. Everyone present, except Sarutobi Hiruzen, had an infinite desire to fight. This game looks like a sure win, how can we not fight? As soon as the meeting ended, everyone couldn't wait to go back and prepare for war. It has been a long time since the Land of Lightning's envoys were killed. Although Danzo's roots have been imitating the envoys to convey information to the Land of Lightning, the time cannot be delayed too long. We have to take the initiative before the Raikage guy reacts. Sarutobi, now is not the time for internal fighting. As soon as the others left, Danzo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen bluntly. Although many families supported his participation in the war, Sarutobi's attitude was always wavering. This also caused many people in the Hokage faction to hesitate. Now there are only two of them in the meeting room, and they are much more presumptuous when talking. There are only Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the quiet meeting room. Chapter 018. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and asked, "Are you so anxious to go to the battlefield and die?" "I've said it before, although my strength is greatly reduced now, I will not die on the battlefield." Danzo was a little annoyed. This old guy cursed others to death as soon as he opened his mouth. He really couldn't talk. "I will let Kakashi and other Jonin go to the battle with you, and your safety will be taken care of by Anbu." Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made concessions. Now is not the time for internal fighting. Danzo frowned and refused, "Impossible. My safety will be taken care of by the root." Although he got the answer he wanted, who knows if the Anbu sent by Sarutobi was to monitor and undermine him. Your safety needs to be guaranteed. As a commander, if you have an accident on the battlefield, it will have a great impact on morale. The third generation stared at him and insisted on his request. "I said I won't die. I am very confident in this war," Danzo said dissatisfiedly. "Why does this old guy think he will die soon?" "It's settled. If you don't want Anbu's people to protect you, then change the commander-in-chief. The third generation said, I will let Homura take your place. Danzo glared at him, stood up, slammed the table and shouted, the daimyo agreed to go to war because I am the commander. And the families in the village also went out because they supported me. The third generation also stood up and said, but I am the Hokage of Konoha. I can also write to the daimyo to take back your command. I have more decision-making power than you on various affairs in the village. For a moment, Danzo had the idea of taking the position of Hokage away from this old guy. Not for power, but just to let this guy see that the position he was proud of in his heart was easily obtained by others. But they can't interfere with my choice. Frowning, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious look, Danzo also knew that this matter could not be refused, and the other party meant to do good for him, so he could only helplessly kide. The third generation nodded with satisfaction and sat down again, saying, I will only protect your safety. The goal has been achieved, and Danzo did not stay to see the old man's stinky face. He said hello and left directly. When he looked back, the gloom on his face turned into a smile. The war has been decided. Although the process was a bit tortuous, Danzo was in a good mood. If the old man's Anbu dared to cause trouble for him on the battlefield, his roots would not be vegetarians. When I came out of the Hokage building, it was almost late at night. On the way back, I passed by the place where I met Naruto, but Naruto was gone. I went to the hand-beating place to eat a bowl of noodles and paid back the money I had paid before. Danzo was ready to go back to the roots to rest. Speaking of which, it seems that I have never returned to my home. Looking at the road leading to the Shimura family's residence, Danzo fell into deep thought. Although Danzo is a member of the Shimura clan and has his own house in the Shimura settlement, he has always lived in the roots and rarely returned to his home since the death of the second generation, except for going to the battlefield. Walking on this familiar yet unfamiliar path, looking at rows of familiar houses. The Shimura clan was once very glorious in Danzo's memory, and was one of the founders of Konoha village. But after the Second and Third World Wars, the number of Shimura clan members plummeted, and the loss was even greater than that during the Sengoku period. Danzo. A slightly surprised voice sounded. Danzo looked back and saw a white-haired old man looking at him in disbelief. It's really you. The old man approached Danzo, his wrinkled face trembling a little. You. How come you have become younger? It turns out to be Xiaoi. After staring at the white-haired old man for a long time, Danzo recognized that this person was the same clan brother of the Pot King when he was young, and said with a smile. Shimura Yi panted, his face flushed, Xiao. Xiao Yi. Shimura Yi couldn't accept being called Xiao Yi by a young man who looked several decades younger than himself. But you've aged too fast, I can hardly recognize you. Danzo laughed. A hole. Shimura Yi cursed dissatisfiedly, if it weren't for your plan, I wouldn't have been injured and left with a root of illness, and now I'm old so fast. It's a good thing to retire early and not have to fight and kill. It's not a good thing to take care of the younger generation in the village. Although he is the cousin of the Pot King, Danzo has no gaps in communication. The whole process is smooth, as if he is really Danzo. You. Shimura Yi looked at his young face and smiled with some nostalgia. You have changed a lot. If I wasn't still this old bone, I would have thought I was back to my youth. You haven't smiled like this since the second generation died. Old. Danzo didn't explain much. Shimura Yi's wrinkled face wrinkled even more. This guy is still as annoying as before. Looking at the somewhat quiet station, Danzo asked absent-mindedly, what is the current situation of the clan? Shimura Yi sighed and said, there are only a few cats, all of them are useless juniors. The Shimura clan has declined. If I were not still here, those juniors in the clan would have to go to the ninja school to be taught ninjutsu. Danzo did not speak. This guy must have exaggerated. After all, it is a big clan in the village, and the clan has a lot of ninjutsu scrolls. But if these juniors are unwilling to work hard, the situation should not be bad. Although the Pot King has a high seniority in the village, his focus has always been on the roots. Compared with the Shimura clan, the roots are the direct line created and cultivated by Danzo. He rarely cares about the affairs of the Shimura clan, let alone cultivating the children of the family. How many ninjas are available in the clan? Danzo thought for a long time before asking. There are quite a few genin, but there are only about 20 chnin. As for Jainin, Shimura said, pointing at himself with an embarrassed look on his face. Only me. So few. Danzo frowned. In the original work, although the Shimura clan is a large clan, it seems that Danzo is the only character who appears. There are a lot of Shimuras in Gintama. Ninjas can't make it, so they become samurai. Danzo complained in his heart. Not a few, didn't you see that there is only one Tsunade left in the Senju clan now? Among the several large clans in the past, only the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan are still prosperous now, and the others are almost the same as us. You know, in the war, the people who rushed to the front are all people from our large clans. Shimura explained. You should have heard more or less about what happened in the village recently. Danzo asked tentatively. Shimura heard this, his eyes widened and he roared, Impossible! The children of the tribe will never accompany you to the battlefield again. You are even more stubborn than Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can these little guys grow up without experiencing war? Danzo shook his head. Old stubborn, all rotten. Chapter 019. The next morning, Danzo came out of Shimura's camp cursing. He didn't get another team in the end, and just rested in the house of the Pot King for one night. Shimura protects these children like treasures, how can he be a ninja if he is spoiled like this? Danzo felt that he was a bit of a ninja. But now is not the time to waste time with him. When he woke up early in the morning, Danzo received news from the route. The people of each tribe have gathered and are ready to set off to the front line at any time. Ryoma, have you confirmed all aspects of the route? Danzo said to the empty air while walking, but he could confirm that Ryoma was hiding somewhere around him. Because he swallowed the soul of the Pot King, Danzo's spirit has been enhanced. Even if he doesn't rely on his eyes, Danzo can still vaguely perceive the movements around him. This is also the reason why he can perceive the Sarutobi telescope technique. Now, in terms of spirit, he is like a passive skill with the perception ninjutsu blessing. In a certain range, he can detect hostility in advance. I have arranged people to confirm the route, and a small team is stationed at a certain distance to ensure that the march will not be discovered. Ryoma showed up and said respectfully to Danzo. Danzo nodded. This is also a small strategy of his. Since we want to launch a surprise attack and end the war as soon as possible in the form of a blitzkrieg, we must start hiding from the gathering of troops to rush to the front line. When we arrived at the entrance of the village, a large group of people were ready to go. Because there were too many people, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would go to the front line with him in advance, and other clans would also rush there in batches. This time, we will let those people in the Land of Thunder know that tigers' butts cannot be touched. At the swearing-in ceremony, the third generation stood on a temporary high platform and loudly encouraged morale. The faces of the large group of ninjas below were calm, but many civilians who came to watch were so excited that they wanted to throw their arms to the front line and die. Listening to the words of the third generation, Danzo couldn't help but laugh and muttered, with this level, you can't even be a primary school principal in the past. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Sarutobi clenched his fists and looked at everyone below and said, everything you have paid is worth it. Everything is for the village. For Konoha. Although this sentence has been said thousands of times, every time you hear it, as a member of Konoha village, you will feel a sense of honor. The ninjas below, who had originally had calm faces, seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and shouted with the third generation, for Konoha. This sentence was simplified by the third generation from the purpose and will of the second generation. Since he ascended to the position of Hokage, he has said it thousands of times, at least for Danzo. As for others, he didn't know. Danzo bit his lips hard and kept his face tight to prevent himself from laughing. At such a serious moment, he didn't know how many eyes were staring at him. If he laughed at this time, it would affect his reputation. This war is commanded by Hokage assisted by Shimura Danzō. After a lot of nagging, the third generation finally introduced Danzo. Danzo. Who is Danzo? Can you call Danzo-sama by his name? Danzo-sama is a classmate of Hokage-sama and had a brilliant record during World War II. I haven't heard of it before. As Danzo thought, his name was only known by some people with more seniority. But most of the people who know his name are elders of various tribes, and their status is not low. But why is Lord Danzo still so young? Does Lord Danzo also have the blood of Senju? If Lord Danzo leads the team, this battle will be foolproof. The ninjas below were noisy after seeing Danzo's young face, but with Tsunade's youth, this matter was not so difficult to accept. Especially after hearing the elders at home introduce Danzo's origin, these juniors were even more respectful. This is the same class as the third generation, a disciple of the second Hokage, and he is from the Shimura clan. Whether it is seniority or strength and ability, this young-looking man in front of them undoubtedly gave them great confidence. Is Uncle Danzo so powerful? Away from the crowd, Naruto stood with his feet chakra clinging to the branches, staring at Danzo on the high platform with wide eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. But at the same time, Naruto had another layer of doubt in his heart. Such powerful people admired his father and mother, who are they? Ah! With his mind in a mess, Naruto's chakra, which he was not proficient in, became even more chaotic. He cried out in surprise and fell from the branch. Naruto's shouting and movement attracted the attention of others. And Danzo had just noticed Naruto's figure. The moment he landed unsteadily under his feet, the figure that was originally standing on the high platform had already shot out. Although the distance was a bit far. But Danzo relied on his body speed, not relying on chakra and body flicker technique, to catch Naruto steadily before he landed. Tuan! Uncle Danzo! Naruto looked around in confusion, only to find that he was being held in Danzo's hand again, looking at him a little embarrassedly and said, "Boy, if you want to watch the fun, just come to the front openly. Can you see clearly from such a distance?" Danzo's eyes moved, and he smiled and carried Naruto towards the crowd. "Uncle Danzo, what are you doing?" Little Naruto was held in Danzo's hand, struggling like a little chicken. "No. Let me go." As he got closer and closer to the crowd, Naruto's pupils shrank and he struggled even harder. He could probably guess what Uncle Danzo was going to take him to. But how could this be possible? Although he already knew his identity and wanted to gain recognition from others, Naruto had no idea at all. But unfortunately, no matter how reluctant Naruto was, the movement of the two had attracted the attention of many onlookers. The third generation frowned at this scene, puzzled, and a little surprised by Naruto's address. "Uncle Danzo. This generation is a mess." Everyone watched this scene coldly. Is that monster causing trouble again? The beard on his face is disgusting. Monsters are monsters. Chapter 020. Vicious words came into his ears, and Naruto's struggling movements slowly stopped, and his face was a little gloomy. "Didn't you say that you wanted to get everyone's approval?" Looking at Naruto who stopped struggling in his hand, Danzo's smile was restrained and he said calmly. Naruto didn't answer this time, and was quiet in Danzo's hand. He didn't know what to do. Especially after learning about his identity, Naruto was more sensitive to these villagers who didn't know the truth. "Didn't you try it once before?" Looking at the silent Naruto, and then looking at the crowd not far ahead looking at them, Danzo stopped and put him down and asked. "Shikamaru and the others are different. Hearing about the previous experience, Naruto finally raised his head and whispered. Danzo shook his head and said, "But you have to take that step." Now Naruto still lacks some confidence in facing these people. Naruto has not yet developed the thick skin of the original work. Uncle Danzo, I disappoint you. Naruto said a little disappointed. Danzo shook his head and made him feel heavy. But since he lacks confidence, I will give it to him. Holding Naruto's hand, Danzo squatted down and said to him seriously, "You have to take that step, you have to tell them loudly what you think." But Naruto was still a little hesitant, but his eyes were obviously moved, and Danzo led him to the high platform next to the Hokage building. "Danzo, be careful, that child is a monster. Don't let him go up, this monster is a disaster." "Why did that guy go up? Get down. What are you doing standing there, a monster?" The actions of the two people obviously made the civilians who had been paying attention around them very dissatisfied, and many civilian-born ninjas shouted. Those who can stand on the high platform are undoubtedly the respected people in the village. How can that monster be qualified to stand there? And those ninjas from the family were all embarrassed. Many people present knew Naruto's identity. Most of them guessed it based on the identities of Kushina and the fourth generation, and a small part knew the cause and effect of the matter. Nonsense! The third generation cursed and wanted to step forward to stop them, but Danzo's words stopped him. "The person in front of you who you call a monster has something to say to you now." Danzo stood on the high platform and said quietly while looking at the crowd below. Next to him, Naruto seemed a little nervous. "Get down! Monster! Get down! Danzo-sama, you will affect the morale of this war." However, the people below ignored Danzo's words and even scolded him. There were also a few who wanted to rush to the high platform. "Uncle Danzo, you'd better not come with me," Naruto said timidly. He was not afraid of being scolded. He was used to being scolded. But this uncle was a good man, and he didn't like to implicate him. Frowning, Danzo waved his hand. Like ghosts, the root ninjas wearing animal masks were like standing stone statues. Anan stood quietly beside the platform, blocking all those who wanted to move forward. No one dared to move forward, and they all moved away from the platform with horror, looking at Danzo on the platform with some fear. "Say whatever you want to say, and tell these people loudly who you are and what you plan to do." The crowd below calmed down, and Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said to the confused Naruto, "I will support you no matter what happens." Naruto was moved to tears. "Uncle Danzo." Ding, touching value +1. The virtual panel in front of Danzo finally showed a prompt of touching value +1, which also meant that Naruto recognized and respected Danzo from the bottom of his heart. Danzo was happy in his heart, but he looked serious on the surface. "I will not be in the village in the future, you can't be bullied, I have to let others know that you are mine, Danzo's, before I leave." Perhaps because of Nine Tails, Naruto can clearly distinguish between the kindness and malice of others. So it is not easy for Danzo to gain the recognition and respect of this kid. After taking a look at Uncle Danzo, Naruto mustered up the courage to come to the high platform. Looking at the dark crowd below, he was a little confused. "Naruto, say what you want to say quickly, we are all listening." A familiar voice sounded, which made Naruto's somewhat nervous mood stagnate. When he shook his head and looked, he found that the three friends from yesterday were also below. "Naruto, don't embarrass us!" Ino shouted at Naruto with a smile. Next to her, Shikamaru and Chiji were also there. Behind them were their fathers, Narashikaku, Akamichi Choza, and Yamanaka Hai. When Naruto looked, the three of them smiled at Naruto in a friendly way. "Are they my parents' friends?" A sense of strength emerged in his nervous heart. Naruto stood firmly, took a deep breath and looked at the crowd below, shouting loudly, "My goal is to become a great ninja like Uncle Danzo. Even if you think I'm a monster and a disaster. But I know very well. I'm not a monster, nor a disaster. I will get the recognition of all of you. Become a great ninja like Uncle Danzo. Satisfied with Naruto's goal of himself, Danzo smiled with relief. He really had the illusion that his son had grown up. Danzo. Looking at Naruto, who was yelling and speaking his mind, the third generation couldn't help but come to Danzo and ask, "What is your attitude towards Naruto?" The third generation no longer had any ill will to figure out Danzo, and now they began to treat him the same way they treat ordinary people. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto could sense ill will. Since he was willing to accept Danzo, it meant that Danzo was not approaching him with ill will. What attitude? Danzo looked strange, then frowned and said seriously, "Naruto is a good kid. I will protect him from now on. Don't bully him." Third generation. Shouldn't I be the one to say this? When Danzo asked him for someone, his expression was the same. And Naruto seemed to have heard the conversation between the two, and couldn't help but reach out and hold the corner of Danzo's clothes. Looking at Naruto's little action, Danzo's heart was about to burst into laughter. It's not in vain to train this kid. The hearts of the third generation were filled with bitterness. Isn't Naruto's current situation all because of you, Danzo? Why do you make it seem like I'm the bad guy now? It was really useless to treat this guy well in the past. You know, no matter how busy I am, I will always take time to chat with this guy. I didn't expect that Danzo would kidnap him in just a few days. Jiraiya is his apprentice, and Minato is Jiraiya's apprentice, Minato's son. Logically speaking, he is Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice. But this apprentice is now very wary of his master. Glancing at Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. This guy's strength has declined a lot, but he is becoming more and more skilled in things like bewitching people. In that case, you have to take good care of him. Since Danzo no longer embarrasses Naruto, the hearts of the third generation are also relieved, and they said to Danzo seriously. If Danzo can really treat Naruto well, he will not let Minato down. Danzo answered without thinking, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Chapter 21. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air was heard frequently. One after another, black shadows quickly jumped between the branches, like agile black cats. Yoshino town is ahead. We will rest there for a night and should be able to reach the border tomorrow. After handing over to the root ninja stationed nearby, Danzo announced that the end of this journey was about to arrive. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed compared to the leisure and comfort in Konoha village. But his movements were obviously smoother than before. During the long journey, Danzo tried hard to adapt himself to the ninja's way of traveling and to hone his control over this body, with very good results. Ding! The sound of metal collision sounded, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Danzo, people from Cloud Shinobi Village were found ahead. Hyuga Hizashi reported beside Danzo, who had already checked the movements ahead through his Byakugan. There are only 3 of them, and they seem to be the advance team, led by a Jonin and 2 Chunin. But the Uchiha people don't seem to plan to report to you. The Hyuga clan's royal family will not go to the battlefield, so this time the Hyuga clan is led by Hizashi, the head of the branch house. Danzo frowned and looked at him, waving his hand to signal the team to stop temporarily. Unexpectedly, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village have already begun to explore deep into the Fire Country, and they have also sent Jonin. It seems that the information sent by the root people forged by the envoy has still made them see the clues. Danzo's feet rely on chakra to jump steadily from the branch, and his figure moves to the front of the team. Are you Fire Country planning to provoke a war? Before he saw the figure, the arrogant voice of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja sounded and fell into his ears. Near the location where the sound came from, Uchiha Fugaku and several Uchiha Jonin surrounded the 3 Cloud Shinobi Village spies tightly. 2 of the Chunin looked dull, obviously under illusion. Danzo-sama, the 3 have been controlled. The 2 Chunin don't know anything, and this Jainin is very resistant to illusion. Fugaku saw Danzo coming and reported his brief interrogation. Danzo. This title obviously caught the attention of the Cloud Shinobi Jainin. He looked at Danzo's young face with some confusion, but then his eyes seemed to recognize him, and he was a little flustered. Danzo grinned, looked at the Cloud Shinobi Jainin and asked, "Do you know me?" The Cloud Shinobi Jainin didn't answer, and asked gloomily, "Do you really plan to start a war in Konoha?" After recognizing Danzo, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. The fact that this old guy was sent to the front line already shows Konoha's attitude. This news must be passed back to the Raikage. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the Jainin felt a chill on his neck, and stared at Danzo with wide eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect Danzo to kill them directly without even letting him finish his 2 sentences. "Kill them all, there's no need to waste time getting any information, get to the front line as soon as possible." Looking at the fallen bodies indifferently, Danzo wiped the kunao stained with bloodline and ordered. Although he was bound to the Virgin Mary system, it did not affect him from being a murderous demon. Because the system has no punishment rules. Yes. Fugaku's eyes were complicated, and he waved his hand to signal the Uchiha's people to take action. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he knows Danzo's recent changes best. There is a lot of friction between them, Uchiha and Danzo. In the past, Danzo often hid in the dark. Although Uchiha holds the power of the Konoha Guard, he still has no way to figure out his movements. Now, Danzo walks in the sun openly, and his every move is exposed. But this makes Fugaku's heart more complicated and fearful. If Danzo was a real villain who did not hide his purpose before, then Danzo now can be said to be an old fox with a sunny smile. As for why he is not said whether he is a hypocrite, it is because Fugaku really can't guess whether Danzo is pretending or has really changed. Feeling the feeling of being peeped, Danzo turned back suddenly and met the somewhat complicated eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. His calm and indifferent eyes made Fugaku panic. "Keep moving forward. With the enemy at hand, you must put aside your prejudices and cooperate with the Hyuga clan to try to avoid exposing our purpose too early." Danzo smiled gently and ordered. "Yes." Fugaku was sincerely afraid of this smile and answered with his head down involuntarily. The Uchiha tribe members next to him did not move. They all frowned and looked at their tribe leader, looking at Danzo with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Danzo looked around and scanned the group of arrogant Uchiha tribe members. He rolled his eyes in his heart, but still kept a smile on his face. He looked at them and said, "We are all part of Konoha. Please put the overall situation first." His attitude was humble, but like a spring breeze, so that these Uchiha people did not think it was an order, but an equal communication. Danzo's attitude made them nod unconsciously, and they scattered and were seriously alert. Nodding with satisfaction, Danzo continued to hide in the middle of the team and continued to move towards the border. "This guy." Raising his head, Fugaku looked deeply at Danzo's back. The attitude of this old guy Danzo became more and more unpredictable. How could Danzo have such a mind to treat Uchiha in the past? Every time they met, they always put on a sour face, not to mention the gentle attitude now. Hyuga Hizashi said to Danzo, "I don't know how long this battle will last." Brother was impulsive at the beginning. Danzo smiled kind, even if Hizashi didn't kill the Cloud Shinobi leader who kidnapped Hinata, the other party would have provoked all this with other excuses. That brainless Raikage likes to use such conspiracy. He determined that Sarutobi would not agree to fight, but he didn't expect that I would lead all this. Hizashi nodded, looking at Danzo with gratitude in his eyes. Danzo has changed a lot. He once fought with Danzo. But Danzo's face was cold and a little gloomy at that time. Except for those equally cold root ninjas, no one else believed it, which made people feel an inexplicable sense of distance. "It seems that someone has said this to me every day since I became young." Danzo smiled kind, his tone was gentle and there was no emotion. In this team, Danzo is the commander-in-chief and the mastermind. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi is the main eye, responsible for exploration and observation, as well as commanding other eyes. Uchiha Fugaku personally leads the team, as the arm of the team, responsible for clearing and cutting off most of the enemies. Although Uchiha is arrogant, it is undeniable that the individual strength of Uchiha is much stronger than that of other clans. The strong should be respected by others. But Uchiha is more self-satisfied and proud, rather than recognized and respected by others. Recalling Fugaku's eyes just now, and the faint sense of peeping, Danzo's smile became brighter and gentler. Chapter 022. In front of Yoshino Town. Mr. Danzo. A green shadow flashed in front of Danzo. After seeing who was coming, Danzo asked, "Guy, what's the situation?" Might Guy didn't look as unreliable as he was in the village. He said seriously, "We have controlled the entire Yoshino town to ensure that there will be no news leaks. The resting place and food are ready." Danzo nodded and said to the team behind, "Everyone go into the town to rest. You will have a hard life from today on. Don't show off or cause trouble after entering the village. We will stay for one night." After giving a few instructions, Danzo stepped into the town first. Faced with the mighty ninja team, the residents of Yoshino town were a little panicked. They hid at home and watched carefully from the windows. Might Guy pointed to a trembling old man standing on the street and said, "This is the mayor." "Hello, hello." Danzo came to the mayor casually and extended his hand. Regardless of the mayor's frightened expression, he took his hand and shook it. "I'm really sorry to trouble you this time." The mayor's frightened face became strange. He had never seen a ninja be so polite and friendly to civilians. Although there is no clear hierarchy, the current status of the entire ninja world is very clear. Except for the daimyo of the Fire Country, or other dignitaries who think of themselves as nobles, the status of ninjas is undoubtedly ranked first. Samurai with strength and status are ranked second. And civilians who have neither status nor strength belong to the last place. As long as they are ninjas, even the weakest genin in each ninja village, as long as they come to such a small village, they will be respectfully called Ninja Lord. "We will only stay here for one night. After we leave tomorrow, someone will block this place for about a day. Please help me calm the emotions of the residents in the town. When we win the battle and come back, there will be a certain amount of compensation to make up for your losses." Danzo saw the doubt on his face, but he didn't care. He didn't want to threaten coldly for something that could be solved peacefully. "Understood." The mayor agreed immediately, and felt relieved. At least the young man in front of him looked easy to talk to, not like the ninjas in the previous war, but he looked a little familiar. The mayor didn't recognize Danzo, but Danzo recognized him. As a town not far from the border between the two countries, Yoshino town is not the first time to be stationed as the Konoha village. More than a decade ago, this guy was already the mayor, and Danzo's original owner also led a team to station here. At that time, the upright middle-aged Danzo didn't look at this guy well. After arranging the accommodation, Danzo, looking tired, asked Might Guy to wake him up at night. He found a room and lay down and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark, and the follow-up large force had arrived in Yoshino town. Several people in charge had also arrived, waiting for Danzo, the commander-in-chief, to wake up so that they could start the pre-war meeting. "Sorry, I'm really tired." After a good sleep, Danzo was much more energetic. When he came to the meeting room, everyone else was already there. "It's okay. Lord Danzo has a lot of things to consider and is under more pressure. We can still understand that." The head of a small family cleverly flattered him. Others looked at Danzo and had no complaints. After all, the seniority is there. It is understandable that people need to rest more when they are old. These people don't know that Danzo's body has recovered to a young state, and his body functions have recovered together. They all gave him face, and Danzo was also very happy. He nodded and sat down in the main seat, and said to Abarame Ryoma next to him, Ryoma, let me report to everyone about the situation of Cloud Shinobi Village first. Abarame Ryoma nodded and reported the situation of Cloud Shinobi Village collected by the time route. The matter of the Thunder Country delegation should have been exposed. The number of troops gathered at the border of Cloud Shinobi Village has increased. However, according to the information from the Cloud Shinobi Village spies, we have confirmed the location of their main force. Ryoma spread out a map on the table, which showed the Fire Country and the Thunder Country, as well as the towns, villages, and place names of all sizes around them. This place is called Siming Mountain. Ryoma pointed to a place near the Thunder Country and the Fire Country. The main force of Cloud Shinobi Village is gathered here. There are other small mountains and villages around this Siming Mountain, and there are also many ninjas hiding there. It would be much easier to get the other party's clear location. After all, they are hiding in the dark now, and Cloud Shinobi Village is likely to not know that they have reached the border. Who is leading the team in Cloud Shinobi Village? Has it been confirmed? Fugaku asked. According to intelligence, both the Jinkriki and the 4th Raikage are in Cloud Shinobi Village. Ryoma said, we speculate that the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village this time should be the Molten Shield Toshiro who experienced the Second and Third World Wars. He is currently the only person in Cloud Shinobi Village who is qualified to command except the 4th Raikage. Toshiro. Danzo nodded. He had seen this person in the original owner's memory. Toshiro, who participated in the Second and Third World Wars and is the right-hand man of the 3rd Raikage, is indeed one of the few people in Cloud Shinobi Village who is qualified to command the war. Thinking so in his heart, Danzo's face was full of disdain, a conservative old guy, not to be feared. Hearing Danzo's evaluation of other old guys, the people present were a little amused. This is not just to boost morale, Danzo is also telling a fact. The ninjas of Kirigakure have gathered at the border, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has also replied to him, revealing a rare desire for peace in his words. However, Danzo threw the matter back to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, asking him to talk to the people of Cloud Shinobi Village himself. It will not be long before the Raikage will ask the Cloud Shinobi Village to withdraw their troops and ask for peace. Whether Danzo fought well in this battle or not was just to see how much benefit he could get when the Land of Lightning asked for peace later. At least it should not be less than the supplies promised by the Land of Fire to the Land of Water. Of course, this time it was mainly to harvest a wave of moving points and to get himself out of the dark. After the short pre-war meeting, all the leaders went back to rest. Fugaku, I just saw a tavern in the town, how about having a drink together? Uchiha Fugaku just walked out of the meeting room and heard Danzo shouting behind him. Chapter 023. Looking back at the somewhat different Danzo with a look of astonishment, Fugaku smiled stiffly and politely refused, we have to leave tomorrow, so let's not drink. It's okay, we can eat food if we don't drink. We've been tired for so many days, we need to have some midnight snacks to make up for it. Danzo didn't give him a chance to refuse at all, and walked out first. Staring blankly at Danzo's back, Fugaku hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and followed. After all, he is an elder of the same generation as his father, and he can't lose his face. The noisy tavern became a little quiet because of the arrival of Danzo and Fugaku, and the puzzled and curious eyes around them fell on the two from time to time. But both of them have seen big scenes, and they didn't care about these eyes. Danzo tapped the table with his fingers, and said to Fugaku who was eating, I heard that your eldest son is talented and has joined Anbu. Fugaku replied, not bad, fortunately the Hokage-sama values him. Danzo asked again, you have a younger son, how old is he? How about being my apprentice? Fugaku was stunned for a moment, thought for a while and replied, my son is still young and has a bad temper, and his mother and brother love him very much and don't want him to suffer. Danzo nodded and didn't continue to pester, children can't be spoiled too much, it's not good to become a naughty child. Yes. Fugaku replied. He really couldn't figure out what Danzo wanted to do, so he simply prepared to eat again. But just as he took the cup and took a sip, he heard Danzo suddenly ask, I heard that there are many voices in your Uchiha who are planning to stir up disputes in the village. Cough 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 cough. The unexpected words made Fugaku spit out the water that he had just swallowed. He coughed and stared at Danzo with wide eyes. Can this not be a surprise attack? What does this old guy know? Looking at Fugaku's vigilant look, Danzo smiled and said, Don't worry, these are all trivial matters. Is this still a trivial matter? Fugaku was confused, and all kinds of suspicions emerged in his heart. Danzo, this old guy, has changed his attitude too quickly recently, and he has been smiling at him, and his attitude towards his tribesmen is also very gentle. Is this guy going to take advantage of this war to kill all the elites of Uchiha here? The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. Fugaku had already left his chair halfway, ready to retreat and notify his tribesmen at any time. He didn't dare to attack Danzo. This old guy was a high-ranking member of Konoha. To attack him would be tantamount to open rebellion. Fugaku didn't know how many tricks Danzo had in his hands, but Danzo knew a little about his own strength. Since he dared to ask him out, he must have something to rely on. In fact, this matter is big enough to destroy the clan, but it can also be small. Danzo tapped the table lightly and looked at Fugaku with a gentle smile. He didn't care about Fugaku's pins and needles. Uchiha is actually the same as other villagers. Everyone is a member of the big family of Konoha, but maybe this brother is too arrogant to other brothers, so he is excluded by this family. But now this family is in trouble, and everyone is holding hands to protect the face of this family. What he said? Fugaku looked at Danzo blankly. He suspected that this guy was up to something, but when these words came out of Danzo's mouth, it was like magic, which made his heart throb. That's right, we are all from the same village. Fugaku. Danzo poured a glass of wine for Uchiha Fugaku like a kind elder. You are the leader of the tribe, you can see many things more clearly than the tribe members. They are ignorant, but can you still fool around with them? The clan leader should guide the clan members on the right path and take the lead, rather than go with the flow and be carried forward by the clan members. These words exploded in Uchiha Fugaku's head like a bolt from the blue. He felt that he had understood something because of these words, but he also felt that he didn't understand anything. But there is no doubt that Danzo knows Uchiha very well, and he also knows himself. This is what Uchiha Fugaku is shocked about now. Is there a traitor in the clan? Who is it? Fugaku was thinking about the candidate for the traitor. This time he responded to Danzo and led Uchiha to fight, in fact, to ease the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Originally, the relationship between the two was very obvious. Although they were in the same village, the people of the Uchiha clan were like outsiders. Not only did they live outside Konoha, but the clan members rarely interacted with the people in the village. Even because of the duties of the Konoha guard, they have a very bad relationship with many people in the village. Originally, after the death of the fourth Hokage, there were many voices in the clan who wanted to provoke a coup. As time passed, the relationship between the village and the clan became more and more rigid, which also led to the increase of these voices. Fugaku, the clan leader, saw it very clearly, but he was helpless. Although he was the clan leader, he could only follow the trend and choose the ideas of most people in the clan. He himself knew that if Uchiha really had a coup, it would never succeed. Standing in the position of clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku could see more clearly. The big and small families in the village, even those ninjas of civilian origin, are not as simple as they seem. With the power of the Uchiha clan alone, it is impossible to resist the entire Konoha village. It is impossible to rely on force to change the status quo and let the Uchiha family become Hokage and the controller of Konoha village. Even if Shisui or his son Itachi, a genius among geniuses, appeared, the probability of success was not high. What made Fugaku even more distressed was that the most outstanding genius in the tribe was still on the side of the village. Fugaku opened his mouth to explain that this was not the case, but he was powerless. Danzo's attitude was obviously that this matter was already a done deal. Danzo's eyes turned cold and he said, "Fugaku, you have to stop this from happening. Since I choose to tell you now, it means that the village does not want to see this happen. We don't want the Uchiha family to leave us, do you understand what I mean?" Fugaku felt bitter, but still nodded silently. He didn't know how much Danzo knew, but since the village knew it, it meant that there was definitely a traitor inside Uchiha. And the traitor's status in the tribe was not low. Fugaku, who was not optimistic about this matter, felt cold in his heart. He swore that even if he lost his position as the chief after returning to the village, he would try to stop the stupid behavior and ideas of those tribesmen. In the shabby tavern, Uchiha Fugaku was on pins and needles, without saying a word or explaining anything. Chapter 024. The two were talking halfway when Abarame Ryoma suddenly appeared beside Danzo and reported something in a low voice. "I know." Danzo nodded, waved his hand calmly, and signaled Ryoma to leave. "I only asked you to talk today because you are still rational." Danzo tapped the table lightly, still keeping a gentle smile on his face, but his tone was obviously cold. "In this war, I hope Uchiha can obey my orders, instead of being arrogant like in the past." Danzo stated the purpose of this time. This war is related to his reputation and moving value, and there is absolutely no room for error. Although his current status is not low, it is only in the eyes of the senior officials of each village. Even some younger senior officials do not know his name Danzo. This makes it difficult for him to spread his reputation. There are not many opportunities to collect moving values like now. If Uchiha's people do not make trouble on the battlefield and listen to his command obediently, Danzo does not mind letting them go. After all, the Uchiha extermination also cost the strength of Konoha village. But if he still maintains that arrogant attitude and refuses to obey orders. A hint of coldness flashed in Danzo's eyes. "Danzo-sama, you are here too." A somewhat surprised voice sounded, making Danzo frown. Hyuga Hizashi sat down next to Danzo familiarly and said with a smile, "I have been looking for a suitable restaurant in this town for a long time and didn't find a suitable restaurant. I originally planned to find a pub to have a drink, but I didn't expect you to be here too." His tone was full of surprise. If Ryoma hadn't told him about Hyuga Hizashi's movements in advance, Danzo almost couldn't tell that this guy was deliberately looking for the two of them. What a coincidence! Although he knew it in his heart, Danzo still smiled and ordered some more side dishes. "It's quite a coincidence." Hyuga Hizashi smiled and asked curiously, "We're going to fight tomorrow. Are you two discussing strategic matters?" As soon as he said this, Danzo probably understood why he came here, and couldn't help but smile kind. "No, I'm talking about some personal matters with Fugaku." "Personal matters?" Hyuga Hizashi looked at the two of them strangely. Although he was from the Hyuga branch house, he still had a lot of connections in the village. He knew the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Danzo very well. But it was also for this reason that he stayed up late at night and came to this tavern to look for the two of them. He suspected that Danzo was actually acting. Since Uchiha was the second to support Danzo, there were actually such voices in the major families. Although Danzo openly inherited the ideas of the second generation, he was very repulsive to Uchiha. But in fact, behind the scenes, Danzo had already hooked up with the Uchiha people. After all, although the two have always been repulsive and hateful to each other, there is actually no conflict of interest at the root. But this was only the speculation of a very few people, and it didn't even reach the ears of the Hokage. "Danzo-sama, I still have to prepare for tomorrow's affairs, so I'll take my leave first." Fugaku seemed to be unable to bear the pressure brought by Danzo, and took advantage of Hizashi's arrival, gritted his teeth and stood up and said, "You go, prepare well, after all, you Uchiha people have to trouble you for a lot of things. Danzo smiled and stood up and said, with a hint of meaning. Fugaku's heart was cold again, and he waved his hand to signal Danzo not to see him off, and left quickly. Hizashi looked at Fugaku's back as he left, and felt more and more that the two of them had something else behind their backs. Hizashi, you eat slowly, I'm leaving first. Looking at Fugaku's back as he left, Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said to Hizashi next to him. As he said that, he also stood up and left, leaving Hyuga Hizashi sitting there alone with a confused look on his face. The forest covered by dense trees is the main theme of the environment in the Land of Fire. For this reason, the Land of Fire is richer than the other four countries. Black shadows leaped between the trees. Early in the morning, Danzo and others were ready to sneak towards Siming Mountain. Seeing the Uchiha family members obediently guarding the surroundings, Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Although his face was still arrogant and full of disdain for the people around him, it was enough to be obedient. The warning given to Fugaku last night still had some meaning. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi next to him suddenly said, traces of ninjas were found ahead, they should be from Cloud Shinobi Village. Through the Byakugan, he had noticed the signal from the Uchiha who was exploring in front of the team. Confirm the specific location of the other party. Danzo said. It was not strange to see Cloud Shinobi people near Siming Mountain. Hizashi nodded, and there were already several figures around him moving quickly towards the front of the team. The whole team stopped and waited for a while, and several Hyuga people who had just left came back. The enemy is not far ahead. According to the team's speed, it will take about 3 minutes to catch up with them. The enemy has not discovered us, and the number is less than 1/10 of our number. One of the Hyuga ninjas reported. Danzo nodded and looked at the others around him calmly. Familiar faces were waiting for orders. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and Danzo said directly, everyone, catch up with them, surround and annihilate them directly, no need to leave them alive. There is no need to hide, just let go. But there are a lot of people on the other side, this will expose our whereabouts, right? Hyuga Hizashi asked doubtfully. Danzo shook his head. It's okay. We are close to Siming Mountain now. There are so many of us. Even if we don't kill them, our tracks won't be hidden for too long. We should take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the enemy's manpower. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued. At Danzo's signal, the people around continued to rush towards the enemy's location. The battle has begun. Danzo looked at Might Guy who was eager to rush out and said, Guy, you stay beside me and be my guard. It is still a bit difficult for him to protect himself in this war with his current strength. In addition to the moving value, another aspect of recruiting Might Guy is to let him protect his own safety. Might Guy of Grandmaster 8 Inner Gates technique is like his father. As long as he regards Danzo as a partner, he will naturally risk his life to protect Danzo. But Might Guy looked at the fire in front of him and felt unwilling. He is now thinking about getting military merits, becoming famous, and letting the whole ninja world know about Konoha's proud blue beast. Looking at Might Guy's appearance, Danzo also knew that he was unwilling in his heart, and explained, the commander-in-chief is the core of the entire team. Protecting me is the key to this war. What's more, these people are just the vanguard of Cloud Shinobi, and they are just some minions. When we face the large army of Cloud Shinobi, even if you want to stay with me as a guard, I will order you to go into battle and kill the enemy. After these words, Might Guy suppressed his somewhat impatient heart and replied, yes, I will definitely protect the safety of Lord Danzo. Hizashi next to him looked at Might Guy strangely. He didn't understand why Danzo was so concerned about a civilian. Might Guy is a ninja who specializes in physical skills, and he is also a special Jainin. As a physical skill family, the Hyuga clan naturally pays attention to him. But civilians are just civilians after all. No matter how hard they try, they can't keep up with these children of families with white eyes and bloodlines and a 1,000-year heritage. Chapter 025. Ahead, there was a huge noise, noisy shouts, and cries for help. The noise caused by various escape techniques was not small. When Danzo slowly came to the battlefield, the battle was over. The smell of blood and countless corpses were everywhere. Under such a crushing number of people, this Cloud Shinobi team had no power to resist at all, and there were almost no casualties on their side. Hizashi, have someone go and explore the location of other Cloud Shinobi. Danzo ordered Hyuga Hizashi next to him, and then said to the others, clean up the battlefield, and once the Hyuga family finds the enemy's trace, set off immediately. We will fight all the way to Siming Mountain and meet that old guy Todai. The ninjas who had experienced war regained their lost fighting spirit, and those who had just become ninjas and had not experienced war were also excited under the leadership of these old ninjas. The crushing number of people made them only feel how powerful the Konoha village they were in was, but did not feel the cruelty of war. But at the same time, the pride and confidence in their hearts began to swell. What's going on? The battle still attracted Todai's attention, and he frowned and asked Cloud Shinobi Jainin, who hurried into the tent. Cloud Shinobi Jainin reported with a grim expression, we found traces of Konoha Shinobi, and there are quite a few of them, coming for us. Konoha. Sucho stood up suddenly, glared at Cloud Shinobi Jainin and asked, the Konoha people came to our door, why are you reporting now? Cloud Shinobi Jainin explained, they were hiding before, and our people didn't find their traces at all. Waste. Sucho glared, and said, order the other teams around to be alert, and reply to the Raikage, saying that the Konoha people have arrived at the front line and provoked war. Yes. Cloud Shinobi Jainin nodded and was about to leave, but heard Tosuke continue to say, those spies should be dealt with after the war is over. There is no need for them to stay in this world. Sucho's eyes were full of coldness. Yes. Cloud Shinobi Jainin paused, but still nodded kide. Cloud Shinobi Jainin left, and only Toshiro was left standing in the tent, his face uncertain. In the past few days, Raikage's secretary Mabi had already sensed that something was wrong, and sent small troops to this side one after another. He didn't care at the time. But he didn't expect that the people of Konoha would actually dare to provoke a war, and even take the initiative. Such a decisive move, provoking a war as soon as arriving at the front line, this is not the style of the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Toshiro stood in the tent with an uncertain mood, looking at a map in front of him. This time, the plan of the Lightning Country delegation was planned by him. The purpose is only the Byakugan. He has discussed with Raikage and others. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he should hold back for the sake of the overall situation this time. By then, they can also get the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which will be more powerful for the development of the village's ninjutsu. As for if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as they expected and was going to start a war, they would not mind it. The Cloud Shinobi Village was never afraid of trouble. He just didn't expect Konoha to come to the front line without declaring war. He always felt that something was wrong with this matter. This was not Sarutobi Hiruzen's style. Lord Toshiro. Another person hurriedly ran in from outside the tent. What's wrong? Toshiro asked with a frown, he had a bad premonition. We have 3 teams that have encountered Konoha's people in succession, and almost all of them were wiped out. Under Toshiro's sharp eyes, the visitor's face was sweating and he said nervously. What? Toshiro could no longer sit still, and lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent. He was sure that the commander this time was definitely not Sarutobi Hiruzen, or those under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Decisive killing, leaving no prisoners, this approach would not be practiced by anyone in the Hokage faction. Call back the other teams outside, and ask them to meet me at Siming Mountain, and report to the Raikage as soon as possible, saying that the front line needs support. Siming Mountain is the highest mountain in the vicinity, and Toshiro's team is now on the top of Siming Mountain. Looking from here, with Siming Mountain as the center, the sound of fighting can be heard from all directions. They are surrounded. Toshiro asked with a grim expression, "Do you know who is the commander of Konoha this time? The enemy is hiding very deeply. Our people have not seen the enemy's general commander show up. Most of the participants are some small and medium-sized families in Konoha. The big families are only Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Abarame." The person who reported replied. "Continue to find out who the enemy's general commander is, and report to me immediately when you get the news." Toshiro's eyes were full of worry. The two major families of Konoha attacked at the same time, and there were also the support of the Abarame and Inuzuka families. They discovered that they had been hiding until now and were exposed actively. This time, the general commander's seniority and battlefield experience are not low. Konoha is definitely playing for real. I just hope that Hokage will receive the news as soon as possible and send support, otherwise their advance troops will have to consider retreating. Hokage, a great victory on the front line. The army besieged the Cloud Shinobi vanguard troops in Siming Mountain. At this time, Konoha village also received the battle report from the front line. Under Danzo's leadership, within less than a day of arriving at the border, 3 small groups of Cloud Shinobi village troops were annihilated in succession, and they rushed towards the enemy's main force step by step. Danzo is still quite powerful. Udaten Koharu's face was full of joy, as if he had won a victory. "Spread the news and let the people in the village be happy." Mitokado Homura pushed his glasses and said. Anbu, the messenger, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The people in the village have already known about it, and now every household has started to celebrate." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. The news was spread too quickly. He couldn't help but stand up and walk to the window, open the window, and look down. "Danzo looks young, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful." "What do you mean young?" "My wife said that Danzo is the same age as Hokage. The Lightning Country bullied people too much, so the second generation appeared and allowed Danzo to regain his youth and lead the troops to fight. So, Danzo is the one favored by the second generation." The Konoha villagers below were all smiling and praising Danzo's achievements. Touching value +1. Touching value +1. Touching value +1. The continuous reminders relieved Danzo's tired expression due to the rush. Rushing. That's right, his fatigue was due to the rush. As the commander-in-chief, Danzo only needs to give instructions and confirm the next route after each battle. This kind of thing is easy for him, and he doesn't need to think too much. The plan naturally appears in his mind. Click on the panel to view the total amount of touching points currently obtained. Main Attribute Panel. Name, Shimura Danzō. Touching Value, 123. Chapter 026. The news of this battle report made more than 100 people recognize and respect him. After all, it was because of the lack of power. If he led the team to fight instead of being an invisible commander behind the team, he should be able to get more points under his operation. Danzo sighed. Although he was the commander-in-chief, and every battle report would start with a sentence, "Under the leadership of Lord Danzo, this and that happened." But the one who fought to the death was never him. No matter how much he thought, he could not credit all the achievements to himself. However, this achievement was already very satisfying, and the meal still had to be eaten bite by bite. "How is the battle situation?" Danzo looked at Abarame Ryoma next to him and asked. After the great victory in the first battle, Danzo ordered the team to be divided into 3 groups, with him leading one team, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi leading one team each. The 3 teams simultaneously swept the Cloud Shinobi team near Siming Mountain and surrounded the main force of Cloud Shinobi in Siming Mountain. "After we split up, we killed the enemy faster. We wiped out the Cloud Shinobi team before they could retreat to Siming Mountain." Ryoma replied. Danzo's expression did not show any joy because of the battle situation, and he continued to ask, "What about the casualties?" Ryoma said, after the three teams were separated, the number of casualties also increased, but the injured have retreated to the rear as you requested and are being treated by medical ninjas. Danzo, should I go and help? The other people in the village were fighting, but he was at the back of Danzo's team, which made Might Guy scratch his head anxiously. I told you not to be anxious. Danzo glanced at him. Cloud Shinobi Village is not like Kirigakure. They focus on ninjutsu. They are not much different from you in physical training. Their efforts may be even more difficult than yours. How do you think your strength compares to those Cloud Shinobi ninjas who practice ninjutsu? Danzo looked at the unwilling Might Guy and asked after a pause. Might Guy said confidently, Danzo-sama believes in my strength, I will not let you down. Danzo saw that he still did not understand what he meant, so he pointed it out, you rely on the 8 inner gates? How long do you think your 8 inner gates can last when you open the 7th gate? Might Guy was stunned. You are a pure physical ninja. You can temporarily have the power to surpass other ninjas with the help of the 8 inner gates, but how long can you last? Your strength is rated as a special Jonin, not only because your achievements are not enough, but also because you can temporarily have the strength of a Jonin or even the strength of a Kage with the help of the 8 inner gates. But you can't maintain the state of the 8 inner gates for a long time, which is your disadvantage. You hurt the enemy 1,000 times, but you also hurt yourself 800 times. You have to keep calm, and only when the time is right is when you can make a move. Saving your energy is what you should do now. Danzo pointed out Might Guy's shortcomings mercilessly, so that he would not be too complacent. The current Might Guy has not yet started to serve as a Jonin like in the original work, and his only disciple is Xiao Li, and his temperament is not stable enough. Although he was unwilling, Might Guy still gritted his teeth and nodded. He also knew that Danzo was right. After pacifying Guy, Danzo called up his own attribute panel, which was as follows: Ninja 5, Tai 8, Illusion 3, Sage 8, Strength 7, Speed 7, Elegance 8, Seal 4. To upgrade from 8 to 9, 128 points of touching value are needed, and he only has 123 points of touching value now, so he will not click on Tai, Sage, and Elegance for now. Illusion, just exclude it. Danzo felt that he was not good at playing illusion. Strength and speed were both 7, which was enough for the time being. So Danzo planned to use all the touching value to click on Ninja and Seal. These two attributes complement each other and must be clicked together. So, Danzo increased both Ninja and Seal to 7, consuming a total of 104 touching values. Reikage-sama, there is news from the front line. The secretary of the 4th Reikage, Mabi, hurried into the Reikage's office with a scroll and said, "What's wrong? I told you to be steady and not to rush." The 4th Reikage sat in his seat without hurrying, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Because he was often accused of being impulsive and irritable, he recently prepared to cultivate his character. Mabi ignored the Reikage's pretense, spread the scroll on the table and said, "Lord Todai sent a message that the people of Konoha have arrived at the border, and also ambushed several of our teams. Now they are approaching the main team, and there are signs that they will surround Siming Mountain." "What?" The 4th Reikage's eyes widened, and he slapped the desk in front of him, directly slapping the wooden desk into pieces. "This is the 3rd time you have changed the desk this month," Mabi said with a frown. "Now is not the time to talk about this." Reikage stood up, picked up the scroll from the broken wood block and carefully scanned the contents on it. "The 3rd Hokage is a rare tough guy who took the initiative to send troops to attack our team." Mabi had read the above content and analyzed it, saying, "The news sent back by the delegation some time ago seems a bit strange to me. They should have died in Konoha village since then." Reikage frowned. Although it didn't seem like Sarutobi Hiruzen's style, the war had already begun and he would not hesitate because of the change of plan. Notify the wooden golem and the Samui team to go to the front line as soon as possible, and bring Darui along. Only Cloud Shinobi Village could use Jinkriki at the beginning of the war. Mabi didn't move and continued, "There is one more thing. The daimyo sent a message asking us to negotiate with the people of Konoha, and he will provide the materials needed for the negotiations." Reikage frowned, and this matter made him a little distressed. Looking at his secretary Mabi, Reikage asked, "What's wrong with him?" The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, like most residents of the Land of Lightning, is irritable and straightforward. And it is precisely because his personality is different from that of the daimyo of other countries that the relationship between the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and Cloud Shinobi Village is actually quite good. And it is also because of their relationship that Cloud Shinobi Village can quickly get a respite and recovery in the war for a long time. Unlike other countries, every time the demand for weapons, food, and other supplies during the war takes a long time to confirm. Chapter 027. In short, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is not like a businessman or a noble. On the one hand, the daimyo has already discussed this provocation with him, and he agreed. But now this good friend suddenly changed his mind. Mabi calmly picked up another scroll and handed it to the Reikage, saying, "The latest news from the border of the Land of Water is that the people of Kirigakura arrived at the border not long ago, and there are quite a lot of them. It seems that they have formed an alliance with Konoha. This should be the reason why the daimyo wants to negotiate. Although the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is not like the daimyo of other countries, if the Mist Shadow really forms an alliance with the people of Konoha, then they have no chance at all. They may not be able to win even if they fight 1 against 1, let alone 1 against 2. It is a losing game, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning will not be the victim even if he is stupid. The Mist Shadow's people are also involved." Reikage was a little unbelievable. Are those guys stupid? It's not easy to have a chance to suppress Konoha, but these people don't cherish it. Reikage slammed the table and said angrily, "No. Even if the Kirigakage and his people get involved, what's the use of replying to delay the daimyo first? When we win the battle, he will naturally continue to support us. Let Wooden Golem and his people rush to the front line." He didn't think Cloud Shinobi Village would lose to Konoha and Kirigak. After the death of Namikaze Minato, Konoha had no one who could support the banner, not to mention that Kirigak was fighting internally every day, and there were often news that people in the village had betrayed the village after the assassination of Mizukage failed. Facing these two villages, he would never lose. Yes. Mabi nodded and did not stop Reikage's toughness. Although she was a secretary, in the big direction, only Reikage could make decisions, which was also the difference between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha. In Cloud Shinobi Village, strength was the hard truth, unlike Konoha, where many families intervened and various interests were involved. "Wait a minute, call them up." Reikage suddenly called Mabi. Looking at Mabi's puzzled eyes, Reikage thought for a while and said, "Forget it, inform the previous news as soon as possible." Reikage originally planned to let 8 tails go to the battle together, but thought about it and decided to forget it. The village still needs a Jinkriki on standby. At this time, Konoha village was full of happiness and beauty because of the continuous victory reports from the front line. Danzo's reputation in Konoha village can be said to be rising sharply. Although Sarutobi himself wanted to lead the team, he was unfortunately powerless. Konoha village still needed him to sit in charge, and his current age was no longer suitable for going to the battlefield. However, for now, the battle reports have always been great victories. If the next war is still only between their two countries, it should be no problem to stabilize and win. The war is in full swing. For insurance purposes, should we send more people to the front line? The third generation said thoughtfully. "I'll go." Without any hesitation, Mitokado Homura stood up and said. Compared to Koharu, who preferred medical ninja, he was the only one who was more suitable among the 3 present, and the other 2 did not object. "Well, I trust you to do the job. Bring some more people with you." Sarutobi nodded and said, in order to avoid accidents, or to gain more benefits in the war, he decided to let the people of Sarutobi clan help. Besides, Inoshika Ch and other families need to stay in the village to guard against attacks from other ninja villages. The only one who can provide manpower is the Sarutobi clan. Mitokado Homura's eyes flickered, and he nodded and said, I will take the people of my family with me. Take the people of the Udadan clan with you. The younger generation of my family also needs to be tempered. Udadan Koharu said silently. The three looked at each other meaningfully. Looking at his much better looking attribute panel, Danzo was in a very good mood. Ninjutsu and Seal, both attributes reached 7, he could clearly feel that his understanding of ninjutsu and seals were more handy. 3 days later, the war became more and more intense. What is the current situation of Cloud Shinobi? Danzo walked out of the tent and asked. The people of Cloud Shinobi Village are losing ground and have retreated to Siming Mountain and are surrounded. Kakashi reported what he knew, and Danzo's brows relaxed. The development of the war was not different from what he expected. In the past 3 days, all the nearby Cloud Shinobi have been killed or retreated to Siming Mountain. The Cloud Shinobi team retreating to Siming Mountain was also found by Hyuga Hizashi with great difficulty. Looking at the high-spirited Hyuga Hizashi, Fugaku was full of disdain in his heart, stepped back and said to the ninjas led by him, everyone stay where you are. Since Brother Hizashi is so confident, I will give this victory to you. The surging wind and clouds in the sky obscured the dazzling sunlight, and grey shadows occupied this area. The white-haired Toshiro stood on the top of Siming Mountain, looking at the Konoha shinobi who were surrounded at the foot of the mountain with high spirits. Surrender, Konoha's bastards, Raikage has given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, but instead pushed it further. But now I, Toshiro, will give you another chance. Toshiro shouted loudly towards the foot of the mountain, his voice full of pride and disdain. The Cloud Shinobi surrounding them all laughed loudly, and the frustration of being surrounded in the past few days also dissipated with the laughter. What nonsense are you talking about, defeated general? A Hyuga ninja suddenly broke away from the team and rushed towards the Cloud Shinobi ninjas surrounding the front of the canyon. Fugaku, why don't you bring people to help quickly? Hyuga Hizashi looked at the Hyuga with an ugly face. In the canyon, most of his team had been buried. While he was talking, the Hyuga who rushed out had been killed by the Cloud Shinobi, and triggered the caged bird to be deprived of the white eyes. 1 second ago, he was confidently ordering his team to chase Cloud Shinobi. The next second, a large amount of sand and gravel surged from the canyons on the left and right, directly burying his large army. Hearing the screams from the other side of the canyon, facing the Cloud Shinobi who surrounded his team, Hyuga Hizashi finally realized that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. The overwhelming kunao shot towards them, and Hizashi hurriedly ordered the remaining Hyuga tribesmen around him to perform revolving heaven to shoot down most of the ninja tools. Uchiha Fugaku! Why don't you help quickly? Hyuga Hizashi's eyes were red, looking at the Uchiha team that was some distance away from them. With so many people, I won't let my men go to die. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the exasperated Hizashi and said, the large number of people was an excuse on one hand, but it was also because Hizashi had been giving him a cold face these days, embarrassing him. Chapter 028. Hyuga Hizashi's team was separated, and they didn't know how many people were still alive in the opposite canyon. The team led by the Root Ninja did not chase Cloud Shinobi with them. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who surrounded them, Uchiha Fugaku made a decision in his heart. Everyone follow me to retreat. Shouting at the angry team behind, Fugaku commanded everyone to retreat. Fugaku's team alone was definitely not as good as Cloud Shinobi's in terms of numbers, not to mention that Hizashi's team was buried for nearly half, and their momentum was greatly damaged. At this time, they could only abandon Hyuga Hizashi's team that was trapped in the encirclement. Uchiha Fugaku! Hyuga Hizashi and others also heard Fugaku's order. They stared at the evacuated team with bloodshot eyes. Public revenge. This was the first thought that came to the minds of the Hyuga clan. Everyone follow me to break out of the siege. Since there is no help, running revolving heaven to defend like this will only waste time and make the Cloud Shinobi's encirclement more solid. Hyuga Hizashi commanded everyone to break out without hesitation. Don't worry about those Uchiha people. Tsucho waved his hand to stop the others who wanted to intercept the evacuation of Uchiha Fugaku. We don't have much more people than them. This time the goal is the Byakugan. Watching Hizashi lead the tribesmen to shuttle under the dense attack of ninja tools, Tsucho pulled a cruel smile and said, "It's a pity that the mastery of the Byakugan is not as good as the previous generation. Such a good bloodline is wasted. Pusong, you take the people to hold them down, and be sure to leave them alive." "Yes." The Cloud Shinobi Jainin named Pusong nodded, and pointed to a few companions who were also Jainin and ran towards the Hizashi who was surrounded below. The wild laughter and screams intertwined in the ears. Except for his own tribesmen, the people of other families in the team were almost dead. Being ambushed and abandoned by his teammates, the demoralized Hyuga Hizashi simply couldn't lead this group of people out of the encirclement. Hizashi's body was already stained with blood, and at this moment, he was no longer trying to escape. Facing the endless stream of Cloud Shinobi, he knew that he couldn't escape, and now he could only kill one to earn one, using up every bit of his strength. Surrender. If you surrender, you can still save your lives. At that time, we will all work together for Reikage-sama, which is definitely much better than you staying in Konoha. Todai stretched out his hand to stop the Cloud Shinobi, and said helplessly while looking at the desperate counterattack of the Hyuga clan. Although he wanted to capture the Hyuga alive, the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan and Grandmaster Taijutsu were not so easy to capture. Todai also wanted to persuade Hyuga Hizashi to surrender as much as possible. A trapped beast still fights, and now the troops here are not many, it is good to lose less. Pa! Hyuga Hizashi spat out a mouthful of blood foam without hesitation, and the other Hyuga families beside him clenched their fists. The opponent's attack stopped, and Hyuga Hizashi also had a chance to breathe. He looked around in a daze, and there were not many comrades. His eyes were already blurred, but even if he died in battle and was abandoned, Hyuga Hizashi would not surrender. With the curse of caged bird, they had no chance to surrender even if they wanted to. It was better to fight to the death and leave a good reputation for themselves. Looking for death. With a cold light in his eyes, Toshiro felt that he had given them many opportunities, but since they were so tactless, forget it. With a cold voice, Toshiro looked at the few remaining Konoha shinobi below and said, "Kill them and keep their bodies." At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was leading the team to retreat to the periphery in a panic, met Abarame Ryoma who came after hearing the sound. "What happened?" Abarame Ryoma frowned and asked as he looked at the demoralized team. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at Abarame Ryoma, Uchiha Fugaku said a little embarrassedly, "We fell into Cloud Shinobi's trap." Before, he looked down on the other party's identity. He and Hyuga Hizashi both disdained to act with Abarame Ryoma, so he often left Abarame Ryoma behind. But now he had to join the other party. A trap. Ryoma looked at the number of people behind Uchiha Fugaku and asked sternly, "Where is Hyuga Hizashi? Where is his team?" As soon as he asked this, Fugaku didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that they left Hizashi's team behind and ran away. After thinking for a long time, Fugaku came up with a good excuse and said, "Hyuga Hizashi led his team to go deep into Siming Mountain regardless of Danzo's order, and ended up falling into the other party's trap. We were implicated by Hyuga Hizashi and fought to the death to evacuate the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi." Fight to the death? Ryoma looked at Fugaku's team. Although everyone looked a little embarrassed, most of them didn't even have bloodline. Is this a lie? In the dark woods, Abarame Ryoma stared at Uchiha Fugaku. In the team behind Uchiha Fugaku, the originally proud Uchiha clan members lowered their heads and did not dare to raise them. "Go back and save them," Abarame Ryoma said with a cold snort. From the position where Uchiha and others evacuated, he could still hear the sound of resistance. Hyuga Hizashi's team should not have died yet. Hizashi's team is not much left. We can't go against the order of Lord Danzo and clash with the main force of Cloud Shinobi. Fugaku refused. If it was him a month ago, Fugaku, as a war faction, would definitely agree with Ryoma's decision. He would even help the Hyuga clan when they were ambushed. But now it's different. The voice and plan of the clan have been known to the village. The village's attitude towards the clan is ambiguous. Uchiha Fugaku needs to consider too much. At least not too many clan members can be lost because of this war. But now the conflict has been provoked. Abarame Ryoma frowned and glared at Fugaku. Fugaku glanced at him and said disdainfully, "I will not joke with the lives of my clan members. Is this your Uchiha family, your Fugaku's courage and vision?" The voice arrived before the figure arrived. The familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears, making everyone stunned. "I really didn't expect that you, Uchiha Fugaku, would listen to me so much." Danzo's figure quickly jumped between the branches, and soon came to everyone and said with a smile. His smile was ironic and a little regretful. Originally, in order to suppress Uchiha Fugaku and make him obedient and calm, Danzo also let him know a little about the coup. In this war, Cloud Shinobi's troops were less than half of Konoha's, and even under the continuous raids, the gap between the two sides was constantly widening. As long as Fugaku, who is the main war faction, can be calm and cherish his life, this war will be a sure win. But he never expected that Hyuga Hizashi was the fool who could not see the situation clearly and was self-righteous. Now because of Hyuga Hizashi's momentary arrogance, they lost nearly a quarter of their troops. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Agai and the other root ninjas and Anbu ninjas followed Danzo's arrival. But they all stared blankly at Danzo in front of them. Chapter 029. Danzo-sama. Abarame Ryoma immediately knelt on one knee, his face full of shame and said, "I failed your expectations and failed to command the team well." Danzo shook his head and motioned him to get up. "Kide, it's not your fault. These two guys acted on their own, and they are the ones who should explain to me the most. Ryoma is his man, Danzo has to pick him out of this mistake." Ryoma opened his mouth and wanted to say something. "Danzo-sama, Hyuga Hizashi entered Siming Mountain despite my obstruction and was ambushed. Although I didn't save him, it was not my fault." Fugaku explained with a stiff face. He really didn't expect that he would appear as soon as he mentioned Danzo. "I have lived in vain at such an old age," Danzo sighed in his heart. "Don't he know that when the elders are preaching, as long as you answer yes, yes, there will be no worse things later? Danzo, our people have sent news that Cloud Shinobi Village has sent support here, and it will take about 4 or 5 days to arrive." Ryoma finally said what he wanted to say. He lowered his head, a little afraid to look at Danzo. He brought people to find Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi just to tell them about this matter, but he didn't expect that Hyuga Hizashi's team had already attacked and suffered heavy losses. So fast. Danzo frowned, and Fugaku was also shocked. Now there is one less team, and the number of people is only slightly better than Cloud Shinobi. If the opponent's support arrives, the situation will be a little bad. Fugaku thought about it and took the initiative to advise, "Danzo, I suggest you go back to defend for a while and wait for Mito to come with support." "Bullshit." Danzo cursed directly and glared at Uchiha Fugaku, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I wanted to give you some advice, but you think too far. This time is an opportunity to build a bridge of communication between the village and Uchiha. As long as Uchiha has merits, who has the face to take action? Do you understand what I mean? There are many people and eyes, so Danzo can't say it too clearly." Fugaku was stunned. He had considered this matter before, but Uchiha has made a lot of achievements in these years, and no one has treated them well. Seeing the guy's expression, Danzo knew that he still didn't understand, and took a step forward and whispered in his ear, "Since I told you, it means that the village doesn't want to see that happen. We will help you completely control Uchiha, instead of being a puppet clan leader who is coerced by the clan members." Not wanting to argue with the guy anymore, Danzo waved his hand and said angrily, "The people of Cloud Shinobi Village don't know what's good for them. Everyone, follow me into Siming Mountain to avenge the people of the Hyuga clan." On the way here, he noticed the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi, and combined with the situation here, he could roughly guess it. Whether it was Uchiha or other families, they had been full of anger for a long time. After hearing what Danzo said, the two teams joined forces without hesitation. They didn't know what Fugaku was carrying, they only knew that this wave of winning was a sure win, but they played very frustrated. Everyone was ready to go, leaving Fugaku alone staring at Danzo, not knowing what he was thinking. "Hey!" The few Hyuga people stood back to back with heavy breathing, their minds were blank. The emotions of frustration and anger had long been abandoned. Like zombies, facing a steady stream of enemies, they could only rely on their body instincts to resist and defend, and their exhausted spirits could no longer support them to think about other things. Not far from them, Hizashi lay lifeless in a pile of corpses. This father who deviated from the original trajectory and did not commit suicide finally died at the hands of Cloud Shinobi. But he still changed his son's original fate. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away by a strong wind, and the sun that was covered was revealed, and the warm sunshine shone on everyone. Todai did not send anyone to attack again, but just asked people to surround the Hyuga ninjas. He had already seen that these Hyuga disciples were marked with marks similar to curses, and after being killed, the curses would destroy their white eyes. The remaining Hyuga disciples had to be captured alive. The Cloud Shinobi ninja in charge of the canyon reported, "Lord Toshiro, all the Konoha shinobi in the canyon have been killed." Toshiro nodded, looked at the Hyuga ninjas who were still holding on below, and calmly formed seals with his hands. Earth-style earth flow wall. As his voice fell, the ground next to several Hyuga ninjas continued to surge, and earth walls broke out from the ground and directly imprisoned several people inside. "You guys, seal them up and take them back to the village first." Toshiro pointed at several Chunin and said, "Jainin had to stay as a fighting force, and Genin was not strong enough, so these Chunin were just right. The Byakugan is the main purpose of this strategy, and war is only secondary." Several Chunin nodded, jumped down the valley and came to the earth wall formed by the earth flow wall, forming seals with their hands and preparing to perform the sealing technique. Wind-style vacuum big ball. Bathed in the sun, it was like a golden Buddha falling from the sky, carrying a huge strong wind and hitting the Chunin who wanted to get close. The strong air pressure directly blew these Chunin away, spitting blood. "Who is it?" Sucho frowned and looked at the shadow next to the earth wall. The dust dispersed, and the shadow gradually revealed its appearance under the sunlight. "It's you! Shimura Danzō!" Sucho exclaimed with wide eyes. "How could it be this old guy? They are all from the older generation." Although Danzo has changed in appearance, Sucho still recognized him at first sight. Chapter 030. "I didn't expect you to recognize me. You have quite some experience," Danzo said with a smile, and glanced at the Cloud Shinobi around him. "Sucho, you old man are really going backwards. You still rely on numbers to bully the younger generation." The Cloud Shinobi looked at Danzo in the center with vigilance. Danzo didn't make any other moves. He hugged his chest and didn't seem to be on guard at all, but no Cloud Shinobi dared to step forward. Although they didn't know Danzo, Danzo's aura was too strong, and their commander was particularly respectful, with a terrified look, which made them unconsciously guess Danzo's identity. "I didn't expect you to lead the team. It seems that Konoha has made up its mind to go to war." Sucho squinted his eyes and looked at Danzo below. Although he was looking down from above, for some reason, Sucho had the illusion of looking up at Danzo. It was not the first time they had dealt with each other. "Danzo, this old guy, was not easy to deal with. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had to take many things into consideration, Danzo would do his best to do something once he decided on it. This also led to the loss of many Cloud Shinobi at Danzo's hands during the Second and Third World Wars. To be honest, Toshiro didn't want to fight Danzo. It's already started, how can it be fake? Danzo raised his eyebrows and said, I wanted to keep some time to play with you, but since you've already attacked, I won't be polite. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, dense black shadows had surrounded the Cloud Shinobi. The Cloud Shinobi troops were in turmoil, and they all looked at the Konoha Shinobi who suddenly appeared behind them with vigilance. Toshiro was very calm. He looked at the people who were surrounded behind him and said, You Konoha should not be able to go to war with our Cloud Shinobi village now. Hand over the 3 Konoha Shinobi behind you, and we can shake hands and make peace. Tisk. Danzo couldn't help laughing. Toshiro, are you too old to see the situation? The current situation is that your team is surrounded by me. If you ask for peace, shouldn't you pay the price? As he said, he spread his arms, his face full of calmness and ease. We really didn't expect that you Konoha would have the courage to send troops. Toshiro shook his head and smiled. Konoha wants to go to war, but it only sent so few people. You Konoha has no one left. Since the death of the 2 old Senju guys, you Konoha seems to have a hard time. No matter what the situation is now, at least you can't lose in momentum. You talk as if you have a lot of people. As Danzo spoke, he stretched out his arm and pulled out a long sword from behind his back. The sword was wrapped with powerful wind attribute chakra, and it cut the earth wall into pieces easily, just like cutting tofu. There were only 3 Hyuga ninjas inside, the only survivors of Hyuga Hizashi's entire team. When he saw Danzo's figure, the Hyuga ninjas who had been tense all the time finally relaxed their nerves and fainted. Take good care of them. After instructing the root ninjas next to him, Danzo looked at Toshiro in front of him with some regret, and continued, Could it be that you are still waiting for Hokage to send you support? Toshiro's face condensed, and he said in a cold voice, What exactly do you want to say? Don't beat around the bush. You don't know yet? We have reached an alliance with the people of the Land of Water, and now the people of the Mist Shadow are landing from the sea to attack your Land of Thunder. How many troops do you think Hokage can still send to support you? Danzo thought he had never lost to anyone in his empty talk. Sure enough, his words made all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, including Toshiro, change their expressions. I told you to talk too much nonsense, don't you know that villains die because of talking too much? Seeing the low momentum of Cloud Shinobi, Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said, I'll give you a chance. If everyone seals their chakra and surrenders, I will spare your lives. Although it is in an advantageous position now, it would be the best result if they can win without fighting. Toshiro's face is ugly. Danzo's words sound familiar. Isn't that what he has been saying to the Hyuga family just now? I will only give you one chance. If you don't surrender, forget it. For a long time, Toshiro did not answer, and looked at Danzo with an ugly face. Danzo didn't care. He didn't think that he could take down the Cloud Shinobi team without any effort. With the improvement of attributes, Danzo's ninjutsu is not as slow as before, and his personal strength has been greatly enhanced. As Danzo finished speaking, his eyes were full of fierceness, and his hands formed seals. Wind-style vacuum sphere, fire. Tut-tut. Chakra bullets sprayed out from Danzo like a machine gun. Toshiro used ninjutsu, and the deep blue chakra flowed rapidly in his body. The activated body flashed quickly to the side. Bang! A huge roar sounded, accompanied by dust covering the sky. The place where Toshiro stood was shot into a sieve. You are old, Toshiro. You were not so slow before. I remember that the ninjutsu of your Cloud Shinobi village is not very strong. Do you think you can rely on your seniority and not practice because you are old? You probably can't even beat the juniors of our Konoha now. Chirping, Danzo released ninjutsu while constantly talking and mocking Toshiro. And Toshiro's face became more and more ugly. He even began to doubt whether he was really old and slowed down. Danzo released ninjutsu faster and faster, not even giving Toshiro any chance to perform ninjutsu. King versus king, general versus general. As soon as Danzo and Toshiro started fighting, the others followed closely. A green figure blocked all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who wanted to rush to help Toshiro. Please don't disturb the battle of Danzo-sama. Facing countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas, Might Guy was fearless. Your opponent is me. The proud blue beast of Konoha. Might Guy shouted excitedly, saying the self-proclaimed title that he had been waiting for a long time. Although he knew that titles were more powerful only when given by others, Might Guy still felt that his own title sounded better. You are just a small fry, why don't you get out of here? Cloud Shinobi Jainin Pusong frowned, Blue Beast? Where did this cat or dog come from? Can anyone in the ninja world now give themselves a title? The man in front of him was neither a member of the Uchiha clan nor a famous person in the ninja world, so Pusong really looked down on him. Small fry? Then let me show you the power of small fry. Might Guy shouted and directly opened the 8 inner gates technique. Open, rest, life, injury gates, and the 4th gate opened at the same time. The majestic green chakra emerges on Might Guy's body like a ninjutsu, burning life to make the body faster and stronger. This is the 8 inner gates technique. Danzo had already lifted the restrictions on Might Guy before coming, and he can move freely. Chapter 031. Ninjutsu. Matsumoto frowned. Could it be that the village's secret technique has been lost to Konoha? But compared to the blue chakra of ninjutsu, the chakra on Guy is green. Before he could observe more, the man with powerful and violent chakra suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him. Without shrinking his pupils, Matsumoto stretched out his hands to block in front of him. Bang! The huge roar made other people around look over here. The sudden surge of momentum on Guy startled Uchiha Fugaku, who was somewhat suspicious of this ordinary watermelon head. Danzo's guard, but just an unknown little person. Fugaku didn't pay much attention to him before, but now he recognized this person. Is this 8 inner gates? It turned out to be the descendant of that person. Fugaku had also heard of the record of Might Guy's father might die, but it only attracted his temporary interest and he forgot about that person in a short time. The Uchiha clan is blessed with a noble and powerful bloodline like Sharingan, so they don't need to do stupid things like burning life to gain power. But now, Fugaku feels that the 8 inner gates technique may not be as simple as he thought. The fight between Guy and Pushan is a small battle circle on this battlefield, except for the more intense one on Danzo's side, and it has not attracted too many people's attention. Although everyone is fighting, their attention is always focused on the center of the battlefield, the battle between Danzo and Todai. The fight between the two of them will affect the changes in the entire battle situation. The sensory organs are constantly collecting various information around the state of the enemy, and the brain is constantly analyzing various possibilities. Danzo's body and mind are constantly running in with the continuation of the battle, entering an extremely excited but extremely calm state, and the body function and brain operation speed have reached a peak value. The combat experience of the previous life and the memory of this life are constantly intersecting, and the seals are becoming more and more proficient. Danzo calmly looks for flaws in Todai. Using words to anger the other party is just a small trick, and the key is still to look at the real skills in hand. Now, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When Todai hesitated again because of his words, Danzo suddenly clenched the long sword in his hand, and the wind attribute chakra completely covered the blade. The knife passed, and not even much blood was brought out. Todai looked at Danzo in front of him with dull pupils. His brain had stopped working. The grey beard spread from his chin, revealing a clear blood mark on his wrinkled neck. Although the battle has just begun, it is already over. This knife is close to the peak combat power of the Pot King, which can kill cage level. The battle between ninjas does not require so much suppression and explosion. Although everyone is very strong, they are just mortals. You only need to find a flaw that the opponent has no time to dodge, and then victory will be in that moment. On the battlefield filled with war and smoke, Danzo stood quietly in front of Todai. His attack was too fast and fierce. Todai did not even have any resistance, and he was killed directly without any chance to dodge. As the saying goes, a master can be defeated by a random punch. This is the advantage of being young, with strong explosive power. As the sword fell, the entire battlefield fell into silence. Toshiro is dead, why don't you surrender quickly? Danzo's eyes flashed with excitement, holding Toshiro's head in his hand and shouting loudly. This was his first battle in the ninja world, and the first battle was against a long-established Genin. This Cloud Shinobi Genin, who had been famous in the ninja world for a long time and was extremely active during the Second and Third World Wars, ended his life without even having time to use his best lava style. Relying on his calm combat experience in his previous life and his original master's understanding and mastery of swordsmanship, Danzo used a quick battle and a perfect kill. Danzo's words spread to every corner of the battlefield, and all the Cloud Shinobi began to panic. Go, go, go! Danzo-sama is mighty. For Konoha. Konoha's momentum soared, and the originally even battle situation instantly became one-sided. In Danzo's mind, the prompt sound of the moving value +1 kept ringing. After Toshiro died, the strongest Cloud Shinobi, Pu-song, who was also the deputy commander, took on the heavy responsibility. He punched Guy with some disappointment and retreated with the force. Retreat? Pu-song roared and tried to command the other Cloud Shinobi around him. However, before he could make any move, a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 rotating black Megatama appeared in front of him. The war was over, and the genin and the logistics were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Danzo stood on the top of Siming Mountain, looking at the location of Cloud Shinobi Village. According to the latest news, the support team of Cloud Shinobi Village this time includes the two-tailed Jinkraki, the Samui team, and the 4th Raikage Guard Darui. The two-tailed Jinkraki is made of wooden golem. When it appeared in the original work, it was already able to perfectly transform into a tailed beast and was very powerful. However, it is nearly 10 years earlier than the original work, and with Fugaku's Sharingan next to it, Danzo is not too worried about this Jinkraki. Samui is a more famous Genin in Cloud Shinobi. Although he is not as senior as Toshiro, he is definitely comparable to Toshiro in terms of strength. Among these supports, the one that Danzo cares more about is Darui of the Night Moon clan. The Yazuki clan is a large clan in Cloud Shinobi Village, and its status in Konoha is equal to that of the Senju. Every cage of Cloud Shinobi Village is basically held by a member of the Yazuki clan, and this Darui will be the 5th Raikage who will take office after the 4th Shinobi World War. Although Darui is only a young junior now, he has the ability to serve as the guard of the 4th Raikage. The talent brought by the blood of this clan cannot be underestimated. Lord Danzo, the battle report has been counted, please take a look. Abarame Ryoma respectfully handed a scroll to Danzo. After this incident, Ryoma admired this Lord Danzo even more. Although he respected Danzo before, Ryoma was still relatively young after all. When he joined the route and worked for Danzo, Danzo rarely took action, and was more engaged in some conspiracy and intrigue. Although he was also very powerful, it was not as intuitive as the real strength. Noticing the changes in Ryoma, Danzo said nothing and silently took the scroll from him. Strength is the foundation for the ninja world to stand firm, and he knew this a long time ago. Playing some conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes will not be acceptable, and both strength and means must keep up. Our casualties. Cloud Shinobi captured more than 1,000 people. Flipping the scroll, Danzo glanced at it and threw it back to Ryoma, asking, "How long will it take for Mito Kato Homura's team to arrive?" "The team of Master Mitoman is expected to arrive tomorrow." Ryoma respectfully cried. Let me explain here that Mito Kato Homura's surname is Mitoman and his given name is Yan, not Mito. Chapter 032. This old guy. Danzo couldn't help laughing. In order to grab the credit, he rushed to the front line. When he arrives, hand over all these prisoners to him. After the war, these people can be exchanged for good resources. Yes. Ryoma nodded and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Danzo stopped him. Write another copy of the battle report scroll in your hand and send it to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. It seems that his pressure is not enough. The Hokage dared to send support to the front line. Understood. Ryoma nodded, and waited for a while until Danzo had no other instructions. He turned around and left. Main attribute panel. Name, Shimura Danzō. Age, 20 years old. Touching value, 177. Sitting quietly in the tent, Danzo stretched out his hand and tapped lightly in the void. He led the team to a victory and won the recognition of many people. Danzo got nearly 100 points of touching value, and it is still increasing. With the reputation of the shield melting Tsucho as a stepping stone, Danzo reappeared in the eyes of the public, and everyone began to re-recognize this powerful man of the same generation as the third Hokage. With 177 points of moving points, Danzo directly raised both ninjutsu and seal to 8, consuming 128 points. Ninjutsu, in the early and middle stages of Hokage, is still dominant and has the greatest impact on improving strength. Through this war, Danzo also wants to have his own title. Like Konoha's White Fang, Yellow Flash, etc., which are very famous. This kind of title definitely plays a significant role in spreading one's reputation and harvesting moving points. Throughout the Hokage chapter, Shimura Danzō, the character, has a high status, strength, and seniority, but he does not have a title of his own in the play. Instead, outside the play, he has titles such as Konoha Daigen, Konoha Pot King, Darkness of the Ninja World, and Undying Ambition. But Danzo just wants to say that he has no use for these titles now. All of these titles sound like titles for villains, right? Am I Shimura Danzō a villain? Saving the world from fire and water, and starting wars for the sake of peace in the ninja world, how could I, Shimura Danzō, be a villain? Danzo nodded with a clear conscience, and then he focused on activating his skills. Should he spend 100 points of emotion to activate the potential of speed-derived skills, and compete with the second Hokage, fourth Hokage, and fourth Hokage for the title of the fastest ninja in the ninja world, or should he find another way? While Danzo was clearing out the remaining Cloud Shinobi, Mito Kato Homura also rushed to Siming Mountain. Where's Danzo? As soon as he stepped into the Konoha camp, the first person Mito Kato Homura looked for was Danzo. Danzo-sama has some insights from the first battle and is in seclusion. Abarame Ryoma, as Danzo's confidant, was the first to answer. Retreat? Mito Kato Homura adjusted his glasses and said angrily, he is a ninja in retreat, do you think I am a fool? Call him out quickly, I want to settle accounts with him for deserting the battlefield and causing losses. He would not believe that Danzo was in retreat. In his opinion, Danzo was hiding because of his previous departure from the team and was afraid to face him. This was the fact. Danzo did not want to see Mito Kato Homura, the old guy who wanted to intercept and rob the fruits of victory. Abarame Ryoma's face, which had softened due to the victory, turned cold again because of Mito Kato Homura's words, and said, Danzo has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb him. Facing Ryoma's attitude, Mito Kato Homura's face froze, and then he said angrily, as the Hokage advisor, I order you to call Danzo to me. After more than 10 years without leaving Konoha village, are the young people nowadays so disrespectful to their elders? Danzo-sama is not here, and he has instructed that you will be in charge of supervising the prisoners in Cloud Shinobi Village after you come. Ryoma still spoke in the same tone, with the same expressionless face. Supervising prisoners. Mitokedo Homura widened his eyes and said, Sarutobi asked me to come to the front line to take over his position. Abandoning my post. A sure-win battle caused casualties. How dare he stay here at the front line? In his opinion, whether he or Koharu fought in this battle, they could easily win. Danzo, the Hokage advisor, actually asked him to be a logistics manager. With a cold light in his eyes, he originally planned to have a good chat with Danzo so as not to make the relationship too awkward. Now that this is the case, he will not be polite. A sure win. Ryoma frowned, unconsciously imitating Danzo's smile and said sarcastically, I don't know who was against sending troops and wanted to sacrifice Hyuga Hizashi's life to seek peace. Mitokedo Homura's face froze, although it was Koharu who brought up this matter, and he didn't object. Being slapped in the face by a junior, Mitokedo Homura's face was burning with pain. In order to hide this restlessness, he glared and said angrily, What kind of attitude is this? Do you know who you are talking to? Is this how Danzo disciplines his subordinates? After being refuted again and again, he couldn't stand it anymore. He had also seen this subordinate of Danzo, who was quite tough because of his superiors. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the master Danzo he admired had paid a great price for becoming younger, and he had no strength to sit firmly in his position. Mitokedo Homura thought disdainfully in his heart, of course he didn't know that Danzo was recovering his strength quickly through the system. Master Mitaman, the loss this time is all the result of Hyuga Hizashi's own fault. You can't put the blame on Master Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku rushed to explain after hearing the news. Mitokedo Homura stared at Fugaku, so, you are going to stand on Danzo's side too? His eyes were full of inquiry. When did the Uchiha family and Danzo have such a good relationship? This is indeed not Master Danzo's fault. Fugaku insisted on his statement. Between Uchiha and the village, it was Danzo who gave him the promise, not Mitokedo Homura. Other Uchiha clan members gathered around, and people from other families also looked over here vaguely. Danzo had just led them to victory, and his strength was obvious to all. This is a world where the strong are respected. Now it is outside, on the battlefield, not in Konoha village. Mitokedo Homura wants to use chicken feathers as a token of authority and rely on his seniority to make a point, but few people will listen. Mitokedo-sama. Seeing the others gather around with unfriendly faces, Kakashi, who was observing in the dark, finally couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out with the Anbu people. Wearing a mask, Kakashi stood opposite Mitokedo Homura. His attitude was obvious, and he was also on Danzo's side. It was just because he didn't want to see the conflict between the people of Konoha, Kakashi chose to stand out. Regarding Danzo-sama's matter, I have reported it to Hokage-sama through the battle report. This matter is indeed not caused by Danzo-sama. Kakashi explained. Although the war damage was indeed partly due to Danzo's decision to divide the troops into 3 routes, Hyuga Hizashi disobeyed orders and underestimated the enemy, which was indeed his fault. Mitokedo Homura sneered and said, Kakashi, you chose to stand on Danzo's side again. Interesting. I would like to advise you that fence-sitters will not have a good end. Staring at Kakashi, although separated by a mask, Mitokedo Homura, as a Hokage advisor, certainly recognized the identity of his own Genin. He did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu would be brainwashed by Danzo again after coming to the front line. I'm just being realistic. Kakashi's face under the mask turned cold, and he did not refute the exposure of his identity, and said calmly. However, after he finished speaking, he took Anbu away directly. He didn't want to care about the mess here anymore. He was going to find Danzo. Only Danzo had the status and position to control Mitokedo Homura. As soon as Anbu left, the crowd around gathered here again. Facing the crowd, behind Mitokedo Homura, the team that had just followed him to the battlefield slowly became agitated. But now is not the time for internal fighting. Chapter 033. Siming Mountain, Konoha Camp. Mitokado Homura and Ryoma's teams were facing each other. Okay. Mitokado Homura laughed loudly and said, since Danzo wants me to help him with logistics and control Cloud Shinobi's captives, then I will do it. Fugaku and Ryoma breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Mitokado Homura could take a step back. Danzo's goal was achieved. But then, their faces turned pale. But Danzo now has some real skills to make you so obedient. Could it be that you have been cursed by him and have to listen to him? This is very much like the style of that old guy Danzo. Mitokado Homura glanced at Abarame Ryoma and Fugaku in front of the crowd and said in a gloomy way. This is Danzo's usual method. Mitokado Homura has also heard about it. Many people in the village know about this matter. He said this in public to make everyone suspicious of Danzo and seize power. Sure enough, after he said this, many people in the Uchiha clan looked at Fugaku in front of the crowd. The clan leader's recent behavior is indeed a bit strange. Could it be that he is really controlled by Danzo? Fugaku also noticed the eyes around him, and his face froze. Of course, he was not controlled by Danzo, but he had no way to explain those difficulties to these clan members. Fugaku was silent, and Ryoma frowned. The scene became cold, and the team that had won and was in high spirits seemed a little stiff because of the arrival of Mitokado Homura. Mitokado Homura looked at all this with some complacency. No one knows how to stir up people's hearts better than me. He and Danzo have a good relationship. If it were in the past, he would not have embarrassed Danzo so much. But since learning from Sarutobi that Danzo had truly regained his youth, both Yuta and Koharu and himself actually rejected Danzo. They have different ideas from Sarutobi. Is strength important? Perhaps they thought it was important when they were young. But since they were old and became Hokage advisors, they valued power and prestige more. As long as they are in Konoha village, they have the final say, and few people in the village can refute their opinions. We are obviously of the same generation, why can you return to youth, focus on candlelight, and enjoy decades of rights, while we have to drag this broken body to extinguish? When I think of my treatment when I came to this camp before, I think of Danzo's arrangement for me. Mitokado Homura became more and more angry, and he began to discredit Danzo's reputation without scruples. Danzo's current strength is only 1/10 of what it is, and he doesn't need to worry about this guy's face at all. Although there are many people in the route, he brought enough people to the front line. But before Mitokado Homura could feel proud for long, a figure came to his side at lightning speed, punched out, and directly blasted Mitokado Homura more than 10 meters away, smashing into the crowd behind him, and directly knocked over several people. Who? Mito Hongai stared at the figure that suddenly appeared with wide eyes, commanding everyone to surround the figure. He is a member of the Mito clan and also the deputy commander of this team. But Mitokado Homura's people have not made any move, and have been surrounded by the people of the route. Danzo's eyes flashed coldly, staring at Mitokado Homura, who staggered to his feet and said, "Ian, you are going to give me a problem when you come here. I didn't want to see you, thinking that you can cooperate with me." Although he had expected that the old man would not bring him any good face after coming to the front line, Danzo could not stand the old man smearing his wise and brave image again. "Danzo, what do you mean by this?" Mitokado Homura asked loudly, covering his chest. He felt that several of his ribs were broken. The force of the punch just now was not light, and he was almost killed by a punch. Danzo looked at him and smiled slightly. The gains from this battle were indeed great. The total of the 8 attributes had reached 57, and his current strength was close to the Pot King. Before he made a move, he considered the situation and did not kill him. But after making a move, he thought about why he had held back just now and did not kill him directly. "What do you mean?" He took a step forward, and his figure had already crossed dozens of meters to Mitokado Homura. And the few people who were supporting Mitokedo Homura took a few steps back tremblingly, looking at Danzo vigilantly, and standing Mitokedo Homura, the injured, in front of them to block. Mito Hirokazu, on the other hand, still had some conscience. He glared at those people and came to Mitokedo Homura to support him. The battle is ahead. You have shaken the morale of the army. I have given you enough face by not killing you on the spot. The strong murderous aura was overwhelming Mitokedo Homura. Danzo had no strength before, so he could only talk to these people in a nice way. Now it's different. With murderous intent in his eyes, he stared at Mitokedo Homura without any concealment. Your strength. Mitokedo Homura pointed at Danzo and said in disbelief, no. Impossible. Sarutobi has already said that your strength has been greatly reduced. You can't still have such speed and strength. But then, he widened his eyes, as if he realized something. You are acting. Although he had a lot of thoughts, Mitokedo Homura still relied on his understanding of Danzo to sort out his intentions as soon as possible. All of this was Danzo's acting, just to make Sarutobi let down his guard. He was still thinking about the position of Hokage. He wanted to compete with Sarutobi for the position of Hokage based on the achievements of this war. Shaking his head, Danzo didn't want to explain these things to him at all, and said, since you are injured, just go back to Konoha village obediently, I will let the people of the route send you back. As for the people you brought. Danzo looked at the team that looked at him with some fear, and there were familiar faces in the team. Mitaman, Teitin, Sarutobi. Most of them are children of these three families. Although they have never met before, Danzo, as the leader of the route, knows all the information he should have. The three of them are good at calculating, and they plan to send their children here to guild. All your people will stay, just to make up for the loss of Hizashi's team. Danzo smiled unconsciously, and this smile made everyone in the team behind Mitokedo Homura tremble. Dream on. Mitokedo Homura gritted his teeth and said, Sarutobi asked me to replace you, and because of you, there were so many casualties. Do you still have the face to stay on the front line? If I'm not here, do you want to lead the team? Danzo said mercilessly, have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? Danzo looked directly at Mitokedo Homura as he approached step by step. Chapter 034. Mitokedo Homura stared at Danzo nervously. The only sound in the quiet Konoha camp was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ian, have you forgotten what I said? Danzo looked straight at Mitokedo Homura and stepped in front of him. I made a vow that if this war was lost, I, Shimura Danzō, would die on this battlefield. And now, I have already started this war. The main team of Cloud Shinobi has collapsed. What qualifications do you have to come here and tell me what to do? He was aggressive and murderous. Danzo's face and words made Mitokedo Homura feel unfamiliar. He had never seen Danzo like this before. Danzo and Mitokedo Homura, two old guys from the old times, looked at each other. There was a large space around them and no one dared to approach. Mito Hoiki swallowed his saliva, looked at the others behind him, and then looked at the clan leader who seemed to be trembling next to him, but he didn't dare to step forward. Other families may not know Danzo's reputation, but the children of these three clans have been taught by their elders since childhood. Don't mess with Danzo in Konoha. He is a lunatic. Danzo, this is Hiruzen's order. Do you want to betray the village? Mitokedo Homura insisted. To be honest, he was seriously injured now and had no ability to replace Danzo. He still cherished his life and just wanted to go back to Konoha to heal his injuries. But face is more important than life. Danzo is aggressive now. If he gives in and really goes back to the village, how will others see him? Who will listen to his right to speak as a Hokage advisor? Traitor! Danzo's eyes widened, and he shouted, I, Shimura Danzō, have worked hard for Konoha all my life, and have trained many heroes of Konoha. Even after I was old, I still created the route without any reputation, and guarded the big tree of Konoha in the dark. Our root ninjas have no names, no past or future, and silently guard everyone in Konoha. What about you? What good things have you done? Sitting in the office every day and refuting Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. This made everyone around stunned. Many of them had never heard of Danzo's name before this war, and they didn't know that Konoha actually had a department called the Root. Mitokado Homura's eyes widened, and he wanted to refute something. Of course, he didn't sit in the office every day to refute Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, not to mention that he had also been on the battlefield when he was young, and he had shed blood and sweat for Konoha. But Danzo would never give him a chance to defend himself. His eyes turned cold and he said with murderous intent, "Ian, do you think I won't dare to kill you just because we have been friends for so many years? In this battle, I am the commander." Danzo looked at Mitokado Homura and said coldly. This sentence was like a biting cold wind, blowing fiercely into Mitokado Homura's heart in the hot weather of June, freezing him stiff. He could only watch Danzo reach out his hand and put it on his neck. The breath of death was so close. Mitokado Homura had felt this feeling before, but perhaps it was because the longer he lived, the more he longed to exist. At this moment, he had the idea of giving in immediately and returning to the village honestly. And he did so. "I understand. I will go back." His voice was so low that few people could hear it clearly. His life was important, but his face was equally important. He came to the front line with great fanfare to seize power, but was severely injured as soon as he entered the camp, and voluntarily returned to the village in disgrace. This kind of thing was really too embarrassing. Mitokado Homura wondered if it was a wrong choice for him to leave the village this time. "I should have let Koharu come," he muttered unconsciously in his heart. Staring at Mitokado Homura expressionlessly, Danzo took his hand away for a long time and turned to look at Fugaku with a complicated expression behind him. "Take your people away, tell your people what you know, and tell them my attitude towards you," Danzo said. Since Mitokado Homura has aroused the suspicion of the Uchiha people, Danzo will not let this suspicion expand and affect the subsequent battle situation. "Tell the truth clearly and make clear your attitude towards them. These people are not fools. After returning to the village, these people will become Uchiha Fugaku's real bargaining chips to control Uchiha. This matter will be done sooner or later." The arrival of Mitokado Homura made him make this matter clear in advance. "Yes." Fugaku looked at Danzo with a complicated look, and led the tribesmen who were full of doubts to temporarily leave the Konoha camp. After a cold glance at Mitokado Homura, whose face was blushing with shame, Danzo snorted and left. The joy brought by the activation of the bronze body was directly dispersed by this guy. At this time, Konoha village had also received the battle report from the front line. Danzo won the battle. Although the Hyuga clan lost its troops, it was still good. Throwing the scroll full of battle reports to the others present, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, and there was no joy or other emotions in his tone. At this time, he was doubting whether Danzo had concealed his strength. It was clearly stated in the battle report that Danzo easily cut off the head of Toshiro with overwhelming strength, shaking the morale of Cloud Shinobi and winning the battle. Sarutobi also knew Toshiro. Although his physical functions had declined due to his age, his strength was definitely not as simple as that of a Jainin. Even if Danzo was in his prime, it would not be an easy evaluation to take down Toshiro. "Hizashi, shouldn't you give an explanation for your brother's matter?" Before everyone was happy, Udaten Koharu said with a gloomy face, disregarding orders and going deep into dangerous areas, causing the entire team to almost collapse. "Shouldn't you, the Hyuga clan, give us an explanation for this matter? It was the Hyuga clan that caused the trouble, and now it was the Hyuga people who caused the war damage." Udaten Koharu no longer wanted to give them a good face. Hyuga Hizashi's face was also very ugly. Whether it was the death of his brother or the losses caused by his brother, it brought him a big blow. After the 3 remaining Hyuga people return, I will ask about the situation and give you a satisfactory answer. Hyuga Hizashi thought about it and decided to delay for a while. Although Hizashi's character is not calm, he is definitely not a reckless person. How could he be so impulsive and lead the team into the dangerous place? Hyuga Hizashi doesn't believe it. He wants to wait for the 3 members of the Hyuga family who returned to the village early because of serious injuries to come back before giving an answer. He needs to understand the situation first, and will never let his brother and the Hyuga family bear the false accusation. Chapter 035. After the report of the great victory on the front line was sent back to Konoha, Danzo once again harvested a wave of moving points. Danzo did not hesitate to click strength and speed to 8. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Shimura Danzō. Ninja, 8. Body, 8. Illusion, 3. Wisdom, 8. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Refined, 8. Seal, 8. Total, 59. Moving points, 11. Exchange Mall, activate after all attributes are maxed out. Except for illusion, all other attributes have reached 8. Danzo's basic strength has reached the level of Elite Jonin. This was originally something to be happy about, but Danzo's face is not very good now. I thought that the report of the great victory had been sent back to Konoha, which should bring more benefits than before. But the actual benefits of this great victory were far from expectations. Was the news blocked? This thought emerged in Danzo's mind, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzan's old face. The battle report clearly stated that he had killed the Molten Shield Tsucho single-handedly and established the victory of the war. There was no reason for that guy not to doubt him. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly. Although he was a little dissatisfied, he didn't care much. As long as he returned to the village after the war, these news would not be blocked at all. By then, the moving value would increase all at once. Danzo, the Mist Shadow's people violated the agreement and have begun to attack Cloud Shinobi. Ryoma opened the tent and came to Danzo's side and said in a low voice. I know. Danzo nodded. He had expected this. The person in power in Kirigakura now is the 4th Mizukage Yagura, a poor guy controlled by Uchiha Obito for revenge. Uchiha Obito made Kirigakura mess for revenge. His goal was to make the ninja world chaotic. Only when all countries were in chaos could their Akatsuki organization survive. Danzo took this opportunity to discuss cooperation with the people of the Mist Shadow. Obito is hostile to any country and will not let one country dominate. The situation in Konoha has not been optimistic since Minato's death. On the contrary, Cloud Shinobi Village has always been at the top among the 5 major countries. Obito also agreed to the alliance as Danzo expected, and took the opportunity to attack the people of Cloud Shinobi to weaken their strength. But Danzo's money is not so easy to get. A gleam of light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Although it was the daimyo of the fire country who was negotiating the alliance on the surface, it was he who provided the supplies behind the scenes. He even gave a lot of good things to the daimyo of the fire country before agreeing to go to war this time. Konoha sent a message asking you not to be reckless, otherwise the Hokage will personally go to the battlefield to command, and also ask you to write a letter back to apologize to the Mitokado-sama. Ryoma said again. It seems that Mitokado Homura said a lot of bad things after returning. Danzo curled up the corners of his mouth. He would not write an apology letter or anything like that. The emperor was far away and Sarutobi could not do anything to him. When he returns to the village this time, he will be a hero with all his merits, and he will have no reason to attack him. Let Shisui rush here as soon as possible, and leave the affairs of Konoha to Tenzo and Nono. Danzo thought for a while and said. Yes. Konoha village. Since Danzo left and let Naruto speak his dream in front of everyone in the village, the villagers have not rejected him as much as before. Although they are still indifferent, they will not refuse to sell things to him or throw stones at him. It's so hard. Naruto sat under a big tree with a sad face, and next to him were the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Chiji. Except for Naruto, the other three were bored lying on the lawn, lazily basking in the sun. What have you been doing recently? Isn't the training of chakra control finished? Ino yawned and asked. The four of them were fast and slow, but they had all completed the chakra control training of climbing trees and treading water. Naruto looked at the leaves in his hand in distress and said, I am practicing the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra. Chakra nature transformation. Ino sat up from the lawn, looked at Naruto and asked, what kind of practice is that? Naruto scratched his head and thought for a while, then replied, actually, I don't know how to explain it very well. Simply put, there are 7 basic attributes in the human body. Because of the existence of attributes, we can extract chakra of corresponding attributes and perform escape techniques. Do you understand what I mean? Ino shook her head. She didn't understand what Naruto said. The chakra nature transformation that Naruto is talking about should be new knowledge that you will learn when you are promoted to Chunin. Shikamaru interrupted with half-closed eyes. This kind of practice is a test of talent and ability. Ordinary Chunin basically can't learn it, so there is no way to be promoted to Jonin. As he said that, he looked at Naruto with some curiosity. Perhaps because of the different environment he grew up in, Naruto was the most mature one among his peers he had ever seen, and he was also the first one to pursue strength. So amazing! Ino widened her eyes and looked at Naruto with some curiosity. But she found that Naruto was also a little surprised. So this is the training that only Chunin can do? In fact, this is the goal that Uncle Danzo gave me before leaving the village. If I can master the nature transformation of the wind attribute, he promised to teach me a very powerful ninjutsu. Naruto said with a smile. The ninjutsu developed by his father. Naruto didn't say the second half of the sentence. Uncle Danzo strictly prohibited him from telling others about his parents, so he didn't mention the existence of his parents to others. Uncle Danzo. Shikamaru woke up from his lazy state, sat up and looked at Naruto and asked, are you talking about Lord Danzo? By the way, how did you know Lord Danzo? Regarding this, Shikamaru had always wanted to ask Naruto before, but because Danzo left the village and didn't contact him again, he didn't have the opportunity to ask. Shikamaru often heard his father mention Danzo, a very difficult guy. And he is not a good person. This is his father's evaluation, but Shikamaru has only met Danzo twice, and he has no bad feelings towards him. But he is afraid that he has some purpose to approach Naruto. Is it because of his parents? 2 people who met by chance, only met once, but Uncle Danzo was so nice to him. Shikamaru is very smart. If he is just fooling around, he should be able to see it. If he is not sincere to his friend, will he lose the trust of this friend? Naruto's face froze, he didn't know how to explain how he met Uncle Danzo. Chapter 036. Danzo-sama. The first thing Fugaku did after bringing his tribe back to the camp was to go to Danzo's tent. Danzo glanced at the somewhat reserved Fugaku and asked, are you done talking? We have already made it clear to the tribe members. They don't want to be enemies with the village. I beg you, Danzo-sama, to help us deal with it. I will also deal with the radical voices in the tribe as soon as possible. Fugaku nodded and said. That's natural. Danzo gestured for him to sit down next to him. Fugaku sat next to Danzo nervously. When he was a child, he often heard his father talk about Danzo's reputation. Compared with Sarutobi Sasuke, the senior he respected, Danzo was a childhood shadow that frightened him. This shadow has accompanied him to become a ninja and the head of the tribe until now. Especially recently, the shadow that Danzo cast on him has become deeper and deeper. Sometimes he even has an illusion that Danzo knows him better than he does. Danzo asked calmly, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? His tone was very sure and calm, as if he was telling a common thing. But this sentence made Fugaku's heart beat wildly. Sure enough, he was not delusional. Danzo definitely knew himself better than he did. Yes. Fugaku answered nervously and glanced at Danzo cautiously. Mangekyo Sharingan is an eye that only Uchiha Madara has. It can bring devastating power to the awakener. With such a pair of eyes, Lord Danzo should be very afraid of him, right? That's good. However, Danzo's attitude was completely different from what he thought. He said calmly, "Since you have awakened Mangekyo, you can deal with the two-tailed Jinchuriki." Two-tailed Jinchuriki? Fugaku asked with wide eyes. Cloud Shinobi Village mobilized Jinchuriki. Danzo nodded, "Only the two-tailed." Fugaku, what do you mean by only the two-tailed? No matter which tailed beast it is very difficult to deal with it. Fugaku asked with a heavy face, "Does anyone else know this news?" It seems that because of Danzo's words, the atmosphere in the entire tent began to solidify. This is undoubtedly bad news. The tailed beasts are humanoid weapons. The use of each tailed beast means that there will be large-scale casualties. If this news is known to other people in the camp, it will definitely cause a small-scale commotion. Sending tailed beasts directly into battle at the beginning of the war is really worthy of Cloud Shinobi. Danzo shook his head, "They don't know, I didn't tell them, I'm the only one who knows the whole thing. Why don't you tell the other leaders?" Fugaku was a little confused. He understood that the news couldn't be made public, but why not tell the other leaders? Others don't know Mangekyo's ability. Telling them will only increase their pressure. In addition to Jinchuriki, there are other guys who are more difficult than Toshiro. Danzo explained. Looking at Fugaku's puzzled face, Danzo sighed. He stood at the end, knowing most of the secrets of the ninja world, and even understanding the personalities of many people. But it was really tiring to figure out the road through the ending. When the two-tail appears on the battlefield, our morale will be affected, while the other side will be affected. But if you show the power of Sharingan in the first place and control the two-tail, the situation will be reversed instantly. Danzo explained calmly, but what he said made Fugaku fall into deep thought. Are you so sure that I can control the two-tail in a short time? Fugaku asked curiously. Since Madara rebelled against the village, almost no one in Uchiha has awakened Mangekyo. Why can Danzo be so confident? Danzo vowed, the power of Sharingan is stronger than you think. I will let Kakashi cooperate with you to seal the two-tail. He also has some insights into the sealing technique. The words were very confident, and it was obvious that Fugaku had no hesitation in sealing the two-tail. This confident look unconsciously infected Uchiha Fugaku. Since he awakened Mangekyo, he has not used his ability and the number of times is not much. On the one hand, it is because it will reduce vision, and on the other hand, it is because of the fact that another Uchiha has awakened Mangekyo. But now with the help of Shimura Danzō, Fugaku no longer cares about exposing this matter. Why do you help me so much? After a long silence, Uchiha Fugaku stared at Danzo and asked, You obviously hated Uchiha before, and many of your actions were directed at us. Why do you want to help us this time? Just because I said something for you at the meeting. Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't help asking. Such irrational things rarely happen to him, but Danzo put too much pressure on him. Not only his attitude, but even his position is often unpredictable. This time, Danzo changed his previous attitude and represented the village's desire to accept the Uchiha clan. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find any reason that could make a person change his pervert degree so quickly. Danzo seemed to have known that Fugaku would ask this question. Kide said calmly, It's because of what you said that I changed my mind. Is it that simple? Uchiha Fugaku obviously didn't believe it. If Danzo really changed his opinion of Uchiha because of what he said, then Danzo would not be Danzo. He must be possessed by someone. It's that simple. Danzo nodded and said gently, "Do you know why I was so hostile to Uchiha before?" "Why?" "Because you are uncontrollable and too emotional to see the situation clearly." Danzo said the reason he had thought of long ago. This was the reason he came up with after combining the original work with great difficulty. Seeing Fugaku's puzzled look, Danzo continued to explain, "The Uchiha clan is just like the blood in your body, too uncalm and too emotional. There are many things that you can't see the situation clearly, just like those radical voices in your clan." Danzo stood up, came to Fugaku's side, pointed at his eyes and said, "Do you know how Sharingan awakens and evolves?" Fugaku could probably guess what Danzo meant, and said with a gloomy face, "Strong emotional stimulation." "Yes, it is strong stimulation." Danzo smiled and led Fugaku to think at his own pace, saying, "Many Uchiha can actually be said to be crazy, especially those so-called geniuses, who are even crazier among crazies. Too emotional, not calm, when strongly stimulated, they will awaken Sharingan, but at the same time, they will make some unexpected decisions. For example, on the battlefield, they will act without the commander's orders, or choose the family between the village and the family, or even choose the brother between the family and friends, brothers. Too irrational, too selfish, this is my view." Uchiha is the most popular review. Chapter 037. Danzo held out his fists in front of Fugaku. "As one of the elders of Konoha, all my decisions are for Konoha. I can even sacrifice my own Shimura clan. Konoha is a big family, and the family is a small family. For Konoha, I can only eliminate the unstable factor of Uchiha." His righteousness made Uchiha Fugaku unable to refute. "Because that's the fact. There are too many people in the clan who have done many wrong things because of friends and relatives, including things that are harmful to the village and even the family. Because I agreed with your decision and stood on the side of the village despite the opposition of the majority of the family, do you think I am different from others?" Uchiha Fugaku widened his eyes. He didn't expect that his momentary appreciation would actually change Danzo's opinion of Uchiha. "The facts prove that I am right." Seeing Fugaku say what he wanted him to say, Danzo smiled even more, "Not only you, your son, Uchiha Itachi also has the same qualities as you. Being able to calmly think about the right choice and treat Konoha as a real big family." "Itachi?" Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. "Did Itachi leak the news of the clan?" "It was not Itachi who leaked the news of your clan, but Shisui." Danzo saw his thoughts and said with a smile. "Fugaku, you know it again? Expression management is a kind of knowledge, and guessing your thoughts is another kind of knowledge." Danzo said with a smile, and seemed to see his inner doubts. "There is a lot of knowledge in this world that no one wants to understand or explore. The only advantage of hiding in the dark is that I have a lot of time. These times allow me to delve into a lot of knowledge that people in the ninja world don't know. Nowadays, Danzo can easily come up with a lot of lies. Some things become habits as they are done. One lie is covered up by another lie, one ring after another." Fugaku looked at Danzo and nodded doubtfully. If what Danzo said was true, then he was undoubtedly a genius who could live a comfortable life even if he gave up his ninja identity. "Danzo, the Cloud Shinobi troops that were originally expected to arrive the day after tomorrow suddenly sped up, and may reach the border tomorrow." A hurried voice came from outside the tent. "Got it." In the main tent of the Konoha camp, Danzo looked at Fugaku calmly and said with a smile, "It seems that because of the cooperation with the Mist Shadow, the Raikage is also getting anxious. According to the agreement, the Mist Shadow's people should just wait at the front line. This shouldn't make the Raikage so flustered, right?" Fugaku asked. He also had a chance encounter with the fourth Raikage. In his impression, the fourth Raikage is not only impulsive and irritable on the outside, but also on the inside, but this also leads to his brave and strong personality. Danzo explained with a smile, "It seems that the people of the Mist Shadow also want to get a piece of the pie, and have already attacked Cloud Shinobi Village from their side of the border. What? Fugaku was shocked. He was not in the tent when Ryoma came to deliver the news just now, so he didn't know about this matter. Danzo brought up another big thing, and it seemed that he still hadn't informed anyone else. If the Mist Shadow really agrees to send troops together, maybe we really have a chance to occupy the Land of Lightning with the Mist Shadow. Fugaku said anxiously, and he even began to foresee that the arrogant Cloud Shinobi Village would be destroyed by them and Kirigakuer. Danzo shook his head. Fugaku was still too young after all, but maybe it was because the combat power of this world was too high, and there were no predecessors who studied the so-called military tactics and tactics. The 5 countries are currently a relatively stable balance, restraining each other and supporting each other. If an accident occurs in any country, this balance will be broken. Danzo said calmly. I don't know what people in other countries think, but now I don't plan to break this balance before there is enough backup force. Fugaku was stunned, and nodded as if he understood. One day passed in a flash, and it was still Siming Mountain, and the sky was as cloudy as before. This is the normal environment of the Land of Lightning. Everything seemed to have returned to the previous few days, except that the positions began to reverse. Konoha occupied Siming Mountain, while Cloud Shinobi's people were going to attack this mountain. Danzo stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking at a small black dot in the distance. The small black dot was the Cloud Shinobi's troops. In his pupils, the black dot continued to expand and gradually became human-shaped. Siming Mountain is a strategic location with excellent terrain. It is surrounded by small peaks that can be used for ambushes, and you have to pass through a continuous ravine to enter Siming Mountain. Such a good place, but it's a pity that Todai doesn't know how to use it. If it was replaced by a person with military literacy in his previous life to command, Danzo would need more time to capture Siming Mountain. Is everything arranged? Danzo looked at the Cloud Shinobi troops getting closer and closer, and asked Ryoma, who was waiting next to him. Everything has been arranged. At your request, the surrounding peaks have buried a large number of detonating tags at specific locations. Ryoma cried. After the Cloud Shinobi people arrive, they should rest for a while before starting to attack. Arrange a few teams to harass them. Don't give them a chance to rest, and don't confront them head-on. Run away when you see them. Danzo thought for a while and gave another order. Military books and tactics are not difficult to understand. The key is to use the right strategy in the right place. Danzo is not Zhuge, and he can't predict the future. He can only rely on his own ideas to make arrangements in advance, and wait for the Cloud Shinobi people to attack, and then respond accordingly. Following Danzo's instructions, led by Kakashi and Guy, the ninjas who can achieve some success in speed formed a temporary team and rushed towards the Cloud Shinobi camp. As Danzo expected, the Cloud Shinobi team stopped a distance away from Siming Mountain and rested on the spot. Darui looked at the towering Siming Mountain in front of him with a heavy face. He didn't have the attitude of being afraid of trouble like he did in the village. The current situation did not allow him to relax. The news from the front has been sent back to Cloud Shinobi Village, which is why their team has temporarily accelerated its pace. The Mist Shadow team began to capture Cloud Shinobi from another direction, and the troops led by Tsuchiya were defeated by Danzo in Siming Mountain. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning rarely disagreed with the Raikage and began to quarrel. With external and internal troubles, the situation of the entire Cloud Shinobi and even the Land of Lightning is not optimistic. They did not expect that just a small provocation to Konoha would lead to such consequences. But it is useless to regret now. The key is how to defeat the old senior and drive the people of Konoha out of the border. Chapter 038. Are you still worried? The sound of footsteps rang out, and Yu Wooden Golem came slowly to Darui and said. After all, he is an old senior who was once feared by everyone. I have to think carefully about how to fight this battle. Darui said with a wry smile. Don't be afraid. When the battle starts, I will help you beat him to death. You wooden golem patted Darui's shoulder and promised. Don't be too careless. Konoha is the head of the 5 villages after all. Even if you have the power of the tailed beast, the other party may not have no means to deal with it. Darui said with a frown. 9 tails breaking the seal can cause their Hokage to die in battle, and now I have mastered the ability to perfectly transform into a tailed beast. They have no power to suppress me at all. You wooden golem is still confident. The outside world only attributed the death of the 4th Hokage to the breaking of the seal by 9 tails. Just 9 tails, and in their own territory, Konoha was able to suffer a great loss of combat power, and even sacrificed the Hokage. Other ninja villages looked down on Konoha. You. Darui smiled bitterly, and wanted to explain something, but heard an explosion in the distance. Enemy attack. Without hesitation, Darui directly activated the ninjutsu, and the dark blue chakra emerged on the surface of his body. His figure turned into a blue light and quickly flashed towards the explosion. The wooden golem next to him looked at Darui's back in surprise. She was surprised at Darui's reaction and speed, but then quickly followed Darui's footsteps and flashed towards the explosion. As soon as they arrived at the explosion site, there were only a few cold corpses lying on the ground. What's going on? Darui asked with a cold face. It should be Konoha's people. A Cloud Shinobi Chunin reported, he had just arrived. These people are the genin responsible for patrolling this area. The noise just now should be that Konoha's people launched an attack on them. Although it was just a guess, no one objected. Just as Darui was about to speak to deal with the aftermath of this matter, another explosion was heard not far away. FK. Cursing inwardly, Darui's figure once again quickly rushed towards that area. However, after arriving, he still did not see the figure of the attacker. Only a few corpses on the ground proved that the noise just now was not fake. Boom! Another explosion came from afar. Darui's face was stiff and he ran towards the explosion again, but when he arrived, he still saw only a few cold corpses. Angrily scanning the surrounding environment, there was no trace to track. Boom! Another explosion sounded in another place. Konoha. Darui's eyes were filled with flames, and he clenched his fists. This time he did not rush to the explosion again. He knew that even if he arrived, he would not be able to find the other party's trace. And the place where the explosion sounded was exactly the direction he rushed to the first time. This feeling of frustration made him extremely angry. He could not see the enemy, but his casualties were increasing. Order all patrols to return to the camp immediately. Except for those with strength above Jainin, do not hang around outside. Darui took a deep breath to suppress the fire in his heart, and ordered the people next to him. Yes. The Cloud Shinobi Ninja replied, and his figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared. But not long after the Cloud Shinobi Ninja left, a series of explosions sounded in all directions, accompanied by screams and roars. They did it on purpose. Darui realized this at the first time. The sneak attacks and assassinations between ninjas would not give the enemy any chance to send out any information. And this group of people in Konoha not only killed people, but also made such a big noise, just to let the people here know that every time an explosion sounded, a Cloud Shinobi would die. Noticing that the faces of other Cloud Shinobi around him were already faintly afraid and worried, Darui narrowed his eyes. This can't go on. He made a prompt decision, waved his hand and shouted to the puzzled people, "Everyone gather, we attack Siming Mountain." The continuous explosions have made the team panic. If this continues, their morale may begin to collapse before the battle officially starts. Danzo, the Cloud Shinobi people have begun to gather and attack Siming Mountain. Ryoma flashed to Danzo's side and said respectfully. He now respects Danzo more and more, not only because of his identity, but also because of his ability. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi camp that has begun to gather with continuous explosions, Danzo nodded, his eyes calm. With his current strength and spiritual attributes, he was able to see the Cloud Shinobi thousands of meters away. He turned to Fugaku who was waiting beside him and said, "It's your turn to prepare now. The opponent's Jinchuriki is a woman with yellow hair and braids. You must suppress her as soon as she uses the power of the tailed beast. We can't let her have any impact on our morale. We even need to use her to enhance our momentum." "Yes." Fugaku nodded and rushed to a mountain outside Siming Mountain according to Danzo's instructions. Siming Mountain is the main strategic location. If it can't be defended, they will retreat here. Their battles will be carried out around the other peaks near Siming Mountain. The Cloud Shinobi troops led by Darui were very peaceful all the way to Siming Mountain, except that their morale dropped due to the previous raid. But this made Darui even annoyed. He has been on alert all the time. If the other party dares to attack when their team is assembled, he will catch up with the attacker as soon as possible. Darui is very confident that his speed is definitely faster than this group of attackers. But unfortunately, the journey was very peaceful, and his vigilance was useless. Chapter 039. Are you unwilling? Yu Wooden Golem came to Darui and asked. When we get to Siming Mountain, I must let those guys know that Cloud Shinobi's ninjutsu is the fastest and strongest. Darui clenched his fists and said. It's almost here. Darui said, motioning Yu Wooden Golem to move to the front of the team. Then I'll help you save face first. Yu Wooden Golem smiled. Since she mastered the tailed beast transformation, she has not been able to fully exert the power of the two tails. Now that she finally has the opportunity, she is also very impatient. Darui frowned. Yu Wooden Golem's strength is indeed good, but because she has been staying in the village for many years, she is a little overconfident. Darui signaled the team to stop. Get ready to attack. Yu Wooden Golem smiled confidently, and his figure jumped up to the front of the entire team. What's going on? Samui came to Darui and asked. The team stopped, but she did not receive any reason. The people of Konoha certainly didn't guess that we would use the power of the tailed beasts at the beginning of the war, but there may be people from the Hyuga clan in the opponent's team. Darui explained. The Hyuga family has the Byakugan, and their reconnaissance ability is one of the best in the ninja world. No matter how well planned we are, we will be exposed to those eyes. So I plan to give those bastards of Konoha a shot first. Darui said with a smile. One of them is the guard of the Raikage, and the other is the Raikage's capable subordinate. They have a good relationship. Samui glanced at the wooden golem in front of him, frowned and asked, what about the prisoners? I won't blame them even if they retreat at the risk of their lives, but surrender is not what we Cloud Shinobi ninjas should do. If they can escape this shot and keep their lives, then I will forgive their cowardice. Darui said mercilessly with a cold face. War is not a joke. There are not many people left in Toshiro's team after a battle. He can't lose the big picture because of the small. Samui thought for a while, but did not object, and commanded the team to prepare for battle. At this time, Danzo, who was quietly observing the movements of Cloud Shinobi from a distance, frowned. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the situation of Cloud Shinobi's team. Just now, the whole team suddenly stopped, and a figure came from the back of the team to the front of the team. Golden hair, although the face is young, but looks beautiful and generous. With just one glance, Danzo recognized the identity of this figure. Jinchuriki of the Two-Tailed Matatabi, by Wooden Golem. Just when Danzo was wondering what Wooden Golem was going to do, a layer of dark red-tailed beast coat appeared on the surface of the body of Wooden Golem at the front of the team. Not good. Danzo was shocked. He could probably guess what Wooden Golem was planning, and quickly told Longma next to him, everyone should evacuate Siming Mountain secretly and disperse to other mountains around. Be quick, but don't move too much to avoid being discovered by the other side. Yes. Although Longma was confused, he still commanded the entire team to evacuate according to Danzo's instructions. Sure enough, Not long after Danzo gave the order, the tailed beast coat on wooden golem began to solidify, and within Danzo's perception range, the amount of chakra on her body began to increase continuously. Tailed beast bomb. For a technique with such a long range, combined with wooden golem's identity, Danzo could only think of tailed beast bomb. If it was tailed beast bomb, Danzo currently had no means to block it. Although Siming Mountain was large, it could not withstand the frontal attack of tailed beast bomb. However, although tailed beast bomb is strong, it takes a long time to condense, and its power is closely related to the condensation time of tailed beast bomb and the output of chakra. Now that we have known the opponent's means in advance, it is not difficult to avoid this tailed beast bomb in advance. Danzo-sama, we have successfully evacuated. The speed of the ninja is very fast. After the order was passed down, in less than 3 minutes, the ninja team on the entire Siming Mountain had evacuated to the other peaks. Danzo nodded. With his speed, he didn't need to evacuate in advance like others. Send the order to prepare for the battle. Once the Siming Mountain suffers a huge blow, everyone will immediately attack Cloud Shinobi. Danzo issued another order. After the opponent sent out the tailed beast bomb, he would definitely gather people in a panic to attack. And what Danzo had to do was to attack first before the opponent issued the attack order and take the initiative. Yes. Ryoma nodded and flashed away again. At this time, everyone in the Cloud Shinobi team was staring at the wooden golem in front of the team, who was emitting a powerful aura. Covered by the crimson-tailed beast chakra, the wooden golem's eyes had also turned into scarlet beast pupils, and the whole person looked like a red wild cat, with the tail swinging unconsciously behind him. Half-tailed beast transformation. It looks more powerful than Killer Bee. I heard that as long as you can control the tailed beast, your strength is at least at the level of Jainin. Jinchuriki's pain is not as simple as you think. Other people around were talking about it, and they all looked at the wooden golem in a low voice with envy. They didn't know Jinchuriki's status in other villages, but in Cloud Shinobi Village, which is mainly based on strength, Jinchuriki was still loved by the villagers as long as he could control the power of the tailed beast. While they were talking, a small tailed beast bomb had condensed in front of the wooden golem. There were various colors mixed in the black. Although this tailed beast bomb was not big, it exuded a terrifying aura. That's enough. This is our land of lightning after all. Don't damage it too much. Seeing that the wooden golem was still gathering, Darui couldn't help but remind him. It's been a while. Not to mention the power, the time, and the noise should have been noticed by Konoha. If we wait any longer, the opponents will run away. Chapter 040. Danzo's figure quickly flashed towards the position of Cloud Shinobi, and behind him, there were many roots following closely. This war unfolded faster than he thought, and wooden golem was still exposed to everyone's sight, and Uchiha Fugaku would take action earlier. He needed to rush to the front to help as soon as possible. Hiss! A sharp roar came from wooden golem's mouth, and in front of her, the black-tailed beast bomb with a powerful aura quickly shot towards Siming Mountain. Boom! After the huge noise, Siming Mountain was like an iron tower stacked with playing cards, and it was easily collapsed by this powerful force. Tailed beast. Konoha Shinobi stared at the position of Siming Mountain with wide eyes. He had experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion and knew very well that the tailed beast bomb that just flew over was the tailed beast bomb that only the tailed beasts could use. Cloud Shinobi used the tailed beast. They are crazy. Don't they know that Jinchuriki can't distinguish between friend and foe? The 4th generation master is dead, who else in Konoha can resist the tailed beast? A tailed beast bomb, as Danzo expected, caused an uproar in the entire Konoha team. Many people began to slow down and their faces became stiff. Danzo continued to flash quickly towards Cloud Shinobi's position without changing his expression. This was indeed a poor consideration on his part. He didn't expect Cloud Shinobi to expose the existence of the tailed beast at the beginning, and directly bombarded Siming Mountain with a tailed beast bomb from a long distance, ignoring the captives from the same village on the mountain. This Darui is really ruthless. He looks lazy in the original work, but he is ruthless when he turns his face. Although he didn't see the other team, Danzo had already guessed that the leader of the other team was Darui, who was the Raikage guard and the future 5th Raikage. Darui is not only from the Night Moon clan, but also a person valued by the 4th Raikage. According to the information about Cloud Shinobi, no one is more qualified to command than him. Danzo-sama. Hidden in the dark, when the wooden golem revealed the identity of Jinchuriki, Fugaku, who had been accumulating strength and preparing to catch the two-tailed beast, was held down by Danzo. The others were also surprised that Danzo rushed to the front. The rest of you try your best to entangle the other Cloud Shinobi except Jinchuriki. Fugaku, Kakashi, and I will be responsible for sealing the tailed beast. I will take the lead later. I will find a way to lead Jinchuriki to this place. Fugaku will use Sharingan to control it as soon as possible, and Kakashi will seal it. Danzo spoke quickly, but his words were clearly heard by everyone. Understood. Everyone nodded, no one objected. Action. After making the plan clear, Danzo started planning directly. When he said these two words, Danzo felt as if he had returned to the modern era, hovering on the edge of life and death with his companions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Many figures jumped out from all directions and attacked the Cloud Shinobi team in the center. Enemy attack. The moment the Konoha Shinobi appeared, Darui's pupil shrank, and he shouted to pass the message to everyone in the team. He really didn't expect Konoha to move so quickly. It seemed that they not only expected them to use the tailed beasts, but also made arrangements in advance. However, what he didn't know was that except for the people who had ambushed before, most of them were root ninjas who had just followed Danzo all the way here. And Konoha's large army was still in the back, rushing towards this side quickly. Covered with dark blue chakra, Darui's restless heart suddenly burst out. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Like a swift cheetah, Darui shuttled through the battlefield, harvesting lives one by one. Samui, Wooden Golem, and other Jainin were also fighting. After discovering that there were no main forces among the enemy's arrival, the entire battlefield was split into several pieces. This was risking one's life to attract firepower, but after Danzo gave the order, no one hesitated. This was the route left by the original owner, a route that was only loyal to him. Pretending to be a confused Chunin, Danzo's young face was inconspicuous on this battlefield, and handsomeness would not make the enemy put down the butcher knife. Slowly rushing into the battle circle belonging to Wooden Golem, Danzo killed several Cloud Shinobi who were not afraid of death and approached him. As he got closer and closer, the violent chakra on Wooden Golem was clearly sensed by Danzo. Do it! Danzo's eyes flashed fiercely, and his speed increased to ultimate, and he rushed towards the Wooden Golem like a shadow. Nail! The sound of metal colliding, although Danzo's speed was very fast, the Wooden Golem, who had entered the tailed beast, had a significant increase in speed and strength, and was completely in time to react. His long sword was blocked by the sharp cat's claws. You dare to sneak attack! The Wooden Golem was killing like cutting vegetables, and suddenly a different figure attacked her. Without thinking, she directly used chakra to materialize the cat's claws and swung them. The long sword covered with wind attribute chakra slashed hard on the cat's claws, making a sound like metal knocking. The sword was blocked, and Danzo was calm. He didn't have the idea of killing with one blow. He swung several swords in succession, and almost every sword was blocked. Fortunately, the last sword directly cut off the Wooden Golem's cat's claws, and the whole body flew out. Jainin! Wooden Golem frowned. With the tailed beast coat protecting her, the knife was powerful, but the cat's claws didn't cause her much injury. The Konoha Shinobi around were basically Genin or Chunin, and they were like a fearless death squad. I didn't expect that there was a Jainin in this death squad. Is he the captain of this team? She guessed in her heart. Is this all the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi are capable of? Before Wooden Golem could react, Danzo's figure flashed in front of her again, and while talking, he swung the long sword again. Ding! The long sword chopped again on the cat's claws that Wooden Golem had recondensed with chakra. Are the people of Cloud Shinobi only good at getting beaten? Danzo didn't continue this time. Instead, he smiled and approached Wooden Golem, saying mockingly, "Do all Konoha people talk so much nonsense?" The Wooden Golem looked calm, as if she was indifferent to Danzo's words. Unfortunately, her movements revealed that she was not indifferent in her heart. She gradually turned from defense to attack, and kept swinging her cat claws at Danzo. Ding ding ding! The metal knocking sound continued, and as Danzo relaxed a little, he was knocked out. Chapter 41. Looking at Danzo flying backwards, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of Wooden Golem, and he spit out several light blue fireballs from his mouth. Rat Ball Jade! The blue flames in the air turned into a group of agile and flexible little mice, rushing towards Danzo irregularly. Danzo's figure flew backwards and flipped in the air, landing steadily, but he spit out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Facing the fire mouse rushing straight at him, Danzo dragged his heavy body to dodge and fled into the bushes. Don't run! After finally catching a high-level Konoha shinobi, Wooden Golem would not let him escape like this. Light blue flames appeared on the surface of his body, and he quickly chased in the direction where Danzo left. Don't chase! And Darui, who had been in the center of the battle circle, looked anxious and wanted to chase out to stop Wooden Golem, but was stopped by others. Although he had been fighting, his mind was always paying attention to Wooden Golem. As the Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, Wooden Golem can be said to be the most important treasure in the entire team, and no accidents can be allowed to happen to the tailed beast. But the more anxious Darui was, the more the other Konoha shinobi around him entangled him, using their lives to entangle his actions. Get out! Roaring and forcing several Konoha shinobi to retreat, Darui shouted to others, everyone withdraw from the battle circle and bring Wooden Golem back. He had a bad feeling in his heart, whether it was the Konoha shinobi around who were desperate or the Konoha Jainin who just left. Focusing on catching Danzo, a higher-level ninja, Wooden Golem didn't pay attention to other sounds, and even didn't hear Darui's stop. Danzo's face was calm, and he kept his speed and ran forward quietly. He could clearly feel that Wooden Golem's speed was increasing little by little, and it was slowly approaching him. 100 steps. 10 steps. 1 step. Danzo felt the increasingly clear breathing and footsteps behind him, and suddenly stopped, stepped back with endless killing intent in his eyes, turned over and slashed with a knife. This knife was wrapped with a strong wind attribute chakra, with the will to cut everything. It was the strongest blow in the sword technique left by the original owner. I'm waiting for you to turn back. Wooden Golem's face was happy, she had been waiting for this guy to turn back. The injured Jainin in front of him could only turn back and fight to the death. Wooden Golem, who had been prepared, jumped lightly, like a nimble cat to avoid the sharp slash, but before she could reach out to grab Danzo, an inexplicable will descended from the sky, directly making Wooden Golem's mind dazed for a moment, and when she felt the pain and came to her senses, the knife had already pierced into her body fiercely. The sharp wind attribute chakra stirred in her body, destroying her internal organs. Danzo calmly looked at the incredulous eyes of Wooden Golem. He knew that this was a genjutsu released by Fugaku in cooperation with him. Uchiha's Sharingan. Wooden Golem looked at Uchiha Fugaku not far behind Danzo in disbelief. In addition, Danzo's face instantly returned to rosy, and he was no longer as pale as he had been after being injured. He fell into a trap. Wooden Golem had only this thought in his mind. The rich-tailed beast chakra instantly surged. In her body, the two-tailed Matatabi continued to pour chakra into her body. Although the blade pierced her body, this minor injury was nothing to Jinchuriki. What Wooden Golem was worried about was that since Danzo had led her here, he must have a backup plan. She was going to transform into a complete tailed beast and return to Cloud Shinobi's team. The surging tailed beast chakra formed a substantial air pressure that spread around. In Wooden Golem's red beast eyes, she still had reason, but also madness and tyranny. It seems that Wooden Golem has not yet completely mastered the transformation of the tailed beast, and there are great flaws. Roar! The Wooden Golem, who was completely covered by chakra and could not see the human form, opened his bloody mouth and roared, and the sound resounded throughout the area. The pair of eyes with only madness stared directly at Danzo, who was holding the long sword tightly. Danzo frowned and urged, "Hurry up, the Cloud Shinobi people should be here." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force fell from the sky and easily pressed Wooden Golem to the ground. Wrapped in the lavender giant, Fugaku, like wearing a layer of armor, walked over slowly and said a little embarrassedly, "This is the first time I use Suzanu's ability, and I'm still a little rusty." Suzanu, who was 5 meters tall and like a little giant, stood quietly on Fugaku's body and wrapped him up. As it was about the two-tail, Fugaku output his pupil power without money, and only used it for the first time, and extended Suzanu to the second stage. Roar! The Wooden Golem was almost losing its mind under the influence of the tailed beast chakra, roaring like a wild beast, struggling under Suzanu's control. Behind her, the two tails kept waving, making it extremely difficult for Fugaku to control. "Is this the Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi muttered to himself as he looked at the little giant, not knowing whether his Sharingan could grow. Kakashi. Danzo glanced at Kakashi, who was still stunned by Fugaku. Suzanu frowned and roared, "It's time to sigh. Hurry up and cooperate with me to seal the tailed beast." As he said that, Danzo made a seal in his hand. At this time, he didn't care about exposing the slow speed of the seal, and struggled to put the memory in his mind in his hands. With the flow of chakra, Danzo pressed a palm on the top of the Wooden Golem's head. The black curse seal spread around with Danzo pressing it, and gradually spread to the whole body of the Wooden Golem. The violent movements of Wooden Golem were frozen in an instant, and the tailed beast chakra covering her body began to retract to her abdomen at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all the chakras were retracted, Kakashi pressed the seal on Wooden Golem's abdomen, completely sealing the two-tailed Matatabi in Wooden Golem's body. The limp Wooden Golem fell into a coma. Chapter 042. Unless a ninja who specializes in Grandmaster sealing techniques unleashes the seals, the two seals will not allow Wooden Golem to borrow any chakra from the tailed beasts, and even its own chakra will disappear. Fugaku, lift her up, let's fight back against Cloud Shinobi. Danzo's eyes flashed with coldness. So many of his men died just to seal the two tails safely. The goal has been achieved, and it's time to fight back. As soon as the voice fell, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. A black lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit the place where Cloud Shinobi and Konoha fought. And followed closely by various roars, encouragements, and earth-shaking. It seems that our people have arrived too. With such a big commotion, it should be the large force evacuated from Siming Mountain that has arrived here. Danzo pulled the long sword out of the Wooden Golem, flicked it lightly and splashed the blood on the ground, and said to the two, "I will go to command first, you guys hurry up and catch up." After that, his figure turned into a black shadow and flashed quickly between the branches, rushing towards the battlefield. Where did Lord Danzo go? Did Lord Danzo leave the main force again? On the battlefield between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha, Konoha's ninjas were obviously not as imposing as Cloud Shinobi because of the appearance of the two-tailed and the absence of Danzo. But they won in numbers. With the continuous flow of Konoha Shinobi coming from all directions, Konoha's numbers were obviously the majority on the entire battlefield. Darui's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. He had been entangled for a long time, and he didn't know what the Wooden Golem was like now. This can't go on. Darui clenched his fists and began to form seals. Black electric sparks flashed all over his body, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It seemed that lightning began to accumulate because of Darui's attraction. The Konoha shinobi around him also noticed the difference in him and prepared to retreat, but it was too late. "Get out of my way!" With Darui's roar, a thunder roared, and black lightning the size of a bowl fell from the sky, hitting the Konoha shinobi entangled around him. In just a moment, only charred corpses were left on the ground. The entire battlefield was silent for a moment, and everyone stared at Darui, who was gasping for breath in the center of the battlefield. The ninjutsu that can cause weather changes is definitely the forbidden technique of Cloud Shinobi Village. This move of attracting lightning and strengthening the power of one's own ninjutsu is a secret technique of the Night Moon clan. However, since the Night Moon clan has served as Raikage for generations, this forbidden technique of attracting lightning has been listed as a forbidden technique of Cloud Shinobi. "Cloud Shinobi, follow me to attack." Samui immediately cooperated with Darui, mobilizing the fighting spirit of all Cloud Shinobi, roaring with a long sword, swinging it flexibly on the battlefield, harvesting lives. With the roars one after another, the Cloud Shinobi were like chicken blood, and they wanted to rush to the front of the team fearlessly. On the other hand, Konoha's momentum was low. Danzo was not there, and Uchiha Fugaku was not there either. Now only Abarame Ryoma was in control of the situation. But as a root ninja, he has always been acting in the dark. If he performs assassinations, delivers messages, espionage, and other things, he is definitely a top-notch player. But now he has taken off the mask and lives in the sunshine. He doesn't know how to boost morale in public. "Cloud Shinobi bastards! Remember my name. My name is Mito Kato Hiro." But at this moment, an urgent voice sounded, "Konoha Jainin Mito Kato Hiro." The head of the Mito clan and Mito Kato Homura's nephew. Although he had performed extremely poorly in the Konoha camp before, at this time, Mito Kato Hiro still stepped forward and led his team to rush towards Cloud Shinobi. With someone taking the lead, the heads of other families responded one after another, and the stagnant atmosphere in Konoha was also improved. Ryoma looked at Mito Kato Hiro with gratitude. Although he had been a little disdainful of the people brought by Mito Kato Homura before, he has changed a lot now. Leading the remaining routes to rush towards Cloud Shinobi, Ryoma was originally determined to delay time for Danzo, but the current situation is no longer a matter of delaying time. If they don't attack and start a war, the morale of Konoha will fall to the bottom. The two teams rushed to fight, and every slackness in the battle between the ninjas could cause death. Panting heavily, Darui watched the two teams collide and fight quietly. In this chaotic situation, large-scale ninjutsu can no longer be used. What is being tested now is the ninja's physical skills and combat experience. Although the ninjutsu just now was very powerful and imposing, it also consumed a huge amount of chakra, but now is not the time to rest. Glancing at Samui fighting on the battlefield, she happened to meet her eyes. Their eyes met, Samui understood and led her small team to slowly move towards Darui's position. "Go find the wooden golem quickly. She just chased a Konoha Jainin away and hasn't come back yet. I feel something is wrong." Darui said quickly. "Yes." Samui answered without hesitation, and wanted to withdraw from the battle circle with the team. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several sharp gusts of wind flew out of the woods, and in the blink of an eye, several Cloud Shinobi who had no time to dodge were killed. Danzo jumped out of the woods, and countless Cloud Shinobi died in his hands in a few jumps. "It's Lord Danzo! Lord Danzo is back!" Danzo's figure was noticed by all the people in Konoha at the first time, and they cheered. And the somewhat rigid morale finally gradually rose. Chapter 43. Mito looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. He was relieved, but also a little unwilling. Danzo's figure galloped on the battlefield. Most ninjas couldn't even hurt him with ordinary ninja tools in their hands. His body was as hard as copper. "Danzo!" Darui stopped Samui who was about to rush out. He stared at the young figure with wide eyes. This was obviously the Konoha Jainin who was chased out by the wooden golem just now. What happened? No need to look for the wooden golem. Gather our people as soon as possible. If I can't catch Danzo, you retreat. Darui quickly ordered Samui. Without thinking, Darui jumped up directly, suppressed the bad premonition in his heart and rushed towards Danzo. Although most people have noticed Danzo's appearance on the battlefield, not many people are by his side. Now Danzo is surrounded by their Cloud Shinobi people. No matter where the wooden golem goes, the key is to capture Danzo as soon as possible. Because of the missed shinobi problem, their numbers were not advantageous. If it weren't for the wooden golem, Darui would have wanted to give up this support. Jinchuriki was the focus on the battlefield, but he never expected that the wooden golem with cage-level strength would be so inexperienced and easily tricked out of the battle circle by the enemy. His eyes full of murderous intent stared at Danzo, and the arcs of electricity that kept flashing on Darui's body showed his determination. Facing the galloping Darui, Danzo had a blank expression. People kept rushing towards him from all around, but it was a pity that Guy was not there, otherwise, this Darui would have been intercepted by him now. However, Danzo, who had recovered most of his strength, was not afraid of this Darui. He swung his long sword fiercely, and the swollen wind attribute chakra in his body materialized on the long sword, making a sharp buzzing sound. Ding! The two swords collided, and Danzo's wind attribute chakra suppressed the arcs on Darui's long sword. The lethality and electric shock effect brought by the lightning attribute chakra were not well displayed because of Danzo's suppression. Ultimate wind attribute change. Darui's pupils contracted. He didn't expect Danzo to have such a deep mastery of the wind attribute. He knew that Danzo's main chakra attribute was wind, and the wind attribute restrained the lightning attribute, but since Darui dared to attack Danzo, he naturally had his grasp. With the use of secret techniques, Darui can temporarily improve the ability of his own attributes. Chakra attributes are mutually reinforcing and restraining. Even if water restrains fire, as long as the mastery of the fire attribute is exquisite enough, it can also evaporate water in turn. But he didn't expect Danzo to master the wind attribute to ultimate. This is almost impossible. The life of a ninja is limited. In the case of limited time, most ninjas will choose to develop multiple attributes, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has 5 attributes of Grandmaster. You react quickly. You know that the situation is over and you want to capture me and threaten the entire team. Danzo looked at him calmly, shaking his palm intentionally or unintentionally. The blow made his palm numb. The strength of the Yayu people is really great. Even though he has now increased his strength to 8, his strength is still a little weaker than Darui's in this situation. Stop talking nonsense, where is the wooden golem? Darui said with his eyes wide open, and continued to slash at Danzo. One blow after another, Danzo silently raised his sword to block Darui's attack. Danzo's speed was also 8, but it was only equal to Darui's. However, he was not in a hurry. While blocking Darui's attack, he said slowly, "Two-tailed Jinchuriki, you Cloud Shinobi Village are quite willing to give up such an important weapon." It was a sure win. He only needed to resist the opponent's attack and wait for the support of the surrounding Konoha shinobi. "Old man, you'd better hand over the wooden golem, or I will kill you here today," Darui said viciously with his eyes blazing. Who doesn't know how to make such a fierce remark? Danzo muttered in his heart and said to him in a gloomy tone, "Young people should know how to see themselves clearly. You know your level in your heart, so don't say such exaggerated words to motivate yourself." This sentence, coupled with Danzo's half-smiley face, made Darui feel annoyed. The anger in his heart was rising. There is still a long time before the plot begins. Darui only has the strength and qualifications to command a team, but he is not mature enough to be calm. Unlike the lazy Darui in the original book, who is calm and composed, Darui is now young and energetic. He is like a firecracker when Danzo hits him. Die! With a roar, the blue arcs around Darui turned black, and the muscles in his upper body bulged and burst his clothes. His bronze skin was a little dazzling under the reflection of the sun. Is this because he can't beat the clothes? Danzo smacked his lips. He didn't expect that the things that often happen to the protagonist in the animation would appear in front of him. Unfortunately, Darui is not the protagonist, and Danzo is not the villain. Without thinking, while this guy seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, Danzo swung a knife directly to let him know the dangers of society. But he didn't expect that the knife would directly penetrate Darui's body. Shadow. Danzo's pupils contracted, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He turned over and dodged. Where he was standing, Darui was sneering and retracting his palm. His palms stood upright side by side, and his forefingers flashed coldly like weapons, and scarlet blood dripped from his fingertips. His whole body was covered with black lightning, and his hair was tied up. If it weren't for the black light flashing on his body, Danzo would probably think that the Night Moon clan actually had Scion blood. Danzo frowned and looked at the 4 bloody marks on his arm. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the attack just now would have crippled his arm. I didn't expect that you inherited the black lightning of the 3rd Raikage, and even learned his 4-handed skills. Danzo admired sincerely and tried to delay time. Darui's speed after the explosion has begun to surpass him. If you hand over the wooden golem now, I can consider letting you go. Darui said with a sneer. Danzo thought about it, but didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, actually, I still admire your 3rd Raikage for resisting Iwagakure's 10,000 people alone. Every battle record of the 3rd Raikage in his lifetime is the glory of our Cloud Shinobi. Darui said without thinking. However, after he finished speaking, several swift figures rushed towards him from all directions. Chapter 044. Are you stalling for your time? Danzo looked at Darui, who was roaring and improving in speed and strength, and blocked his attack with a little effort. I heard that the 3rd Raikage has been able to practice the 4 fingers of the 4-handed Guanju 1, and you Cloud Shinobi call it the strongest spear. Danzo asked while dodging Darui's sudden attack. Darui was stunned and said proudly, you don't need to tell me about the talent of Raikage. Darui's movements slowed down, and Danzo did not take the opportunity to attack. He continued to ask, the 3rd Raikage is really powerful, even your current 4th generation can't compare to him. Your 4th Raikage speed is so fast that even Minato can't keep up. That's because our Raikage was careless for a while, otherwise the speed is definitely not something that your 4th Hokage can keep up with. Darui's eyes glared, his figure flashed, and his movements became more fierce. Danzo took a deep breath, dodged his attack in advance with his extraordinary spiritual perception, and asked, do you think your 4th Raikage is stronger than the 3rd Raikage? Darui's movements began to slow down again because of Danzo's words. It is absolutely a taboo to be distracted by thinking during a battle. The 4th Raikage and the 3rd Raikage are both powerful, and neither of them can be compared with the Hokage of Konoha. But Danzo's words were intended to affect his mind, and how could Darui not see it? He planned to take advantage of the situation and also slander their Hokage to make Danzo angry. Although Danzo's speed was a little slower than his now, because he was the target of the attack, he could always avoid his attack with a backhand. This made him a little anxious. The two of them had their own thoughts in their minds, and they just said one thing after another, launching attacks while dodging. I don't know why you keep scolding our Hokage, but I don't really care. Finally, after sensing the arrival of friendly forces, Danzo smiled and said, I don't really think much of our Hokage. They are all very old-fashioned and don't have the heart to do big things. Tell me, if Senju Hashirama had not signed a peace agreement and directly led troops with Uchiha Madara to fight against 4 countries, would our current ninja world be unified? As soon as the words came out, Darui was completely confused this time. In the Sengoku period, there were many tribes, and after entering the village era, the position of Kage has replaced the position of the tribe leader and become the highest level. The Kage of each village can only be appointed with the recognition of all tribes in the village. Danzo and the third Hokage have always had differences, and he is very clear about this. But Danzo did not hesitate to scold all the Hokage in his village directly, which Darui did not understand. At the moment when Darui was stunned, Danzo's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the long sword that had been ready for use was swung out in an instant, slashing towards Darui's neck. Ding! This knife was steadily blocked by Darui, and he said with a sneer on his face, "You are indeed better at talking. A few words shook my mind, but unfortunately, your strength and speed cannot take advantage of this opportunity to kill me." He was full of arrogance and pride. Although he said so, it was actually because he guessed Danzo's intention, so every time Danzo spoke, he was on guard. Faced with his arrogance, Danzo smiled and shook his head, saying, "Young people nowadays are still too simple. Why do you think you guessed my thoughts? It was you who guessed it, not me who asked you to guess it." It was like a tongue twister. Darui was a little confused by Danzo's words, but then, the figures that suddenly attacked from all directions made him widen his eyes and roar, "Despicable!" At some point, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who had been helping him around had turned into corpses. Instead, more and more people from Konoha rushed here. Danzo's words were just to delay his actions and lead him to think about another level. Darui thought of this point first. In fact, it's not just to delay time. As soon as the voice fell, a long sword pierced Darui's body directly from behind. Darui's eyes widened, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at Danzo who appeared behind him at some point, and then looked at Danzo who was mocking him in front of him. "Clone! Don't you realize that every move you make is actually following my steps?" Danzo's voice sounded softly behind him. Delaying time and waiting for support is one thing, but Danzo will not put all his hopes on friendly forces. Relying on himself is the foundation of his existence. The simple and most basic clone technique and transformation technique can often play the greatest effect in the most incredible situations. This tactic was used when Naruto and his good friend faced Zabuza. Danzo created an opportunity for himself after he remembered it. Darui was still planning to resist, but Danzo, who had been in front of him, had already slapped him on the body. The black tadpole-like curse spread on Darui's body, and as the curse spread, his chakra was completely sealed. "It's over." The darkness spread in front of his eyes, and this was the only thought in Darui's mind before he fainted. "Danzo-sama." Uchiha Shisui instantly appeared beside Danzo and knelt on one knee respectfully. "I am late, please punish me." After learning from Fugaku about Danzo's help to Uchiha, Shisui became even more loyal to Danzo. "It's okay, is everything done?" Danzo was quite satisfied after killing Darui alone, and asked Shisui gently. "It's all done." Shisui replied, and looked at Might Guy galloping on the battlefield and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such a strong physical player in the village." Because the raid on Cloud Shinobi Village caused the original plan to change, Danzo called Guy to the border to pass on the message to Shisui. 8 inner gates rushed to catch up with Shisui's speed directly in terms of physical speed, and was able to pass on the message in a short time. Only Might Guy in this team could do it. Since the battle plan has been successful, Danzo gently patted Darui's shoulder. Darui, who had fainted, woke up in a daze. The imagined dungeon did not appear. The familiar battlefield was still in front of him, and Wooden Golem was lying powerlessly beside him. At this time, Wooden Golem was no longer arrogant and high-spirited as before, and seemed a little helpless and timid. What she was afraid of was not the surrounding Konoha, but Darui's eyes. Wooden Golem knew very well that because of her momentary carelessness, this front line had collapsed completely. The two-tailed Jinkriki Wooden Golem has been captured. Your commander-in-chief has also been captured. Put down your weapons, seal your chakra and surrender, we will never hurt you. We don't want conflicts and wars. As long as you surrender and the war is over, we will put you back to Cloud Shinobi Village. According to the slogan prepared by Danzo early in the morning, after Wooden Golem and Darui surrendered, the ninjas headed by the Root preached this sentence on the battlefield. On the one hand, in order to make Cloud Shinobi lose the will to resist and reduce casualties. On the other hand, it is also to control the population. Although they did not take action, many Konoha shinobi did not want to miss this opportunity to earn military merit. Mito led many families to gallop on the battlefield. Because the main forces were captured, the Cloud Shinobi team was in low spirits, while his side was in full swing. Perhaps because he was the first to stand out at the beginning, many small families, even medium-sized families, were vaguely moving towards him. As time went on, the team gathered around him became larger and larger. The main force of Cloud Shinobi had been taken away by Samui as early as the moment Darui was captured. Most of those who remained on the battlefield were civilian children, or ninjas with low strength and not optimistic about them. Chapter 45. Mito Kato-hiro. Lord Danzo has ordered that if the Cloud Shinobi surrender, they can no longer be killed. Seeing Mito Kato-hiro ignoring the Cloud Shinobi ninja's pleas for mercy and leading the team to swing the butcher knife, Ryoma came to his side and warned. Mito Kato-hiro's face changed. But surrounded by the huge team behind him, he said firmly, "This is a war. It's not a joke. Maybe one day the Cloud Shinobi ninja you let go here will attack your descendants." That makes sense. As soon as Mito Kato-hiro finished speaking, he heard Danzo's familiar voice. The entire battlefield was separated by a path, and Shisui followed behind Danzo. The two walked towards them directly from the other side of the battlefield as if they were walking in the back garden. Shisui carried wooden golem and Darui in each hand. And the two of them could only lower their heads and close their eyes in humiliation. Weak and without chakra, facing the eyes of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas around them, they are now living a life worse than death. Danzo-sama. Ryoma greeted respectfully, and also stepped back and followed Danzo. Mito Kato-hiro, who was originally very tough and as proud as a rooster, hung his head. Danzo cast a heavy shadow on him. His uncle was in a high position, but when he came to the battlefield, Danzo directly knocked his uncle down with one punch. Even the Hokage-sama stepped forward. There was no room for discussion, so he could only return to the village honestly. Haki, strong. Mito Kato-hiro was envious and afraid. You said it well, maybe these people will swing their swords at Konoha again in the future. Danzo glanced at the Cloud Shinobi who had given up resistance and surrendered. Mito Kato-hiro's face was happy, and he asked, "What do you mean?" The Cloud Shinobi who gave up resistance lowered their heads one by one, pricked up their ears and listened quietly to Danzo's words. But many people have already secretly accumulated strength. Catch them and tie them up. Danzo glanced at Mito and said lightly. The joy on Mito's face froze. The Cloud Shinobi's movements of accumulating power also stopped. Why? He didn't understand what Danzo meant. Didn't you agree with me just now? I do agree with you. Danzo glanced at the team behind Mito coldly, without lowering his voice, and said loudly, "But this is a battlefield, and I am the commander-in-chief. There is no need to explain every decision I make to you or others. You just need to execute it. Do you understand?" Staring at Mito, Danzo asked word by word. "I understand." Mito nodded with a grim expression. "Very good." Danzo nodded with satisfaction. The entire battlefield was coming to an end. The two main forces were captured, and the entire Cloud Shinobi team seemed to have lost their minds and began to fall apart. Most of the Cloud Shinobi have already evacuated. They were very fast and we couldn't catch up. Fugaku and Guy said somewhat dejectedly. After arriving at the battlefield and confirming Danzo's safety, the two of them immediately led the team to counterattack the Cloud Shinobi. Unfortunately, most of the Cloud Shinobi only wanted to evacuate and didn't bother with them at all. It's enough to have the two of them. These soldiers are just a few bargaining chips. They won't get in the way. Danzo smiled and comforted. When the Cloud Shinobi heard Danzo call them bargaining chips, their faces turned red, but no one wanted to stand up and resist. At the moment of surrender, their backs were already bent. Unless someone leads them to rebel again, Danzo really doesn't think highly of these people. Darui struggled hard to commit suicide, but he didn't have any strength. He didn't want to be a burden to the Hokage and Cloud Shinobi Village. Ryoma, take a few people to the Land of Lightning to gather intelligence, and send a letter to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, telling him that if he wants to negotiate, he should come to the border in person. Danzo handed the scroll that had been prepared to Ryoma. Yes. Ryoma nodded and pointed to a few people from the route in the crowd to leave. Send the news back to Konoha as soon as possible. Will the news be blocked by Sarutobi this time? Danzo asked Shisui while walking towards the temporary camp. Please rest assured, the newspaper has been promoted throughout the Land of Fire according to your instructions. Regarding the battlefield, even some meritorious deeds, it is no longer limited to word of mouth. There will be special personnel to write the war reports here. Every contribution you have made for Konoha will be presented to every citizen of the Land of Fire. Shisui cried. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Darui and Wooden Golem on the side were a little at a loss. Do people in Konoha like to do this to spread their names? Because Shisui's speed is very fast, before leaving the village, Danzo specially arranged Shisui to be responsible for collecting newspapers in the entire Land of Fire. Although newspapers exist in the ninja world, most newspapers only dare to report some things between civilians, such as what happened to which household, where there is a fire, etc. Because people in the ninja world pay more attention to power, and no one pays attention to things like newspapers. As a modern person, Danzo knows the importance of speech and news to a world. Control the transmission of information and speech. As long as there is a certain amount of time, everyone in the ninja world will begin to pay attention to the importance of newspapers. Danzo will become a star in everyone's eyes. Lock them both in a room. Danzo motioned Shisui to take them away, and then said to Darui, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. When your Hokage pays enough, I will let you two go back." Darui stared at Danzo, his eyes full of humiliation and anger, but he could do nothing. A few days passed. A newspaper called Konoha Morning News was circulated throughout the Land of Fire. Everyone knew that under the leadership of Shimura Danzō, Konoha won a great victory in this war with Cloud Shinobi. Not only did they defeat the Cloud Shinobi team, but they also captured important figures in Cloud Shinobi Village. "Shikamaru, what are you looking at?" Early in the morning, Naruto yawned and came to the ninja school. A few days ago, with the help of Grandpa Hokage, Naruto successfully entered the ninja school and was assigned to the same class with his three good friends. Naruto entered the ninja school earlier than in the original work, mainly because of the war. During the war, the age of new students admitted to the ninja school and the age of graduates will be lowered. For example, graduates in peacetime are generally 12 years old, but the graduation age in wartime is 10 years old, or even lower. Here. Shikamaru pushed the newspaper to Naruto. "Your uncle Danzo won the battle and should return to the village soon." Shikamaru felt a little awkward about this address at first, but over time he got used to it with Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened, and when he heard the news about Uncle Danzo, he quickly picked up the newspaper from the table. The first thing that came into view was the 4 big red characters of "Great Victory" on the front line, followed by a description of how Danzo defeated Cloud Shinobi, and a brief introduction to Shimura Danzō. So Uncle Danzo and Grandpa Hokage are from the same era. Naruto stared at the introduction about Danzo with wide eyes. Because of Danzo's young face, he had always thought that Danzo was his father's friend, but he didn't expect the relationship to be more complicated. Chapter 46. You just found out? Idiot. Ino laughed at him. The only person who could make Naruto, who was like a little adult, show such an expression was Uncle Danzo. But he looks very young. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Danzo-sama is from the same generation as Hokage-sama. It seems that he was blessed by the second generation and recovered from his old age overnight. This matter has been spread in the village for a long time. You didn't know it. Inyazuka Kaiba also sat over and interrupted. Unknowingly, a group of children from various families had gathered around Naruto. Inyazuka, Abarame, Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka. They did not reject Naruto's identity like others, but unconsciously approached him in Naruto's warm smile. Because I haven't been recognized by everyone yet, no one told me this kind of news. Naruto said carelessly, but the words he said were speechless. When Uncle Danzo comes back, I will ask him how to address him. I can't call him Grandpa Hokage and Uncle at the same time. Naruto thought to himself. At this time, in the Hokage's office, Mitokedo Homura slammed the table and shouted with full energy, "Hiruzen, I went to the front line to replace that guy as you asked, but that old guy not only injured me with one punch, but also embarrassed me in public. How can I be the Hokage consultant in the future?" Udaten Koharu frowned and asked in agreement, "Is it so excessive?" Before Mitokedo Homura came back, Anbu had already sent back a detailed record of the whole process, and they knew it early. To be honest, it was a bit wrong for Mitokedo Homura to shake the morale of the army in order to gain power. But Danzo can't do it directly. So many years of friendship. If he doesn't write back this apology letter, I won't be a consultant anymore. Mitokedo Homura said angrily to Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and his attention was not on the fact that Mitokedo Homura was beaten. So, his strength has really recovered? Sarutobi asked, staring at Mitokedo Homura, his eyes full of solemnity, and the majestic momentum from him pressed towards Mitokedo Homura. He had actually tested Danzo's strength at the beginning, and it was definitely not fake. Mitokedo Homura wanted to mention his embarrassing things, and wanted Sarutobi to urge Danzo to write an apology letter, so that he could have a way out. As soon as he opened his mouth to talk about this, he met Sarutobi's bloodshot eyes. Swallowing his saliva, Mitokedo Homura temporarily suppressed the words on his lips and said, "Recovered, recovered. Both the speed and strength are about the same as when he was young, and even faster in terms of speed. His strength has definitely recovered to the peak state." Bang! The third generation slapped the table with uncontrollable anger. As expected. He knew that this old guy would not give up so easily. It's ridiculous that he actually sympathized with that guy. "Mobilize the people of the clan, I will go to the battlefield to replace Danzo." The third generation said to the air on the side, and a black shadow wearing an Anbu mask suddenly appeared. No one doubted his identity. This Anbu was undoubtedly a member of the Sarutobi clan. "Hokage-sama, this is a newspaper that suddenly appeared in the village today." The suddenly appearing Anbu ninja did not leave as ordered, but handed over a newspaper. Sarutobi took the newspaper in confusion, and just one glance, his blood vessels almost burst. "Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said these two words. At this moment, his mood was like a volcano about to erupt. As long as he saw the source, he would explode directly. How much they believed in Danzo and how much they pitied him, the third generation is now ashamed. He was led into the room with just a few words. At that time, he thought that Danzo's understanding of the will of fire was deeper than his own, and he was ashamed of how much he had gained from this position. "Find out the source of this newspaper and block all newspapers related to this newspaper." Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold voice sounded. "It can't be concealed anymore. This newspaper is not only sold in Konoha, but in the entire land of fire." Anbu Ninja said, "We can't trace the newspaper that published this newspaper. Danzo is determined to shake his foundation and want to seize his position. He is so old, why can't he be an honest consultant like Koharu and Homura? The third generation already has murderous intentions in their hearts. Although Danzo is an old friend who has worked with him for many years, he is now really planning to compete with him for the position head-on. The owner behind this newspaper and who is helping them conceal it, this is something that the third generation can figure out with their toes. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't imagine how high Danzo's reputation would be in Konoha and the Land of Fire after this newspaper was circulated. An article titled "The Loveliest Person" exploded throughout Konoha as the newspaper was published. Danzo himself couldn't believe how high the publicity would raise Danzo's reputation. The reminder of the touching value +1 kept coming out in his mind. The touching value on the information panel kept increasing. Main attribute panel. Name, Shimura Danzo. Age, 20 years old. Touching value, 2103. Danzo stared at the panel in the void seriously. A full 2000 touching value, and it was even slowly increasing. Of course, the number of people in the Land of Fire was far more than these 2000 points, but the more than 2000 people who contributed touching value to him were probably simple-minded, trusting of others, or were really moved by the stories on the front line. This war is just an opportunity. As long as he can spread his reputation through this war, and Danzo can bring up some of his previous deeds again, he can continue to gain moving points. He no longer needs to worry about not having moving points to improve his strength. He can even go back to Konoha and earn points every day by controlling speech. However, after experiencing a long war, Danzo's mentality has changed, and this ordinary idea has gradually faded in his mind. After all, he still can't do without the excitement brought by this life and death. Danzo clenched his fists, his pupils full of excitement. He can't wait to see how powerful he can be when he raises all attributes to 10. Unlike learning to use various firearms and high technology in his previous life, the strength of this life is truly displayed in the body, whether it is strength or speed, or those ever-changing ninjutsu. Even the battles with those people, every experience makes Danzo feel a new sense of excitement. This feeling makes Danzo return to the past again, when he was young and passionate in his 20s. Chapter 47. Next, it's time to consider how to add points. First, Danzo maxed out Nin, Shin, and Seal, consuming 1152 points of touch. 8 to 9 requires 128 points of touch, 9 to 10 requires 256 points of touch. These three attributes are the basis for the ninja to release powerful ninjutsu. Next, Danzo did not go to the attributes related to physical skills, but maxed out Wen and Speed, consuming 768 points of touch. Danzo felt that a smart mind and agility should take precedence over brute force. In this way, there are 183 points of touch left. Seeing that Phantom was only a pitiful 3, Danzo upgraded it to 8 in one go, consuming 124 points of touch. Now let's look at Danzo's 8 attributes. Ninja, 10. Tertiary, 8. Illusion, 8. Wise, 10. Strength, 8. Speed, 10. Energy, 10. Seal, 10. Total, 74. I feel it, my body is full of strength. Danzo clenched his fists, feeling very excited. This is not a simple numerical improvement, but a real improvement in strength. While Danzo was feeling the change in his strength brought about by this war, the defeated Cloud Shinobi Village was in chaos, filled with the roar of the fourth Hokage. How could we lose? How did that kid Darui command? The fourth Hokage shouted angrily at the secretary. Mabi calmly adjusted his glasses and said, Darui has been captured by Konoha, and there is also Wooden Golem. Now the only one who is qualified to command on the border is Samui. Bang! The furious Hokage not only smashed the desk with one punch, but also shook the entire Hokage building violently. Brother! Killer B, who was staggering and wearing strange clothes, kicked the door of the office open. I heard that Wooden Golem embarrassed you. Bye. Don't talk to me in that weird tone now. AI roared. Brother, you should learn to control your temper. Killer B, who spoke a little arrogantly and kept shaking his body, seemed to have an inexplicable melody that brought people in. AI punched Killer Bee without hesitation. This is the iron fist of love. Pop! 4 octopus tails suddenly appeared behind Killer Bee, steadily catching AI's punch, and did not move at all. Brother, you seem really angry. Killer Bee caught Raikage's punch steadily, and said with an inexplicable rhythm. His expression looked relaxed, and he had no emotions at all because of the defeat. More than a decade ago, he had just become a Jinchuriki and had seen everything. Even though he was rejected by the villagers, he still relied on his music to get to where he is now and was respected by the villagers. It also changed the status of Yu Wooden Golem, who was also a Jinchuriki. But to be honest, he felt that Yu Wooden Golem was a little too young and didn't know how high the sky was. He was not surprised that Yu Wooden Golem was captured during this battle. Don't say sarcastic words, you guy. AI's anger was suppressed a little because of the venting of this punch, and he cursed. Shimura Danzō has sent a letter to the daimyo, telling the daimyo that if he wants to negotiate, he should go to the border to negotiate with him in person. Mabi saw AI's temper calm down and continued, if the negotiation results are satisfactory, he can decide to return Darui, Yu Wooden Golem, and other Cloud Shinobi people. The Raikage's expression was stunned, and then it looked a little ugly. If the other party proposed a daimyo for negotiation, then he would have to face the old man. Is this what you said you would win? As soon as they met, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning mocked the 4th Raikage AI without hesitation. This time, the Raikage will escort him personally for the peace talks. I underestimated that old guy Danzo. AI muttered. Disobeying the daimyo's instructions, taking his supplies and losing the battle, no matter how angry the Raikage was, he was embarrassed to get angry in front of him. You are more arrogant than your father. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning stroked his graying beard. Your father made many decisions after consulting with me. You are still too impatient. The daimyo is now over 70 years old. When he was young, he had known the 3rd Raikage and worked together for many years. I was reckless. As an old senior of the same era as his father, AI could only blame himself repeatedly. I don't blame you. The daimyo looked at the Raikage kindly. When people get old, they will be kind to everyone unconsciously. You are the Raikage now, so you have to consider things. Your father made many decisions without considering the consequences, but I was young before and could help him more. But now I am old, and no one listens to my decisions on many things. The kid in my family is not as easy to get along with as me. If you want to get material help from him, you will have to work harder. The daimyo said one sentence after another. Out of respect for the elders and the guilt of losing the battle, the Raikage could only serve him in a good tone and listen to his nagging. We are here. The guard came to the two of them and said respectfully. The elderly daimyo of the Land of Thunder got out of the car tremblingly with the help of the Raikage. The dazzling sunlight shone on his pupils, making him squint unconsciously. After his pupils adapted to the light, the daimyo stared forward with turbid eyes. A young figure stood quietly in front of them, with short hair and a childish look. The reason why he looked childish was mainly because his skin was too white, which was a bit pale compared to the bronze skin of the people in the Land of Lightning who were always under the sun. The other person was only one person, wearing ninja protective gear, with a long sword tied behind his back, and his back straight. When the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was looking at Danzo, Danzo was also looking at him. Or rather, the Raikage next to him. Danzo didn't care what the daimyo was like. Maybe they had a transcendent status, but the weak were weak and could not be taken seriously by Danzo. What Danzo cared about was the 4th Raikage who was glaring at him next to him. The strong body brought by the Night Moon clan was fully reflected on AI's body, and each muscle was like stone, and the hardness could be felt with the naked eye. On the bronze skin, all 4 limbs were wearing special metal armbands. Danzo. Just like Todai, AI recognized Danzo's identity at first sight, and clenched his teeth to say these 2 words, as if he wanted to swallow him into his stomach and bite him to pieces. He is Danzo? So young. The daimyo's eyes, which were already wide open, widened a few points, and his eyeballs almost fell out of his pupils. He looked at Danzo in surprise. Chapter 048. He had heard of Danzo's identity and name many times when he was young. This is a person of the same era as him and the third Hokage. But why? Like Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, the comfortable life of the nobles made them not care about Danzo's strength, they cared about his youth. Danzo smiled brightly and said, "To make a long story short, let your people stop, and you two go this way. I am also the only one coming here. The others are waiting 100 meters away. If you really want to negotiate, you'd better be honest." "Impossible. You have been very insidious since the beginning. I don't believe you." Hokage refused directly. If he was asked to go forward alone to negotiate with Danzo face to face, he would definitely agree. But he was a little unsure about bringing the burden of the Lightning Country daimyo. Danzo's young figure and attitude made Hokage feel strange and wary. "You have no choice. I am now negotiating with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, not you, the fourth Hokage." Danzo's smile faded, although the peace talks should have a gentle atmosphere. But he was the victor after all, so he naturally had to show a strong attitude to get better resources. "You." Ai's eyes widened with anger, and he wanted to curse, but was stopped by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. "Since you are determined to negotiate, you will naturally not attack us." The daimyo of the Land of Lightning looked very confident, and slowly approached Danzo. "Everyone disperse and be alert." Ai had no choice but to order the guards around him, followed by the daimyo, and looked at Danzo and the surroundings vigilantly. As they got closer, Danzo's face became clearer in their eyes. "What resources do you want our country to pay in order to stop this war and return the prisoners to our country?" The daimyo was like most people in the Land of Lightning, straight to the point, without any nonsense. The daimyo was so straightforward, so Danzo naturally didn't delay. He took out the list of materials requested by the Fire Country daimyo and handed it to the Lightning Country daimyo and said, "As long as the daimyo can provide enough materials to our country, we will return Darui and the rest of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and stop the next war with your country." The daimyo nodded, picked up the list and looked at it carefully. The daimyo squinted his somewhat cloudy eyes and carefully checked the contents of the contract. The first item alone made his eyes widen, and he said anxiously, "Other resources are fine, but so many mineral resources. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without these resources, what can we use to make weapons to resist Kirigakuer?" The daimyo looked very anxious, and his eyes glared at Danzo. The sudden temper made the Hokage a little confused. Wasn't he a very kind old man just now? I thought he was an honest man with a bad temper, but I didn't expect that this daimyo was also a cunning man. Yes, if he doesn't have a brain, a guy without power can't sit firmly in the position of daimyo. Danzo glanced at the Hokage who was scratching his head and rolled his eyes in his heart. The daimyo meant that he could pay for the mineral resources, but he needed Konoha village to help them solve the problem of the water country. But how could this be possible? Not to mention that the water country took advantage of him. Let's just say that this matter was originally in his plan. Since the Hokage likes to fight and likes to steal other people's bloodline boundaries, let him fight Kirigakuer. There are many families in Kirigakuer that have bloodline boundaries, and there just happens to be an Obito who likes to watch the fun and control Mizukage to fan the flames in secret. The war between Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakuer was exactly what he wanted. Since the daimyo is so stingy, then just pretend that I never proposed the peace talks. Danzo said coldly, "I won't make it difficult for you. I will wait for you to reach a safe place and then mobilize the team to attack Cloud Shinobi. You can rest assured about this. Don't worry." Hokage said directly, "You asked us to come and negotiate, but you didn't even talk. I said the conditions, and you lowered the conditions. After repeated operations, I agreed to your lowering, and then negotiated. Danzo glanced at him and said, "Do you think this is bargaining in the vegetable market?" Hokage was furious. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning on the side was embarrassed and didn't say anything. This was what he had just thought in his heart. Understand the situation, both of you. Danzo crossed his arms and said coldly, "The current situation is that we, Konoha, have defeated you, Cloud Shinobi, and we have not lost much in terms of combat power. If you do not agree to peace talks, we can always join forces with Mist Shinobi to attack your country and village. You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me." These words were merciless, but they were also true. The furious Hokage clenched his fists, but he couldn't do it directly. "I understand, I agree with your request from the Land of Fire." The daimyo's face was not good, but he still held back and agreed to the request. "Very good." Danzo nodded without surprise, his face expressionless and without joy. "Sign this contract, deliver all the materials we want, and we will return the Cloud Shinobi to you." The daimyo and Hokage looked at each other, reached out to pick up the contract and read it carefully. "Wait a minute." Hokage seemed to see the problem, frowning and asking, "Wooden Golem is not included in the list of names in this contract, are they included in Cloud Shinobi?" On the contract, the Cloud Shinobi Jainin with names and surnames are basically marked, but the only one missing is Wooden Golem. Among the captured Cloud Shinobi ninjas, the one that Hokage is most concerned about besides Darui is Wooden Golem. "You Cloud Shinobi are really brave. You sent Jinchuriki as a fighting force at the beginning of the war." Danzo did not answer his question, but said to himself, "The importance of Jinchuriki is also clear to both of you. How can such an important war weapon be exchanged for such simple supplies? What do you mean?" Hokage didn't know how many times he suppressed his anger today, but every time he was easily ignited by Danzo. "Konoha already has the strongest of the tailed beasts, 9 tails. You plan to occupy the 2-tailed beast this time. Aren't you afraid that the other 4 villages will unite to suppress you?" The daimyo asked with a frown, pointing out the core of the problem. "Fear." Danzo smiled and said, "Of course we are afraid. Now it is not the same era as before. We in Konoha do not have the strength to resist the union of the 4 villages." The daimyo stared at Danzo and asked, "What conditions do you have to return the Wooden Golem to us?" Danzo's words meant that there was still room for negotiation. "Do you know about newspapers?" Danzo asked. The daimyo was stunned and didn't quite understand what Danzo meant. "I will open about 30 newspapers in the Land of Lightning to report what happened in the ninja world. I hope the daimyo and the Hokage will not stop me." Danzo said the conditions he had prepared early in the morning. Chapter 049. In fact, whether it is this newspaper or so many mineral resources, most of them are requested by Danzo himself. The resources requested by the Fire Country daimyo are luxury goods for enjoyment. Impossible. Hokage refused at once. He didn't even need to ask the daimyo about this matter. More than 30 newspapers are almost blatantly trying to place undercover agents in their own territory. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Don't rush to refuse. Danzo shook his head and said, "I will definitely not keep Jinchuriki in Konoha, but the benefits she can bring to me are not only affordable for you. Other villages can also afford it, such as Mist Shinobi." This sentence is already an open threat. "If you don't agree, I will sell Jinchuriki to other ninja villages, such as Kirigakure, which is currently hostile to you. If you want to place undercover agents in our country so blatantly, with your ability, there is no need, right?" The daimyo thought about it and directly pointed out his concerns. Danzo's ability is well known to all ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the sharpest butcher knife in his hand. He is a treacherous intelligence chief who hides in the dark of Konoha. As long as it involves darkness, he is very grandmaster in all aspects. It is not necessary to get their consent to place an undercover agent, right? Danzo glanced at him disdainfully and said, I just want to make a little money. You can monitor these 30 newspapers at any time. The staff of the newspapers who enter the Land of Lightning are just ordinary civilians. You can check their identities regularly. But you are absolutely not allowed to do it, and you even have to help me protect these newspapers. Hearing that they are civilians, the Raikage's mood eased a little, and he turned around and saw the eyes of the daimyo. The two looked at each other and exchanged glances. After waiting for a while, the daimyo nodded and said to Danzo, we agree to your request. Just to make money, neither of them would believe this sentence anyway, but if the people sent by Danzo are civilians, then they have no objection. As long as they are civilians, it is not easy for Raikage to control them. Seeing that the two agreed to his request, Danzo nodded expressionlessly, handed over a new contract and said, sign this contract, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi will reconcile. Facing the contract that Danzo seemed to have prepared long ago, the daimyo frowned and looked at the content on it. It was no different from the previous one, except that there was a little more about the wooden golem and the newspaper at the end. Destroying the newspaper and interfering with the work of the newspaper is considered a breach of contract. Looking at the last treaty, the daimyo had some bad thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It was just a newspaper that produced newspapers, and they were all civilians. The daimyo really couldn't think of anything wrong. What's more, in this ninja world, paper contracts like this are shit, and no one will care at all. Watching the daimyo hesitate for a while, and finally stretched out his hand to sign the contract, Danzo didn't show any expression on the surface, but a smile rose in his heart. In the field of ideology, it is at the strategic level. These people in the ninja world really don't understand speech at all, but it's a pity that he didn't use a lot of rhetoric he prepared. The main purpose of these 30 newspapers in the Land of Lightning is to promote Danzo's reputation, but on the other hand, it also has the intention of controlling the lower-level personnel in the Land of Lightning. It's just that the two people in front of them can't see it now, and by the time they see it, it's too late. They can only protect the newspapers according to the contract. After signing the contract successfully and waiting for a few days at the border to get the corresponding supplies, Danzo returned nearly 1,000 Cloud Shinobi captives including Darui and Wooden Golem. The war is over. Go home. Mighty Danzo. When Danzo officially announced the end of the war and returned to the village, the whole team roared with joy. Some recruiters who were on the battlefield for the first time were in tears. In peacetime, when they were in class at the ninja school, they always wanted to leave the village and go to the battlefield to gain fame. But the war of nearly half a year made them feel cruel and exhausted. Although under the leadership of Danzo, they avoided most of the traps and sneak attacks, it was a battlefield after all, and people were always sacrificed. One by one, living lives, they were still chatting and performing tasks together yesterday, but today only a cold body was left. This feeling is cruel. War. Looking at his companions hugging and crying, Might Guy was quite emotional. Led by Danzo, the war was not so bad this time. It only lasted for half a year and did not affect too much. He had experienced the Third Ninja World War. During that time, the war affected the entire ninja world, and no place was spared. Whether it was civilians or ninjas, they were all affected to varying degrees. But at that time, he was just a small genin and could do nothing. Danzo was also quite touched when he saw this scene. Because of this war, he changed some of his ideas and had the strength to gain a foothold in this ninja world. You have made contributions and become famous this time. You will be a formal genin after you go back. Danzo looked at Might Guy and said, come to the route to help me after you go back. Danzo invited Might Guy. Might Guy still had a lot of room for improvement. As long as he recognized Danzo, his loyalty would not be a problem. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, shook his head. He had repeatedly warned his good friend not to get too close to Danzo. But from the observation during this period of time, Guy would never refuse Danzo's recruitment. Sure enough, after hearing Danzo's invitation, Might Guy's eyes lit up and he said without hesitation, "I will never let you down if you appreciate me, Lord Danzo." Danzo smiled and patted his shoulder, "No need to be so serious, everyone in our route is very friendly, just like a family." Whether it was Ryoma on the side, or other route ninjas, or even Kakashi in the dark, they all looked confused and speechless. But Danzo was right. Since Danzo changed, the internal structure of the route has also changed with Danzo's change. Not limited to hiding identities, many people have also begun to slowly come out from behind the scenes. For example, Ryoma or Shisui are no longer wearing the mask that hides their identities. According to Danzo, a real man does things uprightly, and killing you is killing you, there is no need to hide it. Chapter 050. Has Miss Shinobi stopped the war? Danzo asked Abarame Ryoma beside him. After signing the agreement with Cloud Shinobi, they had blocked the news for a while. It was not until Miss Shinobi's people officially crossed the border and it seemed irreversible that Danzo released the news. Although many voices in their village tried to stop it, Mizukage was like a firecracker. Whoever stopped it would die. Ryoma shook his head kide. Danzo smiled. It seemed that Obito was very dissatisfied with his sudden evacuation. Although he said he was going back to the village, he still needed a day to rest. Danzo walked in front, and a lot of people followed him unconsciously. Uchiha Fugaku, Ryoma, Shisui, Might Guy, and even Mito Kato. Many of the leaders of this team had unknowingly trusted Danzo in this battle and gradually followed Danzo's footsteps. Dong dong dong. Come in. In Kirigaku Mizukage's office, a knock sounded, followed by a somewhat stiff voice from inside the room. Mizukage-sama, there is a war report from the border. The people of Cloud Shinobi Village are tired of fighting with Konoha, and there are no extra troops to stop us. Our army has already approached Cloud Shinobi Village. A one-eyed mist shinobi ninja walked into the room, carefully looked at Mizukage who was sitting quietly opposite him, and said slowly. Got it. Yagura, who was sitting in the main seat, didn't even look at the person who came. After listening, he waved his hand expressionlessly, indicating that the person should leave quickly. There is one more thing. The mist shinobi ninja stared at Mizukage and continued, the people who have been paying attention to the battlefield on the other side reported that Konoha has negotiated with Cloud Shinobi and is preparing to withdraw its troops. After saying this, the mist shinobi ninja quietly waited for Mizukage's reply. After a long while, Mizukage said calmly, I know. Then he waved his hand again, as if to drive someone away. Mist shinobi looked strange, but turned around and left without hesitation. The door of Mizukage's office was closed again, and the whole building fell into silence. It seemed that no one else was in the building except Mizukage. A crack suddenly appeared in the air, and a man wearing a vortex mask and a black robe with red cloud patterns came out of the crack cursing. Why did that old guy suddenly withdraw his troops? Doesn't he know what a good opportunity this is? Uchiha Obito, wearing an Uzumaki mask, said angrily in Mizukage's office. And fourth Mizukage sat quietly at his desk, turning a blind eye to all this, just like a puppet. Two figures appeared in the dead silent Mizukage building at this time. Whether he withdraws his troops or not, we just need to start a war and make the ninja world in chaos. White Zetsu appeared from the wall like a puddle of rot, gloating. But I always feel that I have been fooled. Obito scratched his head in anger. He always felt that he seemed to be used by that old guy and used as a gun. As long as it is beneficial to the whole plan, it is just a small matter. White Zetsu comforted again. Obito hooked his finger at the fourth Mizukage next to him. Yagura, who was sitting quietly like a puppet, stood up and gave his seat to Obito. Lying comfortably on the Mizukage's chair, Obito stretched his body. Kisame has agreed to join the organization. Let him team up with Jozo first. They are from the same village and are the holders of 7 ninja swords. Originally, Obito planned to wait until the organization expanded a little before controlling the fourth Mizukage and avenging his lover, but he really didn't expect Danzo to make a decision to form an alliance against Cloud Shinobi Village. This forced him to cooperate with Black Zetsu in advance and hastily control Yagura. Kisame looks a bit old-fashioned, why don't you find a chance to scare him and let him know your identity as Uchiha Madara? White Zetsu came to the desk in front of Obito and sat down, smiling. At this time, the mist shinobi ninja who had just walked out of the Mizukage building unconsciously looked up at the location of Mizukage's office. The veins around his eye covered by the black eye mask suddenly bulged. After staring at the location of Mizukage's office for a long time, this weird one-eyed weirdo turned around and left. Along the street, Ching slowly came to the vicinity of a huge house in Kirigakure. Dong dong dong. He reached out and knocked on the door. The door cracked open a crack, and after the people inside saw who was coming, the door opened. A woman in a dark blue robe with curvy figure walked out of the house and greeted Ching into the house. Terumi Mei asked Ching impatiently, "How is it? Let's go see the master first." Ching did not rush to tell what he saw and heard, and walked into the house. Terumi Mei curled her lips and did not speak, but still closed the door and followed. This house is not small, it is the residence of the oldest elder in Kirigakure. The two came to a large courtyard one after another. An old man with pale hair and a thin face lay quietly on a wooden rocking chair in the courtyard, his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. Next to him, a maid made tea for him, looking leisurely. "Master." Ching came to the old man and called respectfully. The identity of this thin-faced old man is undoubtedly the most senior master in Kirigakure, whose status is not lower than Mizukage's. The master opened his tightly closed eyes, which were not cloudy at all because of old age, but clear and bright. A hoarse voice came from the master's mouth, "Have you found out everything?" Ching nodded. "It has been found out, just as Terumi Mei speculated, Mizukage should have been controlled when he was assassinated before. You have some vision." The master looked at Terumi Mei who was listening carefully and praised. Terumi Mei was not happy about the master's praise. She frowned and asked, "Now Mizukage is controlled by an unknown person and has started a war with Cloud Shinobi. Should we stop this from happening?" She was in a heavy mood. Since the attack, Mizukage had transferred all the guards around him and made irrational and even nonsensical decisions on many things. For example, the cooperation with Konoha this time, or going deep into the land of lightning despite the agreement, in Terumi Mei's opinion, they were all squandering the village's heritage. At this point, our people have crossed the border of the land of lightning, and the situation is irreversible. The master shook his head, and his face was not flustered because of this matter. Since Konoha has defeated Cloud Shinobi, the current land of lightning can be said to have suffered a great loss of combat power, and we Mist Shinobi will not be afraid of Cloud Shinobi Village. And we can take this opportunity to eliminate some of the waste in the village. The master's words were very calm, but with a chill. Chapter 051. Ching already had a certain amount of experience and had worked under Master Yuan for quite a while, so he was no longer surprised by Master Yuan's attitude. Terumi Mei pursed her lips and opened her mouth to say something, but finally gave up. Since Master Yuan had spoken his mind in front of her, it meant that Master Yuan had accepted her as one of his own. Her family was not very important in the village, and it was just a very ordinary small family. It was not easy for her to get on Master Yuan's big ship with her own eyesight this time. Although she was somewhat resistant to Master Yuan's decision, she still did not object. "What about Mizukage?" Terumi Mei asked again. Master Yuan sighed, "This period is more sensitive and cannot be made public. Let him stay in that position for a while, and when the war is over, I will naturally find a way to find out the person behind it." His tone was full of confidence, and Terumi Mei and Ching nodded. And in the dark, unknown to them, a pool of white liquid like mud drilled into the ground. In Mizukage's office, Zetsu, who was discussing how to use the identity of Uchiha Madara to scare Kisame, was shocked. "What's wrong?" Obito asked in confusion. White Zetsu cracked his mouth and said, "Your acting is too bad. Mist Shinobi's people already know that Mizukage is controlled by you." Obito frowned. Was he discovered so soon? Sure enough, it was because of insufficient preparation. According to the plan, he should have been familiar with the entire Kirigakure network and understood the personality characteristics of Kirigakure before controlling him. But now it's too early, and he is not prepared for many things. Although he expected to be discovered, he didn't expect it to be so fast. "Don't worry, although you have been discovered, those people will not attack you so quickly because the war has already started." White Zetsu said heartlessly, "However, not many people may obey your orders." "Really?" Obito lay lazily on the chair. Forget it, it was just for fun. You go and monitor them. If they want to attack, tell me first." Except for being a little nervous when he got the news, Obito's mood did not change much. He no longer believes in this world. What Obito pursues is the world in his heart where there is no war, only peace, and Lin is. Got it. White Zetsu looked at Obito, who was in a daze, knowing what he was thinking, and did not disturb him. He turned around and merged into the wall and disappeared. "Konoha is in front." Might Guy's voice was full of joy, and he unconsciously raised his voice. The other people in the team also looked up. If it weren't for Danzo and other team leaders in front, these people would run faster than each other and rush out of the team to Konoha. What a rush! Danzo looked back at them and scolded with a smile, "You are now the heroes of Konoha, great contributors. Everyone, keep your heads up and follow the big team into the village." "Yes." The answer was in unison. But Zhou Guangchen was not as serious and cold as he was on the battlefield before. He was full of humanity and smiled and relaxed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures flashed in front of the team and stopped them. Danzo frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" The people in front of him were Enbu's ninjas, not his roots, and should be sent by Sarutobi. One of the Enbu ninjas stepped forward and quickly replied, "Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama asks you to go into the village first, he has something to discuss with you." The originally lively atmosphere calmed down a little. The faces of several family consuls changed, but they all looked at Danzo to see what he would decide. As the commander-in-chief who led the team to victory, he was transferred to the village before approaching the village. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be that Hokage-sama did not want this Danzo-sama to show his face. Danzo looked at these Anbu with a smile, and he had seen Sarutobi's little thoughts. When they left the village, most of them were ninjas or their family members. This time, the team returned to the village, entered the village from the entrance, and walked along the street to the location of Hokage Rock, attracting the attention of the villagers. After becoming young again, Danzo's appearance changed a lot. Although the ninja world is not a place where looks are valued, a handsome face can often attract more favor from everyone. After Danzo shows up this time, he will definitely leave a mark in the hearts of the villagers. Combined with the detailed news in the newspapers, Danzo's status in the village will not be an old man hiding in the dark and silently contributing, but a person bathing in the sun, more dazzling than Hokage. Let's talk about it later. Danzo glanced at Uchiha Fugaku next to him and said gently, "I am the commander-in-chief of this team. Without me, this team will be in chaos. Don't you think so, Fugaku?" Uchiha Fugaku, who was still in a daze, was stunned, looked at Danzo's face, and then looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him, and said with a serious face and some embarrassment, "Yes, yes." He didn't notice it just now, but now he realized that the Anbu ninja blocking the way in front of him was his eldest son. He could smell his son's aura, like he was wearing a mask and covered in black. Uchiha Itachi did not change at all because of his father's help, and said in a cold tone, "Hokage has ordered that after Danzo enters the village, Mitoke Toshiro will temporarily take over the position of Commander-in-Chief and lead the team into the village. As soon as these words came out, the whole team was in an uproar. Although Mitoke Toshiro had some reputation in the team, it was obvious that he was just a latecomer. Whether in terms of strength or achievements, there were many more suitable candidates in the team. Mitoke Tohiro's face was delighted, and he was about to raise his legs to walk to the front of the team, but after seeing Danzo's back in front of him, he silently retracted his steps. But after hesitating for a few minutes, he still walked slowly to the front of the team under the eyes of the whole team and said to Danzo, "Danzo, I know that I don't have the ability to lead the team well. I hope Danzo can stay." Originally staring at Mitoke Toshiro, Danzo withdrew his eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Uchiha Itachi, "The current situation is a bit complicated. I will naturally go to Sarutobi to explain it clearly after I return to the village." Uchiha Itachi looked deeply at Danzo under the mask, and then looked at his father beside him casually, nodded and said, "In this case, I will report to the Hokage first." As he said, he turned around and left with several Anbu behind him. "Wait!" Danzo waved his hand, and several root ninjas surrounded them. Fugaku's face turned anxious, but he still held back and did not move. What does Lord Danzo mean by this? Uchiha Itachi turned his head and looked at Danzo, his voice full of coldness. The Anbu, led by Kakashi, had already surrounded the roots. He had been alert to Danzo's situation when Uchiha Itachi appeared. "Since you are here, why don't you go with us and return to the village together?" Danzo said gently, but his tone was not to be refused. Uchiha Itachi stared at Danzo and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi who was holding one of his arms, Uchiha Itachi finally did not resist and followed Danzo's intention to join the team. After following Danzo through a baptism of war, many people in this team have contributed to Danzo's moving points. Under Danzo's intentional guidance, these own people who recognized him and contributed to his moving points have more or less had a certain status and position in the team. And these people led their own teams and worked wholeheartedly for Danzo. Under this one-to-one influence, the whole team had an inexplicable obedience to Danzo. As time went on, the whole team was getting closer and closer to Konoha. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not wait for Danzo to arrive, and he seemed a little impatient. He stood up from his chair, walked to the window and looked at the villagers below who were ready to welcome the hero. "Are they not back yet?" Sarutobi asked Anbu beside him. "Not yet, none of the 5 people who went to deliver the message came back," the Anbu ninja replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Except Itachi, the Anbu ninjas who went to deliver the message were all his confidants. And Sarutobi Hiruzen never doubted Itachi's loyalty to the village. Asking for flowers, 0. Although he is a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi is just like Uchiha Kagami back then. He knows the big picture and can devote everything to the village. They would never betray him. But now, neither Danzo nor Anbu have returned. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen wonder if Danzo had killed all the people who had delivered the message. Sarutobi was sure that Danzo had seen his intention, but it was unknown what choice Danzo would make after seeing his intention. "There is news." An Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in the office and reported, "The team returning to the village from the front has arrived at the entrance of the village." The Anbu ninjas who were delivering the message are also following in the team. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and the result was once again beyond his expectations. As soon as the team, dressed in serious clothes, entered the village, they attracted the attention of countless people. Danzo was at the front of the team, with his back straight and a gentle smile on his face. As he walked, he greeted the people next to him from time to time. "So handsome. Is this Lord Danzo? He's so young. He's so tall. So strong. There's no doubt that as the commander-in-chief, Danzo is the focus of this team," and what surprised Danzo was that most of the people who paid attention to him were women in the village. He couldn't help but smile. With his strong strength and handsome face, there's no doubt that he is a diamond bachelor in the eyes of these people. Ah! Age is more attractive. So what if I'm old? Do I like young people? I like good-looking people. Ugly people are more likely to be weird. Compared to the wealth and handsomeness of the previous life, the aesthetics in this ninja world are more inclined to strength. Before his fame was spread, Danzo had walked around the village, but he was definitely not as popular as he is now. Strong strength is the main theme of this world. Appearance, money, and status are just the colors to set off strength. Touching value +1. Touching value +1. Touching value +1. Listening to the prompt sound coming from his ears, and watching the touching value that is about to break 1,000, Danzo worked harder to play his advantages, treating everyone who paid attention to him gently and kindly. This kind of face-to-face contact can gain more recognition than spreading through newspapers. Because the frontline team returned to the village, the entire ninja school was suspended for 3 days. Naruto and his small team sat down on a house, looking at Danzo, who was sought after by everyone in the team below. I didn't think so before, but now it seems that Lord Danzo is really handsome. I wish I could have been born a dozen years earlier. Ino looked at Danzo below and couldn't help but speak. Don't be crazy about him. Even if you were born a dozen years earlier, there is still a gap of more than 40 years between you and him. Inyazuka Kaiba hit him mercilessly. Ino sighed and rarely argued with others. Shikamaru was lying on the roof, not paying attention to what was happening below. Instead, he yawned and looked at Naruto next to him and asked, "Don't you want to go down and say hello?" Naruto shook his head and looked at Danzo in the crowd. He couldn't help but have a trace of desire in his eyes. He hoped that he could become someone like Danzo. Naruto thought about not disturbing Danzo, but how could Danzo, who had spiritual perception, not notice Naruto? He raised his head and met Naruto's eyes. There was desire and hope in his eyes. Danzo smiled and gave a thumbs up. Although he had been away from the village for a long time, he had already known every bit of Naruto's efforts through the secret route ninja. Chapter 052. As Danzo moved, the other people around looked up, and everyone noticed the small group sitting on the roof. The villagers no longer hate Naruto as much as before. Being suddenly stared at by so many eyes, these little guys were a little anxious. Naruto stood up calmly, he was used to the feeling of being stared at. He also smiled and gave a thumbs up. Naruto didn't say anything, but all his words were felt by everyone in this warm smile. Such a familiar feeling. Many villagers looked at the demon fox boy in their eyes for the first time, and the feeling brought by this smile made them feel familiar. Noticing the expressions of the people around him, Danzo retracted his eyes from Naruto, and he had an inexplicable idea in his heart. But now is not the time to think about these. Putting his eyes back to the front, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udaten Koharu, and Mitokato Homura were already waiting next to the Hokage rock. And next to them, there was a strange figure. Round like a meatball, totally not the style of a ninja. Seeing Danzo and others coming over, they showed friendly smiles on their faces. Daimyo. Danzo came to the daimyo and shouted with a smile. Sarutobi, who was next to the daimyo, froze, but still looked at Danzo with a smile. Well done, you have brought honor to our land of fire. The daimyo's round face struggled to pull out a smile, and kept a certain distance from Danzo, flattering. Danzo knew what this guy meant, and smiled kind. This time, the peace talks have already won enough benefits according to your wishes. I have sent someone to send the portion you requested to the daimyo's mansion. Well. The daimyo waved the small fan in his hand with satisfaction, it's worth my hard work to write letters to the land of lightning. As he said, he stretched out his hand and patted Danzo's shoulder with the small fan to show encouragement. Danzo was reminded of the nobles who put a water tank on their heads and acted like autistic people. Although he complained in his heart, Danzo still kept a gentle and friendly smile on his face. Other people around him didn't react to this scene, just like the attitude of the daimyo should be like this. Thank you for your hard work. Finally, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn. As he spoke, he stepped forward to Danzo and patted his shoulder with a hand, affirming and encouraging him. Most of the people in the village gathered here to witness this moment. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura were also watching from behind. Danzo also smiled in cooperation, opened his arms and hugged Sarutobi. At the moment when the two hugged each other, time seemed to be frozen. Do you know what you have been doing recently? Sarutobi's cold voice sounded in Danzo's ears. Danzo smiled, don't worry, I have no interest in Hokage. Of course, he said this to irritate this old guy. Humph. Sarutobi snorted slightly, but when the two separated, they were like two brothers again. Danzo stood with the three of them, without any trace of the unpleasantness he had with them on the battlefield because of the issue of command. Sarutobi smiled at him, took a step forward, led Danzo by half a body, stood in front of him, and stood beside the daimyo. This victory is thanks to every warrior present. It's you. Sarutobi kept talking, spewing all kinds of empty words and dreams from his mouth. The boring and tasteless speech and rewards made Danzo a little sleepy. On the contrary, the people around him listened with relish. Even the daimyo looked at Sarutobi in surprise. As a noble, he has no strength. He can maintain his current status by relying on this mouth, money, and the common people he despises the most. I didn't think so before, but now it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth is no less than his. Might Guy, from today on, you will be officially promoted to Jainin. Although he is a physical ninja, his strength is obvious to everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly commended everyone who had outstanding achievements in the war. But he never mentioned Danzo's contribution from beginning to end, and pushed everything about him to the whole team. Danzo didn't care. His goal had been achieved. Whether it was fame or strength, it was well promoted with the help of this war. Although after experiencing this war, he no longer had the idea of being a salted fish. But I still said that he had no interest in Hokage. Danzo didn't care that Sarutobi regarded him as an enemy. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Danzo really didn't take a small Hokage seriously. The award ceremony ended quickly. Everyone had been away from home for so long, and each of them had their own family. Those who didn't have a family also had their own friends. Sarutobi announced the time of tomorrow's memorial ceremony and dispersed the entire team. I have no interest in participating in your Konoha memorial ceremony, so I will go back first. The Fire Country daimyo said lazily, fanning himself with a small fan. As he spoke, a luxuriously decorated sedan appeared in front of everyone. This sedan? It's more advanced than mine. The first time Danzo looked over, he compared it with the sedan he had made. The people carrying the sedan were the daimyo's 12 guardian ninjas, who protected the daimyo when he came to Konoha to participate in the award ceremony and were responsible for all the daimyo's food and daily life. Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Asuma, was also a minister. Asuma nodded to his father with a calm expression and didn't say much. It's been a long time since he came to Konoha. Going home these days made him feel the beauty of home. He didn't want to participate in any power struggles, which also made him feel deeply repulsive to his father. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Asuma and sighed in his heart that this child had no ambition. Slowly getting into the sedan, the daimyo waved his hand and said, "Then goodbye, you don't have to see me off." The daimyo said that there was no need to see him off, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still insisted on bringing Danzo and the others to welcome the daimyo to the entrance of Konoha village. Watching the sedan disappear, Sarutobi's eyes secretly flashed a cold light. "Follow me." Sarutobi glanced at Danzo beside him, left a word and left. Danzo yawned. To be honest, compared to going out with this old guy, he still wanted to go back and sleep. It has been a long time since the war started. But in the end, Danzo still shook his body and followed. This matter must be resolved. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura stayed where they were, quietly watching the backs of the two people leaving. There was no communication between them, nor did they remind Danzo anything. One after another, they came to the forest outside Konoha village. As soon as Danzo stood still, a strong wind came from the left. His mental perception had long been dispersed, and as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen made a move, he had already calmly swung his fist to block it. Bang! The two fists collided, and Danzo's face was calm and motionless. Instead, Sarutobi's face was full of horror, and the whole person flew backwards and hit a big tree. Super Strength Fist. Sarutobi stood up with one hand supporting the other arm that was constantly shaking, and said in horror, "You really used the cells of the first generation to transform your body." At this time, his swung arm was already unconscious. The moment the fists collided, Sarutobi Hiruzen could clearly feel a force that did not belong to him from Danzo's fist. That was definitely a super strength punch that could only be used under the stimulation of a large amount of chakra. As far as he knew, Danzo's chakra was not that huge. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Danzo said without hesitation. The original owner did plan to transplant the first generation cells into his body because of his old age and declining function. But before he succeeded, Danzo had already traveled through time and occupied his body to restore his youth. No wonder you can restore your youth, it turns out that you experimented on yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe Danzo's words at all, and said to himself. Danzo looked at him and didn't want to explain anything anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden sneak attack, because the old guy kept pestering him, Danzo, who was already a little annoyed, punched with great force. But this is Konoha village after all, Sarutobi is Hokage, Danzo didn't use his full strength. According to his estimation, this punch is more than enough to shake the old guy away. After all, although the old guy is old and his physical function is declining, his physical quality is there, not the master-level flower stand in his previous life. Holding his weak arms, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What do you want to do? You signed a peace agreement with Cloud Shinobi's people without notifying me or negotiating anything. Do you really take me, the Hokage, seriously? Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. Danzo was completely out of his control. Everything he did seemed to Sarutobi to be against him. I am negotiating according to the request of the daimyo. Danzo stood in front of him calmly and said, and I am looking at you right now. How can I not take you seriously? His tone was flat, which was infuriating. Daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Thinking of the way Danzo greeted the daimyo just now, he frowned and asked, You have a relationship with the daimyo? What did he promise you? The daimyo of each country cannot interfere too much in the affairs of ninjas. Have you forgotten this? What do you want to say? You asked me to come here just to say these words, so I'll take my leave. Danzo also frowned and looked at him and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo, and his originally angry face calmed down. Although he was angry in his heart, he showed it just to test Danzo's attitude. The route has been disbanded. Regarding the tasks of the route, you will arrange for the handover to Anbu in the next few days. You wanted the position of Hokage, and even sent Kakashi to assassinate me for the position of Hokage, I can forgive you for all these. After all, the teacher's decision was a bit hasty. From the tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to show his hand. The forest where the sunlight is blocked by leaves. I know very well why you want this position of Hokage, and I can understand it. After all, the teacher's decision was indeed a bit hasty. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused here, his eyes became dark, the sunlight around him seemed to be completely blocked at this moment, and the shadows moved closer to the two of them. But what you have done recently is really too much. Danzo has been pursuing the position of Hokage, just to make up for his cowardice when he was young. Sarutobi knows this very well, so he can forgive Danzo for many things. But now it's not possible. Okay. Before Sarutobi finished speaking, Danzo agreed, the route will be disbanded in the next few days, and everything will be handed over to the people of Anbu. I don't want the position of elder anymore. You don't need to notify me when you have meetings in the future. His answer was decisive, his face calm, so calm that Sarutobi was inexplicably flustered. Sarutobi opened his mouth to ask something, but he didn't know how to ask it. What exactly are you going to do? He has asked this question too many times, but the current group manager will not reveal anything because of his words. Facing Danzo's calm eyes, Sarutobi nodded and took back what he wanted to say, just agree I don't want to ruin our friendship for so many years because of these things. The shadows around him dissipated, and the sun shone on the land again. Elephant. An Anbu ninja wearing an animal mask flashed and appeared as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu ninja and said, "You will be responsible for the newspaper in the future." Yes. Xiang nodded, accepted the order and prepared to leave. But at this time, Danzo reached out to stop him, looked at Sarutobi calmly and asked, "Newspaper? What does this mean?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said to Danzo, "Newspaper is an industry of the root, so it will naturally be handed over to the people of Anbu." Who told you that the newspaper is the industry of the root? Danzo also knew what Sarutobi's purpose was. This old guy valued the control of speech that the newspaper could bring and wanted to control it in his hands. Sarutobi's smile faded, looked at Danzo calmly and said, "The newspaper is run by your subordinates in the root, and I naturally investigated this matter clearly. Everything about the newspaper was founded by me, and the people in the root were just hired by me out of my own pocket as guards to protect the newspaper." Danzo shook his head and explained. "Are you lying with your eyes open?" Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared and his tone suddenly increased. As he spoke, shadows gathered from all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Masked Anbu ninjas appeared around them and surrounded them. He had known that Danzo would not easily reveal the news. Danzo sneered, glanced at the Anbu ninjas around him and said, "Is this the Hokage? Facing a hero who returned from the war, it has been less than a day, and you are planning to threaten me and attack me here. Is this the attitude you should have when facing a hero who sacrificed his life for the village?" No one of the Anbu around answered, and no one took action. 0145120235 Philo 172150260. Those who could appear here today were all Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidants, and they did not waver at all about Danzo's words. "This is all for Konoha," Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Chapter 053. Is this for Konoha? Or for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Danzo retorted mercilessly. Being directly exposed and stripped, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ugly. But he still suppressed his inner impulse and did not directly ask people to take action. After all, Danzo is now the hero of the whole village, and not taking action is the best choice. Sarutobi said seriously, "You can't control the newspaper company. If you give the newspaper company to Anbu, you can enjoy your life in Konoha in peace. Don't you want to be the principal of the ninja school? As long as you can give the newspaper company to Anbu and disband the root, you will be the principal of the ninja school." Sarutobi stood quietly opposite Danzo, waiting for his answer. He didn't want to tear his face so directly, but what Danzo did had touched his bottom line. Even if Danzo sent someone to assassinate him, he could forgive Danzo. After all, Danzo didn't do it himself, he just dared to hide in the dark and do some small actions. But now Danzo's attitude is undoubted. He wants to go from behind to the open, and he has succeeded. He has seen the power of the newspaper company during this period of time. In a short period of time, just relying on a newspaper that is half real and half fake. Danzo's reputation has spread throughout the Land of Fire, and Danzo's reputation has even been faintly comparable to his momentum. Ninjutsu Doctor, Konoha Shinobi Seong, these titles were accumulated little by little after so many years of hard work, and Danzo only relied on this newspaper to step out from behind the scenes to the front in such a short time. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a strong sense of crisis and would never allow the newspaper to continue to exist in Danzo's hands. Pa. Danzo couldn't help clapping his hands and laughed. No way, Sarutobi, why are you getting more and more naive recently? Do you really think you can beat me? The principal of Ninja School 23, what a big position. You said it as if I earned it. While laughing, Danzo ridiculed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Facing Danzo's fearlessness, Sarutobi frowned and moved his arm that had been treated by the Anbu ninja. Although it was a little stiff, it didn't affect the knot. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, don't pretend, you are the only one here, and those root ninjas didn't come with you at all. Agree to my terms. I don't want to be your enemy, Danzo. Danzo nodded, indeed, I am the only one here. Sarutobi was quite cautious, but unfortunately he misjudged his own strength. Danzo didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so decisive. He immediately found an opportunity to ambush and intimidate him after returning to the village. If he knew, he wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to ruin Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation, but unfortunately he didn't know. It was impossible to fight. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical function declined due to aging, with so many Anbu around him, Danzo didn't think of getting entangled with him. Sarutobi. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen opposite him, can you now sacrifice yourself for Konoha like you did in the past? Sarutobi was stunned. He understood what Danzo meant by this sentence, but he didn't know how to answer. Danzo just asked casually to confuse his attention. In fact, Guy's return performance has already made Danzo gain more than 1,500 points of moving points. Enough for him to max out the 3 attributes of body, illusion, and strength. In other words, at this moment, Danzo is an unprecedented ninja with 8 attributes full. But he didn't mean to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen to death here. He had his own plan. Danzo took a step forward, and the speed of the whole person reached ultimate. Disappeared directly from the eyes of everyone including Sarutobi. Clone? It was only a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still waiting quietly, widened his eyes. He didn't see clearly how Danzo disappeared. Stepping back a few steps and looking around vigilantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rejected his idea. He was sure that the Danzo who just talked to him in front of him was definitely not a clone. Danzo had already run out of the forest and went to the village. A ninja who is good at perception reported. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen punched a big tree nearby, his face gloomy. He didn't expect that he still underestimated Danzo's strength. First-generation cells can't make people faster, Danzo is doing some experiments on himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let anyone chase him, he knew he missed this opportunity. Within the scope of Konoha Village, he couldn't do anything to Danzo for the time being. On the other hand, Danzo, who had returned to Konoha Village, yawned and strolled slowly on the street, as if the person who was threatened by the highest-ranking Hokage in Konoha Village was not him. Danzo was really tired. He hadn't had a good rest since the war started, and he encountered this kind of thing again after returning. After hesitating for a while, Danzo finally stopped at the door of Ichiraku noodle stall. Ichiraku ate a bowl of noodles and went back to sleep. Although he thought that he had to have a good meal when he came back, at least it had to be barbecue. But his body only supported him to have a bowl of light noodle soup. Oh! He lifted the curtain of the noodle stall, and 2 familiar figures were sitting in front of the noodle stall, slurping ramen. You kid looks like you have a good life recently. Uncle Danzo. Naruto looked at Danzo in surprise. Dan. Lord Danzo. Hinata behind him also called out in a low voice. Danzo smiled and sat down next to Naruto, and said to the laptop, Boss, give me a big bowl of signature seafood ramen. 0145120223 Philo 172150450. Okay. Shouta smiled heartily, Lord Danzo won the battle, I will treat you to dinner today. It's all for Konoha. Danzo also smiled and said politely to him. When Shouta went back to the kitchen to prepare ramen, Danzo turned his attention back to Naruto and Hinata, who was silent beside him, and said with a sly smile, it's been a short time since we last met, and you have found a girlfriend. You are as capable as your father. Uncle Danzo, don't talk nonsense. Naruto waved his hand quickly, but looked at Hinata behind him with some uneasiness. Behind him, Hinata, who had been silent all the time, had a red face. She didn't dare to look up, buried her face and ate noodles, but surprisingly she didn't faint directly. Tuan. Uncle Danzo, although you look very young, you are of the same generation as the Hokage grandfather after all. Isn't it not good to call you uncle? Naruto asked to change the subject. What's the big deal? Let's talk about our own opinions. Danzo patted Naruto on the shoulder. Of course, you can call me Tuan yet, it's up to you to call me Tuan yet. As time went by, Danzo slowly began to abandon some of the behaviors of imitating the Pot King and began to truly return to his previous life. In order to prevent himself from having too much difference in personality, Danzo had always deliberately imitated the behavior and practices of the Pot King, although there were still some differences with the original owner. But as time went by, he changed his habits little by little. People who knew him also began to get familiar with this new Danzo again. His experience in the previous life told him that although he was capable, he could not think that he was superior to others. There are different ways of contact and ways of getting along with different people. For getting along with children like Naruto, Danzo only needs to be like a modern person, throw away some old-fashioned ideas, and be easygoing and sincere. Then I'll call you Uncle Danzo. Naruto scratched his head and still called Uncle Danzo more fluent. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Danzo slept comfortably, no one disturbed him, and he didn't have to keep his mind tense to pay attention to the movements around him. It has been a while since he returned to the village. Danzo has been quiet during this period and has not participated in any open or secret struggles. He came to the window lazily and watched the sun shining on the land. There were no tall buildings rising from the ground, and there were no streets flashing with various gorgeous lights even in the daytime. The leisurely and comfortable rural life made Danzo's heart, which was a little impetuous because of the war, slowly calm down. He now does not live in the root base outside the village, but in the clan land of the Shimura clan, which belongs to his own home. After staying here for one night last time, Danzo had the original old house demolished, redrawn the blueprints, and built a modern building taller than the Hokage building. This is also the reason why he can now watch the appearance of Konoha village at home. After a simple wash, Danzo took a breakfast that his men had already prepared and picked up a document on the table to read. This is what the root people compiled, about the major events that happened in the entire ninja world the day before, as well as some trivial matters in the land of fire and Konoha village. Although he is secluded at home, Danzo's intelligence will not be cut off. The root did not disband because of the previous conversation. It seems that because of the newspaper issue, Sarutobi acquiesced that he rejected his request and did not send Anbu to take over the root's affairs. He happily looked through the information about Naruto's schedule. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the root people would compile a schedule for Danzo every once in a while, and Danzo did not stop it. Although he and Naruto have a good relationship now, private is private and public is public. After reading all kinds of intelligence reports from the root, Danzo put a rocking chair in his home yard to bask in the sun. He now lives a leisurely life like a retired old man every day, and his former ambitions seem to have disappeared. Song Yu is in the dark. The Anbu ninja who is staring at Danzo knows that this is not the case at all. Danzo, the newspaper office in the Lightning Country has been built. The first newspaper publishes the peace talks between the Fire Country and the Lightning Country, as well as the contents of the contract. Yakushi Nono said respectfully, adjusting her glasses. Although the words are respectful, Nono's eyes are always vigilant when she looks at Danzo. As one of the first members of the root, she knows very well how terrible the man in front of her is. Although she doesn't know what he is planning now, Nono definitely doesn't want to be an enemy of this man. She took a glass of juice from the table next to her, and the sweet fruit juice flowed into her somewhat thirsty throat through the straw. Danzo sat up from the recliner, looked at her and asked, "Did you write down all the things that should be written?" Nono replied, "Everything that should be written has been written down according to your wishes. The whole country of Thunder will know that the peace talks are conducted under your command." Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Publicizing his reputation is only secondary. After the contents of the contract are exposed, the whole country of Thunder will know that these newspapers are symbols of peace. If the daimyo or raikage of the country of Thunder intends to breach the contract and take action against these newspapers, the civilians who yearn for peace will definitely spit at them to death. Some things are still in preparation, and Danzo needs a chance to complete his plan. Your son is quite promising now. He has traveled to 3 countries at a young age, and his strength is also faintly at the level of Chunin. Lying back in the chair again, Danzo said casually. It's all thanks to Lord Danzo's good training. Nono said expressionlessly, as if she didn't care about the son Danzo mentioned, but Danzo knew exactly what she was thinking. Danzo smiled and didn't continue talking. Since returning to the Shimura clan, his entourage has changed from a Barame Ryoma to Yakushi Nono. Compared to the taciturn bad man, Danzo's current strength no longer needs protection from others, and it would be more appropriate to replace him with a gentle and generous beauty dean. Speaking of Yakushi Nono, he didn't care much about this subordinate who was valued by the original owner at first. But after carefully confirming the original owner's memory, Danzo also remembered this person who lived in his memory. As one of the first group of root members loyal to Danzo, Yakushi Nono was the most valued and proud subordinate of Danzo in that group, with superb medical ninjutsu and good at collecting intelligence. During the war, he was called a walking shrine maiden, with a warm smile that could heal people's hearts. Later, during the Third World War, Nono resigned and retired, becoming the director of an orphanage in Konoha village. Because Nono's reason was to be able to train more subordinates for Danzo in the orphanage, the original owner agreed to her resignation. And this Nono was indeed capable. The orphanage she managed became a new home for the root members and provided Danzo with many excellent subordinates. Among them was her adopted son, Yakushi Kabuto. Thinking of Yakushi Kabuto, Danzo couldn't help but smile. This smile made Nono tremble next to him, but he still remained calm and stood quietly beside Danzo waiting for his instructions. Chapter 054. Under the blue sky, Konoha village looks peaceful and calm. On the busy streets, every villager has a smile on his face. Danzo-sama. Yes, Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama, when I grow up, I want to be a great ninja like you. Danzo walked on the street with Nono, like a star, attracting everyone's attention. Gentle and friendly, Danzo responded to everyone who greeted him, and he looked high-spirited. And Nono was behind Danzo, looking stunned. She had been busy with the newspaper before, and only recently returned to the light from the dark. As for Danzo's affairs, the newspaper was run by her. She naturally knew that Danzo's popularity in the Land of Fire was not low, but she didn't know that so many people would admire and respect him. This was something she didn't dare to think of before. Dealing with the words of the people around him, Danzo felt a little tired, but it was not time to transform yet. He still needed to maintain a friendly image to stabilize people's hearts. Although everyone wants to talk about their future and dreams, I have things to do after all, please understand. Danzo clasped his hands and shook them, and said with an apologetic face. The 5-minute journey was doubled as they greeted each other all the way. It would be better to choose a sedan chair next time. Hearing Danzo's words, the enthusiastic people felt a little regretful, but they also knew that the war had just ended, and Danzo, as a senior official in the village, had a lot of things to deal with. Seeing that the crowd finally stopped surrounding him, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Danzo-sama has become a little different from before. Nono stood behind Danzo and handed him a bottle of water. There was no emotion in her words. People in the route were not allowed to have feelings. This was what Danzo had always taught her. And she also kept it in mind and followed this sentence at all times, so she could live safely until now. Gurgle gurgle. Danzo picked up the water bottle and drank it, saying with satisfaction, "People always change. Sure enough, women are better at taking care of people than men. If it were Ryoma, he might have to buy a bottle of water by himself now." Nono pursed her lips and didn't continue talking. But her expression under her glasses was obviously a little stunned. Such words could actually come from the mouth of Danzo. She really couldn't believe that this was the old man with a cold face and looked very old-fashioned all the time. Danzo continued to walk, and time would naturally make her get used to herself now. It has been so long, although he is using Danzo's name and body, there is no need to imitate the original owner's behavior all the time. Stop! Hnin wearing a green ninja vest stood in front of Danzo and the other man, and said in a calm tone with a hint of superiority, "The front is the Uchiha clan land, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Danzo smiled and said, "I am Danzo. I don't care, are you Shimura Dan-sama?" The Uchiha Hnin frowned and spoke, but halfway through the words, he seemed to have discovered something and stared at the young man in front of him with wide eyes. Danzo nodded, "I'm looking for your clan leader, please inform him." "You're so polite. You're so polite." Nono stared at Danzo's back without saying a word. Yes, please wait a moment." The Uchiha Hnin left a hurried word and left in an instant, presumably to find Uchiha Fugaku. It was after this war that the Uchiha began to lean towards Danzo because of Fugaku's leadership. If it was before, even if this Hnin heard his name, he would not be so respectful. "Don't keep staring at me, your eyes are scary." Danzo didn't turn around, but his extraordinary spiritual perception reminded him all the time that Nono, who was following behind, was looking at him. "Yes." Nono's voice was flat, without the panic that she should have felt when she was pointed out for peeking, but her hand holding the documents began to crumple the paper unconsciously. After waiting for a while, Fugaku followed the previous Hnin and hurried over. Fugaku, who had a messy hair and should have just gotten up, said apologetically, "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." Danzo smiled and said, I came here without notifying you." The two chatted and laughed, just like they were old friends. It was hard to tell that they had been mocking each other when they met half a year ago. Uchiha Hnin was as stunned as Nono Yu. He did not participate in this war and did not know what happened. Fugaku led the two towards home. Most of the Uchiha people they met along the way still had the same attitude as before and looked at Danzo with cold eyes. Only a few Uchiha people who followed Uchiha Fugaku to the battlefield or those who were close to the clan leader would smile friendly at Danzo. Walking into the courtyard of Fugaku's house, Danzo said bluntly, "You are too slow." Fugaku's movements froze, and he explained, "I have tried my best to deal with those radical voices. If I speed up, the tribesmen will lose trust in me." Walking into the house through the door, a beautiful woman with long black hair was placing tea sets on the table. Seeing the three people coming, she hurriedly stood up to greet them. Danzo smiled gently, nodded at her and said, "Excuse me." No, the tea is ready, please, Lord Danzo." Uchiha Mikoto said gently, sitting down in the garden. Fugaku and Danzo sat face to face, and Mikoto helped the two people make tea. Nono did not sit at the table, but stood quietly behind Danzo. "Madam agrees with me and supports my ideas. It will not affect our conversation." Fugaku looked at Mikoto next to him and explained to Danzo. I don't mind. Danzo nodded, looked at other houses and asked, where is Itaki? Itaki is from Anbu after all, so it's better to avoid suspicion when talking to us. Uchiha Fugaku said. I don't mind. Shisui mentioned Itaki to me, and I told you before. Danzo said, Itaki is a person with his own ideas. He can tell whose words are more beneficial to the village. Since Danzo said so, Fugaku thought about it and said to Mikoto next to him, go and call Itaki over. Mikoto nodded, got up and left. Your wife is very virtuous, and you two look very happy. Looking at Mikoto's back as she left, Danzo smiled and said to Fugaku. In memory, the couple will finally face death together. Fugaku nodded, and a sincere and gentle smile rarely appeared on his serious face, and said, it is my honor to marry Mikoto. Uchiha Itaki and Fugaku are almost cut from the same cloth. When they are silent, they both look serious and old-fashioned, and they also give the illusion of expressionlessness. But once they start to speak, there is a difference between them. I will report the conversation between Danzo-sama and my father to Hokage-sama truthfully. Uchiha Itaki said calmly after taking a sip of tea with an expressionless face. Itaki. Fugaku's face froze and he shouted softly. It doesn't matter. Danzo smiled and stopped talking, looking at Itaki and said, you have already told Sarutobi about the situation in your clan, right? Itaki nodded. And Fugaku's face became even uglier. He thought that only Danzo knew about this because of Shang Shui. 0145120223 Fila 172160000. Danzo continued, Shisui thinks highly of you, so I also believe that you have your own judgment. After listening to what I say next, I don't care whether you stand on Sarutobi's side or on my side. After all, everything is to protect Konoha. Hearing Shisui's name, Itaki's eyes fluctuated a little, but he still had no expression. Uchiha's coup is inevitable. Although Fugaku has been busy appeasing the emotions of the tribe members during the few days he returned to the village, it still can't affect most people. Danzo said slowly. And because of this reason, your tribe has already begun to divide into two factions. A coup will never succeed and cannot be tolerated. The village has just fought a war. If there is a civil war at this time, it will only give other villages the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although I don't know what Sarutobi said to you, he advocates peace, is pedantic and old-fashioned. If there is no way to change it, he will only let you drag it down. Itaki's face was calm, but his eyes were gradually serious, and I don't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Itaki didn't react to his words, Danzo turned to look at Fugaku next to him and said, Fugaku, don't you think there are too many maggots? Maggots? Fugaku didn't understand what Danzo meant. Whether it's Uchiha or other families, or even the entire Konoha, there are some unknown maggots eating away at this big tree. Danzo's words were meaningful. These people are good at nothing, and they are the best at internal fighting. If this village wants to develop stably, it really needs different voices. But these voices are definitely not those who claim to be for Konoha and the family, but do everything for their own selfish desires. What does Lord Danzo mean? Fugaku had a bad idea in his heart. On the contrary, Itaki felt a sense of identity with Danzo's words. 2 months at most. Danzo held up 2 fingers. Within 2 months, do your best to win over the tribe members you think are sincere, want to protect Konoha, and stay in Konoha. I believe in your judgment. During this time, I will observe the situation. Once I think there are no other candidates in the Uchiha tribe who can be won over, I will start the cleanup plan. Clear all the voices in the Uchiha tribe that are unfavorable to Konoha. But Fugaku was anxious. No matter how the tribe members looked at him, he hoped to live with the Uchiha. Fugaku. Danzo interrupted what he wanted to say, hesitation will lead to defeat. No matter when, I will never be as indecisive as Sarutobi. You Uchiha people will also have to take part in the cleanup plan. After all, it is something you have done yourself. You can't leave it to outsiders to solve. Seeing that Fugaku was still hesitant, Danzo made another decision. After this incident, you should move back to the center of Konoha. What? Fugaku's eyes widened. And Uchiha Itachi and Mikoto, who had been very calm, looked at Danzo in surprise. The center of Konoha, the original station of Uchiha, was purchased by me, and now it is considered to be returned to the original owner. Danzo explained, but your current clan land. You have to give it to me as collateral. Good. Thank you very much for your help. Fugaku did not hesitate and expressed his gratitude to Danzo at the first time. Being able to return to the center of Konoha has always been the wish of the Uchiha people. It is also because of this reason that it has never been realized and has been rejected by the villagers. That the voices of the coup in the clan have been unable to be suppressed and even spread faintly. But with this news as a backing, Uchiha Fugaku believes that he can get the support of most of the clan members. Konoha is like a big family. We are all brothers and sisters. We should help to protect Konoha instead of eating away at its roots like maggots. When a big tree has begun to decay from the inside, no matter how much the leaves devote themselves, they cannot keep the big tree alive. Danzo smiled kind, picked up the teacup and moistened his dry throat. Nanoya was behind Danzo and couldn't help staring at his back again. The previous Danzo was cold, old-fashioned, and dictatorial. He didn't trust anyone except himself. Every member of the root would be branded with Danzo's unique curse to ensure loyalty. But I don't know when this system has changed. It's getting late. I came here to inform you of this news. Then I'll take my leave first. Danzo stood up. He had observed and confirmed the attitudes of several people, which was enough. Fugaku stood up, and Mikoto followed closely to see Danzo off. Even Itachi, who had a cold expression at the beginning, stood up and followed his parents to see Danzo off. As they walked out of the house and were about to exchange a few words, a childish voice sounded, "Brother, didn't you agree to train with me today?" Chapter 055. Following the sound, a child who looked a bit like Uchiha Itachi ran over in a hurry. Sasuke had been keeping an eye on the others since the beginning, and he thought his brother was going out again. And Itachi's eyes became extremely gentle the moment Sasuke appeared, and the whole person seemed to have changed his style. "Is this Sasuke?" Danzo asked, looking at the child who inherited the Indra Chakra. "Yes." Fugaku looked at Sasuke, who was hiding behind his brother and refused to show his face, walked over and rubbed his hair and said, "Sasuke, this is Danzo, a respected elder in the village." "One elder?" Sasuke looked at Danzo's face in confusion. "Father, he looks younger than you." "Young is right." Danzo walked towards Sasuke happily, squatted down, looked at him and said, "Sasuke should have started Jainin school too, right?" "Yes, Sasuke just started Jainin school this year." As a father, Fugaku did not speak, but Uchiha Itachi said gently. This was the first time that Danzo had seen Itachi show such an expression after meeting him so many times. "I have a junior who also started Jainin school this year, you can get closer to him." Danzo looked at Sasuke and smiled. Sasuke proudly said, "I got the second place in the entrance exam and entered the A class of the ninja school." The implication is that he is a genius. "Sasuke, be humble." Itachi was a little dissatisfied with Sasuke's pride, and patted his head a little harder, but his tone was still doting. "What a coincidence, my junior is also in the A class." Danzo continued, "Since they are both in the A class, you should know each other. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, and he is quite talented. You can learn from each other when you have time." When Sasuke, who has always been very proud and complacent, heard this name, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "You are the elder of that brat. Don't be rude." Fugaku finally couldn't stand it anymore, frowned and shouted. He looked at his wife and eldest son with some reproach. The child was spoiled by them. Itaka looked at Danzo awkwardly and said, "I'm very sorry, Lord Danzo. My brother has few friends since he was a child and rarely communicates with others. He hasn't started to learn the etiquette he should have when facing his elders." It's okay, it's okay." Danzo smiled and waved his hand. Sasuke had such a big reaction. It seems that there are many stories in the ninja school. Just send him here. I have memorized the route all the way here. Danzo said goodbye to several people and left with Nonoichi, who had been silent all the time. Looking at the two people's gradually disappearing backs, Fugaku snorted and left. Mikoto glanced at Itaki. The meaning in his eyes was very clear, and he was anxious to catch up with his husband. Uchiha Itaka looked at his mother's eyes when she left, scratched his head awkwardly, and said to Sasuke seriously, "Sasuke, Lord Danzo may be the benefactor of our family in the future, you should respect him a little." I know," Sasuke said perfunctorily. Then, he said viciously, "Brother, that Uzumaki Naruto is the brat who stole my first place. You are not as good as others but still so arrogant, that's not what I taught you." Itaka patted Sasuke's head again and taught him a lesson in dissatisfaction. When Sasuke mentioned this, Itaka remembered the child he met when he took him to take the entrance examination. Calm, mature, sunny. Compared with that child, Sasuke really seemed too naive. There is no so-called theoretical examination in the entrance examination, and the content of the examination is also very simple. All the children fight together and compete, whoever ranks higher will enter a better class. Sasuke, who has been guided by him, is naturally a few points stronger than other children. But the child named Uzumaki Naruto easily defeated Sasuke, and Itaka could see that the child did not use force and he was still holding back. Then let's go to the training ground to practice. Our Sasuke can't lose to other children. Looking at Sasuke, who was a little disappointed, Itaka quickly encouraged him. Of course. Sasuke said with a smile. Although he liked to imitate his brother and act cool in front of outsiders, in front of his brother, Sasuke still liked to be a kid. Nine Tails Jinkraki? Uchiha Fugaku, who had already returned to the house, thought about Danzo's words. He knew Naruto's identity. Did Danzo want Sasuke to get closer to Naruto, or did he warn him to restrain the Uchiha and not to provoke Naruto? The village had always suspected that the Uchiha clan was responsible for the Nine Tails disaster a few years ago. But Fugaku, who already had Mangekyo, knew very well that even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would hardly be able to control the tailed beasts with these eyes. It was clearly written on the stone tablet that it was impossible to completely control the tailed beasts with the power of Mangekyo alone. In the entire ninja world, the only one who could control the tailed beasts with Sharingan was Uchiha Madara. Obito's method of controlling nine tails was also taught by Uchiha Madara. Clenching his fists, Fugaku was struggling in his heart. He needed time, more time. The instigation of the tribe would only accelerate the demise of Uchiha, which would ruin his plan. A cold light flashed in Fugaku's eyes, but then he quickly regained his softness after feeling the warmth on his shoulder. He held his wife's hand tightly, and he had made a decision in his heart. Didn't Lord Danzo hate Uchiha very much before? As if she had noticed Danzo's change, Nono's vigilance was also relaxed a little, and she asked in confusion. If it were before, she would not dare to ask this question. Danzo did not hide it from her and explained, Uchiha is a sharp blade. If used well, it will have unexpected effects. Nono is his confidant, just like Ryoma, revealing his plans appropriately can allow these people to make judgments that are favorable to him when he is not around. Seeing Danzo's explanation, Nono said again, but their clan is all crazy, aren't you afraid of? The words were not finished, but Danzo understood Nono's concerns and said confidently, they can't beat me. Arrogant and confident, Nono looked at this young figure who was completely different from before, bathing in the sun and full of vigor, and inexplicably wanted to swear allegiance to death. If you are in danger, I will fight to the death to protect you. The voice was very small, but very firm. Nanu was brought up by Danzo since she was a child, and her feelings for Danzo were like facing a strict father. This feeling had changed once before, which made her very wary of Danzo. But now it has changed again, making her return to the past. She believes that she was overthinking that time, and Lord Danzo would not want to kill her. Danzo was stunned and looked back at this strange yet familiar figure. In the original owner's memory, Nono was undoubtedly loyal to his confidant, but because Nono knew too many things, the original owner actually wanted to get rid of this person more than once. For so many years, from childhood to adulthood, the original owner still had feelings for Nono, and she was still useful to the original owner, so it has been delayed until now. But those secrets that the original owner thought should not be exposed are not a problem for Danzo now. Don't be silly. 0145120223 Fila 172160150. In Nono's blank gaze, Danzo stretched out a hand and stroked Nono's hair with a gentle smile on his face. As a leader, if I really need my men to die in my place, then I am not worthy of being a qualified leader. In the hot summer, there were occasional cicadas chirping. The breeze blew up the leaves, making a rustling sound. Sitting in the cool sedan chair, listening to the music made by the intersection of these sounds, Danzo lay comfortably at the window position, half closed his eyes and looked at the location of the ninja school. The ninja school is different from those schools in the previous life. The school time is very early. Just before dusk, there are already 2s and 3s of children walking out of the school. The war between Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi has reached the stage of peace talks, but our informants in Kirigakure seem to have discovered unusual news, resulting in the discovery and elimination of all informants in Mist Shinobi. Although he was waiting for someone, Nono was very dedicated to holding a pile of information and reporting the more important news. Danzo's half-closed eyes opened slightly. Let the informants of the water country not go deep into Kirigakure for the time being. Yes. Nono nodded, recorded Danzo's words on the information, and then said, the informant of the Thunder Country reported that because our newspaper often reports trivial things, no one has paid attention to it recently. Danzo sighed. He shouldn't have thought of training his men and sent Ryoma to take over the newspaper in the Land of Lightning. That guy can't even speak well. He still can't learn the ways of the world at such an old age. He should have determined that he is not suitable. Just let him report more about the good things about the Land of Fire, how round the moon is here, how the civilians live and work in peace, and how the ninjas can enjoy their old age. Danzo said, holding his forehead. But after thinking about it, he waved his hand, forget it, let your son go. Ah! Nono, who was recording carefully, was stunned and a little at a loss. Your adopted son Yakushi Kabuto. Danzo reminded her, that kid is very smart and can move freely between several countries at a young age. He is a talent. Let him take over the newspaper, let Ryoma assist him and protect his safety, and as for what I just said, just pass it on to Kabuto. Lord Danzo. A figure suddenly appeared beside the sedan chair, attracting the attention of several roots nearby, and he interrupted the conversation between the two. Danzo lazily leaned on the window, raised his hand and waved, signaling them to be patient, as if he had noticed it long ago, and said, are you here to pick up Sasuke? Yes. Uchiha Takakide, but his face was not as calm as before, as if he wanted to say something. You are a good brother. Danzo smiled, but you are the captain of the Anbu squad now, you can't delay official business because of personal matters. Uchiha Itachi explained, occasionally, I promised to pick him up today. Danzo nodded and didn't answer. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Itachi suddenly took the initiative to say, I didn't tell the Hokage about the previous conversation. Danzo was stunned for a moment, and smiled and nodded again. It was a wise choice, and Danzo was not surprised by Uchiha Itake's decision. Uchiha Itake was a little surprised by Danzo's calm attitude, but he himself was not the kind of talkative person. Knowing that Danzo understood what he meant, he did not continue to speak. One stood quietly beside the sedan chair, and the other sat in the sedan chair, leaning on the window. Neither of them spoke, quietly waiting for the person to pick up. Naruto. You just made me proud. Look at that guy's arrogant look, why don't you punch him a few more times? Gib, he is from the Uchiha clan after all, you will be beaten to death if you are so arrogant. Tisk, I'm afraid of him. A familiar group of people, Naruto is in the middle of the leader. And next to him are Hinata with a quiet smile, Inoshika Ch, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Abarame Shino who is silent. Almost half of the 12 young warriors of Konoha have arrived. Completely different from the original work, the confident and friendly Naruto has changed Hinata's personality and will also change her fate. Hinata is still young and hasn't considered inferiority as a personality. Although she is a little shy, she has lost the timid feeling towards the group of friends around her under the influence of Naruto. Danzo smiled and glanced at Uchiha Itake next to him. The hearing of several people is not ordinary people. Although they are so far away, the conversation has been clearly heard by several people. The arrogant boy they are talking about should be Uchiha Sasuke if nothing unexpected happens. Itake's expression has not changed much. He doesn't care about the fight between children. Without Danzo's words, Yakushi Nono, who has been waiting beside them, has walked towards them. Uzumaki Naruto. With a very friendly smile that is no different from Danzo, Nono stopped in front of them and said to Naruto. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Facing a gentle and beautiful big sister, Naruto is very polite. The people next to him also looked at Nono with confusion. Danzo, please come over. Following Nono's finger and looking at the sedan chair over there, Naruto happened to meet Danzo's eyes and waved in surprise, but then he looked at Hinata next to him with some embarrassment. Chapter 056. Since Hinata was bullied, he has already answered Hinata and sent her home every day. Nono looked at Naruto and said, Danzo has already ordered that I will be responsible for sending Miss Hinata home. I can go home by myself. Hinata also pushed his shoulder and said, she didn't want to be a vase to cause trouble to Naruto. And the others around him also urged Naruto, go quickly, we can also send Hinata home. Even the person involved was urging, Naruto did not hesitate and ran towards Danzo. Uncle Danzo. Although he was still hesitant before, Naruto was still very happy to meet Danzo. After all, the reason why he can have this kind of life now is largely due to Danzo. But then, Naruto looked at Uchiha Itake next to him with some doubts. He always felt that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, especially like Sasuke who often entangled him in school. Danzo walked out of the sedan chair and picked up Naruto with one hand. Facing Danzo's sudden action, Naruto felt familiar and a little embarrassed at the same time. He couldn't help but look back. Sure enough, his group of friends were still standing there, laughing and watching the show. Uncle Danzo, Hinata is still here, at least give me some face. Naruto turned his head away from his friends and complained with some dissatisfaction. Danzo ignored him and said to Itachi, then I'll take my leave first. As soon as the voice fell, the man disappeared in front of everyone. Itachi stared blankly at the place where Danzo disappeared, and suddenly understood why his father was so cautious about Danzo. Bang! Looking at the figure disappearing in the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up with an ugly face, turned into a black shadow and disappeared directly into the office. Only the loud sound of the door being closed echoed in the air. Ugh! In a dense forest outside Konoha village. As soon as the soles of his feet touched the ground, Naruto shook his head and fell directly to the ground, vomiting like a fountain. No, I just ran a little faster, why did you lie down? Danzo hugged his chest and watched happily. Naruto heard this and just raised his head to say something, but the dim sunlight shone into his eyes, and he couldn't help but lower his head and retched. Okay, don't talk anymore. Danzo waved his hand, looked at the pile of yellow and sticky liquid that Naruto vomited with disdain, and walked away a few steps. Does this guy eat ramen for 3 meals a day? After waiting for a long time, Naruto took a breath and stood up. He picked up the water bottle handed by Danzo and drank it to feel better. Before leaving, I promised you that if your strength can satisfy me, I will teach you a ninjutsu developed by your father. Danzo didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Number B. Naruto's eyes were happy, thinking of the first place in the grade that he had worked hard to get. Naruto felt that Uncle Danzo brought him here today to mean that he had satisfied him. What's your honor? It's just a child's play. Danzo knew what he was thinking and shook his head to reject his idea. I will teach you only if you pass my test. Ah! Naruto was a little disappointed, but at the same time he was looking forward to what kind of test Danzo would give him. No matter what test it is, I will complete it for you to see. Looking at the confident Naruto, Danzo smiled. Don't be too confident, leave yourself some room. As long as Uncle Danzo doesn't give me a test that's beyond my age, I think I'll have no problem. Naruto thought about it, and felt that he was a little arrogant just now, so he coughed and said it again. Danzo smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, many people have completed this test at your age, and some are even younger than you. Then I will definitely not lose to them. Naruto felt that he should be considered relatively strong among his peers, and there would be absolutely no problem with the test. I look forward to your performance. Danzo smiled kind, and took 3 or 2 steps away from Naruto. Earth-style Toolujutsu. Making a seal with his hands, Danzo pressed his palms on the ground. The chakra in the body quickly flowed away, and as the chakra was injected, earth walls surrounded the area from all sides, blocking the sunlight and forming a simple earth cage. Awesome! Naruto stared at this scene with wide eyes. Although he had done a lot of training, he didn't know any other ninjutsu except the most basic 3-body technique. Do you see the spikes on it? Danzo pointed his finger upwards. Naruto looked up along Danzo's finger. On the earth wall that blocked the sky, there were protruding sharp rocks, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. When the test begins, the spikes above will fall down out of chronological order, and you have no choice but to dodge except using this long sword to chop the rocks. Danzo said as he threw the saber behind him. If you can hold on to the sword for 5 minutes, I will consider you a successful test. Uncle Danzo, you are kidding me. Naruto said with some difficulty as he changed the handle of the long sword from holding it in his hands to holding it with both hands. He looked at the rocks above and swallowed his saliva tremblingly. In fact, it was not the long sword in his hand that made him feel stressed, but the sharp rocks above. The test has not started yet, you can regret it at any time, but once the test starts, even if you die in it, I will not help you. Danzo looked at Naruto and said. Facing Danzo's calm eyes, Naruto couldn't help his heart beating wildly again. He thought to himself that although Uncle Danzo said so, he would definitely help if something happened later. But facing Danzo's eyes, he still felt that Uncle Danzo was serious. It is the most basic quality of a ninja to know your own strength and know where your bottom line is. Even if you regret it now, I will not underestimate you. Danzo continued, still trying to dissuade Naruto. After this sentence fell, Naruto had the idea of retreating. He knew very well where his bottom line was. If he did not hold this long sword, he might still have some chances. But if he held this sword and did not let it go for 5 minutes, Naruto would be a little unsure. Is there really someone younger than him who can complete this test? Naruto was a little skeptical. But every time you give up, I will double the difficulty of the test next time. But Danzo's subsequent words made Naruto swallow back the words he was about to say. With a bitter face, Naruto wondered whether Uncle Danzo meant for him to give up or not. How about it? Have you thought about it? Danzo asked, staring into his eyes. Naruto opened his mouth and met Danzo's eyes, thinking about the words he had just said with confidence, and gritted his teeth. Go forward bravely and do what you say, this is my way of ninja. Good. Ambitious. Danzo said calmly, clapping his hands to show encouragement. And Naruto was like a deflated balloon, he felt like he had misunderstood Uncle Danzo's meaning. Danzo reminded meaningfully, the test will start when I step out of this earthen dungeon. No matter what method you use, you can also use other forces, whatever you want. Naruto clenched the long sword and tried to swing it, but it was difficult to control it, not to mention the trouble of injecting wind attribute chakra. Naruto thought about how to solve it aggrievedly. Looking at Naruto who was lost in thought, Danzo did not disturb him, quietly walked out of the earthen dungeon and found a piece of grass to lie down. Bang! Naruto, who was lost in thought, was startled. A huge sharp rock fell on the open space not far from him. The broken rocks splashed on his body, leaving several bloody marks. Looking back suddenly, he found that Uncle Danzo had walked out of the dungeon at some point. Now he was lying quietly on the lawn over there. Uncle Danzo! Can't you remind me? Naruto yelled, looking at the rocks above nervously. Every loose rock would make him jump away like a flea. The enemy on the battlefield will not give you a chance to think before you start. Besides, I have said before that the test has already begun the moment I left the dungeon. Danzo closed his eyes and said lazily. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rocks breaking continuously rang out. Naruto carried a long sword and dodged the rocks above in a panic. The clothes on his body had long been stained red with blood, and the wounds were scattered, all of which were scratched by the splashing of broken stones. Naruto had no chance or time to attach chakra to the long sword, and he had no strength to cut off the broken rocks. Dash dash. But at the same time, he had another thought in his mind. Taking a sneak peek at Uncle Danzo, who seemed to be asleep on the lawn, Naruto was a little anxious. If he couldn't hold on, Uncle Danzo would not be able to rush in and save him. This distraction caused a rock on his head to loosen and fall. Naruto instinctively dodged to the side, but was still hit by the rock on his arm. The sharp rock was like a sharp weapon, easily leaving a bloody hole on Naruto's arm, and he fell to the ground in a panic. Naruto dropped his long knife on the ground, covering his arm with a panicked look. Bang! Naruto was about to shout that Danzo had failed the test, but was drowned out by a loud roar, and the rock that was still loosening above his head stopped. The sound came from the forest. Danzo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, staring at the location of the sound for a long time. During this period, Naruto also endured the pain and did not dare to disturb. It seems that someone is fighting over there, I'll go and take a look. Danzo glanced at Naruto in the dungeon and said, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Naruto's eyes. Naruto opened his mouth and looked at the place where Danzo left in a daze. He actually wanted Danzo to let him out first, after all, his test had failed. As Danzo left, the sound of fighting became more and more chaotic. After waiting for a while, the sound of fighting over there became more and more chaotic and close, and Naruto was also a little panicked, looking at the loose rocks above his head that had stopped moving since the test failed just now. 0. Naruto gritted his teeth and stood up. The fainting caused by excessive blood loss made Naruto a little shaky when he stood up. He endured the pain in his arm and picked up the long sword from the ground. The severe pain went straight into his mind, and there seemed to be a voice deep in his heart telling him to give up and lie quietly and wait for Uncle Danzo to come back. But reason told him that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He needed to get out of this dungeon first. The huge chakra in his body began to attach to the long sword in his hand. Naruto raised his long sword with great effort and swung it at the wall that trapped him. He chopped the wall with his sword, and the sharp blade became even sharper with the wind attribute chakra attached to it. Naruto's force was not great, but he easily sank into the wall. Naruto was delighted and pulled out his long sword in one go, intending to chop again, but as the long sword was pulled out, the whole earthen dungeon made a slight noise. His expression froze, and a cloud of dust slid down, and the fine sand on his head fell on his head like raindrops. With a stiff neck, Naruto raised his head and happened to see that the sharp soil block that was originally fixed began to loosen again. Oh, it's over. With only this thought in mind, several rocks finally couldn't bear the gravity and fell off the wall. Naruto was holding the long knife and was a little overwhelmed. All the rocks were loosening and he didn't know where to run. The sharp rocks kept expanding in his pupils. Naruto watched this scene with his eyes wide open. In addition to the sound of his pounding heart, he had only one thought in his mind at this time. I want to survive. Xiao Xi. When he came to his senses again, Naruto was already in a strange yet familiar environment. He looked down blankly, looked at his two legs immersed in the water, and looked around confusedly. Naruto felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. Under the dim light, this seemed to be a sewer. Very familiar, he seemed to have been here before. Roar! A slight roar sounded behind him. Naruto was stunned and looked up at the dark depths of the sewer. It was like a roar like a beast, but it made Naruto felt familiar. Step by step, his body unconsciously walked slowly towards the location of the figure as the sound sounded. He walked out of the dim light little by little and sank into the darkness. Naruto stood firm in front of a huge iron cage, and the roar came from this iron car. 01451203FL1721602990. Boy! The giant beast with flaming red hair appeared from the darkness of the iron cage, staring at Naruto with scarlet bloodthirsty eyes and said, "Come closer." His words seemed to have some kind of temptation, but it only made Naruto a little absent-minded. 9 tails. Naruto stood there without moving. No wonder he felt familiar. Uncle Danzo had brought him here once before. Chapter 057. The damp walls, the paper seal on the iron cage, everything around him felt familiar. Come here. Let me eat you. Seeing that Naruto was not tempted by him, Nine Tails stretched out his claws from the iron cage, but was forced back by an inexplicable force. He reluctantly groped the iron cage with his claws, making a harsh and sharp metal sound. In Nine Tails' eyes, there was only anger and mania. What is your purpose in calling me here? Naruto ignored him and asked with a frown. Naruto was not worried that Nine Tails would hurt him. He knew very well that because of the seal, this fox could not hurt him. I called you. Nine Tails sneered, Boy, have you forgotten what happened before you came here? What happened? Naruto frowned and recalled the situation before he came here carefully as Nine Tails spoke. Instantly, his pupil shrank. Naruto remembered. He's dying. Dense and sharp rocks slid down from the wall, and one even stopped right in front of him. Scarred and covered with wounds, there was no place to dodge. Seeing Naruto's ugly face, Nine Tails knew that he remembered everything, and laughed and said, You're about to die, kid, you're not willing to accept it, right? Naruto thought about it, but couldn't help asking, Do you have a way to 060? Nine Tails stopped laughing, leaned the huge head against the iron cage, looked down at Naruto and said, Tear up the seal on the iron cage, and I will save your life. Impossible. Naruto refused without even thinking. The fox was called a demon fox by the villagers, and it must be not a good thing. If he was released, let alone whether he would save his life as agreed. If he released him, the agreement with Uncle Danzo would definitely not be fulfilled. But he still wanted to know who his parents were. Why was he willing to let his child go through all this? Nine Tails snorted coldly, raised his head again, and said disdainfully, Then you wait for death. If I die, you should die with me, right? Danzo closed his eyes and sat quietly on a branch not far away, leaning against the tree. The cold moonlight shone on his face, full of pity and disappointment. Naruto was within his perception range, and his situation appeared clearly in his mind. The chaotic and noisy sound of fighting had disappeared. Everything was fake. Although Naruto was influenced by him, his personality and behavior were more stable than the original. But he was just a young boy who had just entered the ninja school, and he was not as good as Naruto, who had experienced the A-level mission in the Land of Waves. Danzo knew that if he stayed by his side, Naruto would only rely on and trust him too much, and would not be able to face the test with a desperate attitude. But Naruto trusted him so much, which was also a good thing for Danzo. In order not to destroy his image in Naruto's heart, and to allow him to try his best to complete the test, Danzo directly used clone technique to direct and act a play stay away from Naruto and start the test again. But now it seems that he is still too young, and maybe he has to wait a few more years before Naruto can meet his expectations. But Naruto guessed right, Danzo would never watch him die like this. He stretched out his hand, and a short blade appeared in his hand, and the light blue wind attribute chakra was injected into the short blade along his palm. With a wave of his hand, the short blade broke through the air like a bullet, piercing through the trees that blocked it, and the earthen walls on the earthen dungeon, and stabbed straight at the sharp rock that hit Naruto. However, things did not happen as Danzo thought. Bang! The reddish chakra spread out from Naruto like a hurricane, directly shaking away the short blade shot by Danzo, and at the same time, the boulder in front of him was also directly shattered. The azure pupils turned scarlet, the two fangs in Naruto's mouth became sharp, and even the beard on his face began to grow. Danzo's disappointed expression improved. Although it was with the help of Nine Tails' power, it was not bad. Unlike the previous two hands holding the handle, it was very difficult. Naruto only used one hand to hold Danzo's long sword, and the irritable chakra belonging to Nine Tails continued to expand on the surface of his body. Naruto roared in his mouth, raised the long sword and swung it hard towards the front. The power that was completely inconsistent with his small body drove the long sword, and the air seemed to be cut by this sword. The earth cage drawn by Danzo was directly cut in half by this sword. Without the fixation of the ground, the entire earth cage collapsed directly. Naruto's figure quickly shot out from the dust and stood steadily beside the earthen dungeon. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxed, and the chakra that continuously came out from the sealed position of his abdomen was slowly recovered, and the power of the tailed beast was weakening. Without power, Naruto's eyes went black and he fell forward. Danzo's figure appeared beside him at some point, and as soon as he fell, he had already reached out to support Naruto. The power of the tailed beast was a little difficult for Naruto's current tender body to bear. But this test was successful in allowing Naruto to learn to borrow power from Nine Tails. After checking his injuries, except for the excessive blood loss, the wounds on his body seemed to have recovered when he just borrowed the power of Nine Tails. Even the scary blood hole has recovered as before, without even a scar left. Carrying Naruto on his shoulder, Danzo flashed away from this area. He could sense that because of the power of Nine Tails, many people were rushing here, but because it was beyond the range of spiritual projection, he could not clearly confirm who they were. With his speed, he easily bypassed the Anbu at the entrance of the village. After entering the village, he did not feel the spying of Sarutobi's telescope technique. Perhaps Sarutobi was among those who just rushed over. Danzo thought uncertainly. Arriving at Naruto's house, Danzo entered his house directly from the window. Looking at the messy and moldy house, Danzo couldn't help but frowned. Reaching out to take off Naruto's blood-stained clothes, and then threw him on the bed. During the whole process, Naruto slept like a pig, in a semi-comatose state. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and then a figure flashed into the house quickly. Danzo-sama. Nono called respectfully. You are quite fast. Danzo said with a smile. When he entered the village, he asked the people of the route to find Nono. Unexpectedly, Nono followed him as soon as he arrived. Help this child to see if there are any hidden injuries on his body. Danzo called. Nono took a few steps to Naruto's bed. A slightly strong smell of blood came to his nose, but Nono remained calm, and a light green chakra appeared in his hand and pressed it on Naruto's body. After a careful inspection, Nono withdrew his hand. The physical fitness is better than that of ordinary children. There is no big problem except for some malnutrition. Nono said to Danzo. That's good. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to pull up the quilt to cover Naruto. He looked up at the messy house again. He couldn't ignore the musty smell and the mess in front of him. He came to the refrigerator, where there were bottles of expired milk that had not been drunk yet. He looked at the instant noodle boxes piled up next to him. It was no wonder that this boy was malnourished. Although he was very unhappy with this dirty and messy environment, Danzo would not help clean up the house, but he could order Naruto to do it himself. Stinky boy, girls don't like men who smell musty. Since you like Hinata and want to pursue her, you have to change yourself in appearance first. Mumbling like he was thinking to himself, Danzo found a piece of paper and left a note in front of Naruto's bed. Looking at Danzo's actions, Yu unexpectedly felt jealous. When she was a child, Danzo never covered her with a quilt like this, nor did he care about her daily life so much. Walking out of Naruto's room one after another, as soon as they opened Naruto's door, they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing outside the door with cold eyes, and behind him were several Anbyo captains. Nono stepped forward and wanted to block Danzo, but was stopped by Danzo. The moment he saw it, Danzo's eyes were always fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen without leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and asked, "Where is Naruto?" "Inside," Danzo said calmly. As his words fell, several Anbyo captains behind Sarutobi flashed into the house. Danzo didn't stop him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't follow him in, and he also stared at Danzo. The two looked at each other for a while, and the Anbyo captains walked out of the house and nodded to Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and said to Danzo in a negotiating tone, "You should behave yourself recently." Danzo yawned and said, "When have I not behaved myself?" In the dark, there were already many eyes watching the situation here. Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed these eyes, and his murderous intent became stronger, but he did not make any other moves. As time passed, Danzo's reputation became more and more famous. Unless it was an assassination, Sarutobi really didn't dare to touch him without a reasonable reason. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first," Danzo said with a smile looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything for 4.8, staring at Danzo, he really changed a lot. Danzo was happy that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, leading Nono and slowly leaving in full view of everyone, but when passing by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo whispered something. "You should be more obedient. Do you want to cause any trouble besides the Uchiha matter?" The voice was very subtle, and no one else could hear it, but it was clearly heard by Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes suddenly widened, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out regardless of everything. He turned back and looked fiercely at Danzo's position, but found that the two had disappeared. Danzo seems to have a deep hostility towards the third-generation master. Under the night, Nono said to Danzo, who was sitting by the window and looking at the whole Konoha. "Hostility?" Danzo couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I am no longer the age that will easily hate someone. There is no hostility, just a different position. For Konoha, Sarutobi is indeed a respectable Hokage, and there is nothing to blame for this." At this point, Danzo paused, his eyes became a little deep and a little unpredictable. "But for me, he is a troublesome guy after all." Nono pursed her lips and said nothing more. She was not sure what Danzo-sama meant, but it was enough for her to stand loyally behind Danzo-sama. Chapter 058. The next morning, the two came to Naruto's house again. After knocking on the door openly, Danzo and Nono quietly waited for Naruto to open the door. The sense of voyeurism caused by the telescope technique did not appear. Click. The door opened. Tuan. Uncle Danzo? Why are you here? Naruto, who was still a little confused, opened the door and was a little happy when he saw Danzo. And Nono's sister. Naruto looked at Nono next to him and shouted. Being called sister by Naruto, the smile on Nono's face, who was already 30 years old, became more gentle, and she reached out and smoothed his hair on his head. Danzo didn't even look at Naruto, who was excited to greet him, and frowned and walked into the house. Sure enough, the house was still messy and musty. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. He saw the note left by Danzo after he got up, but Danzo arrived before he had time to clean it up. Danzo found a relatively clean place to sit down and said, "You barely completed the test yesterday." 1 + 4. Naruto shouted in surprise, "So Uncle Danzo is going to teach me ninjutsu?" Danzo glanced at the room, "Kide, let's clean up the house first." Right away. Excited like a kid who got pocket money, Naruto took out a broom and started to clean up his own nest. Wait a minute. Watching Naruto cleaning up instant noodle boxes here and mopping the floor there, Danzo couldn't help but call him. How long will it take you to clean up like this? Come here first and I'll teach you a more practical ninjutsu. When Naruto heard this, he ran to Danzo happily. I didn't expect that I could learn ninjutsu like this. If he had known earlier, he should have asked Uncle Danzo to come to his house earlier. This ninjutsu is not difficult. You should be able to learn it quickly since you have the basics of clone technique. Danzo stretched out his hand in front of him and made a seal while explaining, Shadow Clone Technique is an advanced version of clone technique. Clone technique is the most basic ninjutsu. It can only create a phantom without the ability to attack to confuse the vision. Generally, if you become a genin, you will learn Shadow Clone Technique above clone technique. Shadow Clone Technique can create a clone with the same chakra as the original body, and has the ability to attack and touch real objects, and has a consciousness independent of the original body of the operator. Naruto listened very seriously, more seriously than going to school. If you learn this ninjutsu, you can use the clones in daily life, such as cleaning the room. But in the same way, the number of clones you create will determine how many things they do, and the fatigue they endure will be inherited by you when they are relieved. When you are too tired, it is best not to create too many shadow clones to do things, so as to avoid your body being unable to bear it. Danzo directly told Naruto about the disadvantages and advantages of shadow clone technique. Almost everyone who learns shadow clone will know this, and many family members have learned shadow clone early. That is, Naruto in the original book learned it by himself without anyone teaching him, so no one told him until he learned the spiral shuriken. Naruto nodded seriously and tried to make a seal with his hands according to Danzo's instructions. Just for the first time, Naruto completed the shadow clone technique. Looking at shadow clone curiously picking up the broom, Naruto sat next to Danzo with a smile and watched several clones clean up the room, while his original body sat there and was lazy. Danzo did not stop this scene. In less than 5 minutes, with the help of the clone, Naruto quickly cleaned up the room and contacted the clone. At the moment of releasing the clone, Naruto could clearly feel that he was cleaning the room himself, and all the fatigue and dissatisfaction, various emotions and memories gathered in his mind. Looking at Naruto, who was obviously a little uncomfortable, Danzo smiled, "You have 9 in your body tails, you have also learned to use the power of 9 tails. With the help of 9 tails, this kind of fatigue should be able to recover quickly. But you have to exercise your body more. Only with a strong enough body can you use the power of the tailed beasts as much as possible. Otherwise, you will faint like yesterday when the power of the tailed beasts fades. A good iron must be strong." Naruto nodded and clenched his fist seriously. It was only yesterday that he understood what Uncle Danzo meant by the words that the tail was the best gift given to him by his parents. Although he had experienced a few years of dark life, with 9 tails, he could undoubtedly complete a transformation that others could not expect in a very short time. It has been a long time, and it is almost time to set off. Danzo stood up and said. And Naruto smiled. Can I finally learn the ninjutsu developed by my father? In Konoha village, there are 9 training grounds for ninjas to use freely. These training grounds are usually for small families or civilian ninjas. Big families have their own clan lands, which have more spacious and suitable training grounds. Under the sun, the 9th training ground of Shimura clan land has been cleared by Danzo, leaving only him, Naruto and Nono. Considering the problem of Naruto getting injured during training, Danzo deliberately asked Nono to stay. As for the feeling of being spied on, Danzo has ignored it. In order to avoid being disturbed by others during the previous test, he took Naruto away from Sarutobi's sight. Raise Nan. Danzo stretched out his palm, and a small whirlwind flew in his hand. As the whirlwind became denser, a light blue spiral ball composed of chakra appeared in Danzo's hand. Awesome! Naruto excitedly approached and stared at the Raise Nan in Danzo's hand. Is this the ninjutsu developed by his father? From the amount of chakra and control, Naruto can feel that the level of this ninjutsu should not be low. A-level unprinted ninjutsu, one of the few ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that can be used without hand seals. Danzo explained while holding the Raise Nan in one hand. As for the power, Danzo pressed the Raise Nan in his hand towards the big tree next to him, and the whole tree trembled constantly under Danzo's pressure. On the wide tree, the Raise Nan was like pressing it into the water without any resistance. It easily penetrated the hard tree trunk and continued to expand. Looking at the wide spiral mark left on the tree, Naruto widened his eyes. As I explained before, the power of this ninjutsu depends on the output of chakra and the ability to control chakra. Danzo explained. After knowing the principle of Raise Nan, Danzo learned it easily. Teach me quickly. Naruto couldn't wait. Danzo stretched out his finger and shook it. Before teaching you, there are some things that must be made clear. It's actually a bit early for you to learn A-level ninjutsu at your age, but because this ninjutsu was developed by your father, I will teach you in advance. But you must be clear about the power of this ninjutsu. Before you fully master this ninjutsu and can control its power at will, you must never use this Raise Nan on your fellow villagers unless you are in danger of life. I know. I know. Naruto shouted quickly. Danzo looked at Naruto, and it was obvious that he didn't take his words to heart, but it didn't matter. Since you are clear, let's start the first stage of training. Danzo picked up the water ball that had been prepared early in the morning and placed it in his palm. You should have completed both the tree climbing training and the water surface training, right? Danzo asked. Naruto nodded. Strictly speaking, these 2 trainings are to enable you to better control the chakra in your body, but there are actually differences between the 2 trainings. And this time, the water ball training requires you to complete the flow of chakra, just like the Raise Nan I used just now. Danzo injected the chakra in his body into the water ball. You need to use the tree climbing training to maintain the chakra in your hand, use the water surface training to output a certain amount of chakra, and stir the chakra to make it rotate inside the water ball, so that the water ball explodes. The words fell, and the water ball in Danzo's hand underwent irregular changes and finally exploded. It looks very simple. Naruto scratched his head and said, because he had mastered the shadow clone technique once before, he was now full of confidence. The training at this stage is not difficult. The trick is to rotate. With the foundation of climbing trees and treading water, you only need to follow the rotation direction of the chakra in your body and let the chakra concentrate in your hands to rotate. It is easy to complete. Danzo said that the first stage of training is not difficult. Then give it a try. Naruto picked up the water ball excitedly, concentrated his will on his palm, and felt the chakra in his body and easily let the chakra rotate in his hands. Snap! The first stage of training was completed again in one go. Compared to the original work, which still requires all kinds of fancy moves. Naruto, who ranks 070th in the school in both theory and practice, is like a cheat. It's not difficult at all. Looking at the broken water ball in his hand, Naruto said to Danzo with a smile. It's good to be confident. Confidence can often make things more efficient, but you can't be too complacent. Danzo touched Naruto's hair. Since you have successfully completed the first stage of training, now let's start the second stage. The second stage of rubber training increases the power of Raise Nan on the basis of the first stage. And obviously, the second stage of training is not so easy to complete. Looking at the three identical Naruto frowning and staring at the rubber ball in his hand, Danzo asked Nono to watch by the side, and he leaned against 10 big trees to rest. This stage of training is not so simple, and Danzo is not surprised that Naruto will use the shadow clone technique he just learned to practice. But Naruto is still young now, and he can't compare with the future Xiaoqiang, so Danzo still asked Nono to wait by the side. Lest Naruto's own chakra cannot suppress 9 tails, or if he accidentally dies when removing the clone, then the admiral he trained will be gone. Does Naruto already know his identity? A very abrupt voice sounded. At the other end of the tree that Danzo was leaning against, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already taken off his Hokage cape and was smoking a pipe like an old man. Danzo calmly said, "No, I want to wait until he graduates before telling him. I didn't expect you would teach your disciples seriously." Sarutobi took a deep breath of his pipe, exhaled a circle of white mist and said slowly, "Why, are you bored today and come to chat with me? Or are you worried about me contacting Naruto?" Danzo's words were full of disdain. Sarutobi must have something to do if he came to see him. If not, he would not come to see him to reminisce about the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, then said, "There was a meeting this morning, and you didn't come. I was still sleeping when Anbu notified me. I'm a very irritable person when I get up. If he hadn't run fast, I would be lying in the hospital now. You are the elder of Konoha and the Hokage advisor. You won't listen to me anyway, why should I get up early to face your 3 old faces?" Danzo's tone was calm, but his words were aggressive. Chapter 59. Naruto in front is practicing with great enthusiasm. Danzo and Sarutobi are talking across a tree. Sarutobi takes a deep puff of his pipe. He is less and less willing to face Danzo recently. Every time he says something in a calm manner that can infuriate people to death. Regarding the Uchiha matter, Koharu and Ian both think that they should strike first, but I think it's a bit inappropriate. After all, we are from the same village. After going around in circles, Sarutobi finally made it clear what his purpose was this time. "I want to hear your thoughts." "What thoughts can I have?" Danzo rolled his eyes and said, "Fight, and if they don't obey, kill them until they obey." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and was not surprised by Danzo's answer. "I do want to fight, but the village is now facing internal and external troubles, and we can't lose any more manpower. Since you also have this idea, then my Anbu and your root will each send half of the manpower to settle this matter before the Uchiha clan has time to react. What do you think?" So he came to borrow people. Danzo rolled his eyes, thinking that Sarutobi would have some insights after playing with him for a while. Not very good. Without any hesitation, Danzo directly refused. There are not many people left in his root after the war. Although those who survived are all elites, he doesn't want to waste them in the internal fighting in the village. "Have you become so indifferent to the village now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed coldly. "Danzo, don't involve the village in our affairs. Konoha was built by the first generation, and it was the teacher who dedicated his life to protect it. Our relatives live in this paradise. Don't cause chaos in the village because of your selfishness. I won't accept such a big hat." Danzo said with a smile, "Although I don't send people, I didn't say I won't help." "How do you want to help?" Sarutobi asked. "The Uchiha clan is not a fool without eyes. There are many people who can see the situation clearly. Why don't we unite those Uchiha who want to live in peace and take action against those who have radical ideas? Danzo slowly said his thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and thought for a while, then asked, like Uchiha Madara? Like Uchiha Madara? Danzo repeated. But with Uchiha Madara already in the premise, how can you make the Uchiha tribe believe that you will not change your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked doubtfully. Uchiha Madara had foresight and saw the teacher's rejection of the Uchiha clan, and wanted to take the Uchiha clan away. But the Uchiha clan, who yearned for peace, chose to betray Uchiha Madara, the clan leader, and stood on the side of the village. And the facts were right as Uchiha Madara thought. Because of their arrogant attitude, the Uchiha clan was repeatedly isolated by the rest of the village and gradually withdrew from the center of the village. Now we have to let the Uchiha clan fight among themselves. How is it possible? I will naturally get this done, but if you want the Uchiha clan to be obedient and willing to cooperate with us, it will naturally cost a certain price. The original base of the Uchiha clan should be idle in your hands now, right? Danzo asked. Sarutobi was shocked. What are you planning? After this internal fight, the remaining number of Uchiha clan is not enough to pose a threat to the village. Let them move back to the center of the village. Danzo said. If there is this condition as a price, it is indeed possible to make the Uchiha people defect. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I didn't expect Danzo to think of this method. Who do you plan to make a breakthrough from? Are you sure about this matter? Since I have proposed it, I will naturally be sure. Danzo said with a smile, but I have a request. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What request? After the Uchiha clan moves back to the center of the village, their current base will be handed over to me for safekeeping. Danzo said with a cracked mouth where Sarutobi could not see. What do you want to do? Danzo's tone was a little distant. Most of the people in the route are orphans. There are not many people left after this war. I plan to build Uchiha's current base into a gathering place for the route, and no longer restrict their lives and emotions. Most of the people in the route don't have a good ending. Those who can retire are mostly old, weak, sick, and disabled. After working hard for most of their lives, these people should have a home. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes changed. He didn't believe Danzo's nonsense. But he didn't understand what Danzo wanted to do. Danzo said regretfully, if you don't agree, I don't mind. I can't borrow people from the route, but I am the Hokage consultant after all. When the time comes, I will fight in your name to help. You can rest assured about this. I understand. I agree to your request. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said that the internal fighting in the village was a secret matter. Danzo, this guy, went to help in his name, which fully represented the attitude of the village. At that time, it will not be a secret matter. Ah! Naruto's painful roar interrupted the conversation between the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with anxiety, but Danzo had already stood up. Let's stop here for this matter. I will discuss it with Uchiha. I believe it won't take long to give you a satisfactory answer. Danzo left a word and flashed to Naruto's side. The red and ominous-tailed beast chakra spread on the surface of Naruto's body, and countless bandages flowed out of Nono like chains, trapping Naruto completely. He made a seal in his hand and tried to suppress the tailed beast in Naruto's body with a seal. Most of the chakra in Naruto's body has always been unconsciously suppressing the chakra of 9 tails because of the seal. And because of his practice, his own chakra is not enough to suppress 9 tails, so the tailed beast situation will appear. The tail behind him has gradually taken shape, and it seems that Nono's sealing technique has not been successful. Seeing Danzo coming, Naruto's eyes full of cruelty eased a little, and he said painfully, Tuan. Uncle Danzo, run. I can't control it. Run for nothing. Danzo smiled and patted his head. Even if 9 tails really appeared, it's him who should run, not me. These words gave Naruto a lot of confidence. Danzo looked at Naruto. Originally, he could easily suppress Nine Tails with the help of the sealing technique in Naruto's body because Naruto himself had enough chakra to help suppress it. But now Naruto's own chakra is not enough, and it is a bit difficult to suppress Nine Tails. The training ground of the Shimura clan. The violent-tailed beast chakra spread out, rolling up a hurricane and spreading towards the entire Shimura land. What's wrong? Is that Danzo-sama? The situation here naturally attracted the attention of the Shimura clan, and many people rushed to the training ground. Shimura clan members above Genin can withstand this strong wind pressure. Don't go over there. Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious voice sounded, calling out to the Shimura clan members who were about to approach. Hokage-sama. Shimura Yi was an old man with old injuries, and he could only barely withstand the wind pressure with the support of his son Shimura Seong. It's you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and found that it was an old acquaintance he hadn't seen for many years. I haven't seen you for many years, and the Hokage is still strong. I haven't shown up in the village for many years, but I didn't expect that the Hokage still remembered me, which made Shimura Yi very proud. Shimura Yi rushed over and felt relieved. Since the Hokage was here, it seemed that nothing serious happened. Let them all go back and stop surrounding them. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to be polite with him. He kept his eyes on Naruto and Danzo in the field, and waved his hand to signal him to command the people of Shimura clan to leave. Danzo stood in front of Naruto, not affected by the pressure from him at all. Danzo relied on his own physical strength to suppress Naruto's struggling body. The spirit went directly into Naruto's body. In front of the familiar iron cage, half of Naruto's body was soaked by Nine Tails chakra. He was struggling to pull off the extended Nine Tails chakra. Uncle Danzo! Seeing Danzo's arrival, Naruto shouted in surprise. But because of distraction, the Nine Tails chakra that was eroding his body surged up half of his body. Old man! I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Nine Tails had already stretched his huge head in front of the cage, and a pair of animal eyes stared at Danzo. He was about to successfully occupy this human body. Hold on, everything is under my control. Danzo came to stand in front of Naruto with a smile, and ignored Nine Tails' intentions. Do you know the evil and tyranny of this power? Danzo patted Naruto, who only had a head left. Nine Tails is a gift from your parents. But don't forget that he is also a creature with wisdom. It is not comfortable to be locked in this cage. If you accidentally fall into his trick, he will occupy your body and live in this world instead of you. No. Got it. Naruto tried to tear the chakra of the tailed beast on his body and roared. He was dumbfounded now. He had been holding on for a long time, but when he saw Uncle Danzo coming, he almost lost his mind. What made him never expect Uncle Danzo to start preaching? Old man! If you dare to move, I will tear you apart alive. Nine Tails realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him was too calm, and his words also made Nine Tails very flustered. Danzo nodded. This education will definitely leave a deep memory for Naruto, so that's it. Although Naruto's own chakra can't help Danzo this time, as Danzo said when he first came to this spiritual space, as long as Naruto's will is still clear enough and he is still outside the seal, Nine Tails can't jump up. The 8 seal left by your father can allow you to borrow the power of Nine Tails, but at the same time, you will also be affected by his consciousness because of borrowing Nine Tails' power. Considering that you will have to practice later, I will temporarily strengthen the seal and directly cut off the relationship between Nine Tails and you. In this way, you will not be able to borrow Nine Tails' power, and Nine Tails will not be able to influence you with consciousness for the time being, but the seal needs to be strengthened occasionally. Danzo explained while making seals in his hands. When Nine Tails in the iron cage heard this, his scarlet eyes widened and he kept roaring, "Old man! I will tear you apart when I get out. Old man! You wait for death." The sharp claws kept swinging on the iron cage, and each time they were blocked by the seal or even caused damage, but Ninetales in anger seemed to have forgotten the pain, and the entire mental space began to shake. Compared to occasionally being able to sense the outside world through Naruto, if Ninetales was completely sealed, he would face the dark iron prison, which almost made him collapse. But now he had no choice but to continuously supply chakra to influence Naruto's mind, trying to complete the control of Naruto's body before Danzo took action. Danzo never paid any attention to Ninetales from the beginning to the end, because with his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of Ninetales. In fact, he wanted to release Ninetales and have a good fight to test how strong he was. But thinking of the destructive power of Ninetales, he stopped the idea. It's better not to irritate the nerves of those people in Konoha village. 8-sign seal. Danzo's palm with the seal directly penetrated the protection of Ninetales' chakra, Zhao Li's, and pressed on Naruto's abdomen. As the second 8-sign seal appeared on Naruto's abdomen, in the unwilling roar of Ninetales, several chains extended from the top to the bottom of the iron cage where he was to bind him. Old man! Remember this! Ninetales' angry voice was still echoing in this spiritual space, and a wall emerged, completely isolating him. The Ninetales chakra on Naruto's body also began to shrink due to the expansion of the seal. When you have the ability to resist Ninetales, I will help you open the seal. Your current body strength is really not able to withstand the power of the tailed beast. Danzo supported Naruto, who was breathing heavily. Compared with the last time he transformed into a tailed beast, his body has gradually become accustomed to the violent destruction of the tailed beast chakra, and with Danzo's protection, Naruto did not faint directly this time. Help him check. When Naruto came to his senses, he had returned to reality. He felt weak all over and empty, as if he had been hollowed out. With his eyes closed, Naruto lay flat on the ground. Nono's hand once again showed the green chakra unique to medical ninjas, and he felt it carefully on his body. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who came around at some point, Nono said to Danzo, Naruto's own chakra has been consumed too much, and because the seal is completely reinforced, he cannot borrow the chakra of Ninetales. His body is now too weak. But just take a nap and wait for your chakra to recover slowly. Danzo nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Naruto, who seemed to be asleep with his eyes closed, frowned, and said, he meant to let Naruto get used to this power during his growth. If it is completely sealed, the compatibility between Ninetales and Naruto may decrease. 17. Chapter 060. Although Naruto is weak now, he has not fallen into a coma. He is conscious and Sarutobi Hiruzen's words are clearly heard by his ears. Naruto feels a little uncomfortable because his heart is complicated. This world is like a drawing board. Some people see the world in colorful colors, while some people only see black and white. In Naruto's eyes, there are only black and white. Since he can remember, Naruto's life has been dark, and everyone is black in his eyes. Rolling eyes, indifference, humiliation, and cursing. Suffering from various cruel treatments, although he looks strong, Naruto has secretly cried in his bed. And Grandpa Hokage is the first ray of white that Naruto has seen since he can remember. A kind and gentle smile, without the disgust and indifference in his eyes like others, Naruto, who is particularly sensitive to negative emotions, felt it the first time he met. Grandpa Hokage would come to chat with him regularly to relieve his boredom, and would also bring him his favorite ramen and his least favorite milk. Grandpa Hokage was like Naruto's first family. But now the words spoken by this family member that Naruto thought of made him feel a little cold, and inexplicably made him feel rejected. But this power will cause damage to his body, and he is not yet able to master this power. Uncle Danzo's voice sounded very calm, but Naruto did not feel indifference in it. The self-healing ability brought by Ninetales will protect him. Sarutobi Hiruzen still refuted. Danzo looked strange and shook his head. It's not a stone, it will still hurt, and it won't be too late when he grows up and is able to bear this power. Without his and Nono's protection, Naruto might have fainted now, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe. You have to understand the current situation in the ninja world. Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are still fighting, and other ninja villages may be involved in the war at any time. Jinchuriki is a very important part in the war between villages. Isn't there still me? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen speak more and more openly, Danzo's smile became brighter and brighter. Uncle Danzo. Naruto's weak voice made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tighten, and he looked at Naruto in a hurry. But at this time, Naruto no longer wanted to see this former family. Although he knew that as a Hokage, Grandpa Sarutobi must have his own responsibilities to bear, he just felt uncomfortable. Especially the title of Jinchuriki. Naruto sat up and said weakly to Danzo, I want to go home. Danzo nodded, looked at Nono next to him and said, you send Naruto back. At this time, compared to him, Uncle Danzo, Nono, who is still a gentle big sister and has the radiance of motherhood, is more suitable to send Naruto away. I guess they can say a lot of things along the way. Sarutobi opened his mouth, but the words came to his lips but did not come out. Watching the two people leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly, and he turned his head and glared at Danzo, you plotted against me. His tone was very sure, all this must be Danzo's conspiracy. I didn't, don't say anything. Danzo smiled and denied, you said it yourself, what does it have to do with me? However, his smile made Sarutobi Hiruzen more alert, and the hand holding the pipe couldn't help shaking. It was precisely because he said those words himself that he felt that Danma in front of him was becoming more and more terrifying. Humph! Remember to solve the Uchiha matter. With a cold snort, Sarutobi Hiruzen left with a word. Danzo smiled and walked slowly away from the training ground to go home. The evening glow was very beautiful and dazzling. After an afternoon, when night fell, Nono returned to Danzo's residence. Naruto is crying. Nono's mood seemed to be infected by Naruto and was a little depressed. It was very distressing to see such a strong boy crying. After all the hardships, he will understand when he grows up. Danzo could guess the reason more or less, and did not ask in detail, lying in the yard looking at the stars in the night sky. In the dark night, there seemed to be a black shadow flashing quickly. Nono opened his mouth and was about to say something, his eyes were stern, and he calmed down after seeing who was coming. Danzo-sama. Shisui called Danzo respectfully, panting slightly, with layers of sweat on his forehead. I'm back. Danzo sat up and said with a smile. He had just been informed in the afternoon that he was back from the fire temple. He didn't expect that he was so fast. He was worthy of being called the Flash Body Shisui. How is Sora's situation? As Lord Danzo expected, Sora's situation is no different from Naruto's in the village. He is hated by the monks of the fire temple. Shisui reported. Kawama, who used to be the guardian of the 12 warriors and was aliased as Nitsuki, appeared once during my observation, but he only looked at Sora from a distance and did not make any contact. Danzo nodded. Sora didn't have many roles in the original work, but he could be said to be the opposite of Naruto. He didn't get recognition, and there was no light to illuminate his way forward. It was only after he met Naruto, who was also a Jinchuriki, and was verbally abused that he really had friends and friendship. In general, this child has the ability to grow into a strong man, and he is also easy to fool. However, there is no rush to recruit Sora. Whether it is the guardian of the 12 warriors or the fat man of the daimyo, they are not simple characters. Danzo reached out and picked up the fruit on the table next to him. While eating, he said, there is progress on the matter you asked me to do. This time I called you back to deal with this matter. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were full of doubts. Seeing Shisui's doubtful look, Danzo reminded him about the coup of the Uchiha clan. Shisui's eyes widened, and he stood straight and took a step forward, which scared Nanoyu next to him and blocked him in front of Danzo. "Don't worry, don't get excited." Pulling Nanoyu's clothes to pull her back, Danzo found that since his attitude had changed completely from the original owner, this Nanoyu treated him like a hen protecting her chicks. Of course, it could also be that the daughter was protecting her elderly father, or, cough. Shisui ignored Nono's vigilant eyes and asked hurriedly, "What does Danzo-sama mean?" "I have discussed with Fugaku and Sarutobi about how to solve this situation." Danzo explained, "First of all, those Uchiha with radical ideas must not be left behind. The village cannot let people with such ideas live. You know the current situation in the ninja world very well." Shisui nodded. He could understand this. The teachings of his father since childhood are that the village is the most important thing. Compared with some strange tribesmen, Shisui does not want to cause chaos in the village. Under the night, the back mountain of the Uchiha station. "Shisui, what's the matter so late?" Uchiha Itachi stood on the edge of the cliff with a calm face, looking at the surging waterfall, but his attention was always on Uchiha Shisui, who had just received the news from Danzo. "Danzo told me that he has talked to the tribe leader about the Uchiha coup." Uchiha Shisui's voice sounded in Itachi's ears. "That's right." Uchiha Itachi nodded, and his eyes that were staring at the waterfall also turned to Shisui, and his expression finally changed. Did Lord Danzo say anything to you?" There was hesitation in his words, not because Itachi didn't trust Shisui, but because they each had their own responsibilities. As Shisui grew up together, and was both a teacher and a friend, Itachi and Shisui had a very good relationship, and there were many secrets between the two that Uchiha Fugaku or Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know. But Itachi also knew that between the village and the family, Shisui could choose the village without hesitation. But the family is not so easy to abandon after all, and Itachi became hesitant like, CDDF, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shisui didn't hide it from Itachi. Lord Danzo said that he had already negotiated with Lord Hokage, and when the time comes, he should let me lead the team to carry out the cleaning plan. During this period, Fugaku and others will win over the neutral voices in your tribe and save as many Uchiha people as possible. The time is 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, I plan to let you lead the Uchiha people and the third generation's Anbu to attack those radicals and eliminate them before they can react. Recalling Danzo's original words at the time, Shisui knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the leader should be him, but it could also be Itachi. After hearing Shisui's words, Itachi's face changed quickly in an instant, but then he hurriedly asked, "What about the station? Did Lord Danzo say anything to you?" Shisui nodded. After this incident, the Uchiha clan moved back to the center of the village to live, and Lord Hokage also agreed. As for the current station, it will be managed by the route. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lord Hokage also agreed, this matter should be done. It is definitely worthwhile to exchange the current station for the original station in the center of the village. The village and the clan's problems can be solved, and his paralyzed face, which has always been full of sorrow, can be regarded as smiling. The two were silent for a while, with only the rustling sound of the waterfall. After a while, Uchiha Itachi spoke again. This time his tone was a little complicated. "What kind of person is Lord Danzo?" His tone was a little hesitant. As a subordinate of the Hokage and the captain of the Anbu, he should not ask such a question. But between Lord Danzo and Lord Hokage, Itachi used to prefer Lord Hokage. Not only because of Sarutobi Sasuke, the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also because Sarutobi Hiruzen is more friendly and has a firmer attitude towards the village. As an Anbu, Itachi often sees Lord Hokage making concessions for the village, which makes him feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good Hokage who is dedicated to the village. But now, his attitude has changed a little. Compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been hesitant, Itachi thinks that Shimura Danzō, who has a tough attitude and strong means, is actually a good person. Facing Itachi's question, Shisui was stunned. as if he didn't expect Ataka to ask this question. After thinking for a while, Shisui replied, Danzo-sama is a very protective person. In fact, Shisui didn't know what kind of person Danzo was, but because of his father, he had a good impression of Danzo. Once someone provoked the root, or was hostile to Konoha, Danzo would fight back immediately, or negotiate with the Hokage. Although he never won the argument with the Hokage, Danzo always insisted on his own ideas. I didn't understand his radical ideas before, but after this war, I understood a lot. Relying on the contact over the past few years, Shisui tried to explain Danzo's character to Ataka. Ataka listened carefully and interrupted from time to time. He sounds like a very powerful person. Of course, I heard from the seniors of the route that during World War II, Danzo often led the team to carry out raids, and Hotaki Sakumo was also instructed by Danzo. One by one, the two expressed their opinions based on their contact with Danzo. But the result they finally came to was that Danzo was a person with a changeable personality, complex and strong. Under the same night sky, Danzo was still lying in the courtyard, flipping through the information collected by the route. Nono, who was sitting quietly by the side and watching Danzo work, suddenly asked, Danzo-sama seems to trust Uchiha Shisui. Nono didn't have much contact with Uchiha Shisui. He only heard that he was a junior of Danzo-sama's friend. He didn't have much experience in the route, but he was quite famous in the ninja world. He is very strong, but he is a peace-loving young man. Danzo stopped his kide. If he was not from the Uchiha clan, perhaps the fourth generation Hokage position would be replaced by someone else. After all, his personality is exactly what Sarutobi likes. It sounds like Danzo-sama doesn't like him. Nono asked with a confused look on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Danzo-sama's old rival. A person with the same philosophy as Sarutobi Hiruzen is difficult to be liked by Danzo. Danzo smiled and tapped Nono's hair with the information in his hand. You little girl still don't understand what I mean. 11. There is no hatred between me and Sarutobi. Although Shisui's personality is more inclined to Sarutobi, he has to accept my philosophy when he works under me. Holding her head, facing Danzo's actions, Nono's glasses flashed with joy. This feeling made her very comfortable, just like the feelings that Kabuto brought her, a feeling of family. I have begun to move from the dark to the light. Someone has to take over the affairs of the route. Do you have any good candidates? Putting the information on the table, Danzo rubbed his nose and said. It's a bit annoying to look at these materials every day. Although Nono helps to filter out some irrelevant news, there are still many things. He has to find an heir to take over his affairs in the route, and he can manage his reputation peacefully. Hearing Danzo's decision, Nono was anxious. You should know the situation of the route. Except for Lord Danzo, no one can control it. This will leave me without anyone to use. When the situation unfolds, I won't be able to handle it alone. Danzo thought of what Ryoma did on the front line. As a subordinate, he is very loyal and capable. But as a team leader, he still lacks a lot. Chapter 061. A few days passed in a flash. Except for occasionally visiting Naruto to check on his training progress, Danzo stayed at Shimura's home to work. Newspapers produced by newspaper companies in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire began to become a must-read consumable item for people every day. Based on the intelligence chain created by the route, people can learn about the big and small things happening in the entire ninja world every day at a very low price, which makes many people happy to buy newspapers. Similarly, the identity of Shimura Danzō gradually left an impression in everyone's memory. Most civilians in the Land of Lightning know that there is such a person in the Land of Fire who led the team to defeat Cloud Shinobi Village and signed a peace agreement with the Land of Lightning, which led to the current relatively peaceful life. But they don't know that the war between the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning was also provoked by Shimura Danzō, because Danzo didn't allow this matter to be reported. The civilians of the Land of Fire have become the main source of Danzo's moving points, not only because of the victory, but also because Danzo is close to the people and loves peace. However, the spirit of going to war to protect the Land of Fire also touched every citizen of the Land of Fire. I am such a good person. If I die one day, God may reign for 3 days and 3 nights to regret my departure. Danzo held the template of tomorrow's newspaper and sighed while reading it. Nanoyu next to him rolled her eyes secretly. She was not as restrained as before. Danzo, are you still planning to stay at home today? Didn't you say you want to train a suitable successor? Nanoyu asked. She felt that Danzo had been a little decadent recently. Today. Sighing, Danzo said, you are still too impetuous. I just want to enjoy a moment of peace in this flashy world. I have already arranged the successor. Danzo had thought about finding a capable successor to take over his position a long time ago. But as a leader, the ability a leader should have is something that few members of the root can possess under the suppression of the original owner, so Danzo needs to train a successor himself. Let's go see Naruto today. Danzo stood up and picked up the long sword beside him and said. Naruto? Nono was confused. Is Lord Danzo going to take Naruto as his successor? The two walked out of Shimura's residence one after the other. The pedestrians on the streets of Konoha often greeted Danzo, and Danzo kept his image and kept waving his hands and clasping his fists. As the days passed, Danzo no longer felt the trouble at the beginning, and gradually got used to the feeling of being noticed. Although sometimes he felt tired, the feeling of +1 touching value was really good. Because all 8 attributes have been maxed out, the system's touching value mall has also been activated. In the system mall, there are all kinds of dazzling good things. For example, chakra attributes, ninjutsu, ninja tools, bloodline limits, even bloodline elimination and bloodline net. Thunder attribute chakra, 1000 touching value. Yang attribute chakra, 1000 touching value. Flying Thunder God technique, 1000 touching value. Tandem paper bombs, 1000 touching points. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 3000 touching points. Mangekyo Sharingan, 10,000 touching points. Bloodline elimination wood style, 10,000 touching points. Eternal Mangekyo, 20,000 touching points. Rinnegan, 50,000 touching points. Tensegan, 50,000 touching points. As long as there are enough touching points, all the good things in the ninja world can be exchanged here. Although today is not a holiday, according to the information reported by the root, the ninja school will conduct an open combat exercise today. The location is several public training grounds in Konoha instead of in the ninja school, and many students' elders will be present. Arriving at the 4th training ground where Naruto's grade was, many familiar figures were already seated in the audience. Danzo-sama. Seeing Danzo's arrival, everyone stood up and greeted him. No need to be polite. Danzo happily bowed. The seats in the audience were not assigned, but it was assumed that the aristocratic families were in the front and the ordinary families were in the back. Uchiha, Hyuga, Abarame, Inoshika Ch, Inyazuka. Several big families in the village have arrived, and the rest are not from civilian origins. The worst families in this class are Alchnin, such as Harano's family. Danzo found a seat and sat down casually, not with those big families, nor with others. He almost forgot about brother Sakura. Looking at Harano Sakura, who was a little taciturn and a little inferior on the field, Danzo patted his forehead and remembered this heroine. Because Ino and the other two often hang out with Naruto, they don't seem to flirt with Harano Sakura anymore. And because of her wide forehead, Harano Sakura, who was already somewhat inferior, became even more obscure when she entered such a class. And because of her personality, her theoretical scores were only average in the class, and she didn't get first place in theory like in the original book. Uncle Danzo. Naruto in the audience below also noticed Danzo's presence. He was originally a little depressed when he saw that everyone else had their elders to watch the game, and he shouted happily, "And Sister Nono!" After seeing Danzo for the first time, Naruto also noticed Nono next to him. Waving casually, Danzo stretched out a finger from his palm and looked at Naruto, and the meaning was very clear. "Of course," Naruto said confidently with a clenched fist raised high. Sasuke, who had been silently watching Naruto, looked at Danzo in the audience with an ugly expression. He recognized Danzo, who claimed to be Naruto's elder in his home. He also saw the quarrel between the two. "Damn it! The first place will definitely be mine!" Sasuke roared unwillingly in his heart. How can a member of the Uchiha clan lose to an outsider, not to mention that his brother is still there? Danzo's spiritual perception has already spread, and he also saw the emotional changes on Sasuke's face. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi at the front of the audience with a smile. This guy asked for leave from Anbu to see his brother again. He really deserves to be called Brakon. The actual combat exercise started quickly in the form of a melee. Sasuke found Naruto, who was the first in the grade, at the 11th time. 0145120223 Phila 172170540. Danzo didn't pay much attention to the situation of the two. The 9 tails in Naruto's body were completely sealed, so he didn't need to consume too much chakra to suppress the 9 tails. He had with the huge chakra and strong physique brought by the Uzumaki bloodline, and the talent inherited by Minato, Naruto won the game without any suspense. Moreover, Naruto also learned the shadow clone technique. Even if the whole class besieged him, Danzo didn't think he would lose. Danzo's attention was always on Harano Sakura, who had pink hair at the edge of the field. Brother Sakura has excellent talent, but his personality is flawed. If he follows the original progress, Harano Sakura will be protected by Ino when he was a child, and his parents have a good relationship at home. When he grows up, he will have 2 bodyguards, Naruto and Sasuke. He is completely treated as a female heroine, but because of these reasons, he is a bit of a vase dragging his feet. And the talent is reflected in the fact that he has not received too much training, but has a strong chakra control ability, and has a good foundation in the practice of illusion and medical ninjutsu. In order to make up for the position of Sunin in the original work, Sakura was forced to make a change, and his talent in illusion was removed, so he became a violent medical ninja. This is a rare talent, and there is no interference from any forces behind him. As long as his character flaws are corrected, he will definitely be an admiral, and Danzo will not miss it. Sakura is still very immature now, and even because of her inferiority complex, her interpersonal relationships in the class seem to be a bit poor. She was not in a group and was soon spotted by a trio. The 3 people first mocked Harano Sakura, and the content was nothing more than mocking her forehead for being too white and ugly. They seemed to be repeat offenders, and they often bullied her. Danzo in the audience heard these words clearly, and Harano Sakura's father Harano Zhao also heard them clearly. While clenching his fists, he felt a little guilty for not spending more time caring for his daughter. Neither the couple knew about these things. Are fights between female ninjas fierce? It's fierce, heads fall in the blink of an eye. Are fights between girls who haven't become ninjas fierce? Danzo thinks that visually, fights between girls are more fierce than fights between female ninjas. Watching Harano Sakura being beaten by 3 people by the hair, Danzo silently glanced at Harano Zhao who was clenching his fists next to him. In fact, he shouldn't have come to watch the fight. Harano Zhao's heart was very tormented. Before this, the couple had no idea about their daughter's situation in school. Now he saw his daughter being beaten, and he had no way to do anything. This was a real combat exercise, not an ordinary exam. As a Chunin, he knew the consequences of breaking the rules. Maybe she is not suitable to be a ninja? As Harano Zhao watched his daughter who dared not resist and silently endured, such an idea suddenly emerged in his heart. As a companion, this is a bit cruel. Although the situation of Haruno Sakura and others is only a corner of the training ground that is not noticed by people, Nono has been following Danzo's site, so he can naturally see Haruno Sakura's situation. Hearing Nono's words, Danzo calmly said, "Every ninja will go through many tests before they really grow up. Whether it is me or others, even the first generation, they all have such an experience. I don't resist now because the suppression is not cruel enough, not enough to destroy the little beautiful thoughts and tolerance in her heart." "What does Lord Danzo mean?" Nono asked puzzledly. "Let her feel the real despair and pain." Danzo's tone seemed a little cold at this time, making Nono tremble unconsciously. At this time, Danzo seemed to have returned to the past, the expressionless and cruel leader. And with Danzo's words, Haruno Sakura, who silently endured the beating of 3 people on the field, thought that as long as she held on, she could go home. She trembled suddenly, and her head unconsciously raised, and fell towards the audience. "Stop!" Haruno Zhao looked at his daughter's pitiful eyes and yelled, then he jumped up from the audience, came to the stadium, pulled the 3 people next to him away, and supported his daughter's shaking body. "Father! Father!" Haruno Sakura looked at her father with trembling lips, she didn't know what to say. At this moment, Haruno Zhao was like a ray of light in her heart, comforting her heart of tolerance and persistence. "What are you doing?" But before Haruno Zhao could say a few words to comfort her daughter, several figures appeared beside Haruno Sakura and surrounded them. "You can't bear the consequences of breaking the rules of the game, Haruno Zhaochinen." The leader of the figures scolded, looking at Haruno Zhao with cold eyes. He was the elder of one of the 3 children just now. Haruno Zhao, with a pale face, looked at the people in front of him, and he looked down at his hands again. He was a little bit unbelievable. Just now, when he saw his daughter being bullied, his inner thoughts were like being pushed by a big hand, and he unconsciously took action. Now that he came to his senses, he realized that he had done something wrong. "What's going on?" Sarutobi, wearing a bamboo hat, Hiruzen also came to the training ground. Everything around him was quiet, and everyone was paying attention to the movement here. "Hokage-sama." The leader first called out respectfully, and then told the whole story in detail, without favoring any side. Haruno Sakura, who was protected by Haruno Zhao, could clearly feel the trembling from her father. She unconsciously reached out and held her father's rough big hand. The cold eyes around her made her feel scared, and those familiar faces made her feel strange. "Oh!" Sarutobi Hiruzen listened quietly, took a deep puff of his pipe and said, "Haruno boy, you broke the rules, you should know the consequences of this matter." Haruno Zhao's face was stunned, and he spoke with difficulty, "Kide, I understand, Yingtians." Haruno Sakura, who was standing aside, looked at this scene blankly. Her father's big hand held her back, no longer trembling, but holding it tightly, it hurt. At this time, she didn't know what happened, and what kind of punishment her father would face. In a trance, in the blink of an eye, Haruno Sakura seemed to have passed a month like a horse-drawn tour. In her memory, the actual combat exercise was terminated because of her relationship, and her father was demoted from Chunin to Genin because of breaking the rules. Genin in his 40s, followed a group of children to grab tasks every day, doing low-paying and high-intensity work. The sunlight in the dim room was blocked by the curtains and could not shine into the family. "Mother." Walking out of the room, Haruno Sakura spoke hesitantly. The mother, who was usually very strong, sat tiredly on the chair at this time. The round family emblem was no longer engraved on her clothes. The last blood of the Haruno family lost the qualification of Chunin. The Haruno family no longer exists. "Little Sakura, how did you sleep last night?" Seeing Haruno Sakura, Haruno Mibuki tried to put on a smile to make her face look less ugly, but her appearance made Haruno Sakura feel guilty. "All this is because of you." A voice suddenly sounded in her mind. It was another self hidden deep in her heart that she had always suppressed and rejected. Harano Sakura shook her head, threw the voice out of her mind, and asked her mother in a low voice, "Home? How is the situation at home?" "It's okay. Mother and father will do the mission together. If little Sakura doesn't want to become a ninja, it's okay." Harano Yabuki's voice was full of tenderness. She stood up and left her daughter. When she hugged her. Since that incident, Harano Sakura dropped out of the ninja school. Feeling her mother's full of love, tears unconsciously slid down Harano Sakura's face. She felt that she was exhausted. The more her parents spoiled her, the greater the pressure on her. She didn't know anything and had no way to help this family. Instead, she caused her father to lose the qualification of Chunin. Feeling her daughter's sobbing, Harano Yabuki felt sad, but she still reached out and patted her daughter's back to comfort her. Bang! The door slammed violently, breaking this warm scene. "Those bastards actually let a group of Chunin come to snatch the genin mission from me." Harano Zhao walked into the house with an ugly face and cursed, just in time to see the mother and daughter hugging each other. His face suddenly froze, and after seeing his daughter's expression and tears on her face, Harano Zhao forced a smile and tried to make himself normal. As the head of the family, he couldn't show this side in front of his daughter. However, Harano Sakura had seen it, and at the same time as she saw that scene, a memory about her father had appeared in her mind. The father, who had always been very gentle, struggled to find a mission with genin qualifications in one after another, but after finally finding a mission with suitable pay, a Chunin jumped out to snatch the qualification from him. Because of the different levels, the client often prefers to use ninja. This is all because of you. Chapter 062. The voice sounded again, getting louder and louder. In the dim room, Harano Sakura pushed her mother away, holding her head in pain. Her mother's loving and gentle face, her father's pale face after he stood up to protect her, and the indifferent faces around her appeared in front of her one after another. Harano Sakura wanted to drive that voice out of her mind and pull the other self out of her body. Little Sakura! In a trance, the anxious faces of her mother and father gradually became blurred in her pupils. This is an illusion. Harano Sakura's hands that were originally pulling her hair suddenly stopped. She looked at the tears falling on her palms, her face full of disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't have such painful sadness. Her emotions fluctuated too much, and all this was unreasonable. She raised her head suddenly, and the dim house in front of her quickly faded and blurred, replaced by a pure white world without any color. She was the only one in this quiet world. From the moment she realized that this was an illusion, everything around her had changed. Az! Harano Sakura shouted, mobilizing the chakra in her body and stretched out her hand to make a seal, but everything around her did not fade away with the fluctuation of her chakra. Why? Looking around in confusion, Harano Sakura was a little at a loss. This was different from what was said in the textbook. After she mobilized chakra to interfere with herself, the illusion did not dissipate. It's good to realize that this is an illusion. A strange voice sounded in Harano Sakura's ears. She raised her head and saw a handsome and majestic figure. Lord Danzo. Harano Sakura recognized this figure. When Danzo 700 led the team back to the village, she also went to watch the ceremony with her family. She also noticed when Danzo walked to the audience just now. The world was pure white without any color, and there was only the sound of Danzo's footsteps. Harano Sakura stared at Danzo in front of her blankly, and the tears on her face had dried. This is the illusion I set up. It's amazing that you, a little girl, can realize it. If you want to have the ability to remove the illusion, this chakra alone is not enough. Danzo said gently. Are you kidding me, old man? Both Harano Sakura and the inner Sakura in the body were a little annoyed, but the outer Sakura didn't dare to get angry because of Danzo's identity, and the voice in the body kept roaring. The moment before, she felt that she was miserable, and the whole ninja world was probably not as miserable as her. The next moment, she found that all this was fake, even her own emotions were mostly fake, just like a FG dream. In fact, your father really wanted to rush out just now, and he had a hard time holding back. But then Danzo's words made Haruno Sakura stunned, and the imperial building in the body also stopped roaring. Any father would be angry and impulsive if he saw his daughter being treated like this. Danzo waved his hand, and an image appeared out of thin air in this white environment. I just roughly calculated what would happen if he rushed over, and woven all this into an illusion for you to walk into and experience it. Haruno Zhao in the picture clenched his fists, and his angry look made people feel that he would rush to the training ground at any time. Haruno Sakura stared at her father in the picture, and her body began to tremble when she thought of everything she saw in her illusion. I don't want to participate in the competition. I give up. Please stop him quickly. She was afraid that if she delayed for a while, her father would rush to the training ground as in the illusion. But this was not the answer Danzo wanted. He spent so much effort to compile such a useless illusion not to make Haruno Sakura give up. Your father already knows your situation. Even if you give up this exercise, you will still be bullied by them. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Do you mean that you want to drop out of school and give up becoming a ninja? Haruno Sakura's eyes were full of panic. Stop kidding. Becoming an excellent female ninja is my dream. She wanted to give up, she didn't want to be a ninja, but the other her in her heart began to speak out and struggle to stop him. Before there was a Jainin school, you were probably bullied all the time. Danzo would not give her a chance to give up, and said, "Wide forehead, I heard them call you that." Danzo reached out and lifted her pink hair that covered her forehead. Haruno Sakura's eyes were dim, and she lowered her head without answering. She was used to being called that. It's not very wide, and from my aesthetic point of view, you look very cute. Danzo said with a gentle smile, and took out the ninja forehead protector that he hadn't worn for a long time. Hearing his words, Haruno Sakura, who was lowering her head, raised her head slightly, and stared blankly at Danzo tying the forehead protector on her forehead, and inside her body, Sakura suddenly stopped talking. Danzo took a few steps away, looked at her seriously and said, "If you tie this ninja on your forehead, it will be quite impressive." He didn't say this to comfort Haruno Sakura. In terms of painting style, she has advanced to a higher dimension. Her facial features are delicate and cute on her rosy cheeks, and with her pink hair color, she looks like a little princess. This is definitely a beauty embryo, provided that she doesn't grow crooked during her growth. Haruno Sakura stared at Danzo's serious face, pursed her lips unconsciously, and blushed a little. This is the first time that someone other than her parents has praised her so bluntly, and it is also the first time that she has been so close to a stranger. Others don't bully you because of your wide forehead, nor will they let you live peacefully because you give up becoming a ninja. Beautiful appearance will only make others jealous of you, while weakness will make others hate you and attack you without any worries. Danzo stretched out his finger and tapped the forehead protector on her forehead. Only by becoming a ninja can you have the power to resist everything. Why are you telling me this? Haruno Sakura's weak voice sounded. She didn't understand why the high-ranking Danzo who had no intersection with her would say this to her. Danzo did not hide it and said his reason directly, "Because I think you have the ability and talent to become my subordinate, and I hope to help you wear this forehead protector one day." Before Haruno Sakura spoke again, Danzo came behind Haruno Sakura in a sway, and in front of her was the image of her father's patience. "Being able to see through my illusion in such a short time shows that you still have some talent in illusion. I can feel another force in your body. Don't reject her. Believe in her, and you can get along more happily. That's all. You should know how to face your enemies. I will look forward to your performance in the audience." After speaking, Danzo pushed Haruno Sakura's shoulders from behind and pushed her into the image. Haruno Sakura stumbled through the image, and a sharp pain spread from the roots of her hair to her head, accompanied by a familiar cheer. She came out of the illusion. In the heated training ground, Naruto sent out a dozen shadow clones to suppress Sasuke and beat him up. Although it was a melee, there was a clear division of levels in this battle. No one joined the fight between Naruto, the first in the grade, and Sasuke, the second in the grade. It seemed that because of Shikamaru's interference, several familiar children of large families joined together to clear out the rest. It was better to say that it was a crushing of family status than a melee. Nono looked at Haruno Sakura, who was frozen by her hair and resumed her movements, and asked, "Can she win this exercise? What are you thinking? How do I know this?" Danzo looked at her strangely. There are still Naruto and Sasuke in front of her. How can I make her combat power explode directly with 10 illusions? 1. Nono was speechless. She thought that Danzo gave up his attention to Naruto and paid attention to Haruno Sakura because Haruno Sakura had a very rare blood limit, but now it seems that Lord Danzo seems to be just in a momentary mood. But she is not without a chance. Danzo remembered the power in Haruno Sakura's body in the illusion world, a strong spiritual power, and the ability to think independently, giving him a feeling of 2 souls in one body. In the original work, Haruno Sakura has a dual personality, although it is not known whether it is because the 2 personalities grew together in the later period, or whether it was cut off along with the illusion talent. But there is no doubt that the other personality in Haruno Sakura's heart is much stronger than her fragile self on the surface. 2 souls in one body, but with strong chakra control ability, and can see through his illusion in a very short time. Although he only constructed the illusion temporarily, and all aspects are not too perfect, but at her age, she can see through the illusion and wake up, and she does not have any blood limit, which can no longer be described as a good illusion talent. This is a wall hanging, similar to Minato. Danzo looked at the field, and complained in his heart, since it is a wall hanging, it is naturally not to be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. Give up, the first place can only be mine. Naruto said, standing next to Sasuke, and Sasuke, who was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body and trying to stand up, had anger flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but look back at Uchiha Itachi in the audience, and happened to meet Itachi's eyes that had been staring at him. His face was calm and no emotion could be seen, but Sasuke could feel a kind of disappointment in those eyes. "It's not over yet!" Sasuke yelled and jumped up from the ground. Fire style great fireball technique. Sasuke, who was annoyed by Naruto's endless clones, made a seal with his hands, and in the surprised eyes of the audience, Sasuke spit out a fireball from his mouth. Sea-level ninjutsu. As expected of the Uchiha family, he has mastered the fire attribute chakra nature transformation at such a young age. Although the hand seal speed is still immature, the talent is very good. The older generation of ninjas were discussing in the audience, but they were not surprised. There were also people who mastered nature transformation at such a young age. For example, the elder brother of this little genius, Uchiha Itachi, who is now sitting in the audience, mastered both nature transformation and form transformation at the age of 13 and became a Genin. Listening to the praises from all around, Uchiha Itachi was very calm in his heart. As his younger brother, he should have such talent and strength. Facing the speeding fireball, Naruto's face was not even a little flustered. When Uchiha Sasuke slowly formed a hand seal, he was already prepared and easily avoided the fireball through the body replacement technique. Naruto came behind Uchiha Sasuke with a few shakes, and one hand had taken out a kunai and placed it on his neck. The amount of chakra is not enough. It is very dangerous to extract chakra and use ninjutsu. Naruto's calm words rang in Sasuke's ears, but he could only hammer the ground weakly. He no longer had chakra and physical strength to resist, so he could only leave unwillingly. Sasuke did not dare to look at his brother's face in the audience. As the first and second graders decided the winner, Sasuke was eliminated, and the battle of the others gradually came to an end. There is only one winner in this battle, and there is only one first place, there is no so-called second or third place. It's about time someone noticed the situation over there. Danzo said with a smile, his eyes stayed on Harano Sakura and the other four at the edge of the training ground. Since the illusion was lifted, Harano Sakura was still in the state of being beaten as before, and there was no change. Unlike the children on the field, the audience in the audience were not ordinary people, and they could easily see that the three children who looked fierce were actually controlled by the illusion. Every time they pulled and punched, they didn't use much strength. Danzo didn't expect Harano Sakura to think of such a way to get to the later stage of the schedule. Among the remaining people on the field, except for the three extras controlled by Harano Sakura and Sasuke and Shino who were eliminated early because they were not sociable, both have names in the original work, districts. Everyone, it's about time for us to start fighting. Naruto said with a big laugh. He had wanted to try to fight with this group of friends for a long time. 1.3. There are outsiders over there. Chiji and Shikamaru, let's go deal with them first. Ino noticed the four people moving silently at the edge of the training ground. But before they could make any move, the three people who had their backs to them suddenly froze, turned around and rushed towards them like out-of-control beasts. What's going on? The sudden change made the children on the field and those who were eliminated question. The people who were supposed to be opponents actually changed their targets and attacked Naruto and his friends. Harano Sakura stood up from the ground and scratched his scalp tiredly, which was a little stinging. Although these people were no longer exerting force under the control of the illusion after being grabbed for a long time, it still hurt. Looking at the three figures who had already rushed out, Harano Sakura pursed his lips. Do you want to join us? Of course. After a silent exchange with the other self in his body, Harano Sakura's body followed the three dull-eyed figures in front of him and attacked Naruto's small team. Those three people seemed to be a little bit off. Shikamaru, who was very observant, immediately noticed the strange expressions of the three people. This is a sign of being controlled by illusion. Ino frowned. She couldn't control illusion to this extent. Harano Sakura. Naruto murmured, looking at the pink-haired girl behind the three people. He had noticed her when he fought Sasuke before. Uncle Danzo seemed to have been paying attention to this girl. Let me do it. Naruto's figure jumped out from the group and rushed towards the four people. While he was moving, he quickly formed seals, and several shadow clones appeared beside him and attacked with him. FO. Chapter 063. A few days have passed since the actual combat exercise. Although Harano Sakura, the Dark Horse, ran very fast under the leadership of Harano Sakura, the title of the first place in the exercise was finally won by Naruto. Leaning against the big tree, Danzo quietly watched Naruto in front of him trying to condense the raised nan in his hand. The second and third stages of training have been completed, but unfortunately Naruto still can't avoid the need to use the clone to help roll the balls. Although Nine Tails has been completely sealed, the huge chakra brought by the Uzumaki family bloodline makes Naruto's control of chakra not enough for him to roll the raised nan with one hand. The daimyo has already started to move, and Kazuma has also met with the daimyo. Yakushi Nono reported on the side she has perfectly qualified for the position of Danzo's secretary. The fat guy really has no memory. He really thinks that he can assassinate the Hokage by relying on a few genin. Danzo shook his head. Although it was under his deliberate guidance that the Fire Country daimyo made such a decision again, this could not cover up the daimyo's overestimation of his own abilities. A few years ago, when the fourth generation just passed away and Sarutobi returned to the stage, such a thing happened. Under the intentional guidance of the daimyo, 6 of the 12 guardian ninjas began to have radical ideas, thinking that the Fire Country only needed one king. That was the daimyo. But this matter was soon exposed. Before he was ready, the daimyo knew that he had no ability to complete his idea. In order to cover up the facts, he abandoned his subordinates, that is, the 6 guardian ninjas headed by Kazuma. But now, under the intentional guidance of Danzo, the daimyo took action again, and it was more secretive. If this matter was not promoted by Dan 230, perhaps his roots would not be able to find out the relevant information. Asuma should be excluded from this matter. Perhaps the daimyo will find a reason to let Asuma return to the village, and more guardian ninjas will be won over. Nono expressed his thoughts. It doesn't matter. The balance of a country's civil and military has been established during the first generation. It's not a bad thing for the daimyo of this era to have the ambition to abolish the Hokage and control the land of fire. I admire him. Danzo said with a smile, I'm afraid that this guy has no ambition, so I can't use his situation to complete my business. Actually, there is something I don't understand. Nono hesitated for a while, and finally asked, the situation in the entire ninja world is very unstable now. Why does Danzo Tianren want to let the daimyo disrupt the situation in the fire country? If the other countries take this opportunity to attack us? No. Danzo said directly, except for the surrounding small countries, the Thunder country has just negotiated with us among the 5 major countries, and the Wind country and the Water country have an alliance with us, so there is only one Earth country left. From the terrain, if the Earth country wants to start a war with our Fire country, it must pass through the Rain country. If it really does this, the Earth country will regret it. Speaking of this, Danzo paused and continued, besides, war is not something that can be started casually. If you want to fight without any reason, civilians and ninjas from all countries will rise up to protest. Peace is what everyone wants. Danzo pointed out the most important point. Nono nodded and continued, there is another important thing. The peace talks between the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning have collapsed. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was assassinated by Kirigakuru's people during the peace talks. The people of Kirigakure did not seem to want peace to come. Obito's incident has happened. Danzo realized this immediately after hearing Nono's report. The Fire country can cooperate with the Water country, mostly because of the division of interests negotiated by the daimyo, and part of it is the chaos created by Obito. The Water country and the Lightning country are negotiating for the time to reap the benefits, but at this time the Lightning country daimyo was attacked by Kirigakure, and Obito was undoubtedly violating the orders of the entire Water country. After this decision was made, the people of Kirigakure would definitely notice the changes in Mizukage. Danzo looked up at the blue sky. This news came, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be almost done with Kirigakure now. The raindrops in the sky fell densely, and the whole Kirigakure was shrouded in a huge roar. A huge beast covered with thorns was roaring wantonly in Kirigakure. As the 3 tails behind him kept swinging, the raindrops in the sky gradually solidified and turned into tiny ice needles. The whole Kirigakure was completely shrouded in the shadow of fear and death, and countless villagers lost their lives under the falling of these ice needles. Terumi Mei stared at the ice needles falling from the sky, and then looked at the villagers gathered around her in fear, and formed a seal with her hands. Earth-style earth flow array wall. As her chakra was output, a series of solid earth walls rose from the ground, covering most of the surrounding villagers. The seal class, follow me. Qing led a team of ninjas to rush towards 3 tails with agility. Beside them, there were countless mist shinobi ninjas escorting them and blocking the ice needles falling from the sky. There were tailed beasts rampaging in the village, and in the forest outside Kirigakure, the most powerful person in Kirigakure, Yuanji, had an ugly face. The body of the 4th Mizukage, who had lost his voice and looked pale, lay beside him. The life force taken away by the tailed beast after breaking the seal was not something a human could bear. He had originally planned to use the hand of this masked man to clear out some of the waste in the village and gain greater benefits, but he never expected that his ideas had been discovered by the other party. After issuing the order to kill the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the tailed beast in the body of the 4th Mizukage was directly released to wreak havoc on the entire Kirigakure. Who are you? With his cloudy eyes narrowed, the master stared at the masked man in the encirclement. He was on guard against the masked man's random orders, but unfortunately it was his own people who did it in the end. Every decision made by the Mizukage controlled by the masked man would be repassed by his master, but he did not expect that the masked man actually bewitched Hoshigaki Kisame to join them. The order to kill issued by Hoshigaki Kisame, with the order of Mizukage, directly caused the entire peace talk plan to collapse. The war between the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning will never end so easily. Kisame, you have become successful now. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was surrounded by people, and said indifferently, "You actually betrayed Miss Shinobi and chose to follow an outsider." Across from him, Hoshigaki Kisame stood in front of the masked man to protect him. "Don't talk nonsense. How great is the plan of this adult? You can't think of it." Kaishi Kisame smiled servilely. Facing the Miss Shinobi ninjas who surrounded him in 3 layers, Hoshigaki Kisame's face was calm. Since he chose to join Uchiha Madara's organization, he would not regret it, even if he died here. "Mr. Madara, I will try my best to cover you and leave first. I hope you can fulfill our dream." Hoshigaki Kisame moved closer to Obito and said in a low voice. Obito smiled under the mask when Kisame called him Mr. Madara. "Since I've told you about this plan, you must be one of the witnesses." Kisame was stunned for a moment, and then his vigilant figure relaxed. "Yes, this is the famous Uchiha Madara, why should he be nervous?" 0145120223 Fila 172180330. Watching the two whispering, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost sneered and stopped talking nonsense. "Kill them all." Before he finished speaking, the voice stopped. All the Mist Shinobi ninjas who surrounded the two were stunned, even the Yuanshi who was staring at this side on the high platform was stunned. At some point, the masked man in the encirclement behind Kisame had come behind Zigwashin Puffer Ghost and stabbed a sharp kunao into his heart. "Space-time ninjutsu!" Yuanshi exclaimed with his eyes wide open. The ninjas who participated in the encirclement were all elites. Even though this scene was very sudden, the Mist Shinobi ninja next to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost had already swung the sharp blade in his hand as soon as the masked man appeared. But after the sharp blade passed, the masked man existed like a phantom created by the clone technique, and did not suffer any damage. In just a moment, all the ninjas with the masked man as the center instantly retreated 100 meters away. The ninja who swung the sharp blade stared blankly at the sharp weapon in his hand. He just stabbed the opponent, but he did not feel anything substantial. When the kunao was pulled out, blood spurted out, and the black robe on the masked man was stained with some blood. Without the support of the kunao, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer, who had already lost his life, fell to the muddy ground. When the masked man returned to Kisame again, he was holding Samehada, one of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure. "This knife looks suitable for you, so I just took it." Obito smiled and threw Samehada to the stunned Hoshigaki Kisame. He was very happy to train Kisame, who was willing to sacrifice his life on the road to completing the plan. Just like that, the two of them turned into phantoms and were sucked into the Uzumaki and disappeared in public. The way the masked man killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was undoubtedly the time-space ninjutsu. In the face of time-space ninjutsu, in addition to mastering its trajectory of shuttling through space, it can only be caught through sealing techniques. There were few Grandmaster sealing techniques present, and all the Grandmaster sealing techniques ninjas had been sent to seal 3 tails. They had no time to study the opponent's shuttle trajectory, so they could only watch them leave. The master's dry palm slapped the railing hard, making a vibration sound. What a shame! It was not enough that the 4th Mizukage of one of the 5 major countries in the ninja world was controlled by someone, but now the other party killed the 4th Mizukage in front of them and released the tailed beast. In the end, they couldn't catch the other party and could only watch the other party swagger away. "Master, master!" A figure hurriedly flashed from the village to the master, Just now the masked man suddenly appeared next to Three Tails and ran away with Three Tails. Bang! The railing was directly broken by the furious master's palm. Chapter 064. Another peaceful and beautiful day begins. After Danzo finished breakfast, he stretched and went out of the house. The warm sunshine in the sky shone on him, comfortable and cozy. Nono was not here today, and he was sent out to perform a mission. A plan has been laid out firmly in front of him, but many subtle details still require Danzo to send people to make corrections. Now after a war, the route is seriously short of manpower, and Sarutobi is making trouble on the side and no new members have joined, so Danzo can only send Nono out. Although Danzo, the Hokage consultant, is more famous than Sarutobi, the Hokage, under the operation, the real power is still in his hands. Although Sarutobi dare not attack him without a legitimate reason, he really can't stop him from secretly snatching people. However, Danzo is not in a hurry. A pot of delicious thick soup always takes time to slowly cook. Walking on the road, returning greetings from time to time. The root ninja carrying the sedan chair was called away by Nono, and Danzo really had no subordinates around him. The entire ninja world has begun to be in chaos under Danzo's stirring up trouble. Originally, after the end of the Third Ninja World War, there would be a period of peace for more than 20 years. Under the influence of the Akatsuki organization, the curtain of the Fourth Ninja World War was once again opened. Now, the Fourth Ninja World War has already begun. Once the Ninja World War begins, although the Fire Country has just ended the war, it is impossible to stay out of it. The Lightning Country has failed in its peace talks with the Water Country because of the assassination of the daimyo, but Cloud Shinobi Village has to deal with Kirigakure after the war with Konoha. And Danzo just got the news that Iwagakure, who has an old grudge with the Lightning Country, also has the intention of joining the war. There is a high probability that there are traces of the Akatsuki organization, but Danzo's roots can't find too much information about the Akatsuki organization. He only knows that the old guy Hanzo is dead and the Akatsuki organization controls the Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village is located in the Rain Country between the three countries of Fire, Wind, and Earth. The boss of Akatsuki is Uzumaki Naruto, but there is also the madman Obito in secret. Nagato's dream is world peace. Although his thoughts are a bit extreme now, he should not issue such instructions to provoke the Ninja World War. It should be Uchiha Obito who provoked Iwagakure to join the war. Obito, who was supposed to be lurking for nearly 10 years before being exposed, only hid for less than a year under his influence. Danzo touched the long sword behind him. He was considering whether to replace the one behind him after the new ninja sword arrived. There are also many good ninja swords in the system mall. Those with slightly lower quality can be exchanged for only a few dozen points of touching points, but Danzo doesn't want to waste precious touching points on external things. Danzo sir. The Uchiha who came last time was still guarding the door of the Uchiha station, and this time he recognized Danzo at first sight and greeted him with a smile. This Chunin should be Fugaku's confidant, and he has received a lot of new information. Danzo smiled and nodded. Under the siege of the two countries, if the Lightning Country doesn't make any big moves, it may be directly removed from the ninja world in this attack. But because of these things, Danzo hurried to speed up his plan. If the Ninja World War begins and the Fire Country is in civil strife, it will be a bit troublesome. But it's just a bit troublesome. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the silent night sky, several figures quickly jumped between the branches. Although Yakushi Nono, who has long light yellow hair, is a medical ninja, his speed is not much slower than the root ninjas next to him. According to the instructions of Lord Danzo, the village explored by the root should be nearby. The place where they are now is located in the river country between the wind country and the fire country, which has rich mineral resources. And in one of the small villages, there is a child named Ranmaru with a strong sense of blood, who is the target of their mission this time. While she quickly approached the village, she used the perception ninjutsu to confirm the situation. Stop! Reaching out to stop the root ninja behind her, Nono stopped beside a big tree. Her perception ninjutsu can sense the traces of roots on this tree. Nono gently stroked the tree. The tree looked ordinary, but there was a sunken place filled by earth-style ninjutsu. The palm covered with chakra pressed forward to knock down the soil. A stone with a special symbol fell from the soil and was held in Nono's hand. Staring at the stone in her hand, Nono narrowed her eyes under her glasses. They have been discovered, be alert to the surroundings. The calm voice was clearly heard by every root ninja in the silent forest. Her perception range expanded again, searching the entire forest. Beside her, several root ninjas who were like wooden men suddenly came to life and hid in the surrounding trees. Although the enemy might be hiding nearby, Nono's face was calm. Years of intelligence exploration and lurking made her heart calm at this time. According to Danzo's instructions, the root ninjas hid in mist. One of the shinobi 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurako Rega, would send out people to explore the village before Rega whenever he approached a village. 2 days ago, they received news from the root ninja that they had found the child named Ranmaru. But at the same time, Rega also discovered them. Be careful! A powerful voice sounded from the big tree. Nono had already dodged to the side the moment the voice sounded. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed in the sky and struck the place where Nono had stood before, leaving a deep pit after the dust flew. A root ninja with a watermelon head and an animal mask flashed from a big tree to Nono and helped her up. Are you okay? The movements of this root ninja were careless, and he didn't look like a root ninja assassinated by a grandmaster at all. You don't look like a qualified root ninja like this. Nono said with one arm supported by Guy. Although there was blame in her tone, there was a smile on her face. Guy scratched his head, took off the mask and said, I don't think it's suitable either. I just want to try the life that Kakashi has experienced. Kakashi was born in Anbu and often took on various assassination missions. Might Guy felt that if he wanted to surpass Kakashi, he had to perform the missions he had done before, so he asked Danzo to join the route, but since joining, he always felt that he was out of tune with everything. Nono didn't blame him. Lord Danzo had already said that Might Guy should be treated with a normal attitude, not the cold thoughts of a root ninja. Is this the root of Konoha? I have heard of you for a long time, but this is the first time I have seen you. Holding 2 swords and with the vicissitudes of life, Kurako Rega stood on a big rock and said condescendingly to the 2 people below. At his feet, a child with purple hair was watching all this in fear. It was Ranmaru, the target of this mission. After secretly looking at several directions in the woods, Rega stared at Nono and asked, what is the purpose of you Konoha people following me for so long? He knew the other root ninjas hiding in the dark, and he could also see that among these people, the woman with light yellow hair and a gentle look was the captain. Leave the child beside you to us. We don't want to have a conflict with you. Nono was not afraid at all. He looked up and looked directly at Rega. Danzo's target was only Ranmaru. Nono decided not to have a conflict with Rega as much as possible, even if the other party had killed their people. But she didn't notice that Might Guy beside her was staring blankly at Rega standing on the stone, and his body began to tremble unconsciously. The trembling was not because of fear but because of anger. Might Guy didn't know the content of the mission before. Danzo's order was to let him participate in this mission to ensure the success of the mission. He didn't know that he would meet this guy in this mission, this guy who made him remember it vividly. With just one glance, Might Guy recognized this former enemy of his. When he was still a newly graduated genin, it was this guy in front of him and other ninja sword masters who surrounded his team. It was also because of him that his father died because of opening the death gate. Perhaps because Might Guy's eyes were too strong, Rega, who originally sneered and was about to answer, moved his eyes from Nono to Might Guy next to him. What is this? Also with just one glance, Lei, who had not paid much attention to Might Guy before, inexplicably felt that the watermelon-headed man in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. In the sudden silence, Nono noticed from Leia's eyes that something was wrong with Might Guy next to him, and reached out to pull his shoulder. I seem to understand why Lord Danzo asked me to participate in this mission. Might Guy took a deep breath, and his trembling body gradually stabilized. Nono was stunned, she didn't understand what Might Guy meant. When the battle starts, you take the child away quickly. There was a hint of murderous intent in his voice, and Might Guy's cold face was very different from usual, which made Nono take a step back involuntarily. Before this mission, she had never seen Might Guy, but along the way, Might Guy gave her the feeling that he was a little silly and a very upright person. But now the Might Guy in Nono's eyes has changed. Taking a big step forward and standing in front of Nono, Might Guy looked directly at Rega on the stone. Remember the battle 6 years ago? His voice was more serious than ever before. Perhaps in his not-so-short life, this was the most serious time he had ever taken. 6 years ago. Rega was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes began to become dangerous. Of course he remembered the battle 6 years ago. It was his shame, a shame that he could never wash away in his 10 lifetimes. 6 years ago, the weather was similar to today. The monster-like Konoha genin was bathed in red blood, and every attack could kill any of their 7 ninja swordsmen in an instant. 7 elite ninjas who were comparable to Mizukage in popularity and symbolized honor in Mist Shinobi fought with the Konoha genin, and 3 escaped and 4 died. And he was one of the 3 elite ninjas who escaped. They knew very well that the genin was able to burst out that inhuman power because he used some secret technique, which could exchange life for power. But they knew the reason, but they still couldn't hold on until the other party's vitality was exhausted and died. Leia also remembered the appearance of Might Guy and said coldly, "Are you the child at that time?" The same watermelon head, the face is also very similar, one of the 3 Konoha shinobi who discovered their infiltration. That's right. Might Guy said coldly, he could no longer suppress the hatred and anger in his heart and took another step forward, and with every step he took, the chakra in his body continued to surge, and an indescribable breath emerged from his body. Open the gate. Rest gate. Life gate. Open. As the 3rd gate opened, the light green chakra spread out in all directions with Might Guy as the center, and the powerful momentum made the surrounding trees begin to sway. The injuries caused by the 8 inner gates cannot be offset, and the load on the body can only be reduced by continuous physical exercise, so this secret technique is listed as a forbidden technique that burns life in exchange for strength. Facing the Might Guy who was approaching step by step, Leia clenched his fists, and the same murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The child back then now burst out with the same aura as that Konoha genin. This made Leia feel resentful and a little scared. Now he will not underestimate any ninja in Konoha. Konoha can call that kind of monster genin, which makes him very annoyed. The genin back then was my father. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rega's eagerness to take the first step froze. He looked at the watermelon-headed man in front of him, who was full of powerful aura, and walked slowly towards him step by step. He was hesitant in his heart. My father taught me a lot of truths with his life, but I always felt that I was not good enough, and I was not enough to satisfy him. With every step, Might Guy's aura was rising. Do you know why? Might Guy's questioning voice reached Rega's ears, with boundless killing intent. It's not good. Rega immediately moved away to the side. He chose to escape again. He definitely didn't want to face this kind of monster who didn't care about his life for the 2nd time. At the moment he moved, Might Guy's figure appeared in an instant where he was standing before, and punched the air with a punch, bringing out bursts of sonic booms. Captain! Might Guy shouted Nono in a low voice, and then chased after Rega. Nono didn't even need to command, the root ninja who had been hiding next to him had come to the big rock and helped Ranmaru up. Looking at the figure of Might Guy chasing after her, Nono adjusted her glasses. She didn't expect that a big boy who looked silly along the way could actually have such a terrifying power. No wonder Danzo asked her to bring Might Guy with her. Chapter 65. Fire Country Konoha Village Uchiha Station. H. Rubbing his itchy nose, Danzo always felt as if someone was talking about him just now. It was still the same room, and the comfortable sunlight from the courtyard poured into the room, adding some color to the slightly dim room. Danzo, this is the list of people to be recruited, please take a look. Fugaku sat upright opposite Danzo, spread out a scroll on the table and said, the total number of Uchiha people is 3,213, and there are also some ordinary people who are not suitable to become ninjas, which does not exceed 4,000 people in total. I have tried my best to recruit most of the people in the clan, a total of 1,932k. Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's narration, Danzo casually glanced at the names on the list. After this action, the number of Uchiha people only accounted for less than 1% of the total population of the village, and the number of people who had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan could be counted on one hand. Sharingan is called the eyes that reflect the soul. There is a reason why only a few people can evolve from 3 Megatama to Mangekyo in Konoha's history. In all these years of history, there are Uchiha who witnessed the death of relatives and friends, but only a few can evolve. The most important point is talent. No matter how emotionally stimulated, Mangekyo cannot be awakened without talent. Even Obito, who has always been called the last one, Danzo secretly confirmed his information. He can directly awaken 2 Megatama and Mangekyo across levels. There is absolutely no problem in talent. The main reason is that there is no one to guide him. His parents died in his childhood, and the Uchiha's attitude towards him was also very indifferent. There was almost no elder who could guide him. In addition, due to his carefree personality, Obito was no different from a civilian without awakening Sharingan. This also led to him not having a sense of belonging to Uchiha, but getting along better with other people he knew in the ninja school. In this way, as long as a few key Uchiha members are controlled, the Uchiha without Mangekyo will not be enough for Danzo to pay too much attention. Since it has almost been decided, let's act as soon as possible. Danzo knocked on the 847 table, looked at Fugaku with a sharp look and said, the purpose of my coming this time is mainly because those radicals have already vaguely sensed that something is wrong. In order to prevent them from taking the initiative, I will notify Sarutobi to carry out the cleanup plan in advance. At that time, you will cooperate with Sarutobi's Anbu to take action. Yes. Fugaku nodded, respectfully kaied. The decision of the tribe was wrong from the beginning. They misjudged Konoha's strength and intelligence. Before the coup began, the tribe had already begun to split. Although Fugaku felt a little sorry for the lives of those radicals, after this time, he could lead the tribe back to the central area of the village. With the support of Lord Danzo, Fugaku can no longer be restrained like before, worrying about the feelings of the village's high-ranking officials or the common people, and can do some things that are truly for the family. After hearing Fugaku's answer, Danzo stood up with satisfaction. In this case, I will not bother you anymore. The main purpose was to discuss with Fugaku the news that the cleaning plan would start earlier. Since he had already said it, there was no need for him to stay. Seeing Danzo stand up, Fugaku hurriedly followed to see Danzo off. He did not say anything polite to ask Danzo to have a meal together. If Danzo really agreed, Fugaku could imagine the atmosphere at the table with his toes. The pale red sunset illuminated the entire Konoha village, and the cool breeze rustled the leaves. Danzo yawned under the tree, and he still rested with his back against a big tree. Today is another day of taking care of the baby. Raise Nan. Naruto's roar reached Danzo's ears. Looking at the two figures sweating and practicing hard in the sunset, that was my lost youth. Speaking of which, I have basically not practiced hard since I came to the ninja world. After my physical fitness has improved, many ninjutsu can be easily used by relying on memory. Raise Nan does not need to be repeated once or twice. This may be a genius. After thinking about it, Danzo clicked on his status bar. Name, Shimura Danzō. Age, 21 years old. Touching value, 2758, Day. All 8 attributes are full, there is nothing to see. System, exchange for Thunder attribute and Yang attribute. After hesitating for a while, Danzo decided to complete his attributes first. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining, Thunder attribute Chakra, touching value -1000 points. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining, Yang attribute Chakra. Touching value -1000 points. Instantly, Danzo felt that his chakra volume had increased significantly. This was the change brought by the Yang attribute. At the same time, a full attribute ninja was born. In the history of the entire ninja world, full attribute ninjas are rare, and can be counted on 2 hands. A subtle sound of footsteps came from the side. Danzo hid the status bar and looked at Sasuke, who was walking step by step. What's the matter? This time he is taking care of more than just Naruto. It was a dark and windy night, a day of murder and arson. The cleanup operation against Uchiha was about to begin tonight. When picking up Naruto from school to practice, Uchiha Itachi temporarily entrusted Sasuke to Danzo. After all, the other party was doing things for himself, and Danzo couldn't refuse, so he temporarily helped them take care of the children. Standing in front of Danzo and hesitating for a long time, Sasuke asked a little embarrassedly, "That Lord Danzo, can you teach me that ninjutsu?" As he said, his finger pointed at Naruto on the training ground. After school, his brother entrusted himself to the senior, and Sasuke had no objection. He also wanted to see how that brat named Naruto practiced. When he first arrived at the training ground, Sasuke was eager to try and plan to suppress Naruto no matter what training he did, but the reality was often very different from imagination. Whether it was the training of chakra control such as climbing trees and treading water, or the Raise Nan, a no-mark ninjutsu, they were all training that Sasuke had never seen before, which made him just stand there and watch in a daze. 014512023172190070. As time went by, Naruto undoubtedly hit Sasuke's self-confidence. Originally, he thought he could see the back of this brat at school. At least he thought that if he awakened his blood limit, he could easily suppress this guy, but now Sasuke is not sure. From Naruto's training process, he was just teasing himself at school. He might not even use half of his strength. At least Sasuke had never seen such a powerful non-hand seal ninjutsu. His brother only mentioned 1 or 2 simple ninjutsu without hand seals, but Sasuke could see that Naruto's ninjutsu was not mixed with nature transformation, which meant that he had not mastered nature transformation yet. The damage caused by ordinary ninjutsu is far less than that of ninjutsu with nature transformation. Only by integrating nature transformation into ninjutsu can the greatest power be exerted. He clearly remembered his brother's teachings, but Sasuke still couldn't help clenching his fists. Naruto's growth rate seemed too fast to him. His training with his brother at home was like a child playing house. If you want to defeat the opponent, you have to start with the opponent's instructor. Looking at Sasuke with hope in his eyes, Danzo felt that this child was too well protected by Uchiha Itachi. Can you just ask someone to teach you ninjutsu? Especially this kind of high-level unprinted ninjutsu? No. Shaking his head, Danzo rejected Sasuke's request without hesitation. Naruto, who seemed to have not noticed this side at the training ground, breathed a sigh of relief. If Sasuke also learned Raise Nan, it would be a bit troublesome. Sasuke was a little disappointed in the face of Danzo's blunt and ruthless rejection, but he looked back at Naruto, who was practicing Raise Nan, gritted his teeth and bent down to Danzo and said, "Danzo, please give me a chance, I want to be your disciple." Danzo? Looking at the Uchiha second pillar, who bent down and waited for his reply, Danzo scratched his head. This was very sudden. Uchiha Sasuke's apprenticeship caught Danzo off guard. Compared with the thinking that some adults should have, some of these children's actions are beyond Danzo's guess. Adults' thinking, ideas, and goals are mostly fixed. Danzo can analyze from the original owner's memory and the knowledge of the Eye legend in his previous life. And for these children who have not grown up yet, every little change will make these children change drastically. For example, Sasuke, who should have been the first in the grade and liked to imitate his brother to act cool and handsome, has changed his personality because of Naruto's sudden rise. Although he is still loved by girls because of his handsome appearance and family background, he no longer has the cool and handsome temperament and is always chasing Naruto's footsteps. Danzo touched the non-existent beard on his chin. It seems that it would be good for Sasuke to be an apprentice. The Uchiha bloodline is fully reflected in Sasuke, whether it is the good side or the bad side. Danzo is sure that Sasuke will have feelings for him. With the way of their Uchiha clan, this kid can also become one of his subordinates in the future. Admiral. The two sons of destiny are tied to him, and they are all first class in terms of talent, bloodline, and opportunity. If there is such a thing as luck in this world, Danzo's luck is probably soaring into the sky. After thinking for a while, Danzo reached out and patted his drooping head. Get up, it's not that I can't accept you as my apprentice. Hearing Danzo's answer, Sasuke raised his head happily. Although he made this decision on a whim, he knew that if he could worship this old senior as his master, even if he had the powerful bloodline of the Uchiha lineage, he would definitely not lose out. You know, whether it is his father or his brother, they all have a deep respect for this Lord Danzo, and according to Sasuke's own observation, everyone in the village seems to worship Lord Danzo. Sasuke was delighted, but Naruto, who had been keeping an eye on this place, was a little unhappy. Bang! Naruto's Raise-Nan hit the training dummy hard, and the powerful spiral-stirring force directly made the wooden dummy fly dozens of meters away, and was stirred into sawdust in the air and scattered all over the ground. The loud noise startled Sasuke, and when he turned around, he happened to meet Naruto's eyes. He smiled proudly at Naruto. When Sasuke saw Naruto's eyes, he knew that he had heard what he said just now. It seems that this guy is very panicked. He worshipped Danzo as his master. Is he afraid that he will surpass him? Thinking of this, Sasuke glanced at the sawdust on the ground again. If it was his fire style, he would definitely burn this dummy to ashes. He was very proud of himself. Ninjutsu without nature transformation is not as powerful as his fire style. Don't be distracted when practicing. Danzo scolded Naruto. Distracted practice is meaningless. You should carefully feel the changes in your chakra. I know, Uncle Danzo. Naruto scratched his head with both hands, glared at Sasuke fiercely, and no longer focused on the conversation between the two and practiced seriously. Becoming my disciple is also a test. Danzo looked at Sasuke again and said, it is not so easy to become his disciple. No matter what life he has never accepted a disciple, Naruto is not counted. You should know what chakras nature transformation and form change are. Danzo asked. Sasuke nodded. According to my information, your chakra's main attributes are fire and lightning. Danzo said, you have used a powerful fire style in the previous exercise, and you should have mastered the fire nature transformation. Sasuke nodded proudly. This is his pride and his brother's pride. Within 3 months. Danzo stretched out 3 fingers. I want you to master the Thunder Chakra nature transformation, chakra control, and chakra form change within 3 months. Sasuke's eyes widened when he heard it. How is this possible? You know, the practice of the fire chakra nature transformation alone has taken him a lot of time, and it is difficult to master the thunder nature transformation within 3 months. Not to mention the form change and the chakra control practice that he has never heard of. This is almost an impossible task. And he has heard from his brother that the first requirement for Chunin to be promoted to Jonin is to fully master the 2 changes of form change and nature transformation. It is already amazing for him, who has not yet reached the Jonin qualification, to complete a fire nature transformation. Chapter 066. Shaking his head, Danzo would not give an unfinished task for no reason. He pointed at Naruto on the training ground and said with a smile, Naruto only took about a month to complete the wind attribute nature transformation training, and the chakra control training took less than a week. Although Naruto is practicing ninjutsu now, he has actually begun to practice the form change of chakra. Mastering the Raise Nan itself is a form change training, and adding nature transformation to the Raise Nan to become a spiral shuriken is Naruto's transformation from an ordinary ninja to a genius. But Naruto is still too young now, and his body cannot withstand the damage caused by this change, so Danzo has not told him this concept in advance for the time being. What? Sasuke looked at Naruto with wide eyes. And after Naruto just looked at him, he had already started his own practice. In his outstretched palm, 10 Raise Nan began to condense as the chakra in his body continued to rotate. The chakra ball in his hand, is it the shape change? Staring at the ball in Naruto's hand in disbelief, Sasuke felt a little disappointed. He has always felt that he is a child of destiny. Even compared with Naruto, who is the first in the grade, he still thinks that he is temporarily weaker than him. The other party is just stronger in physical skills and body. A real ninja does not rely on brute force to win. Sasuke has always believed so. The first in the grade to master nature transformation, which is only practiced in the Chunin stage, is also the first to learn attack ninjutsu with attributes. Sasuke has always been proud of this. But now all this has been broken by Danzo. But why has that guy never used ninjutsu? Sasuke asked in disbelief. Ninjutsu? Didn't Naruto use Shadow Clone? Danzo asked strangely. He really didn't understand what these kids were thinking. I mean more powerful attack ninjutsu, ninjutsu with nature transformation. Sasuke asked while trying to maintain his composure. It must be that the kid's nature transformation was not fully mastered, and there was no way to increase the power of attribute ninjutsu. Looking at Sasuke's loss of composure, and remembering the sawdust he had just glanced at after the dummy was shattered, Danzo probably understood what he was thinking and shook his head with amusement. The child really paid more attention to the power of ninjutsu. Sasuke, who had not experienced the night of genocide, was not as mature as Naruto in terms of mind. It's not that the more powerful the ninjutsu is, the stronger it is. As for why he didn't use any ninjutsu when he was sparring with you, it was probably because he was afraid that the power would be too great and hurt you. After all, Naruto mastered the wind-attributed nature transformation. Even the ordinary wind blade technique with the nature transformation can easily cut you in half. Danzo explained, and when he was sparring with you, he used the shadow clone technique. Although this technique is only A-level ninjutsu, the clones that are separated have the ability to make physical contact. You should know this, right? Although he hasn't accepted a disciple yet, Danzo has already taught him as a strict teacher. You may think that it's just a clone, and you can easily break it up with a fire-style technique, right? Sasuke didn't say anything, but his face already had his answer. Understanding what he meant, Danzo asked again, what do you think of 10, 100, or 1 clone? Can you still easily break it up with the fire-style technique? Although it's a bit troublesome to deal with, it's just a clone after all. Sasuke shook his head. Even if it's shadow clone, it's not easy to break it up. Clone, it will disappear after suffering a certain damage. Perhaps I have no ability to defeat it now, but if I learn the B-class Orang fire technique, the number is meaningless at all. Level ninjutsu cannot ignore the quantity, and even for a long time, you can't ignore the gap between the number. Not to mention that the avatar is not standing for you. If you cooperate with the body, you can't stop it at all. This child is too high to look at his talent. Let him see the cruelty of society, and said towards Sasuke, no matter how much you say, you just talk about the soldiers on the paper. Give you a chance to face the highest level of the avatars. There are not many people who can use this technique in the whole ninja. Sasuke stunned it. Some of them did not understand what Danzo said. Naruto. Calling Naruto, who was practicing seriously, Danzo looked at the puzzled Naruto and explained, "Let this kid see what is called chakra volume crushing." On the training ground, Naruto made a seal with his hands. Shadow clone technique is only a C-level ninjutsu, but by modifying its technique and controlling the output of chakra, shadow clone technique can be advanced to B-level multiple shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu is listed as a forbidden technique, because the process of the technique cannot be reversed, and people without a huge chakra foundation cannot learn it. Once used, the body will be damaged at the least, and the body will be sucked dry at the worst. While watching Naruto make hand seals, Danzo explained to Sasuke. As the hand seals were completed, the light blue chakra in Naruto's body came out, forming a light blue sphere on its surface that wrapped him up. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang! As Naruto roared, a huge smoke spread from his body and enveloped the entire training ground. When the smoke dissipated, Sasuke's eyes widened and his mouth could no longer close. At a glance, the entire training ground was filled with Naruto's figures. The number could no longer be confirmed by the eyes. Although every Naruto had a smile on his face, Sasuke could feel different emotions coming from every Naruto. "Do you think you can beat such a Naruto?" Danzo asked with a smile as he looked at the scene in front of him. "No. Can't." Sasuke stuttered. Although he didn't want to admit it, he clenched his fist and told the truth. Just as Danzo said, 10, 100, 1,000, it's easy to say, but when he really saw such an enemy, Sasuke could only feel a little powerless in his heart. Naruto smiled when he heard it. He was very happy that Sasuke was convinced. Although this feeling was inexplicable, while Sasuke was unhappy with Naruto, Naruto also inexplicably had a deep hostility towards Sasuke. But the strange thing is that although there is hostility, it is not the kind of hostility with hatred, but a complex emotion that surpasses him and crushes him. This is something Naruto has never felt before. Release. As the seals in his hands were made, all Naruto turned into smoke and dissipated song left the entity in the center of the training ground. Patting Sasuke on the shoulder, Danzo smiled and said, "You still have a lot to learn. I'll treat you. Let's solve the dinner problem first, and then start your test after dinner. I want to eat ramen." Naruto rushed to Danzo and said when he heard that Uncle Danzo wanted to treat him. With an indescribable expression on his face, Danzo decided to ignore Naruto's words after a second of decision. "Okay. That's decided. Let's eat barbecue tonight." "What?" Naruto yelled dissatisfiedly. "Uncle Ichiraku said that if I go to eat ramen, he will give me a limited extra-large portion of barbecued pork 1-. Eating ramen all day is not nutritionally balanced. Children should eat more meat to grow up." Danzo explained seriously. "Ramen is nutritious." Looking at the backs of the two, Sasuke was still thinking about what happened just now. Was the talent he had always been proud of so vulnerable? "Hey!" Naruto's shout interrupted Sasuke's thoughts. He looked up and saw Naruto and Master Danzo had stopped and stood at the door of the training ground, looking back at him. 10,000 years number 2. Why don't you catch up quickly? Naruto's voice was flat, but his words were infuriating. The dull face suddenly became ugly, and Sasuke ran towards the two of them, yelling, "You are the 10,000 years no 2. No, I am the first in the grade. Damn it! I will definitely surpass you in the next exam." The mealtime passed quickly. Sasuke and Naruto were like natural enemies. Even when they were eating, they would compete to see who could eat more. But unfortunately, in the second half, the two of them could only stare blankly at Danzo wolfing down his food, because they could no longer eat, and Danzo's fighting power was still more than enough. 0. Uncle Danzo, your appetite is even more terrifying than Hinata's. Naruto said strangely on the way back to the training ground. Every strong person is used to eating a lot to supplement the nutrients lacking in the body during training, such as me. Danzo picked his teeth with a toothpick and said casually. Liar! My brother's appetite is not big. Sasuke retorted. So he is not as strong as me. Danzo spoke freely, relying on his own strength, and his words were well-founded. I don't rely on bloodline limits, but I can have such a strength that surpasses bloodline limits ninjas. It is completely obtained through my hard work and sweat. In that era, wars were raging, and only strong people could protect the village, so I practiced a lot, and in the process of practicing, a lot of energy in the human body would be consumed, and I need to rely on eating to replenish these energies. Over time, I got used to it. It was said easily and plainly, but Sasuke and Naruto could feel the difficulty. Looking at the peaceful and prosperous streets with people coming and going, Danzo's eyes were filled with complexity. Cherish the current peace. Soon, the war will come again. You are still young, and these things are all borne by me and many seniors, but you will always grow up. But one day I will end all the wars and build a peaceful and beautiful world. The pleasant atmosphere seemed a little heavy with Danzo's words. Naruto and Sasuke knew the current situation of the ninja world. Although the ninja school is just a school, all kinds of information about the ninja world are told in the school, such as the current war between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. Feeling Danzo's emotional changes, Naruto stretched out his little hand and held his big hand and said firmly, "Uncle Danzo, when I become an excellent ninja, I will definitely help you realize this dream." Me too. Although a little naive, Sasuke was inexplicably infected by this atmosphere and stretched out his hand to hold Danzo's other hand tightly. With a relieved smile, Danzo appreciated his perfect performance. "You two kids, work hard to grow up." Danzo reached out and touched the tops of their heads. "When I get old, you two will be my future successors." "Yes." As if they were greatly encouraged, the two of them unconsciously quickened their pace, wanting to quickly return to the training ground to start their next practice. Chapter 067. The long sword slashed hard, making a slight sound in the air. Uchiha Itachi was like a Shinigami, quietly wandering in the Uchiha station, harvesting familiar lives. Walking out of the courtyard, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. His heart was beating violently at this moment, and his pupils were filled with only pain and indifference. Killing tribesmen was not an easy thing to let go. Even when he was on a mission in Anbu, he could wear that mask and harvest the lives of the enemies without emotion, but when facing familiar faces, his actions were not so neat and tidy after all. Cut the grass and root it out. All radical elements, regardless of age, died under his long sword, including some elders who were very kind to him when he was young or the neighboring children who often called him brother. His breathing became more and more rapid, and Itachi's long sword fell to the ground unconsciously, making a clanging sound. His hands pulled his hair, and those familiar faces kept emerging in his mind, accompanied by a series of beautiful memories. "Ga!" A familiar shout rang in his ears. "Wake up Itachi, wake up quickly!" In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, everything around him became blurry, and all the chakra in his body was flowing to the position of his eye sockets. The indescribable pain made him want to shout loudly, but he knew that he must not alarm anyone at this time, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. These chakras gathered and swirled around his eye sockets, and his eyeballs seemed to begin to change with the constant pain in his mind. 3 Tomo Sharingan rotated rapidly in his eyeballs. 227 Itachi! In a daze, the familiar voice roared suddenly in Uchiha Itachi's ears. It's his father! The vision became clear again, and the chakra flowing into the eye sockets turned into another unknown force swirling around the eyes. Everything in front of him seemed to be a little different, clearer, and more amazing to Uchiha Itachi. "Are you okay?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at his eldest son nervously. After cleaning the area he was responsible for, he came to the area his son was responsible for, but he didn't expect to see his son in pain. When he came to his senses, Uchiha Itachi found that he had fallen into his father's arms. His back was already soaked with sweat. He was breathing heavily and felt unprecedented fatigue. In the 52nd year of Konoha, Itaki opened Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had just turned 9, 2 years earlier than the original. I'm fine. Resisting the dizziness in his mind, Uchiha Itaka stood up from the ground, but he didn't notice that Uchiha Fugaku standing in front of him was staring at his pupils. This is... Uchiha Fugaku's trembling voice sounded. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked his son's face, and finally stopped beside his eye sockets. Father. Itaka looked at his father in confusion. He could feel that his Sharingan had changed, but he didn't know why. Quick! Put away the Sharingan! Fugaku whispered suddenly, and looked around vigilantly as if he remembered something. A pair of Sharingan that Uchiha Itaka had never seen before appeared in Fugaku's eye sockets. In the scarlet eyes like rubies, there were 3 small fans in addition to 3 black Megatama. At this time, Fugaku unfolded the Sharingan and looked around vigilantly, observing the changes around him. Except for the occasional fighting sounds from other parts of the station, no one paid attention to the situation on their side. After a long time, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. There were no people from the roots hiding here. He should be able to hide the fact that Uchiha Itaki awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Father, your eyes! Itaka shouted again in confusion. Just now, there was a pattern in his father's eyes that he had never seen before. Let's talk about it when we get back. Fugaku whispered, and quickly called out a member of the clan responsible for cleaning nearby to replace Uchiha Itaki, and walked straight to the house with his son. Bang! Closing the door hard, Uchiha Fugaku's face was full of seriousness and vigilance, and nodded to his wife. Fugaku picked up the mirror on the table and led his son to the exhibition. Open your Sharingan. Fugaku looked at his son, and the vigilance and seriousness on his face were finally swept away. After a relieved smile, he said. Although he didn't understand his father's intention, Uchiha Itaka still opened his Sharingan. There was a difference in the pattern between his own Mangekyo and his son's Mangekyo. The black 3 Megatama on his son's Mangekyo had disappeared, and was replaced by a black pattern like a shuriken. Putting the mirror in front of his son, Uchiha Fugaku looked at his eldest son happily. He felt that his son was extraordinary since he was a child. He didn't expect that he had successfully awakened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 9, which was much stronger than himself. Is this Mangekyo Sharingan? Itaka looked at his pupils in the mirror at this time, gently reached out and touched the area around his eye sockets, and whispered softly. Mangekyo Sharingan is not a secret among the Uchiha high level, and Itaka has also heard of this realm above 3 Megatama, but he just saw his father's Mangekyo for the first time, and he was a little unresponsive. Yes. Fugaku nodded. This is Mangekyo Sharingan, the eyes that Uchiha Madara once had. Carefully feeling his own eyes, Uchiha Itaka can clearly feel the power coming from these eyes. The power of the left eye and the right eye are somewhat different. The power in the left eye has the yin attribute chakra, which belongs to the ability of illusion type, and the right eye contains some kind of fire escape technique. Don't use the power in your eyes easily. Fugaku stopped his son from trying and explained, different Mangekyo have different abilities, but using abilities will consume the pupil power in your body. Unlike chakra, pupil power cannot be replenished or cultivated. Once the pupil power is exhausted, you will lose your sight. What about you, father? Itaki asked anxiously. Touching his eyes, Fugaku smiled and said, since I awakened Mangekyo, I haven't used the power of Mangekyo many times because of the relationship between the clan and the village, so the pupil power in my eye sockets has not blinded me. And blindness is not without a solution. According to the records of the clan, Uchiha Madara once became blind because of the exhaustion of pupil power, but he transplanted the Mangekyo of his blood relative to fuse the 2 pupil powers and evolved again, and obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In this state, Mangekyo can convert chakra into pupil power by itself, and will no longer lose sight due to the exhaustion of pupil power. This information was confirmed by Uchiha Fugaku based on the inscriptions at the Nanga Shrine and the records of the clan. Transplanting blood relatives Mangekyo. Itachi muttered to himself. The moment he learned this secret, he thought about many things, such as what should happen if Sasuke awakens Mangekyo in the future. Itachi had no doubt that his brother would not have the talent to awaken Mangekyo. His father and himself had awakened this ability, so there was no reason why Sasuke could not do it. Don't worry. Seeing that Itachi seemed to be worried about blindness, Fugaku smiled and said, "Father will transplant his eyes to you at the right time, so that you will have enough power." No. The full moon in the sky seemed to be dyed scarlet. The entire Uchiha station was now in a massacre. The radicals in the clan who were not won over had also noticed that something was wrong and began to resist. But unfortunately, it was not just the difference in numbers. These radicals had lost the upper hand from the beginning. They had no chance of winning at all. There were endless begging and crying, but even though they looked reluctant, the Uchiha clan members still wielded the butcher knife with the help of Anbu. A moment of weakness would only lead to uncertainty and suspicion in the future. Shisui wandered around the Uchiha base. Wearing a mask, he was like a Shinigami after impure world reincarnation. The black Megatama kept spinning in the Sharingan, and with a kunao, no one in the base could stop him from teleporting. Report to the captain, the people on the list have been dealt with. A series of black shadows flashed in front of Shisui, kneeling down on one knee to report. Check again to make sure there are no omissions. The number of people in each household is clearly written on the general list. Check each household. Shisui nodded and said. He was the commander-in-chief of this operation. Because of Lord Danzo, the genocide had been avoided. Shisui would never allow any accidents to happen due to a moment of negligence. Suddenly, Shisui seemed to remember something and glanced at the crowd. Where is Itachi? Under the same night sky, at the Shimura station, which was once one of the four great families in Konoha village, Danzo quietly watched the two people who were still full of energy on the training ground. This farce should be over soon. Yes, in Danzo's opinion, this is a funny and ridiculous farce. Arrogant and complacent, and unable to see their own strength, the Uchiha people refreshed Danzo's cognition one after another. While the people of Konoha rejected the Uchiha also began to reject Konoha in this subtle way. In the end, all this ignited a certain Uchiha high level, and one by one, they threw themselves into this coup without hesitation but with extreme confidence. They tried to seduce their own families to fight against the village. If there were a few people who awakened Mangekyo among them, Danzo would not think they were so stupid, but unfortunately there were none. The only Uchiha leader who awakened Mangekyo Sharingan but had an uncertain attitude towards this matter was also won over by himself in the war. Danzo really couldn't think of what the radical Uchiha wanted to rely on to win. Even if there was no change from himself, even if Itachi and Shisui did not stand on the side of the village like in the original work, the Uchiha would not have any chance of success. But there is no doubt that they will plunge Konoha into chaos. Whoosh! A slight sound came from the depths of the woods, and a black shadow slowly came to Danzo's side from the darkness. Is it solved? Danzo asked without turning his head. He already knew who the person was. Standing beside Danzo, Uchiha Itachi respectfully cried, "It has been successfully resolved. I am here to take Sasuke home. It's time to go back, it's so late." Danzo stretched and stood up from the ground, patting his pants to shake off the dust on them. "Your brother is quite talented," Danzo said. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke who was trying to keep chakra under his feet and climb up the tree, smiled with satisfaction and said, "Thank you, Master Danzo, for your guidance to Sasuke. He also said that he wanted to be my apprentice and worship me as his master." Danzo said again. Uchiha Itachi, who had a calm face, finally showed a little fluctuation and turned his head to look at Danzo, but the moment he turned his head, he found that Danzo was also looking at him. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other, and Danzo's deep eyes without emotion made Uchiha Itachi feel a little cold. The child was just in a momentary mood, please don't take it seriously, Master Danzo. Uchiha Itachi said, suppressing the chill in his heart. If it was before today, Uchiha Itachi would not care about Sasuke's apprenticeship. But now he has heard from his father about Danzo, and he also understands how deeply the two Mangekyo of himself and others are involved. Uchiha Itachi felt that even if he awakened Mangekyo, he would not be able to suppress Danzo. If his younger brother became Danzo's disciple, things would not be under his control. It seems that you Uchiha family look down on an old man like me. Only at this time, Danzo would use his age and seniority to pressure others. I take this matter seriously, but it is not so simple to become my apprentice. After completing the test I gave him, he will become my disciple. If he fails, maybe Uchiha Sasuke is not suitable to be a ninja. The tone of his words was unquestionable, and he told Uchiha Itachi in a tone of notification that he would accept this apprentice. Staring at the powerful Danzo, Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists. The village was important, but Sasuke's weight in his heart had become heavier with the awakening of Mangekyo. He wanted to take the safety of his brother in his own hands. When he was at home, he had arranged with his father about Sasuke's future path, from opening the Sharingan to awakening the ability of Mangekyo, to the transplantation plan that even his father didn't know about. Uchiha Itachi had already arranged it properly. But now Danzo's sudden intervention disrupted all of Uchiha Itachi's plans, and he couldn't even replan. He had no doubt that his brother could complete the test, but the success or failure of the test depended entirely on Danzo's decision. Danzo could make his brother ineligible to become a ninja with just a few words, which made Uchiha Itachi have an inexplicable killing intent. Chapter 068. Are you worried about what I will do to Sasuke after he awakens Mangekyo? However, Danzo's next words made Uchiha Itachi tremble, and the murderous intent in his heart dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he finally understood why his father always had an inexplicable restraint and tension when facing Danzo. Not daring to look directly into Danzo's eyes, Uchiha Itachi felt as if the other's eyes saw through everything about him. It was just a casual remark, but seeing Uchiha Itachi's reaction made Danzo's eyes narrow slightly. Compared with the Uchiha Itachi he met a few hours ago, when he just mentioned Sasuke, the Itachi in front of him now made Danzo feel dangerous. The perception brought by his spiritual externalization is very sensitive. He didn't expect that just a cleaning operation would make Uchiha Itachi awaken Mangekyo, which surprised Danzo. However, Danzo was not afraid of Uchiha Itachi because he had Mangekyo. He just started to change from calm to vigilant like he did when facing Fugaku. He began to use his understanding of the plot to simply deter the other party, making him feel scared and helpless. Uchiha Fugaku is really good. He actually passed on his talent from generation to generation by giving birth to a son. Danzo pointed out something. He stopped staring at Itachi and looked at Sasuke in the distance. What was your father doing when the Nine Tails rebellion happened? This sentence exploded in Uchiha Itachi's mind like a bomb. He could no longer maintain the calmness in his heart. Various emotions such as fear and tension kept interweaving in his heart. He explained eagerly, Nine Tails has nothing to do with my father. No need to explain. Danzo interrupted him and said with a smile, Mangekyo alone can't control Nine Tails. I just wondered why this old guy didn't stand up to help. Danzo's words were pure retaliation, as it was he who had restricted the Uchiha's actions in the first place. If all the Uchiha could protect Konoha like you and Shisui, then I wouldn't have to worry so much. Facing Danzo's smile and gentle words, Uchiha Itachi felt cold all over. He felt that his father was like a clown. What he said to conceal, what he needed to be vigilant and worried about, Danzo had already known, but his father was still in the dark, living carefully and cautiously. Unable to help but take another look at Danzo's pupils, Itachi suspected that the Shimura clan actually had an unknown blood limit that could see through everything in the world. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can only evolve successfully if the pupil power of blood relatives merges. You, Fugaku, and the future Sasuke, can only have one person. Danzo used a calm tone to tell the plan hidden in Uchiha Itake's heart. You should want Sasuke to get this pair of eyes of eternal light. Hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Itake's clenched fists slowly relaxed. He had begun to numb why Danzo could understand him so well. He just wanted to hear what Danzo's purpose was. When the Nine Tails Rebellion broke out, the masked man who controlled the Nine Tails was indeed from the Uchiha clan. Danzo slowly stated his purpose, but you also know that there is only one man in the entire Uchiha clan who has the eyes or ability to control the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, "Is he still alive?" This matter was also mentioned in the conversation with his father just now, but Uchiha Itachi never believed that Uchiha Madara could live to this day. He was a figure from the previous era. To live to this day, he must be nearly 100 years old. Not sure. Danzo shook his head, but according to my investigation, the masked man once appeared near the Rain Country. I have also dealt with the Rain Country. I also worked with Hands of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Country who became a Sunin, for a period of time, but I haven't heard any news about him in recent years. Did Uchiha Madara kill him and occupy the Rain Country? Uchiha Itachi asked. It's possible. Danzo said, there is a mercenary organization called Akatsuki in the Rain Country. Every member of Akatsuki is a traitor from various countries, but at the same time, they also have good strength. I suspect that Uchiha Madara is lurking in the Akatsuki organization. What I want you to do is to bear the crime of slaughtering your people and betray the village to go deep into the Akatsuki organization to become a dark line, find out the other party's identity and the members' experience. Become a traitor? Uchiha Itachi looked at Danzo in a daze. As a reward for this undercover operation, I will help you train Sasuke and fulfill your wish to let him have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If possible, I will even support him as much as possible to become the candidate for Hokage. Danzo said his promise. Hokage. Uchiha Itachi's stunned eyes suddenly widened, and even unconsciously revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. You should be able to see my integrity through this cleaning plan. Danzo turned his head to Uchiha Itachi, he stretched out his right hand and said, I will not make promises easily, but Uchiha Sasuke will become my disciple. As my disciple, it is natural for me to support him to become Hokage. There is no doubt about the importance of Sasuke to Uchiha Itachi. They are unique brothers. Itachi will definitely arrange Sasuke's future according to Danzo's method. Looking at Danzo's right hand, Uchiha Itachi's heart was in chaos, and he stretched out his left hand blankly to hold it. At this time, Itachi didn't know what he should do. Protecting Konoha and maintaining peace was his idea after seeing the real battlefield, and this idea continued until Sasuke was born. Facing the little Sasuke who called him brother childishly, Uchiha Itachi put the idea of protecting Konoha in the last place, and Sasuke became the first. Protecting Sasuke and Konoha is the direction he has been working hard for, but now all the plans have been disrupted with the three names of Sasuke, Konoha, and Danzo. Uchiha Itachi's mind was working fast, but he still couldn't decide on a plan to protect Sasuke and Konoha. He felt that all his thoughts were seen through by Danzo, who understood what he wanted and chose his future for him from a higher place than him. Smiling at Uchiha Itachi with satisfaction, Danzo pulled his right hand out of his left hand and said, After all, you are now the captain of Anbu, and I am not the Hokage. Although I have revealed this to Sarutobi, you'd better go and tell him. But I suggest you don't tell Sarutobi about Mangekyo and Uchiha Madara, otherwise the agreement between me and you Uchiha may be broken by Sarutobi because of these two things. Although Uchiha Itachi is a strong man and a very talented genius, his performance when facing himself is even worse than Fugaku. Sure enough, he is still too young. Brother. Sasuke, who was tired and wanted to rest for a while, noticed Itachi's arrival and shouted and ran towards Itachi's position. Naruto, who had been secretly observing Sasuke, curled his lips, dispersed the raised nan condensed in his hand, glanced at Uchiha Itachi with some sourness, but also followed Sasuke towards Danzo's position. "Brother, I want to be Danzo-sama's disciple." Sasuke came to Itachi panting and said anxiously. After that, he looked at Itachi nervously, for fear that Itachi would disagree with his idea. 0145120223 Fila 172190590. Danzo-sama told me that this is your honor. Uchiha Itachi hesitated, but then said to Sasuke gently. He had already compromised with Danzo's plan in his heart. At least he felt that he had no power to resist Danzo now. Hearing that Itachi agreed to his decision, Sasuke said happily, "Then I will be Danzo-sama's disciple." In front of his brother, Sasuke completely put down all his vigilance and reserve, and cheered like a spoiled child. Looking at Sasuke's childish performance, Naruto said with some complexity in his heart, "Tisk, you haven't passed Uncle Danzo's test yet. I will definitely complete the test of Master Danzo and become Master Danzo's disciple." Sasuke shouted at Naruto, and compared to before Itachi arrived, Sasuke shouted even louder than before. "Then, we'll take our leave first," Itachi said, holding Sasuke's hand. And Sasuke also waved goodbye to Danzo, and even made a face at Naruto. "Go home early," Danzo said meaningfully. And as he spoke, a different voice sounded directly in Uchiha Itachi's mind, "Since it has been decided, you should leave the village tomorrow. The intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki organization are not weaker than ours. If you delay too long, the other party may doubt you." Leaving with Sasuke's hand, Itachi's back trembled slightly, and then disappeared in front of Danzo. This method of directly transmitting sound into the brain was learned by Danzo from Yamanaka Feng. Although it is a secret technique of the Yamanaka clan and is not passed on to others, Yamanaka Feng's loyalty to Danzo exceeds that of the family. With the foundation of spiritual projection, Danzo learned this secret technique very easily. Looking back at Naruto, who was looking at the direction the two were leaving with a bit of disappointment, Danzo reached out and rubbed his head. "We have been training for so long, let's go for a midnight snack together and then send you home. I want to eat Ichiraku ramen." Naruto's lonely eyes changed instantly, and he said excitedly. At this time, the Uchiha brothers left Shimura's station quietly and walked home. "Brother, carry me home, I'm so tired." Sasuke suddenly stopped and said, "You haven't carried me for a long time since I went to the ninja school." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi smiled indulgently. It was late at night in the quiet Konoha village. Except for a few drunk pedestrians, there were basically no people on the street. Two small round fans, one large and one small, overlapped together. Uchiha Itachi felt the warmth on his back and listened to his brother happily narrating everything that happened today. This familiar feeling has not been there for a long time, and perhaps this feeling will disappear in the future. "Brother, today Master Danzo told me that not all ninjutsu with nature transformation are the strongest." Leaning on his brother's back, Sasuke seemed to remember something and said, "That guy Naruto actually also mastered nature transformation, but he didn't use it at all when he fought me. And you know what? His shadow clone technique can create hundreds of clones. I can't even count them." When mentioning Naruto, Sasuke was a little excited and waved his fist in the air. "Hundreds of clones? Is it because of Jinchuriki?" Listening to Sasuke's narration, Uchiha Itachi's thoughts were in a mess. From experience, he was definitely not as experienced as Master Danzo. Whether it was strength or guidance, Master Danzo could leave him thousands of streets behind. "Sasuke will become my disciple. As my disciple, I will certainly be able to support him to become Hokage in the future." Danzo's words kept echoing in his heart. Perhaps Master Danzo was more suitable than himself as a Sasuke's guide. Sasuke will inherit his will, possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and become the Hokage to protect Konoha. Uchiha Itachi, who understood this, smiled silently. Perhaps Lord Danzo really understood his inner thoughts better than himself. Whether it was Sasuke or protecting Konoha, Lord Danzo had considered it. Brother. Feeling his brother's emotions, Sasuke called out softly. Hey! Uchiha Itachi came back to his senses and found that he had arrived at the door of the Uchiha station. Feeling the attachment from his younger brother, Itachi clenched his fists. Since he has to bear the sin of the clan and betray the village, let him take this opportunity to give Sasuke one last gift. Sasuke! Uchiha Itachi's deep voice rang in Sasuke's ears. He jumped off Itachi's back in confusion. He was about to look up and ask his brother what was wrong, but he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. The familiar three Megatama kept spinning in his eyes, and finally gathered into the shape of a windmill. You and I are unique brothers. As the wall you want to climb, I will go on with you, even if I am hated. The voice of his brother echoed vaguely and far away in his mind. Staring at the spinning windmill, Sasuke, who was already a little tired from training, fell into a drowsy state with the voice of his brother. Sasuke! A roar sounded, waking Sasuke up from his drowsy state. He found himself still standing at the door of the station, and there was no one around him. Where is his brother? He wanted to shout, but Sasuke found that he couldn't speak, or he couldn't control his body. With his eyes wide open, Sasuke found that his body was moving out of his control. Chapter 69. Who are you? A strange face appeared at the door of the station and shouted to Sasuke vigilantly. Although he was strange, Sasuke could still tell the identity of this man from his clothes and hair color. He was a member of the Uchiha Guard. Opening his mouth, Sasuke wanted to ask for help, but found that his body moved uncontrollably again. His arm pulled out a long sword from behind and attacked the guard flexibly. While panicking and frightened, Sasuke felt his movements curiously. Unlike his usual physical skills, every attack of this body that was not under his control seemed extremely flexible and simple to him. Simplicity and a smooth beauty, like the art of killing. But before Sasuke could immerse himself in this art, the moment the long sword cut his throat, blood splashed on Sasuke's body and made him feel sick. His breathing became increasingly rapid. Sasuke found that his senses seemed to be independent of this body, like a boarding, but everything in front of him was too real for him to feel that he was really invading the station. With bloody and cruel scenes, Uchiha Sasuke, wielding a long sword, slaughtered the entire Uchiha station like an executioner, and familiar and fresh lives disappeared in his hands. He did not use the so-called nature transformation ninjutsu, but only pure physical skills, swordsmanship, and basic body flicker technique and body replacement technique. He killed the entire Uchiha station with one sword. Looking at this scene with wide eyes and horror, Sasuke kept struggling to control his body, but he could not stop his body from killing. That person? A familiar face appeared in front of Sasuke. This was an uncle of his neighbor. Although his face always looked serious, he had a child of the same age as Sasuke, and Sasuke often played with him when he was a child. Tear. Without any chance to stop it, this familiar face was split in two in front of him, and blood splashed out of his body and fell on Sasuke's face. No. He tried to stop his body in a panic. Sasuke could foresee what was going to happen next, but he found that his body was still shaking and moving towards the inner room. No. A familiar face appeared in front of Sasuke, the child he often played with when he was a child. He raised the long sword high. No matter how hard Sasuke tried to stop his body, he couldn't stop it. The long sword fell and stabbed the child. No. Fear and panic turned into anger. Sasuke struggled to control his body, but he could only watch the familiar figures fall in front of him one by one. Finally, with Sasuke's roar, he felt himself suddenly separated from his body, just like his soul separated from his body, floating in the air without a substantial body. Looking at the slightly transparent body, Sasuke looked towards the body in horror, but his eyes froze the moment he saw the target, accompanied by disbelief and trembling. The person standing in front of him was none other than his most familiar and most dependent brother, Uchiha Itachi. Brother! Sasuke said in disbelief. He found that he could speak again, but his body was still unable to move. Sasuke looked at his brother walking towards him step by step. His cold and expressionless face made him feel strange. No, this was not his brother. His brother would not look at him so coldly. But as the person in front of him got closer and closer, Sasuke's body couldn't stop shaking. He couldn't control his body, but his body instinctively felt danger. Sasuke, you disappoint me so much. Standing in front of Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi said coldly, you are too weak, so weak that you haven't even opened the Sharingan, and you can't even beat Uzumaki Naruto, a foreigner. No. Not like that. Although he felt that the man in front of him was not his brother, Sasuke couldn't help but want to explain. Uzumaki Naruto was different from ordinary people. His talent was definitely comparable to his own. But unfortunately he still couldn't speak, and could only yell in his heart. Grow up quickly, Sasuke, grow up to the level that is qualified for me to take action, and then I will personally take away your Sharingan from you. Cold and murderous, Sasuke had never seen Uchiha Itachi like this. But then, Sasuke's pupils contracted, his eyes were full of fear and disbelief, and Uchiha Itachi opposite him stared at him with cold eyes, and raised the bloody long sword in his hand again. 1. The trembling body became more and more intense. Sasuke kept struggling to get control of his body, but Uchiha Itachi's cold eyes did not give Sasuke any chance. The long knife directly pierced his heart, and the intense pain slowly extended from the heart to all parts of the body, especially his eyes. Forgive me, Sasuke. Looking at his brother standing in front of him in a daze, Uchiha Itachi trembled and raised his arm and stretched out a finger to flick Sasuke's forehead, stretch out, and then the expression on his face froze. On the familiar and tender face, Uchiha Sasuke's black pupils have been replaced by a pair of blood-red eyes, and two black megatama kept turning in the blood-red pupils. The frozen expression gradually eased, and Uchiha Itachi smiled with satisfaction. As expected, he is my brother. Wuxie Black Shadow quickly rushed out of the Uchiha station and stood in front of Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku frowned looking at Sasuke with a dull face. He knew that he was under an illusion. What's going on? The questioning voice sounded, but when Uchiha Fugaku saw the two black megatama rotating in Sasuke's pupils, his frown suddenly stopped, and then he stretched out and smiled rarely. There were too many surprises tonight. Not only did the eldest son awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but even the youngest son had already opened the Sharingan and even reached the level of 2 megatama. Compared with these surprises, the people of the same clan who were cleared out in the Uchiha station seemed to be nothing. Although he was the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku still had selfish motives. Sasuke was hit by my Mangekyo illusion and will not wake up easily in a short time. Uchiha Itachi explained, looking at his father with a complicated look in his eyes. After a pause, Fugaku quickly responded and nodded, saying, although stimulating your brother's emotions through illusions is a good way, illusions are only fake after all, and there may be cracks in his mind when he wakes up. Fugaku has thought about using illusions to make up false things to stimulate the tribe to open the Sharingan, but fake things are just fake after all. Although temporary emotional stimulation can indeed allow the tribe to open the Sharingan through illusions, the Sharingan after opening is mostly limited to the level of 1 megatama. And it is the first time that Fugaku has seen a situation like Sasuke's direct appearance of 2 megatama. I will make everything real. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Itachi decided to tell his father about Danzo's plan, but he also omitted a large part, such as the things about Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki organization. As Uchiha Itachi narrated, Fugaku stared at Itachi with wide eyes in horror. He could no longer maintain the seriousness of a father in front of his son. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo couldn't have known that you had awakened Mangekyo. I had already confirmed that there was no one around except you and me. But in fact, Lord Danzo did know about Mangekyo. He even knew how to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again. Itachi looked at his father, feeling sad and a little regretful. It was a pity that with Lord Danzo in Konoha, his father's idea would never come true. He gasped, and the emotional fluctuations brought by the panic were so strong that Uchiha Fugaku had difficulty breathing. He had a lot of things to say to Itachi, but he didn't dare to speak now, because he was afraid that there were people from Danzo around. Lord Danzo has promised to take Sasuke as his apprentice, and even push him to the position of Hokage if there is a chance. Looking at the sky, Uchiha Itachi knew that he didn't have time to delay any longer. Sasuke, I'll ask you to take care of my father, if... At this point, Uchiha Itachi paused, looked around with some hesitation, but he finally spoke in a low voice, if Lord Danzo is not good for Sasuke, I will rush back. Itachi. Fugaku looked at his eldest son with some complexity. He vaguely remembered that after that war, Itachi seemed to have grown up overnight, no longer needed his guardian, and even protected Sasuke on behalf of him as a father. Resisting the reluctance in his heart, Uchiha Itachi handed Sasuke to Fugaku, and his figure quickly flashed on the streets of Konoha, and finally disappeared from Uchiha Fugaku's sight. Clenching his fists, Fugaku had thousands of emotions in his heart that he wanted to vent, but in the end it turned into a sigh, and he carried his little son who had fallen asleep into the family residence. He had originally had some thoughts about Itachi Mangekyo's awakening, but he completely dispelled that meaningless fantasy. Now the most important thing is to take good care of the two brothers, and then the family's affairs. Dong dong dong. Late at night, Konoha Hokage building, Hokage office. Come in. Rubbing his nose tiredly, Sarutobi's low voice sounded. Tonight is an important day for the Uchiha clan, but it is also an important day for the entire Konoha. Tonight is a sleepless night. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a lot of things to deal with every day, and today he has to deal with the aftermath of the Uchiha clan's cleansing operation. Seeing the visitor, Sarutobi's tired expression eased a little, and he asked kindly, how is the situation in the clan? In this cleansing plan, Uchiha Itachi can be said to have built a bridge between the village and the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi is quite satisfied with his impression of him. But unfortunately he didn't know that this bridge was actually built by Danzo. Sarutobi has not yet noticed the relationship between Danzo and the Uchiha clan, only knows that the relationship between the two has eased. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Uchiha Itachi respectfully cried, the clan has basically stabilized, and many people have begun to prepare for the relocation of the station. Thinking that Itachi's arrival was just a routine report, Sarutobi nodded and waved his hand to indicate that Itachi could leave, and continued to concentrate on dealing with the piles of official business on the table. Still standing there, Itachi looked hesitant. He didn't know how to speak. After all, as the captain of Anbu, he was directly under the Hokage, but he followed Danzo's advice and orders. Anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Itachi's expression and knew that he had something to say. He temporarily put down the official in his hand and looked at him with a smile. Okay, okay. He sorted out the whole thing in his mind first, and then Itachi asked cautiously, do you know the Akatsuki organization? He didn't know how much information Danzo had revealed to the Hokage, but after facing Danzo, Itachi had regarded the Hokage of the same generation as him as a person of the same level, and responded carefully. Hearing this, Sarutobi frowned, how do you know about the Akatsuki organization? The Akatsuki organization is an extremely secretive mercenary organization. No more than 5 people in Konoha know the existence of this organization. Even Udaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura, who are Hokage consultants, may not know the existence of the Akatsuki organization. Actually, my visit this time is due to the instructions of Lord Danzo. Itachi hesitated for a moment and finally told the purpose of this visit. Danzo? Sarutobi's frown never relaxed, especially after hearing this name, he felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. After Itaka mentioned Danzo, Sarutobi remembered the previous conversation. Don't worry about the Uchiha clan, I will also do a good job of the aftermath. The confident answer made Sarutobi very puzzled. Until now, Sarutobi didn't know how Danzo gained the trust of Uchiha and reached an agreement in such a short time. Facing the Uchiha who had been hostile for a long time, this matter was a difficult thing to do even with a station in the center of the village. Because of Lord Danzo's instructions, I will do the aftermath of this cleansing plan. Itaka slowly narrated Danzo's plan to Sarutobi, including the subsequent undercover work and Danzo's promise to accept Sasuke as a disciple. As for the matter of recommending Sasuke to become Hokage, Itaka naturally did not tell Sarutobi. Chapter 70. Listening to Uchiha Itaka's story, Sarutobi's inner pressure became greater. Uchiha-ku, when others were thinking about eradicating the roots, Danzo had unknowingly made such a big move, which not only weakened the power of the Uchiha clan but also divided the hearts of the people in the clan. Now, after such a cleansing plan, as long as the village does not do something that makes them feel disappointed again, most of the remaining Uchiha clan members should consider the interests of the village, rather than limiting themselves to the clan. Because the Uchiha clan itself has been divided too many times, it is difficult to have cohesion again. And now, Danzo even took this opportunity to transfer the first genius of the Uchiha clan out of the Uchiha clan and go to the Akatsuki organization for undercover operations. Not to mention the undercover operations of the Akatsuki organization, just the fact that Uchiha Itaka was willing to give up everything and bear the crime to help Danzo go undercover. Sarutobi felt an inexplicable sense of fear. How did he do it? I know. In that case, you should go undercover in the Akatsuki organization, as he said. Sarutobi pondered for a while and spoke slowly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Danzo did a great job in the aftermath. Sarutobi couldn't find any fault except for exceeding his authority. But it was precisely this point of exceeding authority that Sarutobi valued the most. Yes. Uchiha Itaka nodded, but after thinking about it, he still said, although Lord Danzo promised to accept my brother as his apprentice, I still hope that Lord Hokage can help a little and take good care of my brother for me. Of course. Sarutobi said without hesitation. Uchiha Itaka made such a great contribution, and he should help him. However, from what Uchiha Itaka said, he didn't seem to trust Danzo that much. Was he threatened? Sarutobi guessed in his heart. It was almost dawn. Uchiha Itaka left the Hokage building and left Konoha village without stopping. He simply knocked out several Konoha chunin guarding the gate to expose his secret departure from the village. He stood still in Konoha village. Looking back at the village where he had lived for nearly 10 years, Uchiha Itaka felt particularly complicated. Are you leaving? A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Itaka turned his head calmly and saw Uchiha Shisui leaning against a big tree and looking at his position with a smile. His smile was somewhat relaxed, probably because the big 037 stone that had been weighing on his heart for the past few years was finally removed. Yes. Itaka walked a few steps to Shisui's side and leaned against a big tree nearby. He looked at Shisui with a complicated and admiring look, and said first, Danzo-sama is really as mysterious and powerful as you said. I feel that there is no secret when I stand in front of him. His words are meaningful. As a member of the Uchiha family, he has worked under Danzo for so many years. Even Uchiha Itaka believes that Shisui should have contributed to the change in Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. Don't worry about Mangekyo, Shisui said. He has not seen Danzo since the end of the cleansing operation, but he can probably guess what Itaka meant. After I awakened Mangekyo, I tried to hide it from Danzo-sama and be wary of him. But later we had a conversation, and it was because of that conversation that I completely let go of my trust in Danzo-sama, because he trusted my ancestors and me. Everything he did had a reason. He told me the reason and I couldn't live up to his trust. Uchiha Itaka was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled with relief when he saw Shisui's 3 Tomo Sharingan also began to condense into a windmill. Yes, Shisui's talent is not weaker than his, and even stronger than his. Since he can awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui can naturally do it. Thinking that Shisui can still get Danzo's trust and continue to work for him after awakening Mangekyo, Itaka felt relieved. Help me take care of Sasuke. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Itaka couldn't help but ask Shisui again. He had already asked too many people to help take care of Sasuke, but Sasuke's weight in his heart really increased too much with the awakening of Mangekyo. Shisui smiled. He also knew how much his friend valued his brother, and smiled, I know, I know. They smiled at each other, with emotions in their eyes. Shisui had put down his heart, and Itaka had just started his journey. He took a last look at Konoha's location, and he flashed into the dark forest and left Konoha. The morning sun had quietly shone from the other side of the land to Konoha with the movement of the planet. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Shisui's body and looked dazzling. He was now relaxed. A lot of things happened in one night. After waking up, the gatekeeper of Konoha hurried to the Hokage building to report that Uchiha Itaka had left the village privately. Then, the news that Uchiha Itaka killed people of the same clan came out and was listed as one of the rebel ninjas in Konoha village. After all, Uchiha's status in Konoha is very special. Some people sighed, and some people gloated. How high Uchiha's title of the first genius was praised, and how hard it was to fall now that he defected. Everyone was waiting to see the joke of the Uchiha clan. Then there was another surprising news. The Uchiha clan will move back from the outer periphery of Konoha to the inner periphery of Konoha, and will once again enter the center of Konoha. The clan members will also re-enter the management of Konoha. Compared with Uchiha Itaka's betrayal of the village, this news is a bolt from the blue. Once the Uchiha clan re-enters the center of the village, the interests involved will undoubtedly be huge. After all, there are only a few departments in the village, and the positions are even more scarce. A large clan of 2,000 people will return, and many positions and departments will inevitably be reshuffled. Sarutobi, what's going on with this matter? Angry Udaten Koharu and Mitokedo Homura came to the Hokage's office. Rubbing his nose, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay tiredly on the chair to rest. He has been working for 2 consecutive days. Except for a short nap at dawn, he has no rest time at all. Sarutobi, you should know about the Uchiha clan. It is definitely not a good thing to let them go and let them return to the village at this time. Mitokedo Homura frowned. And as Hokage advisors, you made this decision without even discussing it with us. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Udaten Koharu pointed out the key point. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, didn't take them seriously and made a decision casually, then the 2 advisors could go home and retire. Lying on the chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some tiredness, I have discussed this matter with Danzo. There is no need to discuss it anymore. There are more and more things happening recently. Whether it is the war outside or the big and small things in the village, Sarutobi is scratching his head. He may not be able to drag Asuma, the brat, to realize his mistakes. Danzo. Mitokedo Homura gets angry when he mentions him. He hasn't written the apology letter to him yet. Didn't Danzo say that he would not participate in the meeting? Now he is planning to interfere in Uchiha's affairs. Does he think the village can do whatever he wants? Udaten Koharu was also a little annoyed. I went to find him. The chattering made Sarutobi a little irritated. He frowned and knocked on the table to signal them to be quiet. Udaten Koharu and Mitokedo Homura also noticed the fatigue on Sarutobi's face and patiently sat on the 2 chairs in front of the table to listen to his explanation. Uchiha is a member of Konoha after all, even if their attitude is very bad, and there was even a coup d'état. Sarutobi lay on the chair and rested while slowly telling the story. Now the war between the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning has become increasingly intense, and the Land of Earth has the idea of joining the war. The opening of the Fourth Ninja World War is inevitable. The internal fighting at this time is equivalent to wasting our own strength. Danzo has always advocated cutting the grass at its roots, but he also knows that there can be no large-scale losses in the current situation, but you can't see it clearly. Glancing at the two people inadvertently, Sarutobi was a little disappointed with their decision this time. Although these two people have experienced a lot in the decision of such a big event, they are still not as good as Danzo in handling it. This was a bit direct, which made the two people embarrassed, but they didn't say anything to refute. Now Sarutobi's feelings tend to be on Danzo's side, and it's useless for them to say anything. The matter of the Uchiha clan re-entering the senior management needs to be renegotiated. This matter cannot be rushed for the time being. In addition, the current situation, the Uchiha people can also understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He and Danzo also talked about the division of positions after Uchiha returned, but Danzo's attitude was very casual and he didn't give him any good suggestions, so Sarutobi planned to delay it for the time being. Anyway, under the current situation, even if he delayed it, Uchiha couldn't say anything. Let's do it this way for now. Call the leaders of each tribe to hold a morning meeting. Regarding this matter, we will delay it according to this idea. Sarutobi waved his hand to signal that the two could leave, but after thinking about it, he added, Danzo will be called as usual. Even if he doesn't come, notify him as usual. Maybe the old guy has been waiting for a step, Sarutobi thought inexplicably expectantly in his heart. No, I won't go. Looking at Anbu's report, Danzo replied coldly and ignored her, looking at Harano Sakura who was standing beside him, waiting for his reply nervously. There was one more child to take care of. Danzo felt tired but also relieved, and his time was not wasted to guide Harano Sakura. He waited for a few days and thought that the little girl would not come. In the morning, he got the news that there was a little girl with pink hair waiting for him at the door of Shimura's station, and Danzo was a little surprised. Now, the most precious thing for Danzo in Konoha is these little kids, and no power or Hokage is as interesting to Danzo as these little kids. Since you want to be my subordinate, you should have enough courage and strength. Danzo changed his gentle attitude in the illusion and said to Harano Sakura with a serious face. I will try my best. Although Harano Sakura was nervous, she was still strong. In her heart, Sakura kept cheering. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could become a subordinate of Lord Danzo and would definitely become an outstanding female ninja in the future. Hey! Isn't this little Sakura? Naruto, who was walking towards this side, shouted to little Sakura in surprise. Going in and out of the Shimura station was like going home. Naruto was already familiar with the people of the Shimura clan, and no one stopped him from coming in to find Danzo. He had a deep memory of Harano Sakura. During the actual combat exercise, this guy caused him a lot of trouble, so that he almost had no chakra to deal with the siege of others. In the Konoha hospital full of the smell of disinfectant, Sasuke stared at the white ceiling in a daze. It was several days after he woke up from his coma. Everything that happened that night kept repeating in his mind. He didn't know how many times he was killed by his brother, but the pain went deep into his bones every time. But at the same time, those skilled killing skills kept flashing in Sasuke's mind. Everything in Tsukuyomi space, including time, place, and quality, was controlled by Itaki. He also used this method to let his brother personally experience hundreds and thousands of cleansing operations. Sasuke Uchiha Mikoto sat worriedly beside the bed, reaching out to touch her son's face. Her face was full of thinness. Overnight, her eldest son became a rebel, and her younger son was tortured by her eldest son and had a mental breakdown. All this came too suddenly for Mikoto to bear, and tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Standing aside, Fugaku also had heartache in his eyes, but he was different from his wife. He knew everything about his eldest son's affairs and missions, and Fugaku could understand the situation of his younger son. After all, this was the beginning of the price of Sharingan, it's all worth it. Click. The door of the ward was opened. Danzo walked into the room calmly, followed by two children, Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Originally, he wanted to bring Naruto to see his good friend, but since Haruno Sakura was here, Danzo took her along. Danzo-sama! Fugaku shouted respectfully, and Uchiha Mikoto, with a distressed face, stood up and greeted Danzo. Haruno Sakura followed Danzo nervously. The man in front of him was the head of the Uchiha clan, and his father didn't even have a chance to talk to him. Waving his hand to signal them not to be polite, Danzo glanced at Sasuke on the bed and said casually, "Haven't you fully woken up yet?" He didn't expect Ataka to cast an illusion on his brother before leaving, but it was good this way, saving him from having to find a way to stimulate the boy's emotions and open the Sharingan. Even with Danzo's arrival, Sasuke on the bed still didn't show any emotional changes, and his face remained frozen. Although he can eat and accept words from the outside world, his mind is still not very clear. Uchiha Mikoto explained in a low voice. "Can you hear what the outside world says?" Looking at Sasuke on the bed, Danzo noticed that Naruto was already standing beside the bed. Since entering the ward, Naruto has been staring at Sasuke on the bed. The guy who was always eager to compare himself with him was a little pitiful at this moment, but Naruto did not feel gloating, but felt a little uncomfortable. For some reason, Naruto can always feel Sasuke's emotional changes at the first time, just like now. There is no way, the two of them are brothers in their previous life. Chapter 071. Unconsciously, he had come to the bedside. Naruto unconsciously reached out and held Sasuke's hand on the quilt. At the moment he touched Sasuke, who had been in a daze, suddenly shook and woke up from his dazed state, gasping for breath. His reaction scared Naruto, and he suddenly retracted his outstretched palm. Sasuke seemed to have just escaped from the illusion, but in fact he had escaped from the illusion a long time ago, and the rest of the time was just his consciousness staying in the sequelae of the illusion and unable to extricate himself. It seems that he has completely woken up. Danzo said in surprise, looking at Naruto who took a few steps back in fear with a smile. Is this the resonance of Ashura and Indra's chakra? Just a moment ago, Danzo could vaguely feel a strange force from Naruto's body driving Sasuke's body to change, very subtle, so subtle that if Danzo hadn't been focusing on the two of them, he wouldn't have felt it. Turning his head suddenly, Sasuke pounced on Danzo who was also standing next to the bed like a helpless hungry wolf, tears and snot flowing unconsciously from his mouth and nose. Lord Danzo! Where is my brother? My brother can't be a traitor. He definitely won't kill people of the same clan. Danzo was the only one in the ward who had the ability to stop this, and Sasuke could only ask Danzo for help. But he has already escaped, right? Danzo half-crouched on the bed and looked at Sasuke calmly reached out and took the tissue from Haruno Sakura to help him wipe the tears on his face. No. My brother won't be a traitor. Compared to Sasuke who was directly exterminated in the original work, Sasuke at this time still believed in his brother. Even if he was killed countless times in the illusion, he still believed that his brother must have his own difficulties. Sasuke couldn't accept that the gentle brother became cold and ruthless, and used that kind of desperate illusion on him. That person was definitely not his brother, but someone pretended to be his brother. Let me put it another way. Danzo thought for a while and said, whether it was your brother who killed the people of the same clan or not, the current situation is that he has left. Your brother's strength is not low. It is not easy to find someone in such a large ninja world, not to mention that you have to have the strength to bring him back after finding him. Sasuke looked up at Danzo blankly. Complete my test and become my disciple. I will make you stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Then you can find him, defeat him, and bring him back to find the truth. Danzo said confidently, and it seemed that Sasuke had become more powerful than Itachi. Sasuke's dull pupils gradually brightened with Danzo's words. As long as he had the strength, he could bring his brother home. Seeing that Danzo could get his son out of his disbelief with just a few words, Fugaku was happy but also a little disappointed and frightened. He remembered what Ataka had said to him that night. Fugaku felt that Danzo was like a demon. Not only did he suppress him, but he also drove Ataka, who he regarded as the hope of the Uchiha clan in the future, out of Konoha, and he did it willingly. Now, Danzo is going to take Sasuke as his apprentice. Fugaku felt that everything he had was firmly controlled by Danzo, which made him feel suffocated. As if he noticed his eyes, Danzo in front of the bed turned his head and looked at him inexplicably, just like the eyes when they rushed to the battlefield together. It has never changed. Half a year later. It has been half a year since Sasuke recovered from the mental damage, and he has once again devoted himself to Danzo's training and guidance. However, compared to his previous naivety and impulsiveness, the current Uchiha Sasuke is more like the original. He no longer has the pretentious coldness of the past, but is now truly cold. Wow! Sasuke, are you going to kill me? Naruto dodged Uchiha Sasuke's fierce attack with an exaggerated expression. In his spare time after completing the test, in order to make up for the shortcomings of actual combat, Danzo often let the three of them fight in a melee. It didn't look like a fight between ninjas yet. The fight between Naruto and Sasuke reached the level of genin. The clones, substitutes, and transformation technique were fully utilized. Because it was a real combat exercise, neither of them used high-intensity ninjutsu to fight. Watching the battle beside the two nervously, Harano Sakura kept an eye on their movements, and inside her body, Sakura was eager to try, tempting the main body to rush up and join the battle. In terms of physical skills, Harano Sakura is not as good as the two who have been trained since childhood. In order to avoid accidents in the battle, Danzo temporarily let her observe the two's attack from the side. I will join the battle after I find out their shortcomings. The situation of the entire ninja world has changed a lot in the past 6 months. The land of Earth still only has the idea of joining the war, but the land of water and the land of lightning are already fighting each other. These three little guys rarely go to class at the ninja school now, and most of the time they are in the training ground in Shimura Station to receive Danzo's guidance. It goes without saying that Uchiha Sasuke is Danzo's formal disciple, and Harano Sakura, as an ordinary family, can get Danzo's guidance. His parents have undoubtedly chosen between the school and Danzo. What Danzo didn't expect the most was that Sarutobi actually agreed that Naruto would follow him to practice. Originally, in order not to waste Naruto's time, Danzo planned to let Sarutobi call Jiraiya back to the village to guide Naruto. After all, Jiraiya is Minato's master and also as Sarutobi's disciple, he had no reason to refuse this request. But when Danzo made this request, Sarutobi actually threw Naruto to him directly. This trust was something Danzo had never felt since he came to this world, and he was a little flattered. Ranmaru will let Guy take him to exercise his body for the time being. It would be a bit ridiculous if a ninja couldn't even walk a few steps. Danzo said to Nono, who had not seen him for a long time. Ranmaru has a good sense of blood limit, but he is still young and has a congenitally weak body. But as a master of physical skills, Guy naturally knows how to help him exercise step by step. Yes. Danzo's instructions were recorded in the notebook. Nono and Might Guy had completed the task issued by Danzo and returned to the village. They snatched Ranmaru from Rega, one of the 7 mist shinobi. As for the battle between Might Guy and Rega, the fact that Rega, one of the 7 ninja swords, is now lying in the root base can already explain the result of this battle. But because of that battle, Might Guy's injuries were very serious. The sequelae of the 8 inner gates made Might Guy almost unable to move his body at that time. It took 2 months of repair to recover. This kid has grown too fast. Even if he awakened the blood limit, he shouldn't have such progress. Nono said in surprise as he looked at Sasuke in the field. Before leaving Konoha, she had seen Sasuke fight in a combat exercise held at Konoha school. At that time, Sasuke was completely crushed by Naruto. He was no match for Naruto in terms of physical skills or combat awareness. And now Sasuke has become a different person in terms of physical skills and combat awareness. Every attack is accompanied by a fierce killing intent, and even Naruto's counterattack is fierce. There is a gap between Uchiha and Uchiha. After all, this kid is Itachi's younger brother. His elder brother is called a genius among geniuses. This younger brother can't be too far behind, right? Danzo smiled kind. Sasuke's progress was indeed beyond his expectations. According to the test he required, Uchiha Sasuke completed it in just 2 months, and his progress in physical skills was also very fast, completely catching up with Naruto's progress and even slightly surpassing it. All the physical moves were clearly replicated under the Sharingan. Although most of them could not be used because his physical fitness had not yet caught up, Sasuke was able to weaken their power and use them barely. It's just right that you're back. Please help me keep an eye on the training of these little guys recently. I have something to do in person. Danzo said as he looked at the 3 children fighting fiercely in front. Although investing in these guys is profitable, most of their training plans have been decided, and the rest still depends on the efforts of these little guys. There is not much point for Danzo to stay here to take care of the kids. But Nono's face became anxious. It's okay if you want me to take care of some children, but you want me to teach these 3 children. Boom! Sasuke's body hit a big tree with a loud noise after being punched by Naruto. The dull pain on his back still didn't stop him. He stood up and rushed forward without hesitation to fight with Naruto again. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto fighting like mortal enemies, each move was fatal, and the speed, strength, and skills were not inferior to genin, and even inferior to ordinary genin. Nono couldn't train these 3 little guys according to the ninjas of the route, which gave her a headache. If they go too far, just separate them and treat them if they are injured. They know what kind of training they should do. You can do it. Danzo patted her shoulder and said. But Nono was about to say something, but Danzo in front of him had already clapped his hands to signal the 3 little guys who were still training to stop training. Master! Uncle Danzo! Sir Danzo! The 3 who were still fighting stopped and ran towards Danzo. Different titles came out of the 3 people's mouths, but their tone was full of respect and dependence. I have to go out of the village for something temporarily. You will practice on your own next, but this senior Nono Manabu must be present during the practice. Danzo introduced Nono to the 3 people. This is my most capable subordinate. She has been practicing and going on missions with me since she was a child. In fact, she can be regarded as my daughter. Hearing Danzo's introduction, Nono felt warm inside. She was an orphan since childhood, and now she was very happy to be recognized by Danzo. Hello, Nono-senpai. Everyone greeted him in unison, and even Naruto, who had known him before, called him in a similar way. Nono is the Grand Master of Medical Ninjutsu. If you feel anything unusual in your body during the training, you can ask her to check for you. Danzo continued. And little Sakura. Danzo looked at Harano Sakura among the 3 and said, I told you that you have very fine control over chakra. This is your natural talent. Whether it is illusion or medical ninjutsu, it is not difficult for you to learn. You can consult this Nono-senpai in your spare time. She will be happy to teach you the knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Yes. Harano Sakura cried. Danzo nodded and looked at the other 2. Sasuke, I have nothing to say for the time being, but Naruto, you have a fatal flaw. Sasuke has been very good under his guidance for the past 2 months, and none of the shortcomings in the original story have appeared. Danzo really can't find any faults. Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Naruto proudly, and Naruto also noticed Sasuke's provocative look and said unconvincedly, I can beat this guy every time. Uncle Danzo. 0. Indeed, if he didn't affect your chakra, your level in all aspects would be very good. Danzo said meaningfully, glancing at Naruto's abdomen. And Naruto's face stiffened instantly. He almost forgot about the stinky fox during this period. Remember what I said, he is also part of your power. When you become a genin, I will remove my seal, and then you will be able to borrow his power again, but at the same time, it will affect your own use of chakra. At that time, not only will the amount of chakra in your body be affected, but also the control of chakra. Although you can use Raise Nan with one hand now, it may not be the case at that time. Danzo reminded with a smile. I know. Naruto said a little disappointed. He actually wanted to say that he should not let that guy out, but remembering that this was the power left to him by his father, Naruto finally did not say it. And he has also seen the power of Nine Tails. If it really comes to a critical moment, this power may bring him a big surprise. Nono understood the conversation between Danzo and Naruto, while Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were confused, but neither of them asked anything more. At a certain time, Danzo or Naruto will naturally tell them. Finally, after taking a look at the three of them, Danzo continued, in fact, you should be able to tell the current situation of the ninja world from the recent atmosphere of the village. The Fourth Ninja World War may begin soon. At that time, you will also take the graduation exam in advance and become genin to go to the battlefield. Konoha's system has always been a small team of 3 people. Generally, there are 3 different specialties of ninjas in a team to cooperate with each other, but it is rare that you are all-round ninjas. Before graduation, I will apply to Sarutobi for the 3 of you to form a small team. If nothing goes wrong, it should be successful, so I hope you can understand the so-called teamwork in the next time. Yes. The 3 looked at each other. They were very happy to be teammates with companions who were similar in strength and grew up again. It was Naruto who was still a little disappointed. He actually wanted to be in the same team with Hinata, but these 2 partners who had been together for 2 months were actually not bad. No one of the root ninjas followed, and Danzo's figure quickly left the scope of Konoha village, and the process did not alarm anyone. It has been several months since the last time he activated his skill. Although Danzo has not made any big moves in the past few months, his reputation as a good man has spread throughout the ninja world through the spread of newspapers, and there are many people who respect him. Whether it is a ninja or a civilian, he treats everyone equally. Small evils are not tolerated in the village, and big evils are not tolerated in the country. The obvious evils are less harmful, while the hidden evils are more harmful. The value of a person's life should be judged by what he contributes, not what he achieves. One sentence after another of famous sayings from Danzo's mouth, and then passed through newspapers to the ears of everyone who yearns for peace. How can someone who can say such words be a bad person? But there are many ninjas such as Raikage who clearly understand Shimura Danzo's character, and they cursed him out without hesitation with words such as hypocrisy and affectation. A. Chapter 072. Outside Konoha village. Looking at the 10,000 points of moving value on the status bar panel, Danzo smiled with satisfaction. This kind of false reputation should be borne by me. The bad things are all done by the Pot King. He is a good person now. System, exchange. Danzo pondered for a moment and said, Sage Body. Ding, congratulations host for getting, Sage Body. Moving value minus 10,000 points. This is Danzo's decision after careful consideration. Compared with Mangekyo or Wood style, Danzo feels that a strong physique and pervert's recovery ability are what he needs more. Ninjas are generally small and fragile with low defense and low blood. Danzo wants to become a little more muscular. Only when you are alive can you output. Plop. The sound of a huge heartbeat sounded, like a rhythmic drum. Clenching his fists, a strong force was transmitted from his arms to his fists. Danzo was confident that in terms of pure physical skills, Tsunade in peak state would not be his opponent. Danzo found a direction and lowered his body. With a huge rumble, cracks appeared on the ground centered on his feet and extended in all directions, and he quickly flew away. He had a purpose for leaving the village alone this time. There was a poor and helpless little guy in the fire temple waiting for his salvation. The fire temple was not far from Konoha village. With Danzo's speed, it took him a few days to reach the destination, and he also took a rest in the neighboring town. He did not alarm anyone in the temple. The people in the fire temple were not friendly with Danzo, and they were out of Konoha's management. Danzo's seniority or status was useless here. This is it. Danzo stood in front of a cave in the back mountain of the fire temple. The first time he entered the cave, Danzo was attracted by the rock wall. He stretched out his hand and stroked the rock wall. Many places seemed rough, and a few rock walls had some deep scratches. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the damage caused by some wind-style ninjutsu, but the caster of this ninjutsu should not have mastered the nature transformation of wind attribute. Although these ninjutsu are powerful, they do not have that sharp feeling. Walking along these cut rock walls, the cave is not big, just enough to accommodate his body, and as he goes deeper, the entrance of the cave is getting bigger and bigger, until it is suddenly clear. The other end of the cave turned out to be a canyon formed by two mountains near the fire temple, and not far from the cave 10 short-haired boys about the same age as Naruto are breathing heavily. As if sensing Danzo's gaze, the boy suddenly turned back and looked over here, his eyes as fierce as a beast were sharp and creepy. "Who are you?" Sora asked with a vigilant and doubtful look, and took 2 steps back to prepare to escape. The person who came was not from the temple, and Sora could tell at a glance, and the other party seemed to be heading for his bed. "Sora." Danzo looked at him and asked gently. The stranger in front of him called out his name, which made Kong stunned for a moment, but the vigilance in his eyes did not ease at all, and even became stronger. "You are not from the temple." Kong's words were affirmative. "I am indeed not from the fire temple." Danzo nodded. "Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Shimura Danzō. The purpose of coming here is to let you know your future." Kong, who had been wary of Danzo, was stunned for a moment when he heard this answer. He cursed inwardly that he had met a lunatic, stepped back a few steps, and wanted to stay away from Danzo, and by the way, leave the canyon from other roads. However, in the blink of an eye, the stranger who had been vigilant in front of him suddenly disappeared in front of him. With his eyes wide open, Kong looked at the front again in disbelief. The man really disappeared from his sight, and there was no sign or seal. "There is one thing I must remind you. Using wind-style ninjutsu to dig in the cave is likely to cause collapse. You are lucky to be alive." Danzo suddenly appeared a few steps away from him, walking towards him and saying, "Stop." Kong didn't care about Danzo's words at all. Facing Danzo who was walking towards him step by step, he was panicked and kept backing away from Danzo. But then, Danzo disappeared from his sight again. "What the hell do you want to do? Come out!" Kong shouted helplessly, turning his body quickly to look around, but this time he didn't see Danzo's figure appear around him again. When you encounter an enemy that you can't see or can't see clearly, just remember that the other party is targeting you. Danzo's voice sounded behind him. Although it was gentle, it gave Kong a very dangerous feeling. Kong instinctively waved his hand and hit back, and swung his claws like a beast towards Danzo's chest. Swish! The claws easily cut a hole in Danzo's shirt, but Kong was horrified to find that his claws could not even leave a mark on Danzo's body. Danzo did not dodge or evade, just looked at Kong with a gentle smile and said, "This dress is new and I like the style." Who are you?" Sora asked in fear. His steps could not stop retreating, but he knew in his heart that he might not be able to escape today. "Good man," Danzo said with a smile showing his teeth. At this time, Uchiha Itachi, who was far away near the land of Earth, encountered an unprecedented crisis. His pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan were running to ultimate and watching the 2 enemies in front of him vigilantly. Once the opponent made any unusual movements, he would instantly launch Mangekyo to consume his pupil power and use pupil techniques. According to Danzo's instructions, Itaka did not take the initiative to contact the Akatsuki organization to alert the enemy. For 2 months, he had been wandering around various countries, occasionally earning travel expenses through some bounty missions. According to Danzo's speculation, after he betrayed the village, the news would definitely attract the attention of Uchiha Madara, and then someone from the Akatsuki organization would naturally contact him. And now the 2 people in front of him are undoubtedly members of the Akatsuki organization, wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds, and they are full of a powerful aura that cannot be ignored. You are Uchiha Itaka. The blue-haired woman among the 2 Akatsuki members was the first to ask in confusion, her tone as if they had met by chance. Don't waste your time talking nonsense, since you are coming for me, let's get started. Uchiha Itaka interrupted the woman's pretense. Konan frowned, thinking that Uchiha Itaka had misunderstood them as bounty hunters. Although they were indeed bounty hunters, they were essentially different. You may have misunderstood something. Actually, we want to. Konan said, but paused when she talked about the purpose. After thinking for a long time, she continued, we want to help you. Her tense and serious face looked very serious. From the observations during this period of time, the man in front of him was almost an ordinary wandering ninja without a purpose, except for his strength. Even after so many years of administrative work, Konan had no idea how to deal with this man. Help me. Uchiha Itaka's cold face had a slight fluctuation, not because the other party's words touched him, but because he had simulated countless meetings and conversations with the Akatsuki organization in the past 6 months, but he never guessed that the other party's opening remarks would be like this. Awkward? In fact, our goal is to invite you to join our organization. Pain stepped forward and stood in front of Konan and said expressionlessly. Obviously, Nagato behind Pain couldn't stand Konan's opening. The 2 kept a distance from Itaka. They were still very afraid of Uchiha Itaka's Sharingan. Invite me. Uchiha Itaka stopped his action that could explode at any time. I am Konoha's S-level rebel ninja. If you want to recruit me, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by Konoha's Anbu? Since it's pretending to be stupid, it's natural to pretend to be more realistic. Every member of the organization has strength that is not inferior to yours, so they will not be afraid of Konoha's pursuit. Pain said, but before that, I need to know why you betrayed the village. According to my information, you betrayed the village because you killed your fellow tribesmen, but based on your previous actions, you should not do such a thing. Although everyone in the Akatsuki organization is extremely vicious, their evil is justified. They know their inner sins and yearn for peace and light. If Itaka kills for fun, then even if he is the candidate recommended by that guy, Nagato will not let him join the organization. Facing Pain's inquiry, Itaka's heart was full of vigilance. Sure enough, as Lord Danzo said, the intelligence ability of the Akatsuki organization is very mature. If he delayed leaving the village for a few more days, there would be no invitation. The 3 megatama in his eyes suddenly turned rapidly and merged together to form a windmill. Itaka chose not to answer Pain's question and said coldly, no matter what your purpose is, let me see if you are qualified to talk to me. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared out of thin air where Itaka's eyes were fixed, and he could clearly feel the pupil power stored around his eye sockets being consumed rapidly. This was the first time he used the pupil technique of this eye, just like when he used Tsukuyomi on Sasuke before, although he was a little uncomfortable, it was not too much of a burden. But he could foresee that the power of this pupil technique was definitely not low. According to the information sent back by Mangekyo, the fire of Amaterasu was the Inferno-style technique above the fire style. Ordinary methods could not solve this flame. Only sealing techniques or waiting for the pupil power to dissipate could make this flame disappear. Danzo said that every official member of the Akatsuki organization had strength that was not weaker than the 5 kage, but Itaka felt that Danzo was exaggerating. Just took this opportunity to test the opponent's ability and experience. If these two people unfortunately died under this Amaterasu, it would be that Danzo thought too much, and the Akatsuki organization was not a concern. And the moment Itaki unfolded Mangekyo, pain suddenly brought Konan leaped back. He felt a strong sense of crisis from Itaki, a sense of crisis that could threaten his life. Water-style water curtain. Konan quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the light blue chakra turned into a torrent of water that rushed straight to the sky from below like a waterfall, wrapping pain in it, but they were surprised to find that with Konan's understanding of the water attribute, he couldn't extinguish the flame. Retreat? An indifferent voice sounded from Pain's mouth, and Konan, who was protected behind him, spread his wings made of paper and flew away from the battlefield. Itaki glanced at the other party, but before he could use the fire of Amaterasu again, Pain had already flashed in front of Itaki to block his view. The reaction was quite quick. Itaki narrowed his eyes and looked at the expressionless Pain in front of him. He was surprised that the other party immediately realized that his eye technique was based on the direction of the view, but since he was willing to sacrifice himself to stop Amaterasu, Itaki would not make things difficult for the man who escaped. Now it depends on how this guy will deal with this eternal fire. Itaki quietly waited for the other party's means. The black flame climbed onto Pain's clothes like a thorn in the flesh. The extremely destructive black flame was more powerful than the ordinary fire escape technique, but Pain's face was still expressionless, as if the damage caused by these flames had no effect on him. His body slowly floated up in Itaki's eyes, or rose up. Without any seals or signs, Pain's body rose from the ground to the sky with the help of a human body, and finally stopped in mid-air. Shinra Tensei! Pain shouted with his hands open without any emotion on his face, and as he shouted, a strong repulsive force quickly spread around Pain, whether it was trees or dust, everything was isolated. A circle of open space was cleared near Pain, and the black flames that were not afraid of water style were directly bounced by this force and scattered around. Facing this 0.9 huge force, even Konan, who had already moved away from this side, was affected a little, not to mention Uchiha Itaki who was right opposite Pain. Uchiha Itaki felt like he was hit head-on by a moving mountain, and was pushed back hundreds of meters away, smashing a big hole on the ground, spitting blood, but fortunately, he quickly formed a seal and used earth style to protect his entire body in the moment, so he was not completely attacked by this repulsive force head-on. This kind of power. Uchiha Itaki, who was full of confidence because of awakening Mangekyo, felt for the first time how dangerous the danger in Danzo's words was. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth 10 times and stood up with a tense face. At a glance, everything was desolate. With Pain as the center, everything in all directions was pushed away by an invisible force like Itaki, whether it was an ancient tree deeply rooted in the soil, or a huge rock piled up for many years. All were separated by this unknown ninjutsu. This is completely a godlike power. Facing the Akatsuki members who were suspended in midair and looking down at him, Itaki felt his own insignificance. I wonder if this power can satisfy you. Pain was still expressionless, and his calm face was as if everything just now was insignificant. Your eyes. Uchiha Itaki stared at Pain's pupils. From just now, he always felt that those eyes were not ordinary pupils. There were regular ripples, just like Rinnegan, the legendary sage of six, the eye of God that only paths possess. Pain calmly descended from the sky, and Konan West had already spread his wings and flew back here. Hearing this, Uchiha Itaki stared at Pain's eyes in disbelief, and a hint of confusion flashed in his shocked eyes.